Zhuang Yang finds himself unexpectedly transported into a world of cultivation at the age of 18, only to stumble into the notorious Hehuan Sect, a place known for its strict rules against male disciples. Unbeknownst to him, the sect is in decline and has been bound by the Heavenly Tao Alliance, which prohibits the recruitment of male members. To keep Zhuang Yang, the sect pretends to be a different school, all while planning to use him for their own gain. As he navigates this strange environment, Zhuang Yang begins to unravel the mysteries of the sect's teachings, blending them with his own understanding of righteousness. Surprisingly, instead of becoming the pawn they intended, he evolves into a beacon of hope for the sect, challenging their preconceived notions and redefining their path. What unfolds is a tale of unexpected alliances, personal growth, and the struggle against destiny in a world that seems determined to keep him in a role he never wanted. Chapter 1. An unintentional entry into Hehuan's sect. Departing from Wnizhn to the east, one traverses the official road for nearly half a month. Ascending the mountain, one arrives at the waist of the peak. Pavilions, towers, small bridges, flowing water, azure tiles, and white walls, all quite impressive. Zhuang Yang reminisced about the route he had inquired about. He finally found himself outside a sect with azure tiles and powdery walls. The air was thick with a sweet, cloying fragrance that made him slightly dizzy. This doesn't seem right. I was told there would be white walls, yet these are powdery. Perhaps they have been repainted. However, this fragrance is hardly indicative of purity. The characters on the gate are too worn to discern. Is it Qing Jingmen? Why does the third character resemble Zhou? Zhuang Yang had traversed the Xiantian continent for 18 years, growing up on the food of various families. After finally grasping the threshold of cultivation, he discovered he possessed a mixed spiritual root. He had hoped to join a sect and embark on a path of immortality to transform his life. However, several sects turned him away. After extensive inquiries, he learned of a small sect known as Qing Jingmen, which accepted all, even those with mixed spiritual roots like himself. Thus, he sought out the location of Qing Jingmen with great determination. Well, since I'm here, I might as well proceed. Zhuang Yang took a deep breath and steeled himself to cross the grand gate. Just a few steps in, he spotted a young woman clad in a light purple silk dress. She appeared to be around 20, her alluring eyes sparkled, her skin radiantly fair, and her figure was stunningly voluptuous. The young woman noticed Zhuang Yang, her eyes lighting up as she approached swiftly. "A man! Hurry! Come here! Are you here to join the sect?" Zhuang Yang felt his cheeks flush. Having been single for 2 lifetimes, encountering such a beautiful woman was a first for him. Being approached so directly was an unprecedented experience. Before he could respond, a soft, delicate hand grasped his wrist, pulling him towards the inner sanctum of the sect with an irresistible force. "Excuse me, beautiful sister, is this Qing Jingmen?" Zhuang Yang asked, somewhat awkwardly as he stumbled along. "Qing Jingmen? Oh, he." The young woman chuckled lightly. Then without further ado, she lifted Zhuang Yang into the air, brandishing a flying sword. "Hold on tight. I will take you to meet the sect leader." As she spoke, they soared just above ground level, accelerating deeper into the sect. Hey, Zhuang Yang swayed, barely managing to steady himself. Looking down, he was momentarily taken aback. There were no pavilions or flowing streams, only a hazy expanse of pink mist. The sweet aroma in the air grew increasingly potent, weaving its way into his nostrils. "Did you come here on your own?" Suddenly, the purple-clad girl glanced back at Zhuang Yang, her lips curving into a playful smile, her eyes glinting with mischief. Zhuang Yang nodded, tentatively inquiring, "Is this really Qing Jingmen?" He sensed something was amiss in her gaze, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. The young woman giggled, replying, "Yes, if you say so, then it is. Hee, little brother, we will arrive shortly." Zhuang Yang nodded slightly, still skeptical. In no time, the flying sword pierced through the pink mist, revealing an extraordinarily grand hall before him. In the plaza outside the hall, a multitude of women stood, all clad in resplendent or modest gowns, their beauty unmatched. Their eyes were fixated on Zhuang Yang the moment he emerged from the mist, hundreds of gazes, curious, scrutinizing, delighted, fervent, and even unabashedly greedy, like a pack of wolves that had been starved for days, suddenly spotting an innocent lamb wandering into their midst. The purple-clad girl reined in the sword, leading Zhuang Yang forward, addressing the figure at the highest point with respect. "Sect leader, I have brought him." At the apex stood a stunning woman adorned in palace attire, her hair elegantly coiffed, her jewels jingling softly, her beauty unparalleled. The palace-clad beauty slightly nodded, her gaze settling on Zhuang Yang, warm enough to melt ice, as she spoke softly, "I am." Before she could finish, she suddenly paused, her consciousness receiving a message from the purple-clad girl. She cleared her throat and continued, "I am Su Ru, the leader of Qing Jingmen. Who are you?" Hearing this, Zhuang Yang felt a sense of relief. It seemed he had indeed come to the right place. As for why the sect's atmosphere contradicted the notion of purity, perhaps purity was simply the sect's aspiration. That was the only explanation he could conjure. Contemplating this, Zhuang Yang respectfully replied, "I am Zhuang Yang. Having heard that Qing Jingmen accepts disciples of all kinds, I have come to join the sect in pursuit of the Great Way." Su Ru narrowed her eyes, gracefully descending the steps. As she passed, the female cultivators on either side parted to create a path. Soon, she stood before Zhuang Yang, still smiling sweetly. "Good, you are ambitious. From now on, you shall be a disciple of Qing Jingmen." Zhuang Yang's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had not anticipated such a swift acceptance. He immediately intended to bow deeply in gratitude, but realized that his hand was still being held by the purple-clad girl, casting an awkward expression. Su Ru noticed the situation and waved her hand. No need for excessive formality. Zhuang Yang turned to Su Ru, respectfully saying, "Thank you, sect leader." After that, he glanced around, his brow slightly furrowing. "Sect leader, there is something I wonder if I should mention. Our..." Su Ru understood and promptly inquired, "You wish to know why there are only female cultivators in the sect?" Zhuang Yang nodded. Su Ru sighed softly, explaining, "Since the great calamity a century ago, our Qing Jingmen has suffered a decline in fortune, with the yin overpowering the yang, and no male disciples have entered the sect since. Thankfully, fate has smiled upon us, bringing you, a child endowed with spiritual roots, to our Qing Jingmen." While speaking, she gently placed her hand on Zhuang Yang's shoulder, her gesture intimate and natural, her tone becoming more solemn. "Zhuang Yang, the future of the sect, and whether the lineage can regain its former glory, rests solely upon your shoulders." As her words fell, the gazes of all the female cultivators in the hall intensified. Some even couldn't help but lick their lips, their throats subtly swallowing. Ah, is the responsibility so great? Zhuang Yang, oblivious to their reactions, stared blankly at Su Ru, a look of confusion on his face. "Sect leader, I have just entered. The future of the lineage, I fear, may not rest with me." Ahem, Su Ru, sensing her inadvertent slip of the tongue, cleared her throat and clarified. "What I meant to convey is that I hold great expectations for you. Do not feel anxious." Zhuang Yang exhaled in relief and nodded, saying, "I understand now. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation, doing my utmost to live up to the expectations of the sect leader." Su Ru offered a gentle smile before turning her gaze towards the girl in the purple attire. "Qingli, please escort Zhuang Yang to his quarters." With that, she lifted her gaze to the other disciples. "The rest of you, follow me to the council hall for a meeting." Zhuang Yang felt a warmth enveloping his wrist as the girl in purple grasped it, and with a gust beneath his feet, they departed from the square, venturing deeper into the sect's confines. Chapter 2. Such extraordinary privileges? As they strolled along the path, pavilions and waterside terraces shimmered faintly through a delicate veil of rose-hued mist, ethereal, enchanting, and steeped in quiet opulence. It bore little resemblance to the austere, unadorned serenity he had imagined when hearing the word Qingjing, purity and stillness. Nor did the air's lingering sweetness dissipate, a subtle, cloying perfume that clung like a whispered secret. Zhuang Yang could not resist a surreptitious glance at the young woman walking ahead of him. Clad in violet robes, she moved with effortless grace. Her slender waist swayed like a willow branch stirred by a gentle breeze, exuding an ineffable, magnetic allure. "Elder sister, may I ask your name?" he ventured, his voice tinged with bashful hesitation. She turned, eyes luminous and playful, lips curving into a radiant, knowing smile. "I am Su Qingli, within our sect. Formalities are few. Even a nascent spirit cultivator may address a core formation elder as elder sister. You may call me elder sister Qingli." "Elder sister Qingli," he repeated, compliant and earnest, yet inwardly, a quiet ripple of speculation stirred. She, too, bears the surname Su. Could she be related to the sect master? As if reading his unspoken thought, Su Qingli laughed softly. "The sect master is my elder sister." Zhuang Yang offered a strained, awkward chuckle, yet that faint, unsettling dissonance returned. Nebulous and elusive, like smoke slipping through his fingers. Soon, they arrived before a pavilion, less imposing than the grand central hall, yet refined to exquisite perfection. Its azure-tiled roof and pale pink walls harmonized seamlessly with the Sect's overarching aesthetic. Above the entrance hung a lacquered plaque inscribed with 3 elegant, flowing characters. Jingxinggu, the pavilion of tranquil mind. We have arrived. Su Qingli released his sleeve and gestured gracefully toward the building. Brother Zhuang Yang, this shall be your residence henceforth. The entire Jingxinggu is yours alone. What? The entire pavilion, just for me? He stared, wide-eyed, at the 2-story edifice, ornate, stately, resplendent. In his former life, such a structure would have been a sumptuous villa, complete with courtyards and gardens. Yes, entirely yours. She nodded, her smile deepening as she watched astonishment bloom across his youthful face. He gazed at the Jingxinggu, then recalled the cramped, dingy room he'd rented in his past life, and the dilapidated, straw-strewn shed he'd called home in Woniyu town this lifetime. A surge of emotion swelled within him. Awe, disbelief, and a dawning, incredulous joy. Such lavish treatment. How could a mere heterogeneous root cultivator like me possibly deserve this? Then, insight flickered. Ah, of course. Among all disciples here, I am the sole male. The others are all elder sisters. Co-residence would be impractical. Perhaps I owe this privilege to my singular gender. That realization softened his earlier unease, replacing it with a quiet, almost wondrous sense of fortune. Snapping back to awareness, he bowed deeply. Elder Sister Qingli, our sect honors me beyond measure. I swear, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to cultivation and never betray the trust of the sect master or of you. She observed his fervent sincerity, her lips lifting into a faint, enigmatic smile. Then, Brother Zhuang Yang, your future conduct shall be my keenest interest. She paused, then added with gentle authority, but it grows late. You've journeyed far and must be weary. Rest well tonight. Acquaint yourself with your new abode. All else shall be arranged tomorrow. With that, she raised a slender hand and wove several elegant hand seals. From her fingertips, shimmering motes of light darted forth, silent, swift, and dissolved into the surrounding void, weaving unseen wards around the pavilion. Elder sister, what was that? He asked, puzzled. A standard precaution, she replied lightly. New disciples' residences are always warded, to ensure tranquility and safeguard against intrusion. Then, with a graceful nod, she added, settle in at your ease. I must now attend the Grand Assembly Hall. He watched in quiet awe as she mounted her sword and soared skyward, vanishing into the twilight. Then, heart thrumming with exhilaration and wonder, he pushed open the pavilion's lacquered doors. Within, the air was hushed and refined, scented not with cloying sweetness, but with the cool, serene fragrance of aged sandalwood. The ground floor unfolded like a scholar's dream, a spacious reception hall, a well-appointed study, a secluded meditation chamber, and even a private onsen, fed by a clear, spring-fed current. Upstairs, a master chamber awaited, an intricately carved bed draped in silken quilts and down-soft pillows, luxury incarnate. Zhuang Yang wandered, touching polished wood, tracing embroidered silk, breathing in the stillness, dazed, enchanted. Convinced he had stumbled into paradise itself, the Qingjing Men, the sect of pure stillness. Meanwhile, within the assembly hall of the Hahuan Zone, the sect of harmonious union, a different atmosphere reigned. Sect Master Su Ru sat upright upon the central dais, her presence serene yet formidable. Before her stood an assembly of women, each breathtakingly beautiful, each radiating a distinct, potent aura, elegance, fire, mystery, or quiet command. Yet today, their usual languid charm was subdued, replaced by a rare, sober gravity. Su Ru's gaze swept the chamber, calm but incisive. All are present. I have summoned you for one matter alone, Zhuang Yang. She paused, letting the name settle like a bell's resonance. He arrived of his own accord, by sheer, fateful misdirection, into our sect. And to this day, he believes he has entered the Qingjing Men. Her voice lowered, resonant with quiet triumph. This is no accident. It is providence, a celestial gift. The first such opportunity in a century. A singular, irreplaceable catalyst. Her tone hardened, edged with steel. Therefore, until he attains foundation establishment, he must never learn the true nature of our sect. To do so would risk driving away the sole, perfect vessel we have ever encountered. A crimson-robed cultivator, her beauty fierce and intoxicating, leaned forward eagerly. Sect Master, must we truly conceal the truth indefinitely? We have waited so long, the feast lies before us, yet we may not partake. It is agony. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the assembly, eyes gleaming with hunger, with impatience. Su Ru's brow furrowed. Hong Xiao, restrain yourself. Impatience is folly. His current cultivation is too shallow. Premature harvesting would yield less than a tenth of his true potential. Such waste is unforgivable. Her gaze sharpened. He must first stabilize his foundation. Only then will his primordial yang be ripe, potent, and enduring. At that time, he shall be shared, according to merit, among all disciples. Each shall have her due. She paused, letting her words sink in, then added, voice low and grave. But remember this above all, he is not a fleeting tool. He is the linchpin of our sect's resurgence, the very key to our rebirth. Therefore, restraint is sacred. Progress must be measured, deliberate, sustained, like a river, not a flood. To exhaust him, to force him, to take without regard, such transgressions will be met with the full severity of sect law. There will be no leniency. The assembly fell silent, though disappointment lingered, tempered by sober understanding. One sighed, voice laced with weary irony. Alas, the heavenly Tao Alliance's edicts. At last, a junior brother arrives, and yet we must ration him like a scarce elixir. Another replied, bitterness sharpening her tone, indeed. Those sanctimonious hypocrites of the Alliance forbid us from recruiting male disciples, even restrict our movement beyond the mountain gates. We are caged, not cultivated. A third murmured. Voice hushed with melancholy. If only our ancestral matriarch Miayu had prevailed in that ancient war, a heavy silence descended. Even Su Ru remained still, her expression inscrutable. Centuries ago, the Huanzong had reigned unchallenged across the northern Xian realm. Its ancestral matriarch, Miayu, had soared to the very zenith of cultivation, her power unfathomable. With a singular force, one managed to suppress all factions, rendering them incapable of raising their heads. Yet, as the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. Ultimately, this provoked several major sects to unite in a concerted assault. Although the venerable ancestor was valiant, it was ultimately futile. Two fists could not contend against four hands, leading to a grievous retreat. The male disciples, too, were compelled to depart the sect due to a prohibitive edict. Since then, the Huanzong has sealed its mountain and closed its gates, gradually declining. The female disciples recruited thereafter remain, to this day, untouched by worldly affairs. The fact that even she, the sect leader, is among them is nothing short of a profound irony. Presently, although the remnants of the ancestors might afford them some semblance of security, the outside world dares not press too hard. However, the Huanzong itself refrains from overstepping its bounds, merely existing under the weight of this ban. Enough of the past. Let it be. Su Ru waved her hand, suppressing the bitterness within her heart, and recharged her spirit. The foremost priority now is to stabilize Zhuang Yang, aiding his cultivation so that he may establish his foundation at the earliest opportunity. It is imperative that everyone collaborates and performs this act of the pure tranquility sect convincingly, ensuring the true nature of Huanzong remains concealed. Alas, let us disperse. As her words fell, the female cultivators each went their separate ways, their thoughts varying. Upon exiting the discussion hall, most gazes instinctively turned toward the direction of Jing Xingu, filled with longing. Chapter 3. This technique seems unusual at dawn the following day. As the first light of day broke, Zhuang Yang awoke from the exquisitely soft and intricately carved bed, feeling invigorated and refreshed. The fatigue accumulated from days of walking had vanished, and he was filled with boundless energy. Truly, this was a realm of the immortals. He marveled within, filled with enthusiasm as he rolled out of bed. Pushing open the palace door, a wave of fresh air rushed in, carrying with it the faint fragrance of the flowers and grass in the courtyard. To his surprise, the pervasive sweet aroma had significantly diminished. Stepping into the courtyard, he stretched his limbs, shaking off a lingering stiffness. Suddenly, he caught sight of several female cultivators dressed in colorful skirts, gracefully traversing the cobblestone path from outside the courtyard. Some walked alone, while others strolled in pairs or small groups. Each one more beautiful than the last, their figures elegant and poised. A warm surge of courage welled up in Zhuang Yang's heart, and he took the initiative to greet the passing sisters. Good morning, senior sisters. His voice rang clear, imbued with youthful exuberance. The responses from the female cultivators varied. Some inclined their heads slightly, returning his greeting with a faint smile. "Good morning, junior brother." Others stifled gentle laughter, their glances fleetingly lingering on Zhuang Yang before shifting away. A few, particularly bashful, blushed deeply at his gaze, resembling startled fawns, and hastily quickened their pace, almost running away. Watching the graceful figures retreating, Zhuang Yang felt his cheeks flush, and his heart raced involuntarily. In his 2 lifetimes combined, he had never encountered so many beautiful women, let alone greeted them. In his previous life, he hadn't even held a girl's hand. And now in this life, he murmured to himself, touching his still warm face, a delightful thought blossoming in his mind. Was this not akin to stepping directly into a girls' academy upon entering university? As for finding a companion, he chuckled inwardly. Just as this thought emerged, he immediately shook his head vigorously, as if to dispel those alluring notions. No, Zhuang Yang, you have come here to seek enlightenment and wisdom. How can you be so frivolous? The sect master and your senior sisters have high hopes for you. You must devote yourself to your cultivation and not squander this opportunity. While in self-reflection, he noticed several familiar figures passing by outside the courtyard. Zhuang Yang blinked, rubbing his eyes. Were these senior sisters not the ones who had just walked by? Had they returned? Before he could ponder further, a slightly cool voice resonated from above. What gathers you all here? Is there no need for cultivation? Disperse quickly and do not disturb junior brother Zhuang Yang's quietude. It was Su Qingli. As her words fell, the casually passing female cultivators immediately composed themselves and hurriedly departed, not daring to linger. Only then did Su Qingli descend gracefully, cradling a delicate food box in her hands, and approached Zhuang Yang. Junior brother Zhuang Yang, how was your rest? Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I rested exceptionally well. Zhuang Yang replied hastily, noticing the food box in Su Qingli's hands, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Senior sister, this breakfast. It is customary within the sect, Su Qingli responded, offering the food box with a gentle smile. You appear to be brimming with energy. Surely you are eager to begin your cultivation. Indeed. Zhuang Yang nodded vigorously, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Senior sister, when shall we commence our training? Su Qingli was pleased with Zhuang Yang's attitude. With a flick of her wrist, an ancient-looking, thread-bound book and a small, exquisitely crafted bronze bell tied with a red ribbon appeared in her palm. In the path of cultivation, haste leads to stagnation. There is no need for you to rush into specific techniques just yet. This is the foundational technique of our Qingjing sect, known as Qingjing. Take it back and ponder its essence for a few days to solidify your foundation. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to summon me. She then placed the small bell into Zhuang Yang's hands. This is the Lingling bell. Simply ring it within the Jingxin pavilion, and I will sense it and come to you. Zhuang Yang received the technique and bell with great excitement. Yes, I understand and will earnestly contemplate it, not to disappoint your expectations. Senior sister, very well, go now, have your breakfast first, then study the technique, Su Qingli instructed softly. Zhuang Yang expressed his gratitude once more, cradling the food box and technique, and joyfully returned to the Jingxin pavilion. As Su Qingli observed Zhuang Yang's retreating figure until the palace door closed, the gentle smile on her face gradually faded. She then flicked her fingers, reinforcing the barriers outside the palace to ensure that Zhuang Yang would not be easily disturbed. Or rather, that no one could easily intrude upon his studies. Inside the palace, Zhuang Yang placed the food box on the table and eagerly opened the Qingjing. The book appeared aged, its pages yellowed, with a burn mark on the right side of the cover, as if singed by some flame. The title Qingjing was inscribed in bold characters at the center, the ink still fresh. Qingjing. This truly is the foundational technique of our Qingjing sect. Zhuang Yang's heart surged with excitement. I must cultivate diligently. I cannot squander this opportunity. With that, he took a deep breath to steady himself. Then, with one hand opening the food box and the other turning the pages of the technique, he began to read the introductory outline with great seriousness. Before long, he reached for the chopsticks and instinctively glanced into the food box, exclaiming in astonishment. How sumptuous! Inside the food box, the dishes were meticulously arranged, not only featuring a bowl of rice porridge, but also several exquisite and fragrant side dishes. There was even a bowl of braised pork. In an instant, an indescribable wave of emotion surged within him. Zhuang Yang set down his chopsticks and wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. The sect not only accepted him despite his mixed spiritual roots, but also provided such generous accommodations and meals. Truly, truly magnanimous. No wonder they say the sect embraces all. This sect is far superior to those who only value talent and flatter the powerful. Zhuang Yang felt a rush of gratitude and a deep sense of belonging to the Qingjing sect, vowing to repay their kindness with unwavering dedication to his cultivation, striving to achieve great things in due time. Filled with this resolve and appreciation, he quickly finished his breakfast. Following that, without delay, he earnestly delved into the Qingjing Ju. The introductory outline expounded upon sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, guiding the energy into the body to form a cyclone in the dantian, marking the beginning of one's cultivation and the foundation of energy refinement. However, as Zhuang Yang attempted to follow the method described in the technique, immersing his consciousness into the dantian to guide the flow of spiritual energy, as his brow gradually furrowed, he pondered, the flow of spiritual energy, why does it feel somewhat awkward? Especially since it had to traverse certain specific acupoints below, subtly provoking an unbearable restlessness within his body. This sensation was in stark contrast to the essence of tranquility. Hiss. Zhuang Yang set aside his cultivation method, his expression tinged with confusion as he fell into deep contemplation. Something felt amiss. This technique, why did it seem somewhat sinister? The moment this thought emerged, he vehemently shook his head in denial. No. How could I harbor doubts about the sect? Zhuang Yang muttered to himself, his gaze regaining its steadfastness. As the old saying goes, all things are interdependent, existing in a delicate balance of conflict and harmony. To achieve serenity, one must first endure the trials that disturb the heart. The more he contemplated, the more sense it made, and with a sudden epiphany, he slapped his thigh. I understand now. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. It was my ignorance that nearly led me to misconstrue the profound intentions of the sect. This Qingjing Ju, though seemingly peculiar in its path, is in essence an excellent refinement of one's character. Only by maintaining clarity of the spirit amidst the seemingly tumultuous operation of this technique, remaining unmoved, can one truly attain the highest realm of tranquility. It's akin to the notion that only through experiencing temptation can one genuinely comprehend how to resist it. Without practice, there is no authority to speak. The sect has embedded the profound truths of cultivation within the most fundamental techniques. He picked up the Qingjing Ju once more, his eyes now ablaze with fervor and reverence. The earlier doubts had vanished, leaving only boundless admiration for the founding master of the sect. All right, let me personally practice and see if, after this trial, my heart can genuinely achieve a state of purity and effortless existence. Zhuang Yang harbored no further hesitation, completely relaxing his mind, fully guiding the faint thread of spiritual energy within him. Chapter 4. Such insight, truly extraordinary. Within the hall of the sect leader, Su Ru donned a palace attire, yet her usual grace was absent. She paced back and forth, a lingering sorrow etched upon her brow. Upon seeing Su Qingli enter, she immediately halted, her tone urgent as she inquired, "Did you give him the Hehuanju?" "Yes, elder sister," Su Qingli affirmed with a hint of certainty in her voice. "The cover of the technique has been altered, and its name changed to Qingjing Ju. He harbors no suspicions." Despite this reassurance, Su Ru's furrowed brow remained unrelaxed, and she sighed, "Alas, although that's the case, the technique ultimately belongs to our Hehuan sect. The flow of energy and cultivation methods diverge greatly from the orthodox paths. No matter how naive he may be, over time, he will inevitably sense something amiss. You worry too much, sister." Stepping forward, Su Qingli gently comforted her. Zhuang Yang has just entered the realm of cultivation, akin to a blank slate, devoid of any foundational knowledge or comparative techniques. How could he discern whether this method is righteous or malevolent? As long as no one reveals the truth, he will assume that all techniques are as such and will not encounter any discrepancies. After a brief pause, she continued, "Moreover, I have given him the calling spirit bell. If he has any questions regarding the technique, he will come to me. Qingli, you must keep a vigilant eye on Zhuang Yang. He is now entirely under your responsibility." Su Ru instructed solemnly, hesitating momentarily before adding, "But do not harbor any ulterior motives towards him." With a charming smile, Su Qingli reassured her, "Rest assured, sister. The sect's interests come first." As 7 days swiftly passed, within the hall of the sect leader once more, Su Ru summoned Su Qingli again, asking, "Has Zhuang Yang ever rung the calling spirit bell?" Has he raised any questions regarding the technique? Not at all, Su Qingli replied, her delicate brows knitting in concern. In the past few days, I have delivered meals to him punctually. He accepted the food with gratitude and returned to his studies without ever seeking me out. Upon hearing this, Su Ru's heart sank, her complexion shifting slightly. Not even once. This is unusual. Typically, a disciple encountering a new technique would have inquiries. Could it be he has already discovered something, merely keeping it concealed and waiting for the right moment to act? Once these words escaped her lips, Su Qingli too felt a wave of panic. If Zhuang Yang had indeed become aware, how could they continue their charade? The opportunity might just slip away. No, we must act decisively, Su Ru declared. Qingli, find an opportunity. No, this very noon. When you deliver the meal, you must subtly inquire about his progress and insights regarding the technique. We must ascertain his true thoughts. Understood, sister. I will do as instructed, Su Qingli replied promptly. At noon, with the food box in hand, Su Qingli approached the outside of the Jingxin pavilion once more. Taking a deep breath to steady her composure, she pushed the door open. Zhuang Yang was seated on a mat, his aura noticeably more substantial than just a few days prior. Hearing the commotion and recognizing Su Qingli, he immediately rose, bowing respectfully. Qingli Shiji. There is no need for such formalities, Shidi. Su Qingli placed the food box upon the table and casually inquired. You appear well. Have you made progress in your cultivation? How is your understanding of the Qingjingju? Are there any unclear aspects? Upon being questioned about the technique, Zhuang Yang's spirit ignited, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he spoke fervently. Shiji, this Qingjingju is indeed profound. Initially, I found the path of spiritual energy to be somewhat unusual, differing slightly from my conception of tranquility. Su Qingli's heart skipped a beat, yet her expression remained unperturbed. Oh, how do you perceive it? Zhuang Yang thoughtfully analyzed. I am but a dimwit, and it took me considerable contemplation to arrive at an epiphany. As the saying goes, all things are interdependent. To attain true tranquility, one must first endure disturbances. This technique, though it appears convoluted, is, in fact, an exquisite method devised by the sect's predecessors, aimed at tempering the disciple's character. Only by maintaining one's true essence amidst this seemingly tumultuous practice can one genuinely grasp the essence of tranquility and reach the highest realm. Am I correct, Shiji? Su Qingli stood speechless, her lips slightly parted, unable to respond for a moment. She had envisioned countless questions Zhuang Yang might pose and prepared various evasive explanations. However, she never anticipated he would independently arrive at such an extraordinary and coherent understanding. Was Zhuang Yang's insight high or low? To claim it high would imply that his comprehension was entirely off mark. Yet to deem it low would contradict his evident progress in cultivation. Shiji, am I correct in my understanding? Zhuang Yang, noticing Su Qingli's silence, eagerly sought her affirmation. Ah, Shidi. Regaining her composure, Su Qingli gazed into Zhuang Yang's inquisitive eyes and nodded earnestly. Indeed. Precisely so. Your ability to derive such insights and comprehend the deeper meanings of the technique signifies that your insight is indeed remarkable. There is great promise ahead for you. With her affirmation, Zhuang Yang's confidence soared, excitement evident in his voice. Thank you, Shiji, for your recognition. I shall not disappoint your expectations. As he spoke, he actively practiced the technique, gathering a wisp of faint spiritual energy at his fingertips to showcase to Su Qingli. In an instant, Su Qingli realized that within this mere week, Zhuang Yang had successfully drawn energy into his body, officially stepping into the first layer of the qi refining stage. With utmost haste, Su Qingli took to her sword and returned to the hall of the sect leader. How did it go? What did he say? Su Ru approached eagerly. Su Qingli wore a peculiar expression as she recounted Zhuang Yang's reasoning verbatim. Upon hearing this, Su Ru's eyes widened in disbelief, her exquisite face reflecting incredulity. Did he truly say that? Absolutely. Su Qingli affirmed emphatically. Moreover, Zhuang Yang has already entered the first layer of the qi refining stage. His purity of spiritual energy indicates a solid foundational cultivation. Su Ru paused momentarily, then a radiant smile replaced her previous concern, her hands clapping together in delight. Excellent. Excellent. His ability to comprehend such principles and progress smoothly into the qi refining stage. This child is truly a fortuitous gift bestowed upon our Hehuan sect. Qingli, your contributions are invaluable. Moving forward, you must guide him diligently in his cultivation. ensuring he strides confidently along this path of purity. Su Qingli beamed in response, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, sister. Chapter 5. Hong Xiao and Bai Ji. As the night deepened, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings of Jingxin Pavilion. Dressed in a flowing red gown, the enchanting Hong Xiao quietly approached the entrance. She gazed at the hall shrouded in a veil of ethereal barriers and pouted, murmuring to herself, after spending so much time in Huan's sect, I have yet to encounter a true man. I initially came here lured by the sect's reputation, but alas, a century of seclusion and rules more formidable than the heavens. Sigh. With a restless stomp of her foot, she fixed her piercing gaze on Jingxin Pavilion. Now that the heavens have finally opened their eyes and sent me one, the sect leader 1T allow me to approach? They insist on waiting until I reach the foundation stage. Using him once 1T cost me anything. Besides, I promised to be gentle and careful. Ultimately, desire triumphed over reason. A glint of resolution flashed in Hong Xiao's eyes as she extended her finger, gathering a trace of spiritual energy, gently directing it towards the barrier. This barrier, set up by Su Qingli during the early foundation stage, though requiring some effort from Hong Xiao, who was in the mid-foundation stage, was not an insurmountable challenge. Moments later, the barrier shimmered like rippling water, emitting a faint pop before dissipating into nothingness. A triumphant smile danced upon her lips as she swiftly slipped into the hall like a wraith. Following the aura, she stealthily made her way to the second-floor bedroom. Bathed in the faint moonlight seeping through the window, she beheld Zhuang Yang, who lay peacefully asleep upon the bed. The youth's handsome features and steady breathing, the rise and fall of his chest, captivated her. Hong Xiao found herself instinctively swallowing hard, feeling an overwhelming heat coursing through her body. Her heart racing. She licked her parched lips, her voice dripping with a seductive rasp, whispering, "Little junior brother, fear not. Sister will treat you well." As she spoke, she lightened her steps, slowly approaching the bed, her hand reaching for Zhuang Yang's clothing. Just as her fingertips were about to graze his chest, Zhuang Yang suddenly opened his eyes. Their gazes locked. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Hong Xiao was taken aback by his abrupt awakening, her movements momentarily stilled, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Yet, she quickly composed herself, letting out a playful laugh, leaning slightly forward, her eyes shimmering with allure. "Oh, little junior brother, you're awake? Did I disturb you? I am your Hong Xiao sister, here to check on you after hearing you entered the sect." Her gaze roamed over Zhuang Yang, who was clad only in his inner garments. Her intentions glaringly evident. Zhuang Yang felt a rush of heat to his head, his heart pounding, instinctively retreating, swallowing hard. "Sister Hong Xiao? It's rather late. Is it appropriate for you to enter a disciple's quarters like this? What is inappropriate about it?" Hong Xiao chuckled, inching closer, her breath fragrant as she continued. "The night is long, and I feared you might be lonely, so I came to keep you company and alleviate your boredom. Such a handsome junior brother. Did you have any crushes in the mortal realm? Or perhaps a fleeting romance?" Zhuang Yang turned crimson at her bold words, shaking his head in earnest. "No, none at all." "Oh." Hong Xiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "So you've never been with a woman?" Zhuang Yang's face turned an even deeper shade of red as he nodded. Hearing this, Hong Xiao's heart surged with elation, her smile growing more beguiling. "That is perfect. I haven't been with a man either." As she spoke, her restless hand reached out once more, pressing directly against Zhuang Yang's chest. A jolt of warmth coursed through him, leaving his mind blank, consumed by a singular thought. Such fortune. However, just as his senses began to waver, a clear stream of consciousness flowed through his mind. Qing Jingju. In that instant, clarity dawned upon him. A trial. This must be an arrangement by the sect, a test of his character. To attain true tranquility, one must first endure disturbances. Daylight's cultivation disrupts the inner self. Night's beauty distracts the outer self. How benevolent are the elders of the sect. With this realization, Zhuang Yang's previously dazed expression sharpened into focus. He suddenly rolled over, agilely positioning himself on the inner side of the bed before leaping up, distancing himself several steps from Hong Xiao. Though his breath was slightly uneven, his demeanor was resolute. This sequence of movements bewildered Hong Xiao, who had been preparing to advance further, her outstretched hand frozen midair. Staring at him, she asked, Zhuang junior brother? What are you doing?" Zhuang Yang took a deep breath, his tone imbued with certainty. "Sister Hong Xiao, you need not continue this charade. I understand now. This is yet another test from the sect, is it not? A trial to see if a disciple can maintain their integrity in the face of temptation and not stray from the path of purity. Hong Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend his words. What trial? I am sincere. I have taken a liking to you and wish to be your partner. Are you suggesting that I am unworthy of you? The sister misinterpreted. Zhuang Yang's resolve was unwavering, like granite. I am acutely aware of my lowly cultivation and unsteady heart. I dare not slacken my efforts, nor indulge in romantic entanglements. I shall devote myself to diligent practice, living up to the sect's expectations. Hong Xiao felt a tightness in her chest at Zhuang Yang's earnest words. Sensing that soft tactics had failed, a glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes, ready to resort to force. With her mid-foundation stage prowess, dealing with a mere first-layer Qi disciple would be child's play. However, just as she prepared to act, her ears perked up at the faint sound of footsteps outside. Panic gripped her heart. Should she be discovered trespassing in Zhuang Yang's quarters at such an hour, especially if she intended to force her will? Even her mid-foundation stage skills would not save her. Swiftly, her gaze darted around the room, locking onto the large wardrobe in the corner. Do not tell anyone about my presence here. Hong Xiao instructed Zhuang Yang, her voice urgent. Without a moment to ponder, she swiftly slipped into the wardrobe, gently closing the doors to leave a narrow gap for observation. Zhuang Yang stood there, bewildered, still processing the events, when a figure clad in a simple white dress quietly entered through the door. The newcomer, graceful and poised, bore a striking contrast to Hong Xiao's fiery allure, resembling a delicate orchid under the moonlight, exuding a cool yet captivating charm. The young woman's eyes brimmed with emotion, and a faint, elusive smile graced her lips. As her gaze danced, an unmistakable allure enveloped her. Zhuang Yang, my junior, why are you still awake at such an hour? Did you know your elder sister would be visiting? Her voice, sweet and enchanting, tugged at the heartstrings. I am Baizhi. I have heard of your exceptional talents, and I have come to pay you a visit. A sudden jolt ran through Zhuang Yang's heart. What is happening tonight? Is this another trial, one that comes with relentless challenges? He steeled himself and replied, Greetings, senior sister Baizhi. Baizhi stepped closer, her gaze scrutinizing Zhuang Yang, her eyes seemingly laced with temptation. The long night can be lonely, and I cannot bear to see my junior suffer in solitude. I have come to alleviate your loneliness. As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand, her fingertips carrying a chill, poised to caress Zhuang Yang's cheek. Chapter 6. What? The sect master herself launches a midnight ambush? Zhuang Yang retreated several paces, his tone resolute. Senior sister Baizhi, this disciple's heart is devoted solely to the Tao. No transgression shall I commit. Though I deeply appreciate this trial, I respectfully decline. Upon hearing these words, Baizhi's smile softened, her eyes flickering with faint displeasure. A trial? How amusing! Junior brother, do you truly believe I am unworthy of your regard? Yet whether you esteem me or not matters little. This matter admits no refusal. As she spoke, her aura rippled faintly, an unmistakable sign she intended to compel compliance. Against her foundation establishment, cultivation prowess, Zhuang Yang's mere qi condensation, level cultivation rendered him utterly powerless. Yet, just as she raised her hand to act, tap-tap footsteps echoed once more beyond the door. Baizhi stiffened, her expression shifting instantly. She swiftly reined in her aura, instinctively scanning the chamber, her gaze halting upon the large armoire. Do not breathe a word that I was here, she whispered sharply. Then, in a blur of motion, slipped inside. The next instant, she recoiled in shock. Senior sister Hong Xiao? You? Shu. The two women locked eyes, speechless, breathless, wedged together in the cramped, shadowed confines, peering through the narrowest crevice at the room beyond. Moments later, Su Qingli appeared at the threshold. A faint flush tinged her cheeks. Beneath her composed exterior, an unspoken restlessness stirred. Senior sister Qingli? Zhuang Yang blinked in surprise, recognizing her at once. Su Qingli cleared her throat, striving to preserve her composure. Junior brother Zhuang Yang, why are you still awake? I was just about to retire, he replied, his gaze, unbidden, darting toward the armoire. Though bewildered by the cryptic warnings of both senior sisters, he dared not disregard them. I see, and how fares your cultivation of the scripture? She asked, drawing nearer, her voice softening, her posture leaning in. Junior brother, actually her words died mid-sentence. Her expression contorted, suddenly pale, suddenly urgent. That aura, elder sister Ru. Sensing Su Ru's presence, Su Qingli's composure shattered. Without hesitation, her eyes snapped to the armoire. "Junior brother, do not tell the sect master I am here." With that, she darted forward, wrenched the door open, and froze. There, crammed within the narrow space, were Hong Xiao and Bai Ji, twisted into an absurd, precarious tangle. 3 pairs of wide eyes met in stunned silence. The air itself seemed to thicken, suspended in sheer, suffocating awkwardness. Then, Su Ru's voice, honeyed and languid, drifted in from beyond the threshold. "Zhuang Yang, are you at rest?" Su Qingli's pulse leapt. In one desperate motion, she lunged for the armoire. "Make room, quickly," Hong Xiao whispered, flustered. "There's no room left." Bai Ji hissed, "Find another hiding place." "No time." Su Qingli gritted her teeth and forced herself inside, slamming the door shut behind her. What in the heavens is happening? Zhuang Yang glanced at the armoire, his brow furrowed in mortified bewilderment, then turned toward the doorway, where Su Ru glided in with the serene grace of a lotus unfolding upon still water. He bowed deeply. "Sectmaster, I was just preparing to retire. You're still awake? How fortunate." Su Ru smiled, warm, radiant, her waist swaying gently as she approached. Her lips parted to speak, but before another syllable could escape, crash. The armoire, strained beyond endurance, burst open. 3 slender, flustered figures tumbled forth in disarray, stumbling, sprawling, collapsing onto the floor in a tangle of silken robes and disheveled hair. Su Ru turned and gasped, her delicate mouth parting in sheer astonishment. The 3 scrambled upright, their hairpins askew, their faces flushed with panic and shame. Bowing low, they murmured in unison, voices trembling, "Sectmaster, greetings you." All 3 of you. Su Ru's cheeks burned crimson. She well knew their intentions, and her own. For a breathless moment, she stood speechless, caught between authority and complicity. The chamber fell into a silence so profound, one might hear a single leaf descend. Then, Zhuang Yang broke the stillness. He looked at Su Ru, voice hushed yet steady. "Sectmaster, may I inquire, was my conduct just now deemed satisfactory for the trial?" Su Ru blinked, then instantly seized the lifeline. "A trial, yes." Her voice regained its regal poise, though the blush lingered like rose-petal blush upon porcelain. "Zhuang Yang, you possess keen insight. Indeed, tonight's events were a special sect-wide test of your moral fortitude." She spoke with growing confidence, her tone softening into its familiar warmth. "You faced manifold temptations, yet remained steadfast in purpose, unswayed from the sacred path of cultivation. Your performance was exemplary. Truly excellent." She paused, then added briskly, "Rest well. Tomorrow's practice demands diligence." And with that, she pivoted sharply, nearly fleeing, her composure teetering on the edge of collapse. Without glancing back, she addressed the 3 flustered disciples. "What are you still doing here? Do not disturb your junior brother's rest." "Yes." Sect Master Su Qingli, Hong Xiao, and Bai Ji fled, heads bowed, cheeks burning, stepping out in swift, mortified succession, each hastening faster than the last. Zhuang Yang watched them go, 4 exquisite, distinctly captivating silhouettes vanishing beyond the threshold. He swallowed hard, then pressed a hand to his chest, heart still racing. Heavens above, what a trial! All so breathtakingly beautiful, and so dangerously alluring, I nearly lost myself. His thoughts drifted unbidden, visions of their radiant faces, their graceful forms, shimmering in his mind's eye, stirring quiet, tender ripples in his heart. I wonder when might I find a Tao companion of my own. Anyone would do, so long as she possessed even a fraction of their grace. To walk the Tao beside such a woman, my life would be complete. The thought had barely taken root when he shook his head sharply, chastising himself. "Zhuang Yang, what nonsense is this? These senior sisters cultivate at Foundation establishment or higher. Sect Master Su Ru herself has reached the Golden Core realm. And I? Merely a fledgling Qi condensation novice, insignificant, unremarkable, unworthy." Their trial was never about desire. It was a mirror, a goad, a sacred summons to cultivate, to rise, to strive, to become worthy. To falter now would not only shame me, it would burden them. I would become the sect's weakest link. With that, all lingering fantasy dissolved, replaced by sober resolve, by urgent purpose. He climbed back into bed, closed his eyes, and began reciting the Jing Qing Ju, each syllable a vow, each breath a step toward clarity, toward strength, toward the Tao. At the same time, outside the tranquil heart pavilion, Su Ru's face was as cold as frost as she stared at the 3 female disciples before her, their heads hanging low in dejection. Her chest rose and fell slightly with suppressed anger. Without a word, she formed hand seals with both hands, swiftly weaving a layer of robust, shimmering, and formidable restrictions around the perimeter of the Tranquil Heart Pavilion. Given her mid-stage golden core cultivation, the restrictions she set were utterly impenetrable to any Foundation establishment cultivator. Su Qingli, Hong Xiao, and Baiji watched the restrictions with helpless eyes, their last shred of hope completely shattered. Su Ru turned around, her stern gaze sweeping over the three before settling on Su Qingli. Her tone was icy. Let today's matter end here. Bury it deep within yourselves, as if it never happened. From now on, abandon these improper thoughts. She fixed her eyes particularly on Su Qingli, her expression filled with exasperation and disappointment. Especially you, Qingli. I entrusted Zhuang Yang entirely to your care, expecting you to guide his cultivation and watch over him. Yet, what have you done? You led the way in this mischief. Su Qingli hung her head, chastised, but upon hearing the accusation of leading the mischief, she couldn't help muttering softly, Elder sister. Didn't you also? Still daring to talk back? Su Ru's fair face flushed crimson once more, her phoenix eyes widening with imposing authority. Su Qingli shrank back in fear, lowering her head even further, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. This disciple acknowledges her mistake. In the future, I will certainly be more careful. Su Ru glanced at the equally uneasy Hong Xiao and Baiji beside her, her irritation growing. Mere verbal warnings would have limited effect on these female cultivators who had suppressed their emotions for over a decade, decades, or even a century. Her eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing within them as she pondered. It seems restrictions and sect rules alone are insufficient. I must devise a way to forge a batch of special Tranquil Heart artifacts for all of you to wear, to restrain your restless hearts. What? Su Qingli abruptly raised her head. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Hong Xiao and Baiji exchanged bewildered glances. Tranquil Heart artifacts? Was the sect leader planning to place shackles upon them? Chapter 7. The sect's holy maiden in the dead of night. Zhuang Yang abruptly sat up in bed, irritably rubbing his temples. He felt that the trace of spiritual energy circulating within him according to the Qingjing, Zhu not only failed to bring the anticipated tranquility, but instead acted like a delicate feather, incessantly teasing the strings of his heart. This left him restless and unable to fall asleep. It seems my cultivation is insufficient. I must practice more diligently. He sighed, attributing his plight to his own ignorance and lack of effort. Since sleep eluded him, he decided to rise, don his outer garments, and step out of his chamber. The courtyard of the Jingxin Pavilion appeared exceptionally serene under the moonlight. Exiting the main hall, Zhuang Yang arrived at the back courtyard, and his gaze fell upon a hoe lying in the corner. If the techniques could not calm his mind, then he would resort to the simplest form of labor to aid his slumber. Exhaustion would surely lead to sleep. With determination, he approached the hoe and made his way to the barren patch of land in the back courtyard. Taking a deep breath, he swung the hoe and began to till the soil, the earthy scent enveloping him as the strenuous labor soon had him panting and drenched in sweat. Yet, amidst the pure fatigue, the chaotic thoughts in his mind and the inexplicable restlessness within him gradually subsided. He thought of nothing, merely focusing mechanically on wielding the hoe, loosening the earth. After laboring for over 2 hours, he had thoroughly plowed the sizable expanse of barren land behind the Jingxin Pavilion. A sense of accomplishment welled within him as he gazed upon the soft, level earth. Returning to the pavilion, Zhuang Yang rummaged through some unknown spiritual seeds and, without hesitation, evenly scattered them into the freshly turned soil. Having completed these tasks, he trudged back to his chamber, collapsing onto his pillow and sinking into a deep sleep. Remarkably, not long after he left the back courtyard, the seeds he had just sown began to sprout, breaking through their shells at a visibly rapid pace, emerging as tender green shoots. The next day, Zhuang Yang awoke languidly. Though his body still bore some aches, his spirit felt remarkably invigorated. After a quick wash and dressing, he ventured into the courtyard to stretch his limbs. Breathing in the fresh morning air, his gaze inadvertently drifted outside the courtyard. Indeed, he observed several senior sisters hurriedly passing by, seemingly busier than the day before. He faintly overheard snippets of conversation wafting towards him. Hurry, hurry. The alchemy chamber has issued new tasks, and the contribution points are plentiful. I must rush to the talisman hall to line up. I need to be among the top to accumulate more contribution points. Then, I can enjoy the privileges first. Zhuang Yang was taken aback, His curiosity piqued. Tasks? Contribution points? Enjoying privileges? What were they referring to? Just as he pondered these questions, Su Qingli approached gracefully, carrying a food box. A jade pendant emitting a soft white light hung from her waist. It was this very item that allowed her to bypass the formidable restrictions imposed by Su Ru, granting her free access to the Jingxin Pavilion. Junior brother Zhuang Yang, it is time for breakfast, Su Qingli said as she presented the food box to him. Zhuang Yang accepted it gratefully and could not suppress his curiosity, asking, Sister Qingli, I just overheard a few senior sisters discussing tasks and contribution points. What are those? How does one receive tasks? And what can one do with accumulated contribution points? Upon hearing this, Su Qingli's expression shifted to one of mild awkwardness. She instinctively swallowed, a complex emotion rising within her. These senior sisters were working diligently on tasks and accumulating contribution points, not for themselves, but for this little junior brother. Ever since you arrived, the previously stagnant and gloomy Huan sect had unexpectedly regained its vitality. Tasks that once went unclaimed now had everyone clamoring to complete them in hopes of earning the opportunity to cultivate alongside you. Those neglected medicinal fields were nearly overrun with eager planters in just a few days. Of course, she could not voice these thoughts. Instead, she composed herself and vaguely explained, Oh, that is a system established by the sect to encourage disciples in their cultivation and the development of the sect. By completing various tasks, one can earn contribution points. As for their use, junior brother, you need not concern yourself with that now. Focus on your cultivation, enhance your skills, and aim to establish your foundation as soon as possible. That is the priority. Zhuang Yang nodded, seeming to understand. It appeared that receiving tasks and utilizing contribution points were privileges reserved for those who had established their foundation. He realized he must strive harder. At that moment, Su Qingli noticed several female cultivators loitering near the stone path outside the Jingxin Pavilion, their gazes occasionally drifting towards the courtyard. She furrowed her brow and raised her voice, laced with a hint of reprimand. What are you all doing gathered here? Didn't you hear the bell? Hurry to the square to assemble and collect your magical implements. Upon hearing her words, the female cultivators reluctantly dispersed. Zhuang Yang's curiosity was once again ignited. Sister Qingli, what magical implements are being distributed? Do I have a share? A flicker of embarrassment crossed Su Qingli's face as she stammered. Well, they are items uniformly distributed by the sect, a few trinkets to assist in cultivation. You won't need them for now. Just focus on practicing the Qingjing Ju. Though she spoke thus, her thoughts were quite different. Those were the calming locks her sister had hurriedly forged to prevent them from disturbing your meditation. You, the prize gem, are now being watched closely. All right, sister, I shall return to my cultivation. Zhuang Yang replied, slightly disappointed but not pressing further, taking the food box back to his room to continue his serene practice. Watching Zhuang Yang's retreating figure, Su Qingli let out a soft sigh. This task of guarding the precious seedling was indeed no easy feat. She had to fend off the hungry wolves outside, while also managing the restless fawn stirring within her heart. Meanwhile, in the sect square, a group of beautiful and graceful female cultivators gathered, gazing at the magical implements displayed on the jade platform with furrowed brows. These were the calming locks that Su Ru had forged overnight. Master, we are the Huan sect. How can we be made to wear these? One bold female cultivator could not help but complain, inciting a chorus of agreement. Indeed, Master, I swear I will not disturb junior brother Zhuang Yang. Can't we avoid wearing these? Another female cultivator pleaded pitifully. Is it possible, Master, that even a lady must be cautious? Someone attempted to deceive. Su Ru stood before the jade platform, her expression as serene as still water, yet her heart was filled with helplessness. However, for the sake of long-term strategy, she had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Clearing her throat, she summoned a hint of magical energy, her voice resonating clearly in the ears of each disciple. Silence. Instantly, the square fell into a hush, all eyes fixated upon Su Ru. Her gaze swept across the crowd, her tone softening, imbued with sincerity. Esteemed disciples, I understand the confusion and even grievance that resides within you. Yet, you must comprehend that our sect is currently at a pivotal moment not seen in a century. The emergence of Zhuang Yang is a fortuitous opportunity, a beacon of hope for Hehuan Zone to reclaim its former glory. Therefore, we must exercise utmost caution. We cannot, in a moment of haste, hasten growth and thus jeopardize our foundational roots. This tranquility lock is not a means of confinement, but rather a tool to help you gather your thoughts, deepen your cultivation, and better accumulate strength for the future of our sect. I implore you to prioritize the greater good and cooperate for the time being. Upon hearing these words, although many disciples remained reluctant, they found it difficult to openly oppose her. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a figure clad in white silently entered the square. The newcomer wore a pure white gown, untouched by dust. Her beauty was breathtaking, her eyes exuding an icy detachment, radiating an aura that urged others to keep their distance. This stood in stark contrast to the pervasive allure that characterized Zhuang. Chapter 8. The Saintess's forceful kiss. The woman strode directly towards the jade platform, utterly oblivious to the gazes cast upon her. She did not spare a glance at Su Ru, merely extending her delicate fingers to casually pick up a calm heart lock from the table. With a subtle release of spiritual energy, the lock transformed into a silvery light and adorned itself upon her. Having completed her actions, she turned expressionlessly, her lotus-like footsteps gliding away. Just as silently as she had arrived, she departed from the square. Throughout her brief presence, she had uttered not a single word. The entire square fell into an extraordinary silence during the fleeting moment of her appearance until the white figure vanished completely, at which point whispers surged forth like a tide. When did the Zhuang Saintess emerge from her seclusion? She remains as frigid as ever, truly deserving of her title as our sect Saintess. Did she put it on so decisively? Who can fathom the thoughts of this Saintess? It feels as though she is entirely out of sync with our Zhuang sect. Nevertheless, she seems unaffected while wearing it, still exuding an ethereal grace. Su Ru gazed in the direction of Zhuang's departure, her expression complex. Zhuang, the contemporary Saintess of Zhuang sect, was an exceptionally unique figure within the sect. Gifted with extraordinary talent and profound cultivation, she possessed a demeanor of icy aloofness. She seemed disinterested in the sect's traditional teachings, preferring to remain in seclusion for years, pursuing her own path to enlightenment. The cooperation from Zhuang was unexpected for Su Ru, yet it inadvertently alleviated much of her pressure. With the Saintess leading by example and bolstered by Su Ru's previous reassurances and warnings, the other female disciples obediently stepped forward to receive their respective calm heart locks. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Ru, prompting her to transform into a streak of light and ascend into the air. Moments later, she landed behind Zhuang and softly called out, "Zhuang, wait. Is there something the senior sister requires?" Zhuang paused in her graceful steps, slowly turning around, her voice as frosty as ever. "It is about Zhuang Yang." Su Ru explained the situation to Zhuang, subsequently advising, "I hope you will cooperate. Currently, everyone in Zhuang sect is concealing the truth from Zhuang Yang. Let us call it the Qingjing men." Zhuang lowered her gaze, seemingly in contemplation. After a brief moment, she softly replied, "Understood, senior sister." Su Ru nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief in her heart. Though this junior sister was cool in temperament and somewhat of a recluse, she was always aware of the larger picture and exercised great discretion in her actions. With just a bit of guidance, there would surely be no mishaps. With her mind at ease, she turned to continue overseeing the distribution of the calm heart locks in the square, entirely unaware that her trusted junior sister had already transformed into a streak of light, heading directly towards the Calm Heart Pavilion. Meanwhile, within the Calm Heart Pavilion, Zhuang Yang sat cross-legged upon a mat, his brow slightly furrowed as he diligently studied the increasingly profound Qingjing Ju. Suddenly, a soft creak echoed as the hall's door swung open with an unseen force. In the next moment, a figure as cool and radiant as moonlight stepped in, instantly capturing Zhuang Yang's attention. The newcomer, clad in white, possessed an otherworldly beauty and an ethereal demeanor, akin to a celestial being from the heavens. Strikingly different from all the senior sisters he had encountered before. Her beauty bore no trace of seduction, yet radiated an exhilarating chill. For a moment, Zhuang Yang was entranced, his mind consumed by a singular thought. She must be the most stunning senior sister in the sect. "Are you Zhuang Yang?" Zhuang's cool voice broke the silence as she approached him. The door behind her closed quietly, seemingly of its own accord. Regaining his senses, Zhuang Yang hurriedly rose, bowing respectfully. "Disciple Zhuang Yang, greetings, senior sister. May I inquire who you are?" However, before he could finish his sentence, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As Zhuang's frosty gaze settled upon Zhuang Yang's face, it was as though ice and snow began to thaw. Her once placid eyes suddenly ignited with fervent light. A blush crept onto her cheeks at a visible pace, and her breathing quickened. In the next instant, to Zhuang Yang's astonishment, Zi Yuan's form flickered, appearing directly before him. A refreshing, delicate fragrance enveloped him, followed by the sensation of two soft, cool lips pressing against his own with an irresistible force. Zhuang Yang's eyes widened in shock, instinctively attempting to push her away, his hands resting on her shoulders. Yet he found her seemingly delicate frame possessed astonishing strength, rendering him immobile. He struggled desperately, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, helplessly enduring this sudden, overwhelmingly forceful kiss. The sensation of suffocation crept upon him, and his cheeks flushed crimson. Just as he felt he might lose consciousness, Zi Yuan abruptly released him, stepping back a fraction. Her originally fair and delicate face was now flushed, her chest heaving violently, breathing erratic. The once cold glimmer in her eyes now shimmered with moisture, a gaze that was both dazed and chaotic, exuding an almost frenzied possessiveness and satisfaction. This starkly contrasted with her previously ethereal demeanor. "Senior," Zhuang Yang gasped for breath, seeking to comprehend the situation. However, Zi Yuan offered no words, casting a lingering glance at him before decisively turning to leave. "What just happened?" Zhuang Yang stared at Zi Yuan's swiftly vanishing silhouette, panting heavily. His legs felt weak, nearly giving way beneath him. In the next moment, he collapsed onto the mat, his lips still tinged with the cool, soft sensation and the lingering fragrance. Raising a hand to touch his lips, his mind buzzed with confusion, overwhelmed by a whirlwind of thoughts. What on earth transpired? That breathtakingly beautiful senior sister, so cold as ice, was this a higher-level trial? Had I utterly failed the test? Zhuang Yang murmured to himself, his heart in turmoil. Amidst his bewilderment, an unusual sensation suddenly surged from his dantian. A wave of icy spiritual energy, arising from an unknown source, violently erupted within the nascent cyclone he had only recently formed. "Ah!" Zhuang Yang screamed in agony, feeling his energy expand painfully, intense suffering coursing through his entire being. Gradually, he curled up on the ground, uncontrollably convulsing in agony. Veins throbbed upon his forehead, and cold sweat soaked through his garments. Within mere moments, he could no longer endure the torment, succumbing to unconsciousness. Time slipped away, and in the midst of a hazy darkness, Zhuang Yang faintly heard a familiar and anxious voice calling out to him. "Zhuang Yang, junior brother, what has happened? Please awaken." It was the voice of Su Qingli. Zhuang Yang struggled, his eyelids heavy as he managed to pry them open slightly. His blurred vision gradually sharpened, revealing Su Qingli's delicate face, etched with concern. "Sister, senior sister," he rasped, feeling as though every part of him was in disarray and aching. "You are awake. How wonderful." Su Qingli exhaled in relief, hastily assisting Zhuang Yang to sit up. "What happened? Why did you faint? Did something go awry during your cultivation?" Zhuang Yang rubbed his throbbing temples, striving to recollect, just moments ago. Yet, amidst his thoughts, he suddenly became aware of the peculiarities within his body. Chapter 9. Captured on the spot. Zhuang Yang discerned that the originally narrow qi had unexpectedly expanded significantly. The ethereal energy, initially as thin as a thread, had multiplied several times, imparting an unprecedented sense of fullness. His cultivation level had unconsciously surged from the first layer of qi refinement to the third layer. I have broken through." Zhuang Yang, feeling the surging power within him, wore an expression of disbelief. Su Qingli was momentarily taken aback and released her spiritual sense to thoroughly investigate Zhuang Yang's condition. Upon doing so, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, and she gasped, "Third layer of qi refinement? Junior brother, how could you achieve this in just a few days? Your progress is astonishing." Zhuang Yang, still in a state of bewilderment, stammered, I don't know how I broke through." Observing Zhuang Yang's dazed demeanor, Su Qingli quickly pieced together the truth. It must have been Zhuang Yang's relentless diligence and eagerness for success that led to an overexertion of his spiritual energy, causing him to faint momentarily. However, by a twist of fate, he had opened his meridians and achieved a breakthrough. While she was thrilled by Zhuang Yang's rapid advancement, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. She quickly adopted a serious demeanor, channeling her inner senior sister, and cautioned, "Junior brother Zhuang Yang, the path of cultivation requires balance. Excess in any endeavor leads to detriment. You must not push yourself too hard, for if you injure your foundation, it will result in irreparable loss. After saying this, she felt a conflict within her. Logically, Zhuang Yang's early foundation establishment would benefit everyone and was eagerly anticipated by the sect. Yet if he practiced too aggressively and harmed himself, it would be a tremendous loss. It was crucial to find the right balance. All right, Zhuang Yang responded, still immersed in the confusion of his cultivation surge. Rest well, junior brother Zhuang Yang. I've left your meal on the table, Su Qingli said, her heart racing as she suddenly recalled an urgent matter she had yet to address. I must take my leave. With that, she abruptly stood and hurried away from the Jingxin pavilion, internally lamenting. I need to quickly obtain some Qingxin powder. This little junior brother is truly a handful. Zhuang Yang watched Su Qingli depart, feeling an unsettling sense that something was amiss. He strained to recall the events leading up to his fainting. It seemed something significant had transpired. There appeared to be a white figure, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance. Yet no matter how hard he tried, that memory remained shrouded in a thick fog, obscuring the details. It seemed he had indeed overexerted himself in his cultivation. Unable to comprehend it, he decided to put it aside for now. At this point, he should focus on eating. After finishing his meal, he would solidify his third layer of qi refinement. Meanwhile, deep within the Huan sect, in a private cave abundant in spiritual energy, Ziyuan sat cross-legged upon a cold jade bed. A rare look of astonishment graced her typically serene and beautiful features. How could this be? Utterly ineffective. In the Jingxin pavilion, her seemingly impulsive kiss on Zhuang Yang was, in fact, an attempt to employ a technique for energy absorption. This technique could silently absorb the male cultivator's Yuan Yang energy to nourish herself and break through her bottleneck. Ziyuan had been stuck at the early stage of foundation building for several years, and conventional methods had proven ineffective. The emergence of Zhuang Yang as a furnace was an irresistible temptation for her, a chance to break the stalemate. She had assumed her profound cultivation and discreet methods would allow her to seize this opportunity without detection, potentially propelling her to the pinnacle of the early foundation building stage. However, the outcome was entirely beyond her expectations. There was no sign of loosening at her bottleneck, and instead, she felt a slight disarray in her internal energy, as if a portion of her yuan qi had leaked. This was utterly inconceivable. For her, at the early stage of foundation building, to attempt to absorb energy from a qi refinement stage novice should have been a simple task, with no possibility of such a backlash. Was it his unique constitution? Or was I too hasty, executing the technique incorrectly? Ziyuan furrowed her brows, lost in thought. Admittedly, she had never employed this technique before. It was only logical that using it for the first time could lead to mistakes. It seemed, I must be more cautious next time, ensuring I do not act so recklessly. Time was of the essence. Tonight is the night. On the other side, within the sect leader's hall, Su Qingli reported to Su Ru the extraordinary circumstances surrounding Zhuang Yang's inexplicable fainting and subsequent breakthrough to the third layer of qi refinement. The third layer of qi refinement, so quickly? Su Ru's initial reaction was one of delight, but her brows soon knitted with concern. While the speed of his cultivation was indeed admirable, the circumstances surrounding his fainting felt suspicious. Reflecting on the previous incidents with Hong Xiao and Bai Ji, as well as her own and her sister's close calls, the hope of the sect must not encounter any mishaps. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ru made a decision. Qingli, you will continue to oversee Zhuang Yang's daily affairs, but I will closely observe him from the shadows for a while to ensure everything is secure. Yes, sister, Su Qingli readily agreed, feeling somewhat reassured. With her sister keeping watch, it seemed much safer. That night, under a starry sky, Su Ru silently floated above the Jingxin pavilion, her form merging with the night. Her powerful mid-foundation building spiritual sense enveloped the entire pavilion like an invisible wave, carefully perceiving any movement within. Zhuang Yang appeared to have fallen asleep, his breath steady. However, just as Su Ru believed all was calm, a streak of cold energy, akin to a ghost, stealthily approached the Jingxin pavilion. That aura is Ziyuan. Su Ru's heart sank. Why is she here? She watched as Ziyuan slowed her movement, arriving outside the Jingxin pavilion. Then, with a hand gesture, a layer of spiritual light enveloped her, allowing her to quietly slip inside, without triggering any restrictions. Ziyuan, what are you doing? Just as Ziyuan was about to enter, Su Ru immediately transmitted her voice, demanding an explanation. Upon hearing the voice resonating in her mind, Ziyuan's body trembled. her movements abruptly freezing. After a moment, she looked up in astonishment, gazing towards the sky. The instant she caught sight of Su Ru's figure, her cold cheeks betrayed a hint of panic for the first time. "Shiji, what brings you here?" Su Ru let out a cold snort. "I have come here to protect Zhuang Yang during his cultivation. I am merely concerned about some audacious and unruly cats who might be unable to contain their impatience and sneak around." Zi Yuan lowered her gaze, evading Su Ru's sharp glare. Her voice remained icy, yet lacked conviction. "Shiji, how could you say such a thing? I am not one to act recklessly. I only came here to— Do you still dare to claim otherwise?" Su Ru's tone intensified in the dead of night. "Concealing your presence and sneaking in, what else could you be up to? Are you seeking to engage in clandestine discussions with Shidi regarding cultivation?" Zi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing she could not deny the accusation. After a brief silence, she confessed, "Shiji, so what if I am here for such purposes? It is all in the name of the Tao. I ask you to grant me this favor. I assure you, it will be over swiftly and will not harm his foundation." Su Ru, infuriated yet mocking, resolutely rejected her. "No. You must wait until Zhuang Yang has established his foundation. This is an ironclad rule set by the sect, and no one is exempt. Do you wish to jeopardize the future of He Huanzong for your own selfish desires?" Seeing Su Ru's unwavering stance, Zi Yuan understood that her goal for the night was unattainable. She took a deep breath, suppressing her frustration and restlessness. "Very well, since Shiji insists, I shall abide by the sect's regulations. Once he has established his foundation, I will be the first." Su Ru let out a cold laugh. "Only those with high contribution points have the privilege of priority. Zi Yuan, you have been in seclusion for so long, detached from sect affairs. If I recall correctly, your current contribution points are still 0, are they not?" At these words, Zi Yuan's cold cheeks twitched slightly. After a disdainful snort, she activated her escape light, leaving the Jingxin pavilion in silence, vanishing into the night. Su Ru watched the direction in which Zi Yuan had departed, massaging her throbbing temples, feeling utterly exhausted. She had never anticipated that the usually aloof and ethereal saintess, Zi Yuan, would engage in such furtive and dubious activities under the cover of darkness. Truly, within this sect, there was not a single individual who could bring peace of mind. Chapter 10. Has someone touched you? The following day, before the first light of dawn, Zhuang Yang was already awake. Sitting cross-legged, he felt an abundance of spiritual energy within him, amplified several-fold compared to before, filling his heart with unprecedented motivation. Without a trace of complacency, he cast aside all distractions and began to cultivate the Qingjingju. In moments of meditation, fragments of memories from his 2 lifetimes occasionally flickered through his mind. In his first life, he grew up in an orphanage, surviving solely through social welfare and the kindness of others. Yet, he bore no resentment towards fate. Instead, he persevered with tenacity. Through relentless study, he finally received an offer from his dream university. However, fate played a cruel trick, and on the way to enroll, he was suddenly struck by a car. Perhaps the heavens took pity, granting him a second chance at life. Zhuang Yang whispered softly with his eyes closed, reflecting on this life, where he was reborn into the Xintian continent. Once again, he was a small beggar, relying on the kindness of the residents of Woniu, the town, to grow up amidst hardships. His journey had been fraught with trials until he finally entered the Qingjing sect. The sect did not disdain his mixed spiritual roots. The sect leader was gentle and approachable, and senior sister Qingli cared for him greatly. Other senior sisters were equally beautiful and kind-hearted. The accommodations and meals were of the highest quality, with no one to humiliate or belittle him. This was undoubtedly the happiest and most stable moment of his 2 lifetimes. The sect had shown him immense kindness, and with such profound affection, Zhuang Yang could not disappoint their expectations. He must strive diligently to cultivate and establish his foundation as soon as possible. Suddenly, Zhuang Yang opened his eyes, a brilliant light shining within them. His resolve grew ever stronger, and he threw himself into his training with renewed vigor. In the days that followed, Zhuang Yang's life became exceedingly regimented. Aside from the essential meals and brief moments of rest, nearly every waking hour was devoted to cultivation. Meals were still delivered punctually by Su Qingli, each time abundantly prepared. Yet, she would hurriedly leave after placing the food down. Zhuang Yang assumed that she was busy with sect matters, and he felt a deeper sense of gratitude for her caring despite her hectic schedule. However, the path was not without obstacles. After half a month, His cultivation level showed no signs of advancement. Initially filled with zeal, Zhuang Yang gradually became somewhat anxious. He began to reflect on whether the inexplicable fainting incident had left a psychological shadow, causing him to hesitate in his training, thus leading to stagnation. No, cultivation is like rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they will regress. He could not allow a single misfortune to instill fear in him. He must push forward with greater determination. Thus, in the following weeks, Zhuang Yang devoted himself to his practice with an almost reckless abandon, to the point of neglecting food and sleep. Every moment was spent in cultivation, even contemplating techniques during meals, and often staying up all night. His eye sockets became deeply sunken. Yet, the results remained disheartening. On yet another moonlit night, Zhuang Yang gradually concluded his practice, assessing his internal condition. The spiritual energy within his qi was indeed more robust than when he first entered the third layer of qi refinement, and the capacity of his qi had expanded. However, there were no signs of any elevation in his realm. Was he facing a bottleneck? Could it be that the mixed spiritual roots had reached their limit here? A bitter feeling surged within him as he spoke to himself. He had heard of such limitations before when he was rejected by other sections. Those with mixed spiritual roots were said to possess inferior talent and would cultivate slowly. Many spent their entire lives stuck in the qi refinement stage, unable to lay a foundation. His earlier successive breakthroughs had led him to believe he might be an exception. Yet, reality struck like a cold bucket of water, leaving him chilled to the bone. If he could not improve his cultivation, would the senior sisters and the sect leader, who held such high hopes for him, be disappointed? Zhuang Yang tossed and turned in anxiety and self-doubt, unable to find sleep through the night. The next morning, he remained seated on the meditation cushion in the hall. Su Qingli entered as usual, carrying a food box. Upon entering, she prepared to set down the box and leave, instinctively stealing a glance at Zhuang Yang. What she saw, however, was a dispirited figure, his cheeks and eye sockets hollowed, devoid of his former handsomeness and vitality. He appeared as though his very essence had been drained. Su Qingli's body trembled slightly, nearly causing her to drop the food box. She quickly extended her consciousness to inspect the protective barrier outside the Jingxin pavilion. The barrier was intact, showing no signs of being forcefully breached. The only individuals capable of bypassing such a barrier, aside from her sister, were a few elders who remained in seclusion. Then there was. Su Qingli's thoughts raced. The image of Ziyuan's cold and ethereal face surfaced in her mind. But something felt off. Her sister had previously mentioned that Ziyuan intended to launch a surprise attack. Yet since that night when her sister caught her, Ziyuan had seemingly transformed. No longer secluded, but instead fervently accepting sect tasks, large and small, without discrimination, working with extraordinary diligence. In just over a month, Ziyuan's contribution points had skyrocketed from 0 to the top 50. Furthermore, her ranking continued to rise. Why was Ziyuan so desperately accumulating contribution points? It was all too apparent. This stark contrast and transformation had undoubtedly caused quite a stir within the sect, leaving fellow sisters and juniors agape. Whispers circulated that the ethereal saintess had developed an interest in Zhuang Yang. Yet, Ziyuan appeared unfazed, offering no explanations or words, merely burying herself in her work. If Ziyuan had not come, then what could have caused Zhuang Yang's current state? Unable to comprehend, Su Qingli hastily placed the food box on the table and quickly approached Zhuang Yang, directly asking, "Zhuang Yang, you must tell me honestly, has anyone touched you?" Zhuang Yang looked up in confusion. "Senior Sister Qingli, what do you mean? What do you mean by someone touching me?" Su Qingli's face flushed slightly, and she rephrased, "I mean, has any other senior sister come to find you in private? Has she done anything special to you?" Zhuang Yang shook his head and replied, "No, apart from senior sister Qingli, who brings me meals daily, no one else has entered. Moreover, the number of sisters passing by the Jingxin pavilion has significantly diminished recently. Occasionally, a few do pass by, but they are hurried, mentioning something about being pressed for time to complete tasks, otherwise they would fall behind." Su Qingli was taken aback, murmuring, "How peculiar. Then how could your condition be?" Although Zhuang Yang lacked experience in such matters, his 2 lifetimes had afforded him greater insight than his peers. Suddenly, he grasped the implication behind Su Qingli's words, and his cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Chapter 11. Is Zhuang Yang a special physique? Senior sister, you misunderstand. It is merely the result of excessive cultivation and anxiety. Zhuang Yang hastily explained. With a sigh, he recounted his struggles over the past month, lamenting his stagnation in progress. Doubting that he had encountered a bottleneck, he confided in Su Qingli, his face etched with bitterness. Upon hearing this, Su Qingli first felt a sense of relief, followed by a mix of amusement and disbelief. It turned out that her worries were unfounded. This young man had simply become too fixated on his cultivation, leading to his current state of despair. Observing Zhuang Yang's woeful demeanor, she softened her tone, saying, "The path of cultivation is long and arduous, emphasizing perseverance and the natural flow of progress. One cannot measure it with mundane notions of time. Even if there is stagnation, it is entirely normal. Besides, you have only been at this for a little over a month. How can that be considered a bottleneck? Moreover, my foolish junior, how long have you been in the sect? Less than 2 months, and you are already at the 3rd level of qi refinement. That is an impressive pace." Zhuang Yang felt somewhat reassured by her words, yet his anxiety remained. Unable to contain his greatest worry, he confessed, "But senior sister, I possess a mixed spirit root. They all say that mixed spirit roots have a very low potential." "Mixed spirit root?" Su Qingli's face displayed surprise as she instinctively retorted, "You have a mixed spirit root? Surely, you must be mistaken." The rapid progression from the 1st to the 3rd level of qi refinement seemed implausible for someone with a mixed spirit root. Previously, when I tested at other sects, the spirit root stone illuminated 5 colors. Zhuang Yang replied with a bitter expression. "They said that this is merely the manifestation of a mixed spirit root and refused to accept me. Could it be that the testing stone was faulty?" Su Qingli pondered for a moment. "Let me inquire with the sect leader about this matter. However, even if you do have a mixed spirit root, there is no need to rush. While cultivation may be slower for mixed spirit roots, it is impossible to encounter a bottleneck at the 3rd level of qi refinement." To further ease Zhuang Yang's worries, she bravely crafted a kind lie, saying, "Let me tell you a secret. There was once a senior who, despite having a mixed spirit root, ultimately succeeded in forming a dan. There were even those who reached the Yuanying stage." "Really?" Zhuang Yang's eyes widened with excitement. "A mixed spirit root can also form a dan, and even reach the Yuanying stage?" "Of course." Su Qingli's smile blossomed further, though she thought to herself that it was a fabrication. "Nevertheless," she said, "could your senior sister deceive you? Therefore, do not place undue pressure on yourself. Just go with the flow." Zhuang Yang nodded, finally revealing a long-lost smile. "Thank you, senior sister Qingli, for enlightening me. I realize now that I have been too fixated. All right, I must attend to other matters. If you have any questions in the future, seek me out immediately. Do not bear your burdens alone," Su Qingli admonished before departing. Before leaving, she added, "For now, set aside your cultivation. Focus on nurturing your health and becoming stronger." With that, her cheeks flushed, and she hurried away. In the sect leader's hall, after leaving the Jingxin pavilion, Su Qingli immediately sought out Su Ru. She detailed Zhuang Yang's anxiety and weight loss due to his stagnation in cultivation and his claims of being a mixed spirit root. Su Ru's face reflected surprise. "Zhuang Yang is a mixed spirit root? It makes sense. When he came to us, we merely celebrated our good fortune and did not test his spirit root potential." Then, she keenly sensed an inconsistency. "Wait a moment, Qingli. If what Zhuang Yang says is true, and he indeed tested as a mixed spirit root in other sections, how then did he achieve the 3rd level of qi refinement? That speed is not something even a heavenly spirit root could attain." Su Qingli hesitated briefly before suggesting, "Sister, could it be that Zhuang Yang is not truly a mixed spirit root, but possesses some kind of special physique?" Su Ru's eyes brightened. "That is quite possible. The world of cultivation is full of wonders, and some special physiques can only be detected by the testing methods of elite sects. Mere spirit root stones cannot identify them. For instance, Ziyuan's Tianyin body only displays a water attribute during testing, leading the uninformed to believe she is a singular water spirit root genius. In reality, her potential surpasses that of a heavenly spirit root, allowing her to cultivate water, wood, and earth techniques without hindrance, advancing rapidly." Upon hearing this, Su Qingli became excited. If Zhuang Yang truly possesses a special physique, then our Hahuan sect has struck gold this time. Su Ru nodded solemnly. "You must take extra care. We cannot allow Zhuang Yang to become fixated again." "Yes, sister, I understand." Su Qingli promptly agreed. Su Ru did not rush Su Qingli to leave, but instead retrieved her storage bag, probing within with her consciousness. After a while, she sighed in frustration, her face clouded with concern. "I intended to procure some materials to aid Zhuang Yang's cultivation, but it seems that I cannot find any decent resources, even after scouring the entire sect's treasury. After a century of seclusion, we have exhausted our supplies. It is indeed difficult to create something from nothing." Seeing her sister troubled, Su Qingli also looked distressed. However, she soon seemed to recall something, her eyes suddenly brightening. "Sister, do you remember that in a few months, the Tiandao Alliance will hold its new disciple competition?" Suru looked up, "Of course. What do you mean?" "According to tradition, the top 4 sects in the competition will gain access to the ancient cultivators' cave and secret realm once every decade." Su Qingli hurried on. "That secret realm is said to be left behind by ancient powers, containing heavenly materials, earthly treasures, elixirs, and even lost cultivation techniques. If we can secure a spot." Su Ru's expression did not brighten. Instead, it grew more serious. "While the idea is good, our Hehuan sect has not recruited new disciples in 10 years. Those who should have formed their foundation have already done so, and apart from Zhuang Yang, there are no others capable of forming their foundation. Alas, how can they compete with the talented disciples nurtured by other sects? Sister, we are not without hope." Su Qingli stepped forward, her gaze intense. "What if we devote all the resources of our sect over the next few months solely to cultivate Zhuang Yang?" Before Su Ru could respond, she continued with her analysis. "Even if we ultimately fail to break into the top 4, as long as we rank within the top 10, the generous spirit stone rewards bestowed by the Tiandao Alliance would be enough to sustain our sect for a considerable time. If fortune smiles upon us and we secure the 4th position, thereby obtaining 10 slots for the secret realms, we shall not demand the utmost opportunities, but rather seek those rare treasures that can aid in breaking through our current limitations. With the successful foundation establishment of the disciples at the refinement stage and the subsequent successful formation of elixirs by those at the foundation stage, even the elders who have reached the elixir stage may break through to the nascent soul level. Once Zhuang Yang successfully establishes his foundation, the overall strength of our sect, Hehuan Zone, will further enhance, bringing our revival within reach." Su Ru, influenced by Su Qingli's fervor, found her breath quickening and began to analyze. The Heavenly Path Alliance, in order to sustain the secret realms, has consistently restricted entry for cultivators above the foundation stage. Consequently, the gap between our Hehuan Zone and other sects in the exploration of these secret realms will not be insurmountable, and we may indeed have a genuine opportunity. Su Qingli nodded emphatically. "Indeed, sister, to sit idly by is not a wise strategy. Rather than languishing in despair, it is better to take decisive action and fight for a glimmer of hope. Even acquiring some materials for refining foundation establishment pills is worth the effort. As long as we have an ample supply of foundation establishment pills, Zhuang Yang's path will be unobstructed, and those disciples who are currently stagnating at the peak of the refinement stage will also have the potential to break through, significantly bolstering our sect's foundational strength." Su Ru made a swift decision. "Inventory the storeroom and gather all available spirit stones, medicinal herbs, magical tools, and talismans. I will consult with several elders to see if they have any hidden resources they can contribute. From this day forth, we shall mobilize the full strength of the sect to assist Zhuang Yang in his cultivation. It is imperative that he possesses the capability to compete in the upcoming trials in a few months." Chapter 12, Gathering Sect Resources to aid Zhuang Yang's cultivation. 3 days later, in the afternoon, Zhuang Yang was seated in meditation within the Jingxin Pavilion. The flow of spiritual energy around him was significantly smoother than in the past few days, and his face had regained its previous brilliance. Just as he completed a full cycle of his cultivation, he heard familiar footsteps approaching from outside. Upon opening his eyes, he was pleasantly surprised to see Su Qingli entering the room. This was not the usual time for meal delivery. "Su Qingli?" Zhuang Yang rose to greet her. Although puzzled, he could not help but share his joy at the first opportunity. "Sister, I have made a breakthrough. I have reached the 4th level of qi refinement. Thanks to your guidance in recent days, my thoughts have cleared substantially, making my cultivation much smoother." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of delight flashed in Su Qingli's eyes as she smiled warmly. "Congratulations, Zhuang Yang Shidi." As she spoke, she approached the table and solemnly retrieved a rather ancient-looking storage pouch. Zhuang Yang gazed at her with curiosity. With a flicker of her consciousness, Su Qingli began to extract items from within the pouch, placing them carefully on the table one by one. First, there was a small pile of stones gleaming with a faint light, abundant in spiritual energy, 576 low-grade spirit stones. Next, She produced a thick stack of slightly yellowed papers and several small porcelain vials, 107 talisman papers and 3.5 vials of spirit ink of decent quality. Then, she began to unveil several defensive magical artifacts, including the Xuan Tie shield, Lingui shield, ice crystal shield, and this golden scales shield. I will teach you how to use them shortly. Before Zhuang Yang could fully absorb this information, Su Qingli produced several weapons, a top-grade flying sword named Qiu Shui, 3 mid-grade flying swords, and 7 low-grade flying swords. Her hands continued to move swiftly as she retrieved more items. This time, she presented a collection of ready-made talismans, including the Golden Light Seal, Fire Dragon Talisman, and Earth Prison Talisman. These can unleash the power of a Foundation establishment cultivator at a critical moment, so use them with caution. Seeing Zhuang Yang's bewilderment, Su Qingli briefly explained the distinctions between magical artifacts, talismans, and talisman papers before unveiling a gossamer-like, almost transparent veil. This is the Ying Ni Sha, a top-grade auxiliary artifact. Once infused with spiritual energy, it can conceal one's figure and aura, making it undetectable to cultivators below the Jiedan stage, which is invaluable for both combat and reconnaissance. Zhuang Yang was astounded. Yet, Su Qingli was not finished. She retrieved a stack of bound books and placed them on the table. Titles included Fireball Technique, Thunderlight Technique, Ice Spike Technique, Breath Restraining Method, Wind Control Technique, Detailed Formations, Alchemy Insights, and Artifact Forging Essentials. Zhuang Yang stared at this dazzling array of materials, which covered nearly every aspect of cultivation, and after a moment of astonishment, he regained his composure. Su Qingli, these are all the textbooks and tools I will be studying next, right? The sect has truly considered everything. Su Qingli paused slightly while organizing the talismans, a hint of embarrassment crossing her fair face. Yes, indeed. With so much provided, I previously heard outsiders say that our King Jingmen is merely a small sect, but it appears that was mere rumor. Zhuang Yang exclaimed, suddenly realizing he had misspoken. He quickly added, Sister, please do not take offense. I am not very articulate. What I mean is, our sect possesses immense strength. Su Qingli responded, forcing herself to remain composed as she began to explain to Zhuang Yang. Zhuang Yang Shitty, listen closely. I will first teach you how to utilize your consciousness to retrieve items. Time is of the essence. You must master this quickly. Zhuang Yang focused his mind and listened attentively, filled with gratitude and admiration for the sect. However, unbeknownst to him, the resources he was currently receiving had been painstakingly gathered from the sect's storerooms, as well as from the master, elders, holy maiden, and his seniors, all of whom had tightened their belts to provide these materials. As night fell within the Jingxin pavilion, candlelight flickered. Su Qingli began with the most basic concepts of externalizing consciousness, probing, and retrieving items, patiently explaining and demonstrating even the more complex techniques of flying with a sword. To her astonishment, Zhuang Yang's comprehension was remarkably high, and his learning speed was astonishing, though still clumsy and inexperienced. To be able to grasp the concepts within half a day's time was truly a sign of exceptional talent. This gift further convinced her that Zhuang Yang possessed a unique constitution. Yet, the process of teaching was, for Su Qingli, a bittersweet trial. The focused expression of the young man, his pure smile when he succeeded, and the unique aura he exuded in close proximity all stirred her heart deeply. She found herself silently reciting a calming mantra to maintain her composure as a senior sister. All right, Shitty, let us conclude for today. You have grasped the basics. Now it is time for diligent practice to refine your skills. Su Qingli suppressed her inner turmoil and rose to take her leave, mentioning that other senior sisters would come to teach him the next techniques, including talisman crafting, artifact forging, and alchemy. Thank you, Su Qingli, for your diligent instruction. I will certainly practice hard and not let down your efforts. Zhuang Yang bowed respectfully, his eyes brimming with gratitude. After seeing Su Qingli off, he felt no fatigue. Instead, he was invigorated. Upon returning to his room, he meticulously contemplated the techniques he had learned that day. Soon, his gaze fell upon a simple brush resting on the table. With a thought, he focused his consciousness. Initially, it felt like an untrained appendage, awkwardly brushing against the brush handle without managing to lift it. After numerous attempts, the brush finally trembled slightly, wobbling as it detached from the table, hovering about a foot in front of him. He had succeeded. Zhuang Yang's heart soared with joy. However, in that moment of distraction, the brush fell with a clatter. Yet, he was undeterred and quickly resumed his practice. As the night deepened, within the Jingxin pavilion, the young man tirelessly cultivated, repeating the process again and again. Moonlight bathed the peaks and halls of the Hahuan Zone. Su Qingli was flying back on her sword, still reflecting on Zhuang Yang's astonishing learning speed, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Just then, a streak of white light suddenly appeared before her, blocking her path. As the light dissipated, it revealed Ziyuan's cool, ethereal face. Su Qingli shimmy, Ziyuan initiated, still maintaining her aloof demeanor. The contribution points for Mying Mi Sha, which should amount to 5,000, have not yet been credited to me. Su Qingli spoke with a tone of regret. Rest assured, senior sister, I have not forgotten this matter. It is merely that I have been inundated with affairs today and have not yet had the opportunity to register it in the affairs hall. I shall attend to it promptly upon my return. I would never overlook your contributions. Upon hearing this, Ziyuan nodded slightly. Thank you for your efforts, junior sister. With that, she spoke no further, and her body shimmered with escaping light, transforming into a radiant white arc as she departed with remarkable swiftness. Su Qingli watched Ziyuan leave with a complex expression. She turned back to cast one last glance at the serene Jingxin pavilion, its outline faintly illuminated by the moonlight. Oh, dear junior brother, the future of the entire Hahuan sect rests upon your shoulders. Chapter 13. The Passion of Hong Shao. The following day, as the morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, a blazing sword-like light fell upon the exterior of Jingxin Pavilion. The brilliance faded, revealing a figure clad in red, the elegant Hong Shao. Today, she had adorned herself with particular care. Her brows and eyes were drawn with exquisite detail, her lips adorned with vibrant rouge, and a confident smile graced her lips. Zhuang Yang, little junior brother. Her voice arrived before her presence, carrying an innate charm that pierced through the hall doors, reaching Zhuang Yang, who was solidifying his cultivation. Zhuang Yang opened his eyes and hurriedly rose to open the door. Sister Hong Shao? He remembered that this was the very sister who had first burst into his chamber that night. Hong Shao glided gracefully into the hall, bringing with her a waft of fragrant air. Her scorching gaze swept over Zhuang Yang, and she laughed. What is this? Are you not welcoming your sister? She continued. The upcoming foundational spells will be taught by me. How could I? It is an honor to have you, Sister Hong Shao, Zhuang Yang replied quickly, bowing respectfully, reminding himself that this was an arrangement by the sect and should not be taken lightly. Hong Shao nodded in satisfaction, wasting no time on idle chatter as she delved straight into the subject. With a flick of her wrist, palm facing upwards, her internal spiritual energy surged slightly. Observe closely, this is the fireball technique. As her words fell, a soft sound ensued, and a fist-sized, orange-red fireball abruptly materialized above her palm. The flames coalesced, emanating a searing heat, illuminating Hong Shao's enchanting visage even more vividly. Zhuang Yang watched in rapt attention, marveling at the sight. The spiritual energy follows the Shao-Yang meridian. Invoke your intention. Condense it without release, and when you do release, it shall fly forth like an arrow. Hong Shao's ruby lips parted once more, explaining the flow of energy and incantations while controlling the fireball to rotate gently in her palm, demonstrating the delicate manipulation of spiritual power. Zhuang Yang focused intently, instinctively mimicking her gestures. Upon concluding her explanation, Hong Shao dissipated the fireball, clapping her hands. Now, junior brother, give it a try. Zhuang Yang complied, calming his mind, recalling the incantations, and channeling the spiritual energy within him. Being a novice, he attempted several times, only managing to conjure a few errant sparks in his palm before he faltered. Do not rush. Take your time. Hong Shao's voice suddenly resonated near his ear, imbued with warmth. Zhuang Yang stiffened, realizing that Hong Shao had drawn close to him, nearly pressing against his back. A soft hand covered the back of his hand, while another gently rested at his waist. Let the spiritual energy flow this way. Feel my guidance. Hong Shao's voice was gentle, indeed guiding Zhuang Yang's energy. However, her overly intimate posture, the intoxicating fragrance enveloping him, and the warmth emanating from her touch made Zhuang Yang's heart race, causing his spiritual energy to falter. Sister, Zhuang Yang's body froze, torn between the impulse to escape and the reluctance to offend. Focus. Little junior brother. Hong Shao giggled softly in his ear, her breath brushing against his earlobe. In the practice of spells, one must not entertain even the slightest distraction. Yet despite her words, her hands grew increasingly suggestive, her fingertips grazing along his hand and waist. Zhuang Yang felt a rush of blood to his head, his heart pounding wildly. He desperately repeated in his mind that this was a test, a trial. However, his body's instinctive response was difficult to suppress. Just as Hong Xiao grew bolder, her delicate hand sliding towards other regions, a voice from Su Ru suddenly echoed in her mind. Hong Xiao's alluring smile instantly froze, her actions abruptly halting. The sect leader had been watching from outside all along. She quickly released Zhuang Yang, pivoting to face him, clearing her throat and adopting a serious demeanor. As if the flirtatious woman moments ago was a different person entirely. Ahem. Junior brother Zhuang, it seems you still lack proficiency in controlling your spiritual energy, but fret not. Practice makes perfect. Let us continue. Next is the lightning technique. Observe. The sudden shift in Hong Xiao's demeanor left Zhuang Yang momentarily bewildered. Yet he dared not dwell on it, attributing her change to his earlier lackluster performance that might have displeased her. Thus, he gathered his focus and listened intently. In the subsequent lessons, Hong Xiao refrained from any further impropriety, diligently explaining the nuances of additional spells. Zhuang Yang, being a beginner, found himself clumsy in execution. However, he grasped the theoretical understanding and the essential principles of energy manipulation quite well. As night fell, Hong Xiao glanced at the sky and said, "Let us conclude for today, junior brother. Focus on your practice. The foundation is of utmost importance." Her words were devoid of flirtation, sincere in their delivery. "Indeed, thank you, Sister Hong Xiao, for your meticulous guidance." Zhuang Yang bowed respectfully, genuinely appreciative. Though this Hong Xiao sometimes behaved oddly, she indeed imparted her knowledge without reservation. Hong Xiao nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. She turned to leave Jingxin Pavilion, ascending in a beam of sword light. However, shortly after taking flight, she was startled, her body trembling as she hovered in midair. Above her, a figure in palace attire floated silently. It was Su Ru. Hong Xiao looked at Su Ru, her expression awkward to the highest degree, and transmitted a message from afar. Sect leader. Even a lady must be vigilant? Su Ru shot her an irritated glance, responding through thought. Among the entire sect, you are the most unruly. Should there be a next time, I shall clear your contributions. Hong Xiao stuck out her tongue, refraining from further banter, and quickly clasped her hands, saying, "I acknowledge my mistake. I shall take my leave now." With that, she commanded her sword light and hurriedly flew back towards her cave dwelling. Su Ru watched Hong Xiao's panicked retreat, shaking her head in resignation. Her gaze returned to the Jingxin Pavilion below. Inside, Zhuang Yang had not rested. After seeing Hong Xiao off, he immediately immersed himself in spell practice, standing in the courtyard, occasionally conjuring fireballs or summoning flickers of electricity at his fingertips. He would also execute the breath-holding technique, striving to restrain his presence. With each cycle of failure, he began anew. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, yet his gaze remained bright and resolute. What a promising student. While his talent may raise questions, this determination and perseverance are undeniably genuine. Su Ru smiled with satisfaction, softly murmuring, "Keep up the good work, junior brother Zhuang." Chapter 14. The controlling nature of Baizhi. In the days that followed, Hong Xiao visited for 7 consecutive days. Although she no longer dared to flirt overtly, her enchanting gaze and the occasional proximity during explanations left Zhuang Yang frequently blushing. Fortunately, his grasp of several spells had begun to take shape, and his control over spiritual energy had significantly improved. On the day following Hong Xiao's departure, a new instructor arrived at Jingxinga. Clad in a simple white dress, she possessed a graceful figure, none other than the captivating Baizhi, whose cool demeanor was laced with an alluring charm. She carried a delicate medicinal basket, meticulously organized with dozens of various spiritual herbs, some still glistening with dew, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Zhuang Shidi, Baizhi entered the hall, her calm gaze sweeping over him. In contrast to Hong Xiao's overt enthusiasm, Baizhi appeared much more reserved. "Senior sister Baizhi." Zhuang Yang quickly offered his respects. Baizhi nodded slightly. After placing the medicinal basket down, she waved her hand, retrieving a small alchemical furnace the size of a sand pot from her storage pouch. This furnace was her personal possession, as she hailed from a family renowned for alchemy, always carrying it with her. "From today onwards, I shall teach you the art of alchemy," Baizhi stated directly. "Do not underestimate it merely because it is an auxiliary path. The journey of cultivation is long and fraught with peril. Injuries and depletion of spiritual energy are commonplace. A high-quality recovery pill can restore some spiritual power in an instant, turning the tide in life and death situations. A fine healing potion can hasten recovery from injuries, preserving the integrity of one's body. There are even potions that can unlock potential, significantly enhancing strength in a short time. Of course, the subsequent repercussions are considerable, and they should be used sparingly. At this point, she paused, her gaze subtly sweeping over Zhuang Yang's youthful visage, her tone softening. There are even some potions that can help maintain eternal youth and beauty. For female cultivators, their value can sometimes surpass that of offensive weapons. Zhuang Yang, captivated by her words, quickly replied, I understand, and I would never dare to underestimate the path of alchemy. That is good to hear. Baiji smiled gently and began to elucidate the most fundamental theories: how to handle and transplant spiritual herbs, how to identify their properties, how to manage fire control, and how to concoct elixirs. Her explanations were clear and well-structured, showcasing her profound mastery of alchemy. However, as the lessons progressed, hidden challenges began to emerge. During his first attempt to preheat the alchemical furnace, Zhuang Yang's technique was clumsy, and his control over the flames was erratic, causing the temperature to fluctuate dangerously. Mastery of fire control is the foremost principle of alchemy, and impatience is a grave mistake. Unbeknownst to him, Baiji had positioned herself closely beside him. A cool, jade-like hand rested gently on his wrist, guiding his flame control, while her other hand lightly pressed against his back. Focus and concentrate. Your spiritual energy should flow like fine threads, continuous and unbroken, Baiji softly instructed. Yet, the closeness of her presence, the coolness radiating through her delicate fabric, and the palpable sensation of her touch on his wrist and back caused the flames to waver once more. Senior, sister. Zhuang Yang felt every muscle tense, the fragrant aroma enveloping him stirring a restless fervor within. Concentrate. Baiji's tone turned serious. In the realm of alchemy, a slight deviation can lead to disastrous results. If your mind is unsettled, you won't even be able to brew a potion, let alone refine an elixir. Yes, senior sister. Zhuang Yang nodded, forcing himself to gather his focus and stabilize the flames. Good, that's better, Baiji remarked, noticing the flush on his ears and the slight tremor of his eyelashes, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She relished the feeling of control, particularly when Zhuang Yang complied obediently, sending a thrill through her being. Just as she reveled in this commanding form of instruction and contemplated directing Zhuang Yang towards tasks beyond alchemy, a sudden telepathic message from Suru echoed unexpectedly in her mind. Baiji froze. The calm demeanor she wore vanished in an instant, replaced by a hint of panic. Zhuang Shidi, you are learning quickly. It seems I need not guide you by hand anymore, she said, hastily distancing herself from him, no longer daring to overstep her bounds. Yes, senior sister Baiji. Zhuang Yang swallowed hard, nodding in a daze. As night fell, Baiji left behind the spiritual herbs and the alchemical furnace. Before departing, she reminded Zhuang Yang to thoroughly reflect on the fire control techniques and basic pharmacology she had imparted today. She would return the next day to check his progress and introduce new material. After bidding him farewell, she hurriedly exited Jingxinga. As the night breeze brushed against her, she suddenly felt her cheeks warm. Instinctively, she gazed upward at the night sky, where the moonlight shone brightly, yet she saw no figures. However, she was acutely aware that her master, the sect leader, was watching her from somewhere. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Baiji's face as she subtly nodded towards the heavens. Then, she swiftly took flight on her sword, her retreating silhouette almost resembling a hasty escape. Moments later, in the expanse above, Suru's form materialized, observing the direction Baiji had departed with a resigned shake of her head. One after another, they are all quite troublesome. Yet, this is not my first encounter with such girls. I understand their natures all too well. With that thought, she redirected her attention back to Zhuang Yang. The future of Hehanzong could not afford any missteps. Regardless of the circumstances, she must safeguard this promising seedling. Inside Jingxinga, Zhuang Yang gazed at the still warm alchemical furnace, exhaling deeply. The challenges posed by senior sister Baiji were entirely different from those of senior sister Hong Xiao, yet equally perilous. The path of alchemy was indeed profound and inscrutable. Even the instruction was a test of one's temperament. He murmured to himself, attributing it all to the sect's rigorous training of its disciples' character. Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on the disordered sensations and fragrances. He refocused his attention on mastering fire control and pharmacological knowledge, beginning his review. Chapter 15. Mastering All Arts 7 days later. By Zhi's alchemy instruction concluded smoothly under Su Ru's silent supervision. In the following days, the Tranquil Heart Pavilion resembled a hall of diverse teachings. A senior sister skilled in artifact refining brought low-grade ores and a refining furnace, instructing Zhuang Yang on purifying materials and inscribing runes. Throughout the process, she took particular delight in personally correcting Zhuang Yang's posture for flame control and rune inscription, until Su Ru's transmitted voice prompted her to reluctantly restrain herself. Next came a senior sister specializing in formation arrays. She set up simple arrays in the courtyard of the Tranquil Heart Pavilion using formation flags. While explaining the principles of formations, she often took advantage of guiding his positioning to make subtle physical contact, all the while describing the shifts between life gates and death gates in a soft, alluring voice. However, having learned from the previous senior sister's behavior, Zhuang Yang's resolve grew steadier. He treated it as a test and responded with increasing composure. Later, a senior sister arrived to teach the art of talisman making, followed by another who shared knowledge about spirit beasts and spirit insects. And so, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 months, Zhuang Yang immersed himself in learning various immortal cultivation arts. From offensive spells to pill refinement, from artifact forging to formation deployment, and even talisman drawing. Alongside theoretical knowledge of spirit insects and spirit beasts, he touched upon nearly every discipline. Ordinary cultivators often choose to specialize in only 1 or 2 paths. However, the current circumstances were exceptional. All arrangements were made in preparation for the upcoming new disciple competition organized by the Heavenly Tao Alliance. During the competition, encounters with various adversaries were inevitable. Ensuring Zhuang Yang gained a basic understanding of each discipline was not meant to enable him to defeat specialized cultivators, but rather to help him recognize his opponent's methods and discern their strengths and weaknesses when facing diverse techniques. This way, he would not be caught off guard due to ignorance, losing even the chance to respond or escape. Moreover, the various arts are interconnected, with insights from one often illuminating another. Studying artifact refining deepens one's understanding of spiritual materials and runes, aiding in talisman making and formation arrays. Pill refinement enhances control over spiritual energy, benefiting spellcasting and other areas as well. These 2 months were immensely fulfilling yet exceptionally arduous for Zhuang Yang. His cultivation also advanced naturally through this cycle of intense spiritual energy expenditure and recovery, smoothly breaking through to the 5th layer of the qi refining stage. Perhaps due to his unique physique, the expansion of his spiritual seed during this breakthrough was more than double that of an ordinary cultivator's advancement. The spiritual energy within him grew purer and more robust, while the range and precision of his spiritual sense expanded significantly. His mastery of various spells and arts was now far beyond what it had been before, with several offensive spells reaching a level of minor accomplishment, executed with seamless precision and considerable power. On this day, Su Qingli once again visited the Tranquil Heart Pavilion. Seeing Zhuang Yang seated in meditation on a cushion, she could not help but feel a wave of emotion. Recalling just a few months prior, Zhuang Yang was a novice on the immortal path, anxious over stagnant cultivation progress. Now, his physique had grown sturdier, his demeanor more composed, and his presence more captivating. Senior Sister Qingli, you've arrived. Sensing Su Qingli's presence, Zhuang Yang's eyes snapped open. He rose to greet her. Ahem, junior brother Zhuang Yang. Suppressing the restlessness in her heart, Su Qingli forced a smile. Over these 2 months, the senior sisters of the sect have imparted their knowledge generously. You have now touched upon the basics of spells, alchemy, artifact refining, formation arrays, talisman making, and even foundational knowledge of spirit beasts and spirit insects. Theoretically, all that needs to be taught has been taught to you. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently drifted over Zhuang Yang's robust physique, lingering on the well-defined contours of his chest muscles beneath his robes. A faint blush tinged her cheeks. On the path of cultivation, a master leads you through the door, but the journey depends on the individual. Deeper mastery from here on requires your own dedication and insight. Now, think carefully, among all you have learned. Is there any aspect you find obscure or confusing, or any doubts lingering in your mind? Feel free to tell me, and I will seek out the corresponding senior sister to provide you with additional guidance. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yang pondered earnestly. Each art indeed presented its own challenges, but these were largely due to unfamiliarity. With repeated practice and growing proficiency, they could be overcome. As for theoretical aspects, there were truly no lingering doubts. There's no need to trouble the senior sisters with a special visit. Lifting his head, he replied sincerely, "Each senior sister has instructed me with great care, and I have benefited immensely. For now, I have no specific questions requiring individual guidance. If I encounter difficulties in my future cultivation, I will first consult the cultivation manuals and texts to seek understanding. Only if I truly cannot comprehend them will I humbly seek the senior sister's advice." "Good." Su Qingli nodded slightly, suppressing the distractions in her mind as she solemnly advised, "It is best that you think this way. However, remember that cultivation is not a solitary endeavor. If you encounter difficulties, never conceal them or feel too embarrassed to ask. Do you understand?" "I understand, disciple." Zhuang Yang nodded emphatically. He could not help but reflect inwardly on how exceptional the Sect's atmosphere was. The senior sisters showed him such genuine care and concern. It was truly touching. He must cultivate even more diligently to repay the senior sisters and the sect as soon as possible. At this moment, Su Qingli spoke again, shifting the topic. "By the way, junior brother Zhuang, your diligence and dedication have been noticed by the sect leader and all the senior sisters. Now that you have gained a preliminary understanding, the sect has a matter requiring your contribution." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yang's spirits lifted, and he immediately straightened his posture. "Senior sister, please speak. This disciple will spare no effort." Su Qingli's tone grew more solemn. "The sect has registered you to participate in the new disciple competition hosted by the Heavenly Tao Alliance 3 months from now." Before Zhuang Yang could respond, she quickly continued, "But there's no need to worry. This competition is limited to disciples below the foundation establishment stage, which aligns perfectly with your current realm. When the time comes, simply treat it as an opportunity to spar with fellow cultivators and test what you have learned. Remember, safety comes first, ranking second. Do not pressure yourself too much, just do your best." Zhuang Yang's eyes gleamed with determination as he clasped his hands in salute. "This disciple understands. I will strive with all my might to live up to the Sect's expectations." "Good. Focus on your cultivation for now. I will handle all specific matters and arrangements related to the competition." Su Qingli smiled gently. "I will also inform you promptly of any updates." Subsequently, having imparted a few more words of careful instruction, he turned and departed. The newly admitted disciples competition. Zhuang Yang watched as Su Qingli's figure vanished beyond the threshold, his eyes shimmering with anticipation as he murmured softly. He had initially believed that he would need to reach the foundation establishment stage before he could contribute to the sect and repay the kindness and meticulous nurturing he had received. Little did he expect that the opportunity would arrive so swiftly. Chapter 16. A stealthy visit to Tianjinmen. The night was as dark as ink, enveloped in profound silence. Within the Jingxin Pavilion, Zhuang Yang was immersed in his studies, his mind focused and surrounded by a swirling aura of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, in the night sky, over 10 miles outside the gates of Zone, 2 streaks of light, one azure and the other cerulean, pierced through the air with remarkable speed. They came to a silent halt amidst the clouds, their radiance fading to reveal 2 figures. On the left stood a woman clad in the azure attire of Tianjinmen, a longsword slung across her back, her brow imbued with a sense of valor. To her right was a burly middle-aged man with a full beard, similarly dressed in the robes of Tianjinmen, exuding a steady and composed aura. These 2 were esteemed elders of the renowned sect of the Xiantian northern region, Tianjinmen. The man was named Zhaogan, while the woman was known as Lu Qing. Suspended in the air, their formidable spiritual awareness rapidly probed the depths of Zone. Zhaogan spoke first, his voice low and tinged with amusement. It seemed that this beleaguered sect had indeed registered for the upcoming disciple competition of the Tiandao Alliance. Lu Qing's lips curled into a cold smirk, noting that while each sect could enroll up to 6 participants, Zone had only registered a single individual named Zhuang Yang. She paused, her tone intensifying, adding that he was male. A flicker of malice crossed Zhaogan's eyes as he scoffed. Zone dared to recruit male disciples, brazenly defying the rules established by the Tiandao Alliance. This provided ample justification for them to propose a united front against Zone along with other sects under the Alliance's banner. Lu Qing's eyes shimmered with determination. Zone had been sealed off for a century. Its resources must have long been depleted, Yet the spiritual essence of the land surrounding their mountain gate remained abundant and was in close proximity to Tianjinmen. If they could seize this opportunity to take Hahuanzong, the land would rightfully belong to Tianjinmen. Zhao Gan licked his lips, envisioning the beautiful female cultivators within Hahuanzong. He mused that even if he could not enjoy their company himself, they could be exchanged with other sects or sold to certain establishments for a substantial sum of spiritual stones. Just then, Lu Qing's spiritual awareness surged, and she exclaimed, "Senior brother, I found it. The innermost pavilion in the southeast, protected by prohibitive barriers." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gan immediately focused his spiritual awareness, swiftly pinpointing the location Lu Qing indicated, the Jingxin Pavilion. He then intensified his probing efforts. Before long, he beheld Zhuang Yang meditating on a cushion within the pavilion. Ah, indeed, a male disciple. He appeared quite presentable. Zhao Gan snickered derisively, his tone dripping with contempt, suggesting that the women of Hahuanzong could no longer endure their solitude. Lu Qing echoed his cold laughter, asserting that this confirmed their suspicions. Hahuanzong had broken the rules and was courting disaster. Zhao Gan's eyes flashed with a fierce intensity. "Allow me to send a message. I shall converse with this young man and see if he might divulge some information." However, just as he was about to concentrate his spiritual awareness to communicate with Zhuang Yang, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A series of protective barriers erupted around the Jingxin Pavilion, layering 4 times and completely severing Zhao Gan and Lu Qing's spiritual perception from the outside. Both Zhao Gan and Lu Qing were momentarily stunned, their faces reflecting bewilderment. Before they could react, 4 powerful streaks of light surged toward them. In an instant, they hovered before the duo. As the light dissipated, 4 striking figures emerged. At the forefront stood Su Ru, the sect leader of Hahuanzong, clad in palace attire. Her countenance was frosty, her phoenix-like eyes radiating authority. She emanated a formidable spiritual pressure characteristic of mid-stage Jedon cultivators. Beside her was Ziyuan, the saintly maiden garbed in white, her demeanor as frigid as snow. Her expression remained impassive, yet her icy gaze held a chilling intensity. The other 2 figures were the enforcement elders of Hahuanzong, both of whom appeared as elegant young matrons, their sharp eyes revealing a readiness to act at the slightest provocation. Su Ru's ruby lips parted, her voice cold and devoid of emotion, resonating clearly in the night sky. "Esteemed friends from Tianjinmen, in the stillness of night, what brings you to intrude uninvited and spy on our sect with your spiritual awareness?" Faced with the oppressive presence of 4 Jedon cultivators, Zhao Gan and Lu Qing's expressions tightened, yet they did not show fear. They too were Jedon cultivators, albeit one in the early stage and the other in mid-stage. Their strength paled in comparison to that of the 4 from Hahuanzong, yet they had the backing of a prestigious sect like Tianjinmen, which afforded them a sense of security. Zhao Gan chuckled mockingly, his voice resonating with sarcasm. "Su Zoman, why the ire? We simply heard about your sect's male disciple and were curious enough to come and verify the truth." As he spoke, his voice suddenly rose in intensity, turning stern. "After all, the rules established by the Tiandao Alliance clearly state that your sect is not permitted to recruit male disciples. Is this not a blatant breach of the covenant?" Su Ru's frosty gaze met his, and she calmly countered, "Rules? The Tiandao Alliance's regulations prohibit Hahuanzong from actively recruiting male disciples. However, our sole male disciple, Zhuang Yang, sought us out of his own volition, sincerely wishing to join our sect. We could not bear to reject someone so earnest in their pursuit of the Tao. Is that not a different matter altogether? Sought you out?" Zhao Gan erupted into boisterous laughter, the sound piercing the tranquility of the night. "Are you suggesting that a male cultivator, in his right mind, would willingly come to your infamous Hahuanzong to offer himself as a furnace?" Su Ru's expression darkened abruptly, her tone shifting to one of cold authority. "Zhao Gan, do not slander us with your baseless accusations. Hahuanzong possesses a long-standing heritage and profound techniques, which are beyond your comprehension. Our sect also has esoteric methods of yin-yang harmonization. If he consents, the mutual enhancement would not be at his expense." Lu Qing interjected with a mocking laugh, her tone dripping with scorn. "Yin-yang harmonization? Su Zoman, do you truly believe your own words? Moreover, I have heard that your sect's once mutually beneficial techniques have largely been lost to time, leaving only remnants that serve to benefit yourselves. Do you take us for naive children to be easily deceived?" As her words fell, Su Ru, along with Ziyuan and the 2 elders behind her, wore increasingly grim expressions. Su Ru inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the surging blood within her, and coldly stated, "As for the matters concerning the internal inheritance of our Huanzong, the completeness of our cultivation methods is of no concern to you two fellow practitioners. However, you have intruded upon our territory in the dead of night. How shall we account for this transgression? It is already a rare fortune for wicked outsiders like you to be sheltered by the Heavenly Tao Alliance after a millennium of cultivation. You would do well to consider your actions." Zhao Gan, aware that further words would be futile, understood that if he pressed the matter, it would only lead to his own suffering. After delivering a harsh remark, he turned to Lu Qing and said, "Junior sister, we shall take our leave." Chapter 17. The unseen perils emerged. Zhao Gan and Lu Qing transformed into two streaks of azure light, hastily fleeing without a backward glance, swiftly vanishing into the vast night. The four members of Huanzong remained suspended in midair, their garments fluttering gracefully in the night breeze. The atmosphere, however, was even more oppressive than during their earlier confrontation. Su Ru cast a solemn glance at the two elders beside her, her voice heavy with concern. "I never anticipated that merely signing up for the competition would draw the malevolent wolf of Tianjin upon us. It appears that our hopes of seeking a glimmer of survival through this contest are truly entwined with both fortune and misfortune, leaving the future uncertain." One elder spoke with bitter resentment. "Tianjin has been excessively arrogant. They were the primary aggressors in the siege against our sect years ago. Now, a century later, their treachery remains unabated, and they continue to target us." The other elders sighed in agreement. "The stringent rules imposed by Tian Dao Meng in the past have bound our sect's hands and feet. Now, any minor movement from us attracts the gaze of these malicious hounds. The road to revitalization will likely not be smooth." Their words were laden with frustration and helplessness towards Tianjin and Tian Dao Meng. A century of decline had rendered the once glorious Huanzong beset with difficulties. Even the slightest action could invite countless prying eyes, or worse, oppression. Amidst this heavy atmosphere, the previously silent Ziyuan suddenly spoke softly. "What more is there to discuss regarding the vile nature of Tian Dao Meng? The pressing matter at hand is how to explain this to Zhuang Yang." Upon hearing this, Su Ru's face stiffened. Indeed, Zhuang Yang has always believed this place to be Qingjingmen, entirely unaware of our Huanzong's affairs. She had previously focused all her energy on nurturing Zhuang Yang and addressing potential external threats, neglecting this most fundamental issue. Lies, after all, cannot remain hidden forever. At that moment, one elder exclaimed anxiously, "This truly poses a dilemma. If not handled properly, the consequences could be dire." The other elder voiced his concern. "If Zhuang Yang harbors resentment, believing we have been deceiving and exploiting him, he may not only refuse to aid the sect, but could also turn against us." Su Ru pressed her forehead, feeling a dull throb at her temples. "This oversight is mine. In my eagerness to nurture him, I overlooked this crucial aspect. What can be concealed for a moment may not be concealed for a lifetime." As she spoke, Zhuang Yang's trusting, clear eyes flashed in her mind. Remembering the pride and excitement in his tone whenever he mentioned Qingjingmen, a pang of pain struck her heart. This web of deceit they had woven now hung like a sword over the head of Huanzong. Ziyuan observed the varied expressions of the three and remarked, "Though Tianjin has retreated today, they will not simply let this matter rest. If Zhuang Yang learns the truth from others and distances himself from us, the slander from Tianjin would become a fact, leaving our sect with no way to defend itself. Should that occur, Zhuang Yang's defection would be trivial. If it leads Tian Dao Meng to impose punitive measures, uniting various sects against Huanzong, the situation would become grave." Su Ru sighed heavily, her gaze fixed towards the direction of Jing Xingu. "For now, we must ensure that Zhuang Yang is informed in advance, and we must persuade him to stand willingly by our side. In doing so, the accusations from Tianjin will crumble under their own weight." One elder inquired, "How shall we proceed?" The other elder looked at Su Ru, worry etched in his features. Su Ru took a deep breath. "Fortunately, there were still 3 months until the competition, during which time we must keep our news contained and then devise a viable plan." As night deepened, the assembly hall of Huanzong was brightly lit. Su Ru sat at the head of the table, surrounded by a multitude of key disciples of the sect, including Su Qing Li, Ziyuan, Hong Xiao, Bai Ji, and several other accomplished female cultivators. A gathering of beautiful women, each possessing unique qualities, exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of why the sect leader had summoned them at such a late hour. What could possibly be the pressing matter? Su Qingli was the first to voice her concern. Master, is something amiss? Su Ru, her expression grave, surveyed the assembly and recounted the visit from the elder of Tianjin, along with the significant peril it exposed. As her words fell, a clamor erupted within the hall. What? Tianjin actually? How did they learn about junior brother Zhuang? They must have obtained the information from the competition registration. This is bad. Junior brother Zhuang still thinks we are Qing men. If he discovers the truth. The female cultivators buzzed with anxiety and concern, fearing the unpredictable repercussions should their deception be unveiled. Su Ru raised her hand to quell the murmurs, speaking firmly. The purpose of gathering you all here is precisely for this matter. Tianjin men will not relent. Even if they harass us before the competition, we can suppress them. However, when the time comes for the competition, they will undoubtedly strike. We must ensure that Zhuang Yang knows the truth beforehand, and we must make him willingly stay and align with us. Otherwise, our Hehuan zone is in peril. Her gaze swept across the assembly. The situation is urgent. I hope you all will contribute your ideas. The hall fell silent for a moment as everyone pondered swiftly. Just then, a fiery red figure sprang to her feet. It was the bold and spirited Hong Xiao. With a confident smile, she patted her ample chest and declared, Master, I thought this was a monumental challenge. This is easy. Leave it to me, Hong Xiao. All eyes turned towards her, curious about her plan. Su Ru's interest piqued. Pray, enlighten us. Hong Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she confidently stated, Let me become a Dao partner with junior brother Zhuang. With my charm, I am absolutely certain that within 3 months, he will be completely devoted to me, his heart and mind consumed by none but myself. At that point, it matters not whether he is from Hehuan Zone or Qing men. Even if I were to tell him we are from a demon lair, he would willingly stay by my side. The more she spoke, the more animated she became, taking a few steps forward with eager anticipation. Master, just give the word, and I shall head to Jing Xiangu immediately. In 3 months. No, 3 weeks. No, 3 days. I will make him. Return to your seat. Su Ru interrupted, rubbing her throbbing temples. She was well aware of Hong Xiao's intentions. Even if it were feasible, it would surely invite more complications. Hong Xiao pouted her crimson lips and let out a reluctant "oh," begrudgingly returning to her seat, murmuring softly, It is clearly the fastest and most effective method. Su Ru pinched her brow, her tone growing serious. Focus. This matter concerns the survival of our sect. It is not a triviality. As her words faded, another cool yet commanding voice resonated. Sect leader, I have a solution. All eyes turned to Bai Ji, who slowly rose to her feet. Clad in a flowing white gown, she exuded an air of icy elegance. Yet, at this moment, a peculiar gleam flickered in her enchanting eyes. I do not require a partnership with him, Bai Ji stated calmly. Yet her voice carried an inexplicable confidence that could compel Zhuang Yang to willingly remain. When the time comes, I will direct him east, and he shall never venture west. Upon hearing this, Su Ru felt a glimmer of hope and pressed on. What is the solution? Please enlighten us. Bai Ji did not respond immediately. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, her fair countenance visibly flushed a shade of red, and her breathing quickened. Her enchanting eyes sparkled, and she instinctively swallowed, as if grappling with something difficult to articulate. Chapter 18. Indirect approaches to Hehuan Zone. All right, enough of that. Su Ru rolled her eyes. You sit down too. Bai Ji took a few eager steps forward. Let's give it a try. Sect master, allow me to. Su Ru interjected. Stop right there. You are even less reliable than Hong Xiao. Bai Ji pouted, reluctantly returning to her seat. Silence once again enveloped the grand hall as the female cultivators exchanged glances, each mirroring the ideas of Hong Xiao and Bai Ji, yet none dared to voice their thoughts due to the examples set before them. Observing her fellow disciples, who usually brimmed with charisma yet now struggled to devise a solid plan, Su Ru felt a wave of profound helplessness wash over her. Rubbing her temples, she softened her tone slightly. Well, it is indeed unfair to summon you all on such short notice. Let us do this, everyone. Please return and ponder the matter thoroughly. We shall reconvene here in 3 days to discuss strategies. By then, I hope you can present, more reliable solutions. The female cultivators, feeling a twinge of guilt, rose in unison, bowing as they took their leave. They departed the discussion hall in small clusters, whispering amongst themselves. Once the crowd had dispersed, Su Qingli remained behind. Approaching Su Ru, her delicate brows knitted in concern, she spoke. Sister, it is imperative that we first ascertain Zhuang Yang's view of He Huanzong. If he harbors deep-seated prejudices against us, any explanations or attempts to persuade him may yield little success. Su Ru nodded in agreement. Qingli, your words resonate with my thoughts. I intended to assign you this task. Tomorrow, when you deliver meals to Zhuang Yang, seize the opportunity to subtly inquire about his perspective on He Huanzong. Let us gauge his sentiments before we formulate our plans. Understood, sister, Su Qingli replied promptly. Su Ru, still somewhat apprehensive, added, remember to exercise caution in your choice of words, approach the matter gradually, and avoid raising any suspicions. Should you sense any change in his demeanor, swiftly change the subject. Do not act hastily. Su Qingli nodded slightly. Rest assured, sister, I shall be discreet. The following morning, Su Qingli arrived at Jingxin Pavilion as usual, carrying a food box. Zhuang Yang had just completed a round of cultivation, his breath steady and his gaze bright. Upon seeing Su Qingli, he immediately smiled and stepped forward to take the food box from her hands. Thank you, senior sister. No need for formalities, junior brother, Su Qingli replied with a gentle smile. Engaging in casual conversation, Zhuang Yang, you seem to be in good spirits. Has your cultivation been progressing smoothly? Have you encountered any difficulties? Zhuang Yang responded with a smile. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. Everything has been going well, and I haven't faced any challenges so far. That's excellent to hear, Su Qingli nodded, then casually shifted the topic. Speaking of which, Zhuang Yang, you have been in the sect for some time now. What do you think of our sect? Are you comfortable here? Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yang's expression turned serious, his tone sincere as he replied, Senior sister, the sect has treated me with immense kindness. Not only do they not scorn my humble talents, but they also generously provide me with such a wonderful environment for cultivation. The sect master and all the senior sisters have shown me great care, and I am filled with gratitude. This must be what it feels like to be at home. Su Qingli nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief. However, she soon noticed a hint of discomfort on Zhuang Yang's face. Sensing this, she quickly asked, Is there something else on your mind, junior brother? Please feel free to share. Hearing this, a slight blush crept onto Zhuang Yang's cheeks as he awkwardly admitted, Well, it's nothing major. I just feel that there are quite a few trials in the sect. But I understand that they are meant to temper the character of the disciples, which is beneficial. It's quite a rigorous training. As he spoke, memories of the senior sister's graceful forms during lessons, along with various unintentional closeness and touches, flashed through his mind. Enduring through these past months had indeed been no easy feat. Su Qingli, understanding the implications behind Zhuang Yang's words, felt a hint of embarrassment herself. Clearing her throat, she said, It is commendable that you grasped the deeper meaning behind the sect's intentions. The two continued their conversation, and as the atmosphere became more congenial, Su Qingli felt it was the right moment to steer the discussion toward the main topic. By the way, Zhuang Yang, your diligence is admirable, especially with the competition approaching in 3 months. It would be wise to gain insights about the Tian-Dao Alliance and its sects from me. So let me share some information. Zhuang Yang immediately straightened his posture, a serious look crossing his face. Please, senior sister, enlighten me. I have very little knowledge about this. Su Qingli began to elaborate. The Tian-Dao Alliance is an assembly formed 1,000 years ago by 12 sects in the Xiantian northern region. Its purpose is to maintain order in the north and coordinate resource distribution. The affairs of the alliance are primarily led by its 2 largest sects, Luo Xiazong and Qiyangmen. The Tian-Dao Alliance represents a formidable force on the Xiantian continent. She paused, observing Zhuang Yang's reaction before continuing. Have you heard of any other sects? Zhuang Yang shook his head in confusion, honestly replying, I have only sought a sect to embark on my path to immortality. I only attempted to join Tianjianmen and Bai Chao Gu, but both rejected me. I know nothing of other sections. Su Qingli nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. She began to briefly introduce the characteristics of several major sects, such as Tianjianmen, known for its numerous sword cultivators and aggressive tactics, Bai Chao Gu, skilled in alchemy and healing, and Yusho Zong, adept at commanding spirit beasts, among others. Finally, she slowed her tone slightly. Oh, there is one more sect, called He Huanzong. He Huanzong. Zhuang Yang's eyes brightened at the mention of this name, and he exclaimed, Oh, there really is such a sect in the realm of immortality. Su Qingli's heart raced, her voice tinged with tension. You know of He Huanzong? Zhuang Yang nodded, then shook his head. I've only heard the name, but I know very little about it. However, the Hehuan Zong you mentioned under the Tiandao Alliance is certainly not the same as the one I've heard of. He recalled the Hehuan Zong from a web novel in his past life, with its myriad of settings and diverse circumstances. Yet, there were a few commonalities that could not be overlooked. The dual cultivation method for both genders, and a lifestyle that was both extravagant and indulgent, often leading to blushing faces. Reflecting on this, Zhuang Yang felt a warmth rise to his cheeks and instinctively swallowed hard. Oh, what is the Hehuan Zong that you are familiar with, junior brother? Su Qingli asked with forced composure, though her heart pounded like a drum. Zhuang Yang spoke somewhat sheepishly. According to some miscellaneous books and tales I've read, that Hehuan sect probably counts as a demonic sect, right? It's said their cultivation methods are, well, rather peculiar. And their sect's customs are liberal? Of course, those are just the wild imaginations of ordinary folks, mere fabricated stories. They shouldn't be taken seriously. By the way, senior sister mentioned earlier that there's also a Hehuan sect within the Tiandao Alliance. Since it's under the Tiandao Alliance, it must be a righteous sect, right? Surely it's completely different from the tales I've heard. Senior sister, what exactly is the Hehuan sect of the Tiandao Alliance like? I would love to hear the details. After speaking, he looked at Su Qingli, his eyes faintly gleaming with anticipation. Chapter 19. The dreaming technique. The practice of cultivation is indeed peculiar, with the sect's ethos being quite open. However, what my junior brother has stated does hold some merit. Su Qingli, steeling herself, deftly shifted the conversation. The cultivation methods of Hehuan Zong possess unique aspects, yet they do not encompass the entirety of the sect's practice. Moreover, it is not solely Hehuan Zong. Each sect embodies its own distinct traditions and methodologies. Nevertheless, regardless of the sect, the majority of disciples typically engage in a systematic approach to absorbing spiritual energy and comprehending the Tao, which remains fundamentally similar across the board. The unique practices of each sect are not universally applicable, nor are they always in use. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yang displayed an expression of enlightenment, instantly drawing parallels. I understand now, senior sister. Just like our Qingjing men, we frequently conduct various tests aimed at refining the hearts of our disciples, thereby tempering their character. However, these tests do not constitute the entirety of our cultivation. For the most part, we also engage in meditation and the study of various skills, adhering to a structured practice. Tests serve merely as a supplementary tool, enhancing the effectiveness of our cultivation. Is this the essence of your words, senior sister? Indeed, the truth lies in this understanding. Su Qingli nodded. Continuing, as for what my junior brother mentioned regarding the sect's openness, what truly transpires within their ranks, whether it is rigorous or lax, frugal or extravagant, how can outsiders possibly know? Their internal affairs are their own business, and it is inappropriate for us to hastily pass judgment. Wouldn't you agree, junior brother? After speaking, she fixed her gaze intensely upon Zhuang Yang's face, not overlooking any subtle shift in expression, her heart once again racing. Zhuang Yang, reflecting deeply on her words, nodded earnestly, stating, Senior sister is absolutely correct. I believe that the internal affairs of a sect, as long as they do not adversely affect the outside world or commit grievous wrongs, are solely their concern. Outsiders indeed should not meddle, nor should they hastily draw conclusions based on mere rumors. Pausing briefly, he added with newfound clarity, however, given that Hehuan Zong is positioned under the banner of the Tian Dao Meng, it must possess a sense of propriety and a strict adherence to its principles. Thus, it stands in stark contrast to the chaotic and malevolent sects depicted in tales. Upon hearing this, Su Qingli tempered her swirling thoughts, summarizing, yes, the circumstances of the sects under Tian Dao Meng are generally as such. Zhuang Yang, with sincerity etched upon his face, expressed gratitude. Thank you, senior sister Qingli, for enlightening me. I now have a preliminary understanding of the sects in the Xinjiang northern region and have greatly benefited from it. As long as you have clarity in your heart, that is sufficient. Su Qingli nodded, her gaze falling upon the food box. Very well, let us dine first, and then focus on our cultivation. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your practice, do not hesitate to summon me with the Lingling bell. Yes, senior sister, take care. Zhuang Yang bowed respectfully as she departed from the Jingxin pavilion. Within the Master's hall, Su Qingli recounted the details of her earlier conversation with Zhuang Yang to Su Ru without omission. Su Ru listened quietly, pacing slowly within the hall. The hem of her palace gown brushed the ground, silent as a whisper. this young junior brother. Suddenly, Su-ru halted, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. He spoke with remarkable clarity, his thought process evidently lucid. I wonder if this is due to his inherent nature, possessing a righteous spirit, or simply his impartial evaluation of matters devoid of personal bias. She furrowed her brow, continuing her analysis. For a moment, it is difficult to ascertain his true sentiments regarding He Huanzong, whether they run deep or are superficial. A troubling hypothesis surfaced in her mind, causing her heart to sink. If his nature is intrinsically upright, intolerant of any injustice, adhering strictly to the so-called righteous path, then once he discovers that our Qing Jing Min is, in fact, a facade for He Huanzong, and realizes that we have been deceiving him all along, even harboring ulterior motives. Su-ru refrained from finishing her thought. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. However, she soon shook her head, her tone brightening slightly. No, we must not always think the worst. At least, based on his words today, he appears to harbor no entrenched prejudice against He Huanzong, and is even willing to view it rationally and defend it. This is a promising beginning. As she spoke, she glanced at Su Qingli, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes as she began to devise the next steps. Qingli, since Zhuang Yang feels no animosity towards He Huanzong, we have an opportunity. Moving forward, you must adjust your strategy. Su Qingli perked up, promptly responding, Sister, please instruct me. Su-ru carefully chose her words, speaking slowly. Starting tomorrow, you will deliver meals regularly, and, during your interactions, you may relax your demeanor somewhat. There is no need to maintain the previous artificial distance or excessive formality. Seeing the instant spark of understanding in Su Qingli's eyes, Su-ru quickly adopted a stern expression and cautioned, Remember, only slightly. Allowing you to relax does not mean to act recklessly. The goal is to help him gradually accept and adapt to our He Huanzong disciples. Well, a way of interaction that is relatively less ascetic. She stressed the importance of this process. It must be gradual, subtle, like spring rain nurturing the earth, gentle and unnoticeable. We cannot rush it and scare him away, lest we inadvertently create obstacles. Su Qingli, struck by the gravity of her words, felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Yet, fully aware of the stakes involved in this matter concerning the future of their sect, she quickly composed herself, earnestly assuring, Sister, rest assured, I understand. I will maintain a proper measure and will not act recklessly. Indeed, you have always been perceptive. I trust you. Su-ru nodded, her tone softening slightly, reminding, Remember, our objective is to help Zhuang Yang gradually lower his guard and ultimately accept our true selves, willingly choosing to remain in He Huanzong. Yes, Su Qingli affirmed once more, her mind already beginning to contemplate how to naturally and subtly bridge the distance between herself and Zhuang Yang. As night fell, within the Jingxin pavilion, Zhuang Yang sat cross-legged upon the futon in his chamber, diligently cultivating his techniques. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him, making concentration difficult. It seems I have indeed been overexerting myself lately. This thought flickered through Zhuang Yang's mind as he recalled Su Qingli's earlier advice on balancing work and rest. Not one to be stubborn, he recognized the futility of pushing through and gradually withdrew his energy, calming the surging spiritual force within him. In the next moment, a profound sense of fatigue enveloped him. He climbed onto his bed, lying down fully clothed. Within moments, the sound of steady breathing filled the room. Meanwhile, outside the Jingxin pavilion, in the lofty heights, a shadow that nearly melded with the nocturnal hues lingered silently. This figure was clad in immaculate white garments, enveloped in a layer of ethereal luminescence beneath the moonlight. It was none other than the holy maiden Ziyuan. She directed her gaze towards the direction of Zhuang Yang, gracefully forming a hand seal, as her aura shimmered with mystique. She was invoking a unique and arcane technique, the dream entry art. Chapter 20. Entering the dream, the innermost barrier of Jingxin Gu was set by Ziyuan. She quietly operated this technique, the entering dream method, which she had only begun to comprehend after 2 months of dedicated effort, drawing upon the essence of the barrier's spiritual energy. This method, exquisite yet demanding, could only be employed on those whose cultivation was significantly inferior to her own. Zhuang Yang happened to meet this criterion. The function of this technique was to induce drowsiness in the target, allowing the practitioner to enter their dreams. Furthermore, it was even possible to relay occurrences from the dream back to reality. Within the dreamscape, Zhuang Yang was meditating in Jingxin Gu as usual, the surroundings indistinguishable from reality. Suddenly, a cool, ethereal voice resonated. Zhuang Yang. He opened his eyes and saw Ziyuan, clad in white, standing before him. Her beauty reminiscent of a celestial being from the Moon Palace. Although he felt a sense of familiarity with her, recalling that she was likely a revered saint within the sect, the memory of being forcefully kissed was shrouded in a veil of ambiguity. Zhuang Yang hastily rose and bowed respectfully. Addressing her as disciple, Zhuang Yang greets Saint Sister. Ziyuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, her cold gaze sweeping the surroundings before she inquired, Zhuang Yang, do you know where this place is? Zhuang Yang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively replying to Sister, this place is Jingxinge. After speaking, he felt somewhat puzzled as to why the Saint Sister would pose such an obvious question. Ziyuan continued her inquiry, her tone unperturbed. And what sect does this belong to? Naturally, it is Qingjing Min, Zhuang Yang answered, feeling it was a matter of course. However, his confusion deepened. No, Ziyuan stated flatly. This is Hehuanzhong. Hehuanzhong. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yang's pupils constricted, astonishment washing over his face. He had only heard this name from Qingli Shiji during the day. How could it be that the Qingjing Min he thought he belonged to had suddenly transformed into Hehuanzhong? Before Zhuang Yang could voice his questions, Ziyuan began to unfold a long-buried history in her characteristic, emotionless tone. Hundreds of years ago, Hehuanzhong was a prominent sect in the Xinjiang northern region. Since then, Hehuanzhong has sealed its mountain and closed its doors, gradually declining. The Tiandao Alliance has established rules prohibiting our sect from actively recruiting male disciples. This cascade of revelations struck Zhuang Yang like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly stunned and shaken. Observing his reaction, Ziyuan did not afford him the opportunity to ponder. Instead, she continued to deliver even more shocking news. You have mistakenly arrived at Hehuanzhong, believing it to be Qingjing Min. Since you came here voluntarily, it does not violate the Tiandao Alliance's prohibition. Hence, everyone thought to keep you here, but fearing you might flee in fright, they had to pretend the sect was Qingjing Min. Furthermore, once you establish your foundation, you will need to assist the sisters with their cultivation through dual cultivation methods. However, rest assured, the sect will not overexert you, nor will we truly regard you as a mere furnace. Of course, if this matter is taken too far, it will ultimately deplete some of your vital energy. Now, it is up to you to decide whether to stay or leave. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming. Zhuang Yang stood in silence for a long time, rendered speechless as the dreamscape fell into prolonged quietude. Eventually, he approached the edge of the bed and slowly sat down, exhaling a long, heavy breath. Ziyuan observed him and asked, from your demeanor, it seems you intend to stay? Zhuang Yang softly affirmed with a nod. This response took Ziyuan by surprise, her cool tone now tinged with curiosity. Do you not resent us for deceiving you? Are you not concerned about the responsibilities that lie ahead? This place is not the Qingjing Min you envision. Zhuang Yang shrugged and replied softly, why should I harbor hatred? Whether it is Hehuanzhong or Qingjing Min, it matters little to me. To speak frankly, I have been without parents since childhood, relying on begging to survive. The mere fact that a sect is willing to accept me and provide a place to settle is already a source of great contentment for me. Moreover, the sect treats me well, offering me a spacious residence in Jingxinge, warm clothing, and sufficient food. Although the sisters may, their attitude towards me has been kind, and they have patiently guided my cultivation. While Hehuanzhong may not have the best reputation externally, the sisters I have encountered are not bad people. Pausing for a moment, he spoke with heartfelt gratitude. One could say that my time in Hehuanzhong has been the most stable and happiest period of my life. No longer am I adrift, nor do I need to worry about food and shelter. Ziyuan fell silent. Indeed, these exalted cultivators had long detached themselves from the struggles of the mortal world, having forgotten the hardships endured by those at the bottom. For someone like Zhuang Yang, who had once struggled to survive, where even basic sustenance was a concern, a sect that offered protection and warmth held significance far beyond the superficial notions of justice or evil or the uniqueness of techniques. They were entangled in the web of deception and truth, while Zhuang Yang discerned only the fundamental aspects of survival and goodwill. Zhuang Yang had never sought some ethereal notion of righteousness. He merely yearned for a place that would accept him as family. Rest well, Zhuang Yang. I have decided not to disrupt the rules for now, Ziyuan remarked, observing Zhuang Yang's sturdy physique, and for the first time, she revealed a smile. Though it was but a gentle smile, it was profoundly enchanting. The dreamscape began to quiver slightly. Zhun's form gradually became hazy, ultimately transforming into twinkling lights that faded away. Outside the loft, Zhun slowly opened her beautiful eyes, dissipating the secret technique. Her cool gaze once again fell upon Jingxinguo. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Zhuang Yang's face. His eyelids fluttered a few times before he leisurely awakened. In that fleeting moment of consciousness returning, the bizarre and information-laden dream from last night resurfaced in his mind. Huanzong, the ancestor gravely injured, male disciples expelled, dual cultivation after foundation establishment. Each scene and every word felt as though he had lived through them. Zhuang Yang sat up, momentarily dazed, and then vigorously rubbed his cheeks, exhaling a deep breath. It seemed that what one thinks during the day manifests in dreams at night. Just yesterday, Qingli Shiji had mentioned Huanzong, and now he had experienced such an absurd dream. As he spoke, a blush uncontrollably crept across his cheeks. Could it be that deep down, I actually hope that Qing Jingmin is indeed Huanzong? A bold and shameful thought emerged uncontrollably. If it is indeed the He Huanzong, then such a multitude of enchanting sisters, each more beautiful than a flower, which surely. The alluring charm of Hong Xiao, the cool and domineering presence of Bai Ji, the gentle concern of Su Qingli. And then there are those sisters, each possessing striking beauty and graceful figures. Not to mention the Saintess Zi Yuan, who left a profound impression with a fleeting glimpse, only to reappear in dreams. Even the sect leader, Su Ru. Zhuang Yang's heart involuntarily quickened. How absurd. Zhuang Yang, what foolish thoughts are you entertaining? He hastily shook his head, attempting to cast aside those whimsical notions, his face growing increasingly flushed with embarrassment. Yet soon after, he quietly murmured, a graceful lady, a gentleman's ideal match. Surely, that is not so inappropriate. Besides, I am at the prime of my youth, and it is quite normal to indulge in such thoughts occasionally, isn't it? Just as he wrestled with his tumultuous emotions, his face alternating between red and pale, a voice from outside the Jing Xian pavilion broke the silence. The junior brother Zhuang, sister Qingli has arrived. Zhuang Yang quickly gathered his composure, suppressing the chaotic thoughts. He stood up, adjusted his robe, and hurried toward the entrance, all the while pondering, how strange, why does Sister Qingli's voice seem a bit off today? Chapter 21. The allure of Su Qingli. Zhuang Yang pushed open the door to his bedroom and swiftly stepped outside. Upon entering the hall, he spotted Su Qingli standing at the door, delicately holding a food box. Today, she seemed to have made a special effort in her appearance, adorned in a light purple, form-fitting gown that revealed a slightly lower neckline than usual, accentuating her graceful curves. A light dusting of powder graced her face, and her lips were a vivid red. Upon seeing Zhuang Yang, she broke into a radiant smile, her voice still as melodious as ever. Good morning, Shitty. Yet, her tone carried an unusually soft lilt, imbued with a hint of seduction. Good morning, Shiji, Zhuang Yang stammered, quickly bowing. His gaze inadvertently swept over Su Qingli's chest, and he found the sight of her fair skin and breathtaking silhouette particularly captivating. His heart raced, and he hastily averted his eyes. Musing to himself, is Shiji's outfit a tad too revealing today? How did I not notice before that she possesses such allure? The thought sent a rush of warmth to his cheeks, rekindling the fleeting, romantic notions he had just suppressed. Noticing Zhuang Yang's reaction, Su Qingli felt a sense of satisfaction within, though she masked it well, feigning ignorance as she gracefully entered the hall. Unlike her usual routine of setting the food box down and departing, she thoughtfully opened it, arranging the dishes meticulously on the table. Subsequently, she took a seat beside Zhuang Yang, resting her chin on her hand and gazing at him with a smile. Shitty, come, eat while it's hot. Zhuang Yang, somewhat flustered by the attention, complied and began to eat. Su Qingli, sitting beside him, initiated conversation, discussing the recent weather and trivial anecdotes from within the sect, her voice soft and her eyes sparkling. As Zhuang Yang savored his meal, he quietly listened, yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to Su Qingli's enchanting demeanor. The slightly open neckline, the contours that rose and fell gently with her breath, each detail seemed to possess an enchanting pull, captivating his attention. That little rascal is truly mischievous, don't you think, Shitty? Su Qingli laughed lightly, her eyes sparkling as she awaited his response. However, Zhuang Yang was lost in a reverie, his mind adrift with thoughts of the alluring scene before him, failing to catch her words. Shitty? Seeing Zhuang Yang in a daze, Su Qingli called out again. Huh. Zhuang Yang snapped back to reality, his cheeks flushed and his eyes darting nervously towards Su Qingli, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Shiji, I was a bit distracted and didn't catch what you said. Noticing his flustered state, Su Qingli's eyes glimmered with amusement rather than irritation. No worries, Shidi, you must be exhausted from your training. As she spoke, she suddenly leaned forward, her delicate fingers gently pinching a grain of rice that had clung to the corner of his mouth before he could react. To his astonishment, she effortlessly brought the rice to her own lips, savoring it with a gentle lick of her fingertip. Let us not waste it, she smiled, her lips curling in a way that mirrored the gentle ripples of spring waters. Zhuang Yang stared blankly at her alluring lips, his mind a complete blank. His cheeks, ears, and neck burned crimson, and his heart raced as if it would leap from his chest. In 2 lifetimes, he had only reached the threshold of youth in his previous existence, and now, having just emerged from a small town, he found himself ensnared by such an exquisite enchantress. How could anyone withstand such temptation, especially when there were hundreds more like Su Qingli? Su Qingli observed Zhuang Yang's flustered demeanor, his face nearly radiating heat, and she arched her brow slightly in surprise. She had not anticipated that her subtle flirtation would elicit such a strong reaction from him. Shidi, you truly are quite innocent, she thought to herself, realizing she must refrain from further teasing. To disrupt Zhuang Yang's cultivation or affect his state of mind would be to risk everything, contradicting the very essence of their sect's teachings. With that, she tempered her flirtatious smile, rising gracefully with her tone returning to its usual warmth. Shidi, take your time eating. I just remembered I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, she departed the Jingxin pavilion with the same lightness she had arrived with. Zhuang Yang stood there, dumbfounded as he watched her graceful figure vanish beyond the door. After a considerable moment, he let out a long breath, feeling his heart still pounding fiercely. He glanced at the steaming food on the table and hastily finished his breakfast. Once he had cleared the dishes, he returned to his meditation mat, attempting to calm his tumultuous emotions through cultivation. However, as he began to practice the Qing Jing Ju, the restlessness within him only intensified. Su Qingli's enchanting figure lingered in his thoughts, recalling the fragrance that enveloped him when she leaned close, and the allure of her lips and tongue as she savored the rice. After enduring several hours of distraction, with no signs of tranquility emerging, Zhuang Yang found himself compelled to stand and make his way outside the Jingxin pavilion. In his current state, the only remedy for his unrest would be to revert to an old method. Soon, Zhuang Yang arrived in the backyard, a hoe slung over his shoulder. However, he was momentarily taken aback by what he saw. The land he had previously tilled and sown with seeds had sprouted spirit plants. Yet, consumed by the demands of training and study, he had completely forgotten to tend to them. At this moment, the once vibrant plants appeared wilted, most of their leaves yellowing and curling, lacking vitality. Zhuang Yang felt a pang of embarrassment and heartache. Realizing his negligence had likely resulted in a waste of the seeds, he surveyed the unfamiliar spirit plants, now able to identify many of them, including several rare varieties. Perhaps there was still hope for them. Taking a deep breath, Zhuang Yang recalled the transplanting and care techniques that Bai Ji had taught him, contemplating how best to salvage the situation. If all else failed, he would have to seek Bai Ji's assistance. With that thought in mind, he resolved not to hesitate any longer. He immediately calmed his mind and recalled the teachings imparted by Bai Ji. With utmost care, he gently channeled a trace of gentle wood attribute spiritual energy through his fingertips, slowly enveloping the roots of the withered spiritual plant like a trickling stream. His intention was merely to safeguard the roots with spiritual energy, facilitating transplantation while minimizing damage. However, at the instant his energy made contact with the spiritual plant, an unexpected transformation occurred. The once languid plant, its leaves a desolate yellow, began to stand upright at an astonishingly visible pace. The withered leaves swiftly shed their pallor, radiating a vibrant green hue, gradually becoming lush and abundant. What? Zhuang Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, instinctively halting the flow of spiritual energy. Yet, the spiritual plant remained in its newly rejuvenated state. Chapter 22. The Pure Yang Immortal Body. It is my spiritual power. Zhuang Yang harbored a vague suspicion, took a deep breath, and made another attempt. This time, he chose another spiritual plant nearby that appeared to be in even worse condition, relinquishing any pretense of control and directly amplifying his spiritual energy. An astonishing spectacle unfolded. That dying spiritual plant not only instantly revived, but also began to grow visibly, stretching out. The once stunted sapling, barely a few inches tall, shot up to over half a foot in mere dozens of breaths. Its leaves became broad, lustrous, and well-defined, faintly emanating a weak spiritual light. Its form, color, and the spiritual energy fluctuations it radiated clearly transitioned from a mere month's growth to at least a year's worth. This, Zhuang Yang was utterly astounded. Bai Ji had previously mentioned that the age of a spiritual plant affects its efficacy. Even the most ordinary and least valuable spiritual plant, once it reaches over 1,000 years of age, could fetch several hundred spiritual stones, if not more. In other words, as the age increases, the value of the spiritual plant rises dramatically. Moreover, the medicinal properties could undergo tremendous transformations upon surpassing certain ages. He had once inquired about how to increase the age of a spiritual plant, to which Bai Ji had replied that one could only wait patiently for time, without any means to force it. Yet now, my spiritual power can actually nurture spiritual plants? Zhuang Yang snapped back to reality, staring blankly at his own hands. If I can cultivate spiritual plants of sufficient age, it would be an immense boon, whether for cultivation or to exchange for resources. Just as Zhuang Yang was swept away by his overwhelming emotions, the voice of Su Qingli drifted from the front yard of the Jingxin Pavilion. Junior brother Zhuang, it's time for lunch. Zhuang Yang, still at a nascent stage of cultivation, had yet to fully abstain from food. The 3 meals a day remained indispensable. Upon hearing her voice, he quickly gathered his thoughts and responded loudly. Sister, I'm in the backyard. Soon, Su Qingli arrived in the backyard, gracefully carrying a food box. She had deliberately changed into a modest and elegant dress, toning down her previous alluring charm, and smiled gently. Why did you come to the backyard, junior brother? Is your cultivation going smoothly? Have you? Before she could finish her question, Zhuang Yang eagerly interrupted. Sister Qingli, you arrived just in time. I've discovered something earth-shattering. Oh, what could possibly excite you so much, junior brother? Su Qingli smiled. Assuming Zhuang Yang had made a new breakthrough in his cultivation, Zhuang Yang pointed to the now flourishing spiritual plant beside him, his excitement palpable. Sister, my spiritual power seems capable of nurturing spiritual plants. Look, these were just wilting and nearly dead, but after I tried using my spiritual power, they revived and grew so much. Su Qingli's smile faltered, and she instinctively retorted, Junior brother Zhuang, you must be joking. How could you possibly nurture spiritual plants? This is entirely illogical. Even if we were to entertain that notion, you would be a walking spiritual vein, a living treasure for any sect. Seeing Su Qingli's disbelief, Zhuang Yang was eager to prove his claim. Sister, let me show you. Under Su Qingli's unwavering gaze, Zhuang Yang selected a dying spiritual plant and infused it with his spiritual power. Before long, the plant that had been on the verge of death shed its yellowed leaves, bursting forth with greenery, standing tall, and unfurling its leaves. Within mere moments, it transformed from a state of despair to one of vibrant life, even exhibiting the miraculous growth of age. This, Su Qingli watched in astonishment, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. She covered her mouth, which had slightly parted in shock, as the food box clattered to the ground, forgotten. Following the immense shock was a wave of joy akin to a tsunami. She stepped forward and seized Zhuang Yang's arm, her tone urgent. Junior brother Zhuang, listen. This matter must not, under any circumstances, be disclosed to anyone. Anyone. Do you understand? Zhuang Yang was taken aback by Su Qingli's sudden seriousness and nodded dumbly. Stay here, don't go anywhere. Wait for me. Su Qingli released Zhuang Yang, disregarding the fallen food box, and swiftly took flight on her sword. A streak of light racing towards the hall of the sect leader. In midair, she did not forget to convey a warning. Remember, do not tell anyone. Within the hall of the sect leader, Su Ru was occupied with sect affairs when she was startled by Su Qingli's abrupt entrance, her brows furrowing. Qingli, what has you so flustered? Su Qingli hurriedly approached, her breath slightly uneven, and recounted Zhuang Yang's ability to nurture spiritual plants along with the shocking scene she had witnessed. What? Nurturing spiritual plants? Qingli, are you certain you did not miss-see? Su Ru sprang to her feet, her exquisite face etched with astonishment. Sister, I saw it with my own eyes. It is absolutely true. Su Qingli affirmed with unwavering conviction. Su Ru stood frozen, as a name long considered extinct echoed like thunder in her mind. Could it be? Zhuang Yang possesses the pure yang, immortal body. As she regained her composure, Su Ru's voice trembled, overwhelmed with disbelief. The pure yang, immortal body possesses the essence of the utmost yang, imbued with the principles of time, providing unparalleled nourishment and cultivation for spiritual plants. Yet such a physique is rarely encountered. The last documented instance had ascended to the higher realm eons ago. After speaking, she swallowed hard. Her delicate face flushed with excessive excitement. If Zhuang Yang truly possesses such a legendary physique, its implications. Our Zhuang sect has truly stumbled upon an earth-shattering treasure. No, a celestial treasure. Su Qingli spoke again. Meeting Su Ru's gaze, both their beautiful eyes brimmed with joy. Su Ru was the first to regain her composure. Her curiosity piqued. Such a secret, and Zhuang Yang revealed it to you directly? Su Qingli nodded. When I went to deliver food, he was eager to show me and had no intention of keeping it secret. Upon hearing this, Su Ru was momentarily stunned, then could not help but raise a hand to her forehead, both exasperated and amused. A complex array of emotions surged within her heart. This young man, how is he so naive? Such an extraordinary ability, and he dares to reveal it so casually. It is almost beyond imagination to ponder the cataclysmic waves that such news would unleash upon the realm of cultivation. At that moment, the Zhuang sect would undoubtedly be incapable of safeguarding him. Even the Tiandao alliance would find itself under scrutiny. The entire Xintian continent would inevitably be engulfed in a fierce battle for Zhuang Yang. Let us go immediately to the Jingxin Pavilion. Su Ru decisively made her choice, without a trace of hesitation. And in a swift motion, she appeared outside the hall. Su Qingli followed closely behind. A streak of escape light and a beam of sword light shot forth like a meteor racing towards the moon, hurtling at breakneck speed towards the Jingxin Pavilion. Chapter 23, A Solemn Warning. In the backyard of Jingxin-gu, Zhuang Yang listened attentively to Su Qingli's earnest admonition before her departure. Although he was still brimming with excitement over his newfound abilities, he settled down, refraining from boasting about them. With nothing pressing at hand, he continued to channel his spiritual energy into reviving the languishing spiritual plants. Under his focused efforts, the near-dead flora quickly regained vitality and flourished. The desolate land of the backyard transformed into a verdant oasis at a breathtaking pace. Just as he was tending to the last few plants, a swift beam of light descended from the sky. Before it fully touched the ground, a powerful consciousness had already taken in Zhuang Yang's every move. The visitor was none other than Su Ru. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, a tumultuous wave surged within her. The last shred of doubt evaporated entirely. Indeed, it was the pure yang, immortal body. She was stunned by this revelation. Such a legendary physique, thought to be lost to time, had re-emerged in the world and serendipitously found itself within her Zhuang sect. The shimmering light gently landed not far behind Zhuang Yang. Sensing the movement, he turned around and, upon seeing the sect leader's presence, respectfully bowed, saying, "Disciple Zhuang Yang pays respects to the sect leader." With a smile gracing her features, Su Ru gracefully approached Zhuang Yang, her gaze sweeping over the vibrant spiritual plants surrounding him. She spoke softly. "Just now, Qingli informed me of your extraordinary constitution." Constitution? Zhuang Yang was taken aback. Su Ru's expression turned serious, and her tone became grave. "Zhuang Yang, you are not a mere mixed spirit root. Rather, you possess the legendary pure yang immortal body, a phenomenon encountered once in a millennium." Pure yang immortal body. Zhuang Yang's face reflected utter confusion. Instead of rushing to explain the complexities of the immortal body, Su Ru shifted the conversation, her voice lowering. "Zhuang Yang, do you understand the principle of possessing a jewel brings calamity? Are you aware of the cruelty that pervades the world of cultivation?" Without waiting for Zhuang Yang's response, she continued, her tone unwavering yet heavy. "What do you think this cultivation realm is? A carefree paradise? No, you are mistaken. It is a place far more perilous than the mundane world, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. In the mortal realm, where wealth and power are contested, rivers run red with blood. Yet in the path of cultivation, the struggle is for longevity and opportunities, the very foundation of the Tao. For this, masters turn against their disciples, partners become foes, and fellow sect members harm one another. Such occurrences are commonplace. On the surface, they may call you brother, share wine with you, but in the blink of an eye, for a mere artifact, a pill, or a chance, they would not hesitate to plunge a dagger into your dantian. Those so-called righteous sects, cloaked in glamour, engage in sordid deeds that rival the demonic path. I have cultivated for centuries and witnessed firsthand how, for a single herb that could extend life by a decade, a nascent soul ancestor would massacre an entire city of mortals. Using their blood for sacrifice. For a fragment of a flawed technique, an entire sect, with over 1,000 souls, was annihilated overnight by their allies, their mountain gate reduced to ashes, leaving only bones exposed to the wilderness. Each self-proclaimed seeker of the Tao exhausts their ingenuity and employs every possible means, both overt and covert, in a desperate bid for that elusive opportunity for eternal life, aspiring to become the legendary carefree immortal. Oblivious to the fact that the path is already strewn with countless bones and an ocean of blood. Su Ru's words peeled away the glamorous yet hypocritical veneer of the cultivation world, vividly revealing the most naked and brutal laws of the jungle before Zhuang Yang. Zhuang Yang listened in a daze, his heart shaken. In 2 lifetimes, though he had struggled at the bottom in his previous existence and experienced the warmth and coldness of human relationships, his understanding was limited. In this life, while he felt warmth at Qingjingmen, it was merely that. He had never encountered such a direct discourse that pierced to the essence and unveiled the darkness. Scenes from his past life, where he occasionally read mindless stories of triumph, flashed through his mind. The protagonists effortlessly obtained fortuitous encounters, sailing smoothly through challenges, while the villains were often portrayed as dim-witted. In stark contrast to the grim and bloody reality of the cultivation world that Su Ru described, those tales seemed pale and laughable. Zhuang Yang, I know you are naturally innocent and do not harbor suspicions towards others. Su Ru's tone softened slightly, though still grave. But have you considered that your pure yang immortal body and your ability to nurture spiritual plants are seen as astonishing treasures by the greedy? If word spreads, ravenous wolves and tigers, hypocritical gentlemen, and unscrupulous demons will come knocking. They will imprison you, utilizing you as a tool to cultivate spiritual herbs, squeezing out your last drop of value. They may even extract your soul and refine your essence to unravel the mysteries of your constitution. At that juncture, do not expect your sect, or even a nascent soul ancestor, to guarantee your safety. Zhuang Yang swallowed hard, a shiver running down his spine. The scenarios depicted by Su Ru sent chills through him. It was only then that he truly realized the terrifying perils hidden behind what seemed like a blessed gift. Observing Zhuang Yang's pallid complexion and fearful gaze, Su Ru recognized that the moment was ripe. She extended her hand and gently patted Zhuang Yang's shoulder, her tone turning warm once more. However, Zhuang Yang, do not fear. Since you have entered my sect, the sect will spare no effort to protect you. But you must remember the words of today. Conceal your talents and remain humble. Before outsiders, you must never reveal even the slightest hint of this ability. Do you understand? Zhuang Yang nodded gravely, his voice trembling with trepidation. Disciple, understands. Thank you, sect leader, for your guidance. Seeing that Zhuang Yang had absorbed her words, Su Ru felt a surge of relief. Yet, she remained vigilant and continued her earnest counsel. Zhuang Yang, you must remember that regarding your constitution and abilities, no matter whom you face, including the elders of the sect, senior sisters, or even myself, you must never speak of it again. Remember, a secret belongs only to the heart when kept hidden within. Exercise utmost caution when employing this ability. Do you think that hiding in the quiet room and remaining in the backyard guarantees your safety? Foundation establishment cultivators can extend their consciousness for miles. Core formation cultivators can envelop dozens of miles with their awareness, easily at their command. As for those elusive nascent soul beings, their consciousness sweeps over 100 miles. Every movement within that expanse is laid bare to their perception. At times, you may believe your actions are discreet and unnoticed, yet you may be oblivious to the fact that your every move has long been observed by certain existences. The dangers of the path of cultivation far exceed your imagination, a far cry from the tranquility you perceive in this confined space. At that moment, Su Qingli's sword light gracefully descended. Heeding her sister's admonition, she swiftly stepped forward to add, her tone imbued with concern, Zhuang Shidi, what the sect leader has said is indeed profound. You must not exhibit even the slightest carelessness. By the way, do you not possess that remarkable Nisha? This object is extraordinarily mysterious. You should wear it close to your body as an inner garment, continuing to don it without fail. Once activated, The Yingni Sha can completely sever the perceptual probing of any cultivator below the Jiedan stage. Even for those at the Jiedan level, unless they deliberately focus their consciousness specifically on you, it would be difficult for them to discern your presence. With this protective garment, you shall evade countless troubles. Upon hearing her words, Zhuang Yang felt a chill in his heart, fully realizing the gravity of the situation. He had indeed been somewhat naive before. Now, having listened to the counsel of both the sect leader and his sister, he recognized that he had been like a frog at the bottom of a well. He promptly nodded with gravity, responding earnestly, "Yes. Sect leader, Sister Qingli, I shall remember this. I will never mention this matter to anyone again, and I will exercise the utmost caution when employing my abilities. I will return immediately to don the Yingni Sha and will not remove it." Chapter 24. For the sake of the sect, what if the entire sect exists for Zhuang Yang alone? Su Qingli's heart felt a slight sense of reassurance, yet she emphasized, "Remember, the Yingni Sha must be nurtured continuously with subtle spiritual energy. When worn, you must also allocate a portion of your focus to maintain it." Zhuang Yang nodded earnestly. "Senior sister, rest assured, I will always keep this in mind and will not be negligent." At that moment, Su Ru's gaze shifted to Su Qingli. "Qingli, today's matter pertains to Zhuang Yang's life. Aside from you and me, it must not reach the ears of any third party. Not even the elders of the sect or other core disciples should learn a whisper of it. Do you understand?" Su Qingli's expression sharpened, and she promptly replied, "Yes." Qingli understands the gravity of the situation and will certainly keep it confidential. Su Ru nodded slightly, then turned her attention to Zhuang Yang, her tone softening. "Zhuang Yang, you need not be overly anxious. I am aware of the secret you bear, and I will do my utmost to protect you. Shortly, I will set up several layers of concealment and protective restrictions outside the Jingxin Pavilion to ensure absolute safety. What you must do now is to continue your cultivation as usual, solidify your realm, and avoid letting this matter disturb your mind, lest it give rise to inner demons." She paused, speaking earnestly. "Though your physique is exceptional and your opportunities are extraordinary, do not let this burden weigh heavily upon you. Be vigilant when necessary, but in your everyday cultivation, maintain a balanced mindset, allowing for both tension and relaxation. The path is long, and one's heart is fundamental." A warm current surged within Zhuang Yang as he respectfully bowed. "I will heed the Master's teachings. I shall adjust my mindset and strive diligently, living up to the sect's high expectations." "That is well," Su Ru replied, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. She exchanged a knowing glance with Su Qingli, and the two turned to leave. Before departing, Su Ru established several restrictions to safeguard the Jingxin Pavilion. Zhuang Yang watched them depart and immediately returned to the Jingxin Pavilion, retrieving the Yingni Sha at once. The thin fabric felt cool and silky to the touch, subtly shimmering with hidden light. He followed their instructions and donned it closely. Simultaneously, he channeled a fine thread of spiritual energy to continuously nurture this life-preserving artifact. Having completed these tasks, he settled back onto the mat. However, he did not immediately enter meditation. Instead, a torrent of thoughts swirled within him. "Chunyang's giant body," Zhuang Yang murmured softly, still finding it somewhat unbelievable. "I never imagined I possessed such a legendary physique." Recalling Su Ru's descriptions of the perilous underbelly of the cultivation world, rife with murder and treasure-seeking, he contrasted this with the actions of Su Ru and Su Qingli, who, upon learning of his situation, not only harbored no greed, but instead promptly sought to protect him, establishing layers of defense for him. This juxtaposition stirred a wave of gratitude and emotion within Zhuang Yang. In a world as treacherous as the cultivation realm, where killing and seizing treasure was as commonplace as breathing, yet the master and senior sister Qingli had not acted in such a manner. Rather, they had offered earnest counsel and protection. "How fortunate I am to have joined such a sect, encountering such a master and a group of senior sisters." The more he thought, the more he felt a chill of fear. Had he initially joined a sect that appeared righteous on the surface but was riddled with corruption within, the consequences of his secret being exposed would be unimaginable. This heartfelt protection, akin to delivering coal in a snowstorm, was far more moving than mere embellishment. After a long moment of reflection, Zhuang Yang exhaled deeply, his gaze regaining its determination. Su Ru's advice to maintain a balanced mindset echoed in his mind. He began to consciously gather his chaotic thoughts, dispelling the distractions within. Regardless of the circumstances, since the sect treated him with sincerity, he must not betray their expectations. The foremost task at hand was to enhance his strength. The competition in 3 months would be the first step in repaying the sect. I must give my all to bring glory to the sect. With his resolve set, Zhuang Yang ceased hesitating and slowly closed his eyes. Within the Jingxin pavilion, spiritual energy gradually converged. Zhuang Yang's path of cultivation was now imbued with a tranquility that had previously eluded him, enriched by the calm that comes after guidance. In the Master's hall, layers of restrictions were laid down, isolating the interior from the exterior. Su Qingli's delicate face was alight with barely contained excitement. "Sister, the revival of our Hehuan sect truly seems promising." When Zhuang Yang arrived, we regarded it merely as a once-in-a-century opportunity, hoping that this solitary male disciple could assist the senior sisters in breaking through their bottlenecks and enhance the sect's strength. That alone felt like a stroke of luck. Yet now it seems our aspirations may be set even higher and broader. Su Qingli grew increasingly animated. With Zhuang Yang's astonishing ability to cultivate spirit plants, what do we have to fear regarding resources? Given time, the sect's foundation will undoubtedly surpass what it has ever been. Coupled with his innate talent, our Hehuan sect could not only restore its former glory but perhaps even have the chance to ascend to the ranks of the Tiandao Alliance and become the foremost sect in the northern region. Suru glanced at Su Qingli. While her eyes also sparkled with an undeniable fervor, they were predominantly filled with a heavy concern. She gently waved her hand, speaking calmly. "Qingli, do not let excitement cloud your judgment. The phrase possessing a treasure incurs guilt pertains not only to Zhuang Yang himself, but to our entire Hehuan sect. Once the secret of Zhuang Yang's physique is leaked, do you think those covetous sects will allow our Hehuan sect to rise because of him? At that point, we would face an assault more ferocious and ruthless than that of a century ago. This opportunity is, in fact, a gamble that could lead to irreparable consequences with the slightest misstep." Upon hearing this, Su Qingli's excitement rapidly faded, and her expression grew serious. "What you say is entirely true. I was too simplistic in my thinking." After a moment's hesitation, she voiced another troubling question. "Sister, after Zhuang Yang successfully establishes his foundation, must we truly treat him as a furnace cauldron?" Her tone carried a hint of reluctance. Although the effects of drawing energy from his Chunyang giant body would surely far exceed the ordinary and the damage to his own Dao foundation might be limited, it would still deplete his vitality. Is it not excessive to treat a disciple who harbors sincere feelings for the sect in such a manner? Perhaps we should set strict regulations to moderate the senior sisters? Upon hearing this, Su Ru gently shook her head. "Qingli, you must understand, contemplating these matters now is futile. The survival of the sect surpasses all personal emotions and ethics. If it is truly for the greater good of the sect, for the revival of He Huanzong's former glory, then I would not hesitate to offer Zhuang Yang as a vessel. Indeed, I would willingly sacrifice the entire sect, including you and me, to elevate him to the pinnacle of power. As long as he remembers the bonds of the past and ensures the enduring flame of our sect, it would not be in vain. Everything, for the sake of the sect." Upon hearing these words, Su Qingli was profoundly shaken, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. After a moment of stunned silence, she let out a soft sigh, tinged with regret. If only the complete transmission of the He Huan Xianjing, which fosters a mutual enhancement and a win-win situation, still existed. Alas, all that remains are fragmented pieces, and any attempt to gather them will inevitably lead to losses on one side. Otherwise, why would we find ourselves in such circumstances? Chapter 25, Ripening and Alchemy. Qingli, can worldly affairs ever align with our desires? Zhuang Yang, endowed with a celestial body, has willingly joined my He Huan sect, presenting a glimmer of hope bestowed by the heavenly path upon our sect. However, the incomplete transmission of the He Huan Xianjing serves as both a shackle and a trial imposed by destiny. In all matters, excess leads to deficiency, and rigidity invites breakage. It is rare to find a method that achieves both ends, so how can one indulge in the pursuit of perfection? Su Ru's expression was serene, her tone earnest. Thus, there is no need to linger excessively in futile worries and regrets. The immediate task is not to dwell on the incomplete practices, but to devise ways for Zhuang Yang to willingly remain, allowing him to wholeheartedly embrace the He Huan sect. Only with his sincere allegiance can all subsequent endeavors hold promise. Otherwise, even if his physique is extraordinary, without his heart in this place, it remains but a fleeting illusion. Su Qingli, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, only to reveal a look of sudden understanding. Sister speaks the truth. I was momentarily overwhelmed by the surprise of his celestial body, forgetting this fundamental principle. As she spoke, she recalled Zhuang Yang's exceedingly innocent reaction that morning, which elicited both amusement and concern. Sister, Zhuang Shidi is somewhat overly naive and innocent. I did not engage in any inappropriate actions this morning. I merely exhibited a slightly more intimate demeanor than usual, brushing away a grain of rice from the corner of his mouth, and he blushed like a boiled shrimp, his gaze evasive, lost in thought, unable to fully comprehend my words. Such a reaction makes me fear. Listening to Su Qingli's account, Suru not only felt no concern but instead revealed a slight smile. Innocence and simplicity are not detrimental. They rather indicate a pure heart. While it is essential to let go, the focus must be on emotion rather than mere desire. The goal is not to leave him in a state of confusion, but to cultivate a sense of belonging to the entire sect through the individual. Su Qingli nodded repeatedly. I understand sister's meaning. In the afternoon, within the depths of the Jingxin Pavilion's training room, Zhuang Yang placed several spirit plants he had gathered from the courtyard aside, intended for the crafting of Ningqi Dan. These spirit plants, roots and all, thrived in their pots, bursting with vitality. With a flick of his thought, the book titled Dan Refinement Insights, obtained from the sect, floated before him. The pages turned of their own accord, landing on the section detailing the recipe and refining method for Ningqi Dan. Ningqi Dan aids in the concentration and purification of spiritual energy, assisting in cultivation. Main ingredient, Ning Lu grass, preferably over 10 years old. Auxiliary ingredients, Zhu Ling flower, Digen vine. Zhuang Yang's gaze swept over the recipe, confirming the basic age requirements. Then he extended his right hand, palm facing down, and began to channel spiritual energy into the plants in the pots. He continued this for approximately the duration of an incense stick. These spirit plants had already matured from under 1 year to meet the 10-year standard required by the recipe, and even surpassed it. He did not cease, but continued to nurture them. After nearly half an hour, the main and auxiliary plants in the pots had transformed into vibrant, spirit-rich, century-old specimens. New tender shoots had even sprouted beside the plants. Zhuang Yang gradually concluded his efforts, steadied his mind, and prepared for the formal alchemy. He retrieved the small alchemical furnace gifted by Bai Ji and set it before him. His gaze returned to the Dan Refinement Insights, and he began to read the steps for refinement. The first step was to preheat the furnace and eliminate impurities. His eyes scanned the instructions, and with a hand gesture, he cast a fireball spell into the base of the furnace. In an instant, a stable orange-red flame ignited at the bottom of the furnace, gently warming it. Zhuang Yang controlled the temperature of the flame, ensuring the furnace received even heat. Soon, a faint aroma, reminiscent of metal and smoke, began to waft through the air. This was the impurities that needed to be expelled beforehand. After preheating for about half a cup of tea's time, the impurities were gone, and the internal temperature of the furnace met the requirements. Zhuang Yang proceeded to the second step. The second step involved sequentially adding the herbs to dissolve and purify. First, he added the century-old Ning Lu grass. He swiftly tossed the herb into the furnace and quickly sealed it shut. With his consciousness immersed in the furnace, he closely monitored the changes in the herb. Under the influence of the high temperature, the Ning Lu grass rapidly shriveled, its essence extracted, transforming into a small pool of emerald green liquid. Some gray-black residues settled at the bottom. Zhuang Yang observed carefully, meticulously controlling the heat. He needed to ensure the essence was not scorched while ensuring impurities were thoroughly eliminated. Once the essence of the Ning Lu grass was refined, he proceeded according to the recipe, sequentially adding Zhu Ling flower, Digen vine, and other auxiliary herbs, refining them into liquids of different colors, skillfully guiding them with his incantations. The third step involved merging the liquids to form the elixir. Zhuang Yang took a deep breath, focused his mind, for this was the most critical step. According to the insights recorded, he began to adjust the flame's temperature while simultaneously casting the incantation to concentrate the medicinal power. Under the guidance of his consciousness and the incantation, the various colored liquids within the furnace began to draw closer and merge slowly. Zhuang Yang was fully concentrated, making continuous adjustments to the heat, guiding the medicinal powers to permeate one another. This process lasted nearly a quarter of an hour, and the originally distinct colored liquids ultimately fused into a fist-sized, uniformly deep green liquid, gently swirling at the center of the furnace, exuding a rich fragrance of the elixir. The fourth step involved nurturing the elixir over a gentle flame, shaping and solidifying it. With a thought, Zhuang Yang reduced the flame's intensity. Under the gentle heat, he nurtured the liquid, making its medicinal power more harmonious. At the same time, he formed hand seals to evenly divide the liquid into several portions. With exquisite precision, the separated smaller portions of liquid gradually contracted and solidified, ultimately forming a series of dragon eye-sized, slightly rough, deep green pill prototypes. The fifth step was to collect the elixirs. The shapes of the pills stabilized, their fragrance contained, and the timing was right. Zhuang Yang swiftly extinguished the furnace fire and lifted the lid. With a wave of his hand, a prepared jade bottle nearby soared into the air, its mouth aligned with the furnace. Several streams of deep green light shot from the furnace into the jade bottle, producing a crisp sound of collision. Thus, the elixirs were formed. Zhuang Yang let out a long sigh of relief, picked up the jade bottle, and poured the elixirs into his palm. A total of 5 pills, each round and of a uniform deep green hue. Although their surfaces were not as smooth as some top-tier elixirs, they bore no obvious flaws, emanating the distinctive fragrance of Ningqi Dan. With another thought, he retrieved another jade bottle from his storage bag. This jade vial was previously bestowed upon Su Qingli, along with various magical artifacts, talismans, and cultivation techniques. Inside it contained 2 Ningqi Dan. Zhuang Yang poured out the 2 pills for comparison. The Ningqi Dan distributed by the sect exhibited a slightly lighter hue, and the medicinal fragrance was markedly subdued. Upon closer observation, it was evident that they paled in comparison to the 5 exceptionally pure pills he had just refined. Remarkably, their quality surpassed that of the sect's ready-made offerings. Zhuang Yang then gazed at the elixirs he had personally crafted, a profound sense of accomplishment swelling within him. The effects of refining with century-old medicinal materials were indeed extraordinary. With an inexhaustible supply of Ningqi Dan to assist in his cultivation, Zhuang Yang's eyes brightened, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he unhesitatingly placed 1 Ningqi Dan into his mouth. Yet, in the next moment, he sensed that something was amiss. Chapter 26. Consuming elixirs as sustenance. Zhuang Yang discerned that as the elixir entered his stomach, it transformed into a warm current of spiritual energy that surged towards his limbs and bones. It almost required no additional guidance, as it spontaneously integrated into his own energy vortex, being absorbed and transformed. In the brief span of merely a few breaths, the overwhelming medicinal power had completely subsided, fully absorbed, enriching his internal spiritual energy. Hadn't Senior Sister Bai Ji emphasized that all elixirs that assist in cultivation and elevate realms must be slowly refined within the body after consumption? Zhuang Yang exhibited a look of astonishment, murmuring to himself. Even the most basic condensation chi pill requires at least several dozen hours for refinement. Higher-tier elixirs may demand days, even tens of days for complete assimilation. Gradually, a thought emerged in his mind. Could this phenomenon be related to my pure yang immortal body? To validate this hypothesis, he steeled his resolve and swallowed another condensation chi pill. The result was the same. The medicinal power rapidly dispersed within him, then astonishingly absorbed, transformed, and merged into his chi si. The entire process was incredibly smooth, devoid of any sense of blockage or fullness. His body exhibited an exceptionally high affinity and digestive capacity for elixirs. It appeared that this was indeed the case. Zhuang Yang's face brightened with joy. If such elixirs were no longer limited, wouldn't that mean a bold idea began to take shape in his mind as he gazed intently at the spiritual plant seedlings in the nearby flower pot. In the following half-month, Zhuang Yang became utterly engrossed in the grand endeavor of alchemy. He first nourished the spiritual plants cultivated in various flower pots with spiritual energy. Lush and vibrant, the main and auxiliary materials for the condensation chi pill were continuously cultivated. Then, he stationed himself before the alchemical furnace, refining pills time and again. From initial clumsiness to later proficiency, the success rate and quality of the condensation chi pills stabilized at an exceptionally high level. In one corner of the practice room, a previously vacant area gradually accumulated bulging burlap sacks. Indeed, burlap sacks. The jade vials quickly proved insufficient, prompting Zhuang Yang to resort to these sacks to store the polished, round condensation chi pills, as though they were grains. One day, Zhuang Yang sat cross-legged on a mat, several tomes of cultivation techniques floating before him. In moments of contemplation, his right hand instinctively reached out to draw from the air. Occasionally, his mouth would open as one by one the condensation chi pills from the nearby sacks lined up and flew into his mouth. The pills dissolved upon entry, with their medicinal power swiftly absorbed, gradually and steadily enhancing his spiritual energy and cultivation. At noon, Su Qingli, as usual, brought a meal to the Jingxin Pavilion. Upon stepping inside, her consciousness automatically swept through the space. The moment she sensed Zhuang Yang's aura, a hint of astonishment flickered in her beautiful eyes. He had actually reached the 6th level of qi refinement? At this rate, it was quite possible he would break through to the 10th level before the competition. This would undoubtedly bolster his confidence in the contest. While lost in thought, she gently called out, "Junior brother Zhuang, I've brought you lunch." As her words fell, Zhuang Yang quickly exited the practice room, exclaiming, "Sister Qingli." Su Qingli smiled slightly, preparing to place the food box on the table when Zhuang Yang waved his hand and said with a grin, "Sister, you need not trouble yourself with bringing me meals every day from now on." Su Qingli paused, puzzled. Why? With her junior brother's current realm, he should not yet be able to practice abstaining from food. Forcing such a practice would only backfire. That's not the case. Zhuang Yang shook his head, smiling as he replied, "I have refined some elixirs myself, and consuming them is sufficient to satiate my hunger." Elixirs for sustenance? Su Qingli's curiosity deepened. She knew Zhuang Yang had learned alchemy, but could elixirs truly replace meals? "Sister, come, let me show you," Zhuang Yang enthusiastically invited. Turning back towards the practice room, Su Qingli, though somewhat skeptical, set down the food box and followed closely behind. Upon pushing open the door to the practice room, Su Qingli halted in her tracks, taken aback by the sight of the piled burlap sacks filled with elixirs. Zhuang Yang turned to her, explaining, "Sister Qingli, I discovered that I refined these condensation chi pills exceptionally quickly. The taboos that senior sister Baiji mentioned seem not to apply to me." To provide Su Qingli with a more direct understanding, he summoned a condensation chi pill from the distant sack and, before her eyes, placed it into his mouth. Shortly after, he drew another and swallowed it in succession. This was truly extraordinary. Su Qingli's eyes sparkled with amazement, unable to suppress her exclamations. Had she consumed condensation chi pills in such rapid succession during her chi refinement phase, it would have led to meridian blockages, leaving her writhing in pain. She had witnessed yet another miraculous aspect of the pure yang immortal body. After her astonishment, Su Qingli quickly regained her composure and solemnly cautioned, "Junior brother Zhuang, this matter, akin to your nurturing of spiritual plants, is of great significance and must not be revealed before outsiders." "Rest assured, sister," Zhuang Yang promptly replied with a serious demeanor, "I shall forever remember the teachings of the sect leader and you." Hearing this, Su Qingli felt somewhat reassured. Subsequently, the two engaged in further discussion regarding alchemy and cultivation. Zhuang Yang seized the opportunity to express his intentions. "Sister, I plan to enter seclusion for the next 2 months, focusing solely on enhancing my cultivation in preparation for the competition. With these elixirs assisting me, I should make considerable progress." Upon hearing this, Su Qingli immediately supported him without a second thought. "Since junior brother has made up his mind, that is indeed a good thing. You may rest assured in your seclusion. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation or require anything else, simply ring the spirit bell to summon me." "Thank you, sister." Zhuang Yang expressed his gratitude. Su Qingli nodded with a smile. After advising him on several matters to consider during his seclusion, she turned to leave the Jingxin Pavilion. However, as she stepped outside, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Her smile gradually faded, replaced by a look of concern. In her astonishment at the burlap sacks filled with elixirs and Zhuang Yang's unique constitution, she had neglected the task entrusted to her by her elder sister. Now that he was entering seclusion, what about the assignment? She worried that not only would there be no progress, but their relationship might also become estranged. Su Qingli pondered, glancing back toward the Jingxin Pavilion, hesitating over whether to speak to Zhuang Yang and dissuade him from his decision to enter seclusion. Ultimately, the decision was made to refrain from acting impulsively and to ascend into the skies towards the Zhangmendian. Within the Jingxin Gu, Zhuang Yang, after bidding farewell to Su Qingli, fully immersed himself in contemplation. While consuming the Ningqi Dan, he continued to delve into various foundational techniques and scriptures. The situation unfolded as such, and then Zhuang Yang entered seclusion. Inside the Zhangmendian, Su Qingli conveyed the circumstances to Su Ru. Qingli, this is, Su Ru's expression reflected a sense of helplessness. Given her sister's reliability, she had entrusted such a significant task to her. How could it be that even she? Alas, sister, Su Qingli hesitated, her head hanging low. Su Ru gently sighed, on the verge of speaking, when suddenly, she sensed Ziyuan's presence approaching the Zhongmen Dian with remarkable speed. Chapter 27 Contribution Point Rankings. Dun Guang landed gracefully before the main hall. As the radiance faded, Ziyuan, clad in white, stepped forward. Her gaze first swept over Su Ru, offering a slight nod as a form of greeting. Subsequently, she fixed her eyes directly on Su Qingli, her tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Qingli Shimi, I came to register contribution points, but upon finding you absent in the affairs hall, I sought you here. Su Qingli promptly stepped forward, her face adorned with a smile. Ziyuan Shiji, I appreciate your personal effort to come here. I will accompany you to the affairs hall to register right away. Internally, she felt a sense of relief, as Ziyuan's arrival temporarily interrupted any potential reprimand from her sister. However, this matter could not be delayed indefinitely. After assisting Ziyuan with the registration, she would still need to return and discuss matters with her sister. Ziyuan acknowledged her with a soft response, but did not rush to leave. Her cool gaze lingered on the faces of the two, perceptively sensing a subtle shift in the atmosphere. She was not one to pry unnecessarily. Yet, considering the matter concerning Zhuang Yang, she inquired, Zhongmen, Qingli Shimi, are you still troubled by the situation with Zhuang Yang? Su Ru was taken aback by Ziyuan's direct question, momentarily stunned. Soon after, she sighed in response to Ziyuan's words. Half sincerely, half in jest. Indeed, Ziyuan Shimi, you are aware that Zhuang Yang still believes himself to be a disciple of King Jingmen. This matter pertains to the future of our sect and the child's resolve. We have convened several discussions over the past half a month, yet you have been occupied and unable to attend. We have deliberated extensively, but have yet to devise a comprehensive strategy. With the competition date approaching, I confess I am quite distressed. She refrained from mentioning Zhuang Yang's physical condition, attributing her concerns solely to the challenge of being forthright. Upon hearing this, Ziyuan nodded slightly, her icy visage betraying no emotions. I see. However, Zhongmen need not worry excessively. After a brief pause, under the slightly perplexed gazes of Su Ru and Su Qingli, she continued in her characteristic calm, yet resolute tone. I have already ascertained Zhuang Yang's attitude. There is no cause for concern on that front. You may rest assured. Su Ru exclaimed in surprise. When did you come to know this, Ziyuan Shimi, and how did you find out? Su Qingli also looked at Ziyuan with curiosity. Nevertheless, Ziyuan refrained from providing a detailed explanation. She could not very well disclose that she had utilized her unique technique, Ruming Jue, to delve into Zhuang Yang's dreams for an open and honest conversation. Such methods were not exactly suited for public discourse, and they remained her personal secret. Ziyuan slightly turned her head to avoid Su Ru's probing gaze, maintaining her calm tone. The specifics are not convenient to disclose. However, please believe me, Zhongmen, Zhuang Yang's loyalty to the sect is far more steadfast than we imagine. He will not depart simply due to a change in the sect's name. You may rest easy regarding this matter. With that, she said no more and turned to Su Qingli. Qingli Shimi. Let us proceed to the affairs hall. Still in a state of shock and confusion, Su Qingli instinctively replied, Oh, yes, all right, Shiji. As Su Ru observed Ziyuan's aloof and solitary figure, she found herself grappling with countless questions. Yet, recognizing the other's unwillingness to elaborate, she understood that further inquiries would yield no fruitful answers. Despite the ambiguity of the situation, Ziyuan's cool demeanor and her reluctance to utter unsubstantiated claims suggested she possessed a solid basis for her assertions. Thus, it seems Ziyuan Shimi had indeed put in considerable effort on their behalf. Finally, Su Ru could only express her gratitude, acknowledging Ziyuan's diligence with a nod. Ziyuan responded in kind and departed alongside the still bewildered Su Qingli from the Zhongmen Hall. Upon completing the registration at the affairs hall, Su Qingli hurried back to the Zhongmen Hall, her face still marked by lingering astonishment and confusion. Sister, I just tried to ask Ziyuan Shiji a few questions. Her tone was very assured. She stated that there are absolutely no issues on Zhuang Shiji's side, assuring us to be at ease. However, she has not revealed any specific reasons. After reporting, Su Qingli anxiously inquired, Sister, what should we do next? Should we proceed as planned and attempt to have Zhuang Yang embrace the sect once he emerges from seclusion? Seated upon her jade throne, Suru gently tapped her fingers against the armrest, pondering for a moment before slowly responding. Though Ziyuan's demeanor is cold, she has always been true to her word, rarely speaking without conviction. Given her certainty, she must possess insights that we are unaware of. Moreover, consider this. Over the past few months, she has tirelessly undertaken tasks to accumulate contribution points, all in anticipation of Zhuang Yang's foundational establishment, enabling her to take precedence. This alone indicates her determination to secure Zhuang Yang's allegiance. She would not act without purpose in this matter. As she analyzed the situation, a look of relief blossomed on her face. Thus, it seems that the greatest crisis regarding Zhuang Yang's acceptance of He Huanzong has been alleviated. Truly, we are fortunate. With a long sigh of relief, Suru felt as though a weight she had carried for far too long had finally been lifted. In a moment of relaxation, she suddenly recalled something and casually asked, "By the way, during your visit to the affairs hall, did you learn about Ziyuan's current ranking in contribution points?" Su Qingli replied, "Ziyuan Shiji has now surged into the top 3. At this rate, when Zhuang Shidi establishes his foundation, it seems almost certain that she will claim the top position." Top 3. Su Ru's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated such rapid progress. "I knew Ziyuan was diligent, but I had no idea she was this relentless. And what about me? What is my current ranking?" Su Ru inquired tentatively, knowing that despite her busy responsibilities as Zhongmin, she often handled high-level tasks and had consistently ranked at the forefront in contribution points. Su Qingli lowered her head, hesitating before stammering, "Sister, you are currently in second place." "Second?" Su Ru's voice suddenly escalated, nearly causing her to rise from her jade throne. "Wasn't I first for quite some time? Who is currently in first place?" Su Qingli's face flushed crimson, her ears tinted with a rosy hue as she stuttered, It's me." The Zhongmin Hall fell into a profound silence as Su Ru stared blankly at her blushing sister. All her careful calculations, guarding against the elders, Ziyuan, and that pack of fierce younger sisters, had not prepared her for the shocking revelation that it was her very own sister, who had always been at her side, that had quietly ascended to the top of the contribution rankings. Su Qingli felt an unsettling discomfort under Su Ru's intricate and inscrutable gaze. With a voice as delicate as a whisper, she sought to explain, "I merely assisted junior brother Zhuang Yang while concurrently completing a few tasks. I did not anticipate accruing such a significant number of contribution points. It was all rather unforeseen." "Very well." Su Ru pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling an overwhelming sense of exasperation. The unexpected nature of it all was indeed perplexing. Qingli could certainly benefit from a more convincing excuse. Alas, within the Hehuan sect, the fervor surrounding Zhuang Yang was palpable, with everyone showcasing their unique talents. It appears that moving forward, one must exert greater effort and undertake more high-contribution tasks. Chapter 28. The competition approaches. Withdrawal? Zhuang Yang's determination. 2 months have swiftly passed during Zhuang Yang's seclusion and rigorous training. In the deepest part of the Jingxin Pavilion, within the training room, Zhuang Yang slowly opened his eyes. A far more magnificent, refined, and harmonious aura emanated from his being compared to 2 months prior. He had achieved the pinnacle of the 13th level of qi refinement, great perfection. Should anyone peer into his qi sea, they would undoubtedly be astonished to discover its breadth and depth far exceeding that of his peers by several folds. In the corner of the room, the numerous bulging sacs that once stood there had all deflated, having been thoroughly consumed by Zhuang Yang, who had refined and absorbed countless high-quality qi-condensing pills, laying the foundation for his remarkable advancement in cultivation. Before long, a gentle voice called from outside the Jingxin Pavilion, "Zhuang Shidi. There are only 3 days left until the competition. How are your preparations coming along?" Upon hearing the voice, Zhuang Yang stood tall, opened the door to the training room, and stepped outside. The moment Su Qingli met Zhuang Yang's gaze, her instinct prompted her to probe with her spiritual sense. Instantly, her beautiful eyes widened, and she instinctively covered her scarlet lips. "Zhuang Shidi, you have actually reached great perfection in qi refinement. It has only been 2 months. From the 6th level to the 13th level of great perfection, such speed was truly astonishing. Even knowing he possessed the pure yang immortal body and medicinal assistance, this level of progress was indeed outrageous." Observing Su Qingli's astonishment, Zhuang Yang humbly replied, "I have gained a bit during my seclusion. I apologize for making you laugh, Qingli Shiji." Taking a deep breath, Su Qingli lowered her voice, unable to conceal her excitement. It seems this pure Yang. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhuang Yang immediately raised his hand, signaling for silence, and reminded, Shiji, this matter is absolutely confidential. Seeing this, Su Qingli nodded vigorously. Yes, it was my slip of the tongue. After quickly regaining her composure, she retrieved a jade token emitting a faint glow from her storage bag and handed it to Zhuang Yang. Zhuang Shidi. This is a passage token, allowing you to traverse the sect's restrictions. The sect leader wishes to see you to discuss the competition. I will take you there. Zhuang Yang accepted the jade token and nodded, following Su Qingli as they walked outside the Jingxin Pavilion. This marked his first departure from the confines of the Jingxin Pavilion since entering the Qingjing sect. Upon reaching the courtyard, Su Qingli summoned her flying sword first, and Zhuang Yang called forth his own, the Qiushui. The two ascended the skies in succession, with Su Qingli leading the way towards the sect leader's hall. During the journey, Su Qingli occasionally chatted with Zhuang Yang, noting that he was still the same innocent and pure-hearted Shidi from 2 months ago. This alleviated much of her concern. Simultaneously, she observed that Zhuang Yang's control over his sword while flying was steady, with his sword light solid and his speed effortless. Clearly, he had not neglected the practice of fundamental techniques and skills during these 2 months, having mastered them quite adeptly. As their sword light glided through the sky, many female disciples below noticed the pairs soaring above, especially paying particular attention to Zhuang Yang. For many, it was their first encounter with the only male disciple in the sect. Zhuang Yang stood tall and handsome, his recent cultivation advancement lending him an even more ethereal aura. As he flew, his garments fluttered gracefully, captivating the female disciples who gazed at him with sparkling eyes and racing hearts, their whispers of admiration echoing in the air. A significant number of them followed Zhuang Yang's figure with intense interest, seemingly eager to approach him. Before long, the two arrived at the front of the sect leader's hall. They descended from their swords and stepped inside. Su Ru sat gracefully upon a jade throne, and upon Zhuang Yang's arrival, her spiritual sense instinctively probed. At that moment, Zhuang Yang had not activated his concealment technique, and with her mid-stage core formation cultivation, she easily discerned his realm. Although she had mentally prepared herself, a hint of surprise flickered in Su Ru's eyes. Great perfection in qi refinement. In just over 2 months, he had broken through 7 levels. The might of the pure Yang immortal body was indeed formidable. Suppressing the waves of emotion within her, Su Ru maintained a composed demeanor befitting the sect leader and nodded slightly to Zhuang Yang, her voice gentle. It appears that Zhuang Shidi has gained quite a lot during his seclusion. That is wonderful. Before Zhuang Yang could respond, she shifted her tone, addressing the main topic. Zhuang Yang, regarding the upcoming competition, the sect has decided not to participate. Not participate? Zhuang Yang exclaimed in shock. Sect leader, why is that? He had devoted 2 months to rigorous training and preparation for this competition, fully ready to give it his all. Su Ru sighed softly, explaining, the rules for this competition have been altered at the last moment. Unlike previous year's elimination format, all disciples in the Qi refinement stage who registered will simultaneously enter a predetermined venue for a free-for-all battle. The final 10 remaining in the arena will be deemed the top 10 of this competition. A free-for-all battle? Su Qingli exclaimed in disbelief, her face filled with astonishment. This is a rule that has never been seen in the Tiandao Alliance's new disciple competitions. In previous years, there was at least group combat. How could it be? Su Ru sighed again, elaborating. This change has been pushed through by the Tianjin sect in collaboration with several other sections. For reasons unknown, both the Luoxia sect and the Qiyang sect have also consented, and thus the rules have been set. Su Qingli's expression darkened, her teeth clenched. Tianjin sect. They are clearly targeting. Before she could finish, she caught the warning gaze of Su Ru and swallowed her words, lowering her head in frustration. Her jade hands clenched tightly to suppress her anger. Zhuang Yang's confusion deepened, and he asked, Sect leader, even so, why are we not participating in the free-for-all? Although I am inexperienced, I am willing to fight with all my might. Zhuang Yang, you do not understand, Su Ru replied, her expression somber. Though neither the Luoxia sect nor the Qiyang sect will send disciples to compete, the other 9 sects are fully committed. Outside our sect, each of those sects has sent 6 disciples to compete, while we have only you. She revealed a bitter expression. The announcement of the rule change came only after the registration deadline had passed. Had we known earlier that it would be such a perilous free-for-all, the sect would have made arrangements to send 5 more disciples without hesitation. We would never allow you to face this alone. Yet now, the die has been cast, and the rules cannot be altered, nor can we register again. Allowing you to participate in such a dangerous free-for-all is akin to sending a sheep into a tiger's den. As the disciples of other sects observe your isolation, they will undoubtedly prioritize eliminating you from the contest. At that juncture, not to mention achieving a commendable rank, even your personal safety would be precarious. Given this circumstance, it may be wiser to forego participation entirely and refrain from wading into such treacherous waters. Although it is regrettable, it is far preferable to subject you to such perilous risks. Once these words were spoken, a profound silence enveloped the hall. Su Qingli, though reluctant, comprehended her elder sister's earnest intentions. Yet, she seethed with indignation at the despicable tactics employed by the Tianjin sect. Zhuang Yang stood rooted in place, processing the sudden influx of information. He understood Su Ru's concerns. Indeed, it was a situation exceedingly unfavorable to himself. Even if the other sects did not conspire together, any single sect's numbers would still exceed 6. To confront 6 with 1 would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. However, upon witnessing the worry and guilt in Su Ru's eyes, and Su Qingli's suppressed frustration and helplessness, he reflected upon the sect's nurturing, the expectations of the sect leader and his senior sisters, his tireless cultivation to enhance his strength, and the vast reservoir of spiritual energy within him, far superior to that of his peers. A surge of unwillingness and ambition, intertwined with a sense of duty to uphold the honor of the sect, surged within his chest, ultimately shattering his astonishment and hesitation. Suddenly, Zhuang Yang lifted his gaze, his eyes resolutely fixed on Su Ru. On his still youthful countenance, an unexpected determination shone through, belied by his age. Sect leader, your concerns are well understood by your disciple. You fear that I, alone, may fall into encirclement, rendering my safety uncertain. I am profoundly grateful for this protective instinct. Yet, precisely for this reason, I cannot retreat without a fight. The sect leader and sisters have repeatedly advised me of the perils within the immortal cultivation realm, urging me to conceal my strengths and maintain humility. However, concealing one's strengths does not equate to perpetual retreat. At times, in certain circumstances, stepping back does not lead to boundless horizons. Instead, it may lead others to perceive our sect as timid and weak, inviting further scrutiny and oppression. As he spoke, Zhuang Yang stepped forward, cupping his hands and declaring loudly, "Sect leader, senior sister Qingli, I have now achieved perfection in qi refinement and possess the confidence to contend with any peer in battle, should they attempt to bully me through sheer numbers. I too have methods to counter. This upcoming competition, while fraught with danger, also presents an opportunity to demonstrate the spirit and strength of our sect's disciples to all sects within the Tiandao Alliance. If I can secure a position within the top 10, or even achieve an even greater rank, who would dare to underestimate our sect again? I implore the sect leader to permit me to participate. I am willing to fight for the honor of our sect and repay the nurturing I have received. Even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, I am resolute in my determination, with no intention of retreating." Chapter 29. The floating arena. Su Ru remained transfixed as she gazed at Zhuang Yang, captivated by the unwavering confidence and determination reflected in his eyes. The resonant words from earlier echoed in her ears. Concealing one's talents is not merely an act of retreat. At times, stepping back does not lead to boundless horizons, but may instead invite further oppression. Initially, she had assumed that Zhuang Yang's thoughts were straightforward, requiring their constant guidance and protection. Little did she anticipate that this young man had quietly matured, embodying such vigor and responsibility. Su Qingli's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly prompting her to applaud in approval. Her gaze towards Zhuang Yang transformed. Beyond her previous concern, it now brimmed with admiration and a flutter of emotions. After a prolonged silence, during which one could hear a pin drop within the hall, Su Ru finally inhaled deeply, a serene smile illuminating her exquisite visage. "Excellent. A commendable spirit, unyielding and without regret. It is I who sought too much stability, almost stifling your vigor and the prestige of our sect." Rising from her seat, she approached Zhuang Yang, her eyes blazing with intensity. "Since you have made your decision with such passion and resolve, our sect shall stand as your most steadfast support. Prepare well over these 3 days. Adjust your state of mind. When the time for the duel arrives, remember to conceal your intentions and await the opportune moment." As she spoke, her wrist flicked, and two talismans, shimmering with ethereal light and inscribed with flowing runes, materialized in her palm. One radiated a sharp golden hue, faintly resonating with the sound of a sword's cry. The other was a robust earthy yellow, exuding an aura as steady as a mountain. Su solemnly placed the two talismans into Zhuang Yang's hands. This is the Jin Hongguan Ri talisman. Once infused with spiritual energy, it can unleash a strike equivalent to the full power of a nascent soul cultivator, immensely powerful, but to be used with caution, a life and death item for critical moments. This one is the Wu Tu Shou Hu talisman, capable of forming a sturdy barrier of spiritual energy around you, sufficient to withstand several fierce assaults from foundation-building cultivators. Keep it safe for emergencies. Zhuang Yang regarded the two invaluable and potent talismans in his grasp, a warm current surging within him. After storing them away, he bowed deeply. Thank you, Sect Master, for your generous gifts. I shall not fail your expectations. 3 days swiftly elapsed. On the day of the competition, the sky was just beginning to brighten. At the entrance of Hehuan Zone, shadows flitted about. Su summoned a flying artifact. A magnificent vessel crafted entirely from pure white spiritual jade. The ship radiated a gentle glow, its sides adorned with gossamer wings of spiritual energy. This was the Lu Yin Yu Zhou, a treasured heirloom passed down through generations of Hehuan Zone's leaders. Zhuang Yang, Su Qingli, Zi Yuan, and several dozen core disciples, including Hong Xiao and Bai Ji, boarded the jade vessel. Clad in formal sect attire, their vibrant colors showcased their distinct elegance. Yet an air of solemnity permeated their expressions. The primary purpose of this journey was to rally behind Zhuang Yang and safeguard his well-being. Simultaneously, it marked the first appearance of Hehuan Zone before the myriad sects of the Tiandao Meng in a century, a momentous occasion. Soon, the jade vessel transformed into a streak of light, soaring through the heavens towards the competition venue. Approximately an hour later, a breathtaking sight emerged on the distant horizon. A colossal circular edifice floated above the sea of clouds, its scale rivaling that of a small mountain. Constructed from azure giant stones, the structure bore an ancient style, imbued with the weight of time. Intricate runes were carved upon the stones, faintly emanating waves of spiritual energy. At the center of this circular edifice lay an expansive arena, its diameter measuring several dozen miles. The ground was not mere soil but dark rocks, as solid as fine iron, marked with numerous intersecting scratches and charred pits, clearly the remnants of countless fierce battles. This was the venue for the competition, the floating arena. Surrounding the circular structure were tiered spectator stands, ascending like terraced fields, capable of accommodating tens of thousands. These stands were divided into several distinct sections, each displaying the flags and emblems of various sects, representing their respective factions. At this moment, many sections of the stands were already filled with spectators, voices echoing in a lively uproar. Above the arena and the stands, a stunning spectacle unfolded. Hundreds of sword lights of various colors darted through the air like shooting stars, representing disciples from different sects who had come to observe or cheer. Higher up, several escape lights hovered, exuding formidable pressure. These were the elders of various sects at the nascent soul stage. The entire scene resembled an ancient colosseum transported to the clouds, grand, imposing, and imbued with an exhilarating competitive atmosphere. The air was thick with the fluctuations of diverse spiritual energies, mingling with the powerful aura of countless cultivators gathered together. The Lu Yin Yu Zhou gracefully descended into the designated section for Hehuan Zone. Though somewhat secluded, the area was spacious. Su was the first to disembark from the jade vessel, followed closely by Zhuang Yang. Su Qingli, Zi Yuan, and the others followed suit. Their arrival immediately drew numerous gazes. The uniformly stunning female cultivators of Hehuan Zone were already eye-catching, and the presence of Zhuang Yang, the sole male among them, added to the intrigue. However, Su and the others remained unfazed, disregarding the whispers and glances from the crowd. Standing beside Zhuang Yang, Su Qingli began her low-toned introduction. Junior brother Zhuang, this is the competition venue, the floating arena. It is said to be an ancient trial ground, surrounded by formidable restrictions that prevent the aftermath of battles from harming the stands and ensure the fairness of the contest. She gestured towards the towering circular stands. Those distinct sections are reserved for the various sect spectators. The highest area, where the spiritual energy is most concentrated and the flags are the most magnificent, belongs to Luo Xia Zone, and Qiyang men. Though they do not compete, they attend every contest to observe, holding a position of superiority. Her tone suddenly turned cold as she pointed towards another section. And over there, where the sword energy pierces the heavens, is the location of Tianjin men. Her gaze swept across several other sections as she continued her detailed introduction. That area is by Chaogu, and there is Yusho Zong, and over there. Su Qingli meticulously explained to Zhuang Yang, concluding with a solemn reminder. Remember the sect master's instructions. In the initial chaos of the melee, the scene will undoubtedly be tumultuous. Do not become the focus of everyone's ire. Prioritize your own safety, observe the situation, and seek opportunities. Zhuang Yang listened intently, his gaze sweeping across the magnificent martial arts arena and the throngs of spectators surrounding it. Particularly striking were the luminous figures of those in the advanced stages of cultivation, suspended high above. The scene before him instilled in him a profound awareness of the elevated standards of this competition. Yet, he felt no trepidation, rather, a fervor ignited within him. I understand, Senior Sister Qingli. Zhuang Yang nodded. I will act according to circumstances. The members of Zong took their seats, awaiting the official commencement of the contest. Countless gazes, some filled with curiosity, others scrutinizing, and some laced with malice, were cast from all directions, converging upon Zhuang Yang, the sole male disciple of Zong. Chapter 30. The Tianjin Sect Strikes. Amidst the myriad of thoughts swirling in the minds of the onlookers, a voice suddenly resounded from above, as thunderous as a great bell. The time has come. All participating disciples from various sects, please proceed immediately to the preparation area for assembly. The voice emanated from a Jedon cultivator who floated at the highest point, adorned in the attire of the Luoxia sect. Su immediately focused her mind and turned to Zhuang Yang, finally admonishing him. Zhuang Yang, remain vigilant, and heed my words. Brother Zhuang, take care. Su Qingli could not help but speak again, her beautiful eyes brimming with concern. The other senior sisters, including Hong Xiao and Bai Ji, cast worried glances, whispering their cautions. Only Ziyuan remained quiet, sitting calmly to the side. Her cold gaze surveyed the martial arena below, as if she were an observer detached from the unfolding events. Zhuang Yang responded to the concerns of his senior sisters, his gaze inadvertently falling upon Ziyuan. He seemed to seek a hint of affirmation or encouragement from this saintly sister. Sensing Zhuang Yang's gaze, Ziyuan slowly lifted her eyes. Her icy lake-like gaze met Zhuang Yang's, and she spoke in an even tone. Why do you look at me like that? Hurry along. Zhuang Yang felt a bit awkward, offering a sheepish smile. Yes, senior sister Ziyuan. He then turned and made his way toward the designated preparation area. As Zhuang Yang's figure vanished within the confines of the preparation zone, severed from their view by a barrier, the atmosphere among the disciples of the Hahuan sect grew tense. Impulsive by nature, Hong Xiao was the first to break the silence, lowering her voice. Do you think those rascals from Tianjin sect, along with others from different sects, will belittle our Hahuan sect in front of Brother Zhuang? The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of the nearby female disciples shifted, revealing their anxiety. It is quite possible. The Tianjin sect surely harbors ill intentions. What if Brother Zhuang learns the truth and becomes unsettled? Those ruffians will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to mock and besiege him. Worrisome whispers spread across the stands. Su remained silent, not immediately responding. Yet her tightly clenched jade fingers revealed her inner turmoil. Su Qingli was even more agitated, her palms sweating as her gaze remained fixed on the preparation area. Noticing that both the sect leader and Su Qingli were silent, several female disciples instinctively turned to the seemingly indifferent Ziyuan. Observing their eyes upon her, Ziyuan furrowed her brows slightly, her cool voice cutting through the oppressive atmosphere. Why do you look at me? Just focus on the competition. With that, she turned to Su Qingli and asked a seemingly unrelated question. By the way, Qingli, what is my current ranking in contribution points? Su Qingli, momentarily startled by the abrupt inquiry amidst her anxiety, instinctively replied. When I checked at the affairs hall yesterday, Senior Sister Ziyuan, you were already in second place. As soon as the words left her mouth, Su who had been seated upright, suddenly straightened. What? Second place? Ziyuan merely curled her lips slightly upon hearing this, seemingly displeased with the result. Yet she refrained from elaborating further and returned her gaze to the martial arena below. Observing Ziyuan's nonchalant demeanor and feeling the inquisitive and perplexed gazes of her fellow disciples, Suru realized she had lost her composure. She slowly sat back down, cleared her throat, and said, "All right, let us not dwell on unnecessary thoughts. Let us focus on the contest and cheer for Zhuang Yang later." Meanwhile, in the preparation area, the 10 major sects gathered 55 disciples at the Qi refinement stage. Aside from Zhuang Yang, the remaining disciples were clearly divided according to their sects, forming teams of 6. They either engaged in hushed conversations or scrutinized their potential opponents with wary eyes. Zhuang Yang, however, stood alone, appearing particularly conspicuous. He could distinctly feel gazes occasionally fixated upon him, some curious about his identity, others surprised by his peak Qi refinement cultivation. Yet the majority regarded him with a sense of derision and ill intent, perceiving him as an oddity or an easy target. Amidst this silence and scrutiny, a group of disciples clad in the garb of the Tianjin sect, exuding a formidable aura, approached Zhuang Yang directly. Their movements instantly captured the attention of all within the preparation area. The leading young man halted before Zhuang Yang, appraising him from head to toe. Surprisingly, he refrained from uttering any harsh words, instead clasping his hands in greeting and speaking with a hint of courtesy. "This esteemed friend, I am Zhou Tong, a disciple of the Tianjin sect." Zhuang Yang's senses stirred as he discerned that this individual was at the 12th level of Qi refinement, his aura concentrated, indicating he was no ordinary cultivator. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Zhuang Yang responded in kind. "I am Zhuang Yang, a disciple of the Qingjing sect." Upon hearing the name of the Qingjing sect, Zhou Tong raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression suggesting a sense of vindication. The other disciples of the Tianjin sect exchanged glances, a flicker of mockery evident in their eyes. Recalling the explicit instructions from their elders, Zhao Gan and Lu Qing, they understood the implications. Zhou Tong continued, raising his voice slightly to ensure it resonated with the other sects. "Fellow Taoist Zhuang Yang, were you perhaps coerced into joining the Qingjing sect?" He deliberately emphasized the name of the Qingjing sect, laden with insinuation. Zhuang Yang's heart sank at the words, his eyes sharpening with vigilance as he retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Just as Zhou Tong was about to elaborate further and stoke the flames of provocation, the entrance to the preparation area rippled with energy. 3 figures emanating a powerful aura suddenly entered. The formidable presence of Zhedan cultivators enveloped the entire preparation area, causing all Qi refinement disciples to feel a momentary constriction in their breathing, their expressions shifting in alarm. The newcomers were none other than Zhao Gan of the Tianjin sect, along with 2 law enforcement elders from the Luoxia sect and Qiang sect. The combined presence of the 3 Zhedan cultivators left all disciples bewildered, uncertain of what was transpiring. Zhao Gan's sharp gaze fixed firmly on Zhuang Yang, a seemingly amiable smile spreading across his face that belied deeper motives as his voice boomed. "Young friend Zhuang Yang, we have come to advocate on your behalf." The moment these words were uttered, the entire preparation area erupted in a clamor. All Qi refinement cultivators looked at Zhuang Yang with uncertainty, then glanced at the 3 Zhedan elders. "Advocate?" Zhuang Yang's heart raced as he regarded the approaching Zhao Gan, whose smile was friendly yet menacing, along with the 2 expressionless elders from the Luoxia sect and Qiang sect, their gazes profound. He instantly realized that this was a targeted maneuver by the Tianjin sect. Zhao Gan approached Zhuang Yang, his face adorned with a facade of insincerity, and spoke in a deliberately measured tone. "Young friend Zhuang Yang, there is no need for apprehension. We have merely come to ascertain the circumstances and ensure the fairness and justice of the contest." He paused intentionally, fixing his gaze intently upon Zhuang Yang's eyes, and asked, word by word, "I inquire of you, did you voluntarily join the sect?" This question, though seemingly straightforward, concealed lethal implications, directly relating to whether He Huanzong had violated the Heavenly Tao Alliance's prohibition against the active recruitment of male disciples. The 2 elder law enforcers from Luo Xiazong and Qiyang men narrowed their eyes, awaiting Zhuang Yang's response. Inside, Zhuang Yang felt a wave of confusion, yet he maintained his composure and replied calmly. Disciple Zhuang Yang sought out the sect of his own accord, sincerely paying homage and deeply grateful for the master's acceptance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gan appeared somewhat taken aback, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze. He had initially presumed that Zhuang Yang had been deceived or coerced, thus providing an easy means to pry open the matter. It now seemed that He Huanzong had inadvertently stumbled upon an unexpected opportunity. The 2 elders exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, preparing to depart. Not so fast. Zhao Gan hastily called out to them. There is still an enigma here. Zhuang Yang is seeking to join Qing Jingmen. Yet he Huanzong masquerades as Qing Jingmen to deceive disciples, which is equally a grave sin. Chapter 31. Protecting the Sect. Huan Sect. Zhuang Yang's pupils constricted sharply, and his heart raced violently. An indescribable astonishment surged within him. He instantly recalled that dream, previously deemed absurd, in which the ethereal Ziyuan Shiji had clearly informed him that the sect was indeed Huan Sect, recounting its storied past. At that time, he had merely considered it a product of his daydreams and night thoughts. Could it be that it was more than just a dream? Were the words of his Shijis and the headmaster regarding the Qingjingmen merely a facade? As Zhuang Yang was engulfed in a tumult of thoughts, the two law elders from Luoxiazong and Chiangmen, who had initially intended to depart, paused upon hearing Zhao Gan's call, turning back with confusion. "Elder Zhao, what is it?" inquired the law elder from Luoxiazong, impatience evident in his tone. As judges, they were reluctant to become overly entangled in the private grievances of sections. Seeing that he had successfully captured their attention, Zhao Gan pointed at Zhuang Yang and declared with righteous indignation, "Elders, behold, this child seeks to join the Qingjingmen, yet Huan Sect shamelessly uses its name to deceive disciples. Their ulterior motive is to retain this child, turning him into a furnace for their nefarious cultivation, siphoning his essence. Such actions are no different from actively recruiting, and are infinitely more vile. This heinous act cannot be tolerated." He directly exposed the furnace matter, attaching a grave label to the situation, aiming to elevate its nature to that of heretical practices that harm cultivators. The two law elders furrowed their brows once more, their gazes returning to Zhuang Yang, scrutinizing him. If Zhao Gan's words held truth, then Huan Sect's actions indeed bore the semblance of deception and malicious exploitation. The law elder from Chiangmen solemnly asked Zhuang Yang, "Did you hear Elder Zhao's words clearly? What you wish to join is the Qingjingmen, or is it Huan Sect? You must answer truthfully." At this moment, Zhuang Yang had calmed from his initial shock. Fragments of memories flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. The gentle admonitions from Headmaster Su Ru, the meticulous care from Shiji Qing Li, the heartfelt teachings from various Shijis, and the headmaster's utmost protection and warnings upon discovering his secret. These details stood in stark contrast to the malevolent image Zhao Gan painted of being treated as a furnace. Taking a deep breath to quell the turmoil within, he gazed at the two law elders with clarity and feigned grievance, saying, "Elders, I truly do not understand why this senior from Tianjianmen would mock a mere qi-refining disciple like myself." Zhao Gan was taken aback, not anticipating this response, and retorted sharply, "What do you mean by that?" Zhuang Yang turned to Zhao Gan, his expression composed. "Senior Zhao, I initially came with the intention of joining Huan Sect. I have always known that the sect I would join is indeed Huan Sect. How can there be any talk of deception? You are talking nonsense." Zhou Tong could no longer contain his agitation and shouted, "You just claimed to be a disciple of Qingjingmen. Everyone here heard it. Now you wish to change your story?" Facing Zhou Tong's accusation, Zhuang Yang remained unperturbed, instead offering a soft smile. "Why must this fellow Taoist be so agitated? Qingjingmen is merely an endearment for my own sect. Just as some refer to their sect as a celestial gate or a holy land, does affection for a name alter the essence of the sect? My heart lies with Huan Sect, appreciating its tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. What is wrong with calling it as such?" His words were nothing short of shameless sophistry, yet Zhou Tong found himself at a loss for further rebuttal. What could he do if the other party acknowledged it? At that moment, Zhao Gan's expression darkened to the point of near boiling. His gaze locked on his Zhuang Yang, squeezing out words through clenched teeth. "What a sharp-tongued brat. I shall directly soul-search you and see how you will argue your way out of this." With that, he raised his hand, exuding a formidable pressure, ready to charge at Zhuang Yang. "Elder Zhao, do not." The law elder from Luoxiazong immediately intervened, his tone grave, stating that the soul-searching technique could inflict severe harm on low-tier disciples, easily causing irreversible damage. Since this child firmly claimed to join voluntarily, then Huan Sect had no coercive actions. According to the rules of the Tiandao Alliance, Huan Sect did not violate the prohibition against actively recruiting male disciples. This matter ends here. The law elder from Chiangmen nodded in agreement. The competition is about to commence. Do not let trivial disputes delay the important matters, Elder Zhao. Let us proceed. The two law elders made their stance clear, no longer granting Zhao Gan a chance to persist, turning to leave. Zhao Gan glared at the retreating figures of the two elders, then shot a fierce look at the seemingly innocent Zhuang Yang, his heart ablaze with fury, yet powerless to act. It appeared that Hahuan's sect had indeed reached some sort of agreement with this boy. He could not fathom that this child would voluntarily utter such words. Moments later, he too turned to depart. However, before leaving, he secretly transmitted a message to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong. During the competition, keep a close eye on this boy who refuses to drink the wine offered and instead chooses punishment. Look for an opportunity to deal with him harshly. I want him to understand the consequences of offending Tianjianmen. Zhou Tong's eyes gleamed with cold light as he immediately responded. Rest assured, Master, I understand. I will ensure he pays dearly. The members of Tianjianmen shot Zhuang Yang a menacing glare before heading towards another area of the preparation zone. Meanwhile, the onlooking disciples from other sects regarded Zhuang Yang with increasingly complex expressions, with some even displaying deep sympathy. After all, Hahuan sect's reputation among the righteous sects was far from favorable. Zhuang Yang paid no heed to their gazes, walking alone to a relatively quiet corner and casually sitting cross-legged. While he appeared calm on the surface, turmoil raged within. Hahuan sect? It truly is Hahuan sect. Did Shiji's and the headmaster keep me for the purpose of using me as a furnace? This notion stirred a hint of bitterness and chill within him. The seemingly testing actions of the past now bore answers. Yet soon after, the gentle concern of Su Qingli during meal deliveries, the solemnity of Su Ru when gifting protective talismans, and the patient guidance from various Shiji's and teaching techniques all flooded his mind. As for Zhang Min and Su Qingli, their unwavering dedication to protect him upon discovering his constitution is a profound testament to genuine care and sacrifice that continually lingers in his mind. Such sentiments starkly contrast with the notion of a furnace cauldron. What is the truth, after all? Zhuang Yang closed his eyes, compelling himself to regain composure. Regardless, what holds paramount importance at this moment is to confront the impending brutal melee. As for the truths of the sect and his place within it, such inquiries must await the conclusion of the competition for resolution. A gentleman discusses actions, not intentions. In terms of intentions, no one in this world is perfect. At least for now, whether it be the Zhang Min, the elders, the esteemed senior sisters, or the holy maiden, they have all treated him with kindness. As for what lies ahead, let the future determine that. Chapter 32. The contest commences. Shortly thereafter, a commanding voice resonated throughout the suspended martial arena, clearly reaching the ears of every disciple in the preparation area. During the contest, no deliberate harm to life is permitted. Violations will be met with severe punishment. Should a participant concede, lose the ability to resist, or sustain serious injury, the surrounding restrictions will automatically activate, transporting them out of the battlefield. Those who remain will be ranked accordingly. All participating disciples, prepare. The contest begins. As the words fell, the luminous barriers surrounding the preparation area instantly dissipated. A powerful force of spatial energy enveloped all disciples. In the next moment, 55 figures were randomly transported to various locations within the vast martial arena, spanning dozens of miles in diameter. Zhuang Yang felt a blur before his eyes, and his form materialized in a rugged area filled with bizarre stones. Almost immediately upon landing, he resolutely activated the Lianxi Ju. Simultaneously, the shadowy fabric clinging to him flickered with a faint light. His presence became nearly imperceptible, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Then, like a wraith, he silently slipped into the shadows between two colossal boulders, suppressing all sound. Just as he concealed himself, the air was pierced by violent explosions of spiritual energy and the furious shouts of cultivators. The battle had plunged into a fervent intensity from the very outset. Various hues of spiritual light flashed wildly in the arena, clashing against one another. Fireballs howled, ice spikes shot forth, thunderclaps erupted, vines surged uncontrollably, and sword energy crisscrossed. The disciples from Baijiao Valley refrained from initiating attacks, relying on their vine formation for defense, occasionally dispersing powders with paralyzing or hallucinatory effects, proving to be quite troublesome. The disciples of Yusho sect, in perfect synchrony with their spirit beasts, launched assaults and invoked innate spells, leaving their opponents defenseless. Disciples from other sects also displayed their unique abilities, engaging in ruthless combat for the limited 10 spots available. The air was filled with anguished cries, the explosive sounds of spells colliding, and the resounding clang of magical artifacts clashing. From time to time, Disciples with shattered protective barriers were enveloped in beams of light, their faces pale as they were transported out of the arena, signifying their elimination. The chaos reached a fever pitch. Occasionally, stray spells veered off course, striking near Zhuang Yang's hiding place and sending debris flying. Zhuang Yang remained on high alert. Whenever a wave of residual attacks approached or someone drew near, he would preemptively deploy Yufeng Shu. With the footwork he had painstakingly honed over the months, he silently shifted his position, moving with grace and speed. He often evaded danger at the last possible moment, continuously skirting the fringes of the battlefield. At this moment, the disciples of Tianjiamen, under the command of Zhou Tong, formed a formidable sword formation. The direction of their sword light was such that ordinary disciples dared not confront it head-on. The 6 disciples of Tianjiamen scanned their surroundings, their consciousnesses probing carefully, clearly searching for Zhuang Yang's whereabouts. However, amidst the chaos and the throng of figures, coupled with Zhuang Yang's remarkable concealment skills, they were unable to locate him. As time ticked away, the number of participants steadily dwindled. 50, 45, 40. The rate of elimination began to slow. Those who remained were undoubtedly the elite of their respective sects, and the combat became increasingly cautious and intense. The expressions on the faces of Zhou Tong and his fellow disciples grew increasingly grim. They had already dispatched a few unwary stragglers and had jointly defeated a small sect's team. Yet they still could not uncover Zhuang Yang's trace. Could it be that the lad was eliminated from the outset? One disciple of Tianjiamen could not help but mutter, "Impossible. I have been keeping a close watch on those being transported out, and he was not among them." Zhou Tong gritted his teeth, realizing that this scoundrel must be hiding like a rat. Searched thoroughly. At that moment, 2 disciples from Yusho Sect, in pursuit of a female cultivator from Baichao Valley, unleashed several wind blades and a fireball, which fortuitously covered the latest hiding spot of Zhuang Yang in a patch of low-lying grass. The attack came swiftly and unexpectedly, with a vast range, nearly sealing off all avenues of escape. This is bad. Zhuang Yang's heart sank in alarm, and he abruptly sprang from the grass. Yufeng Shu was activated to its utmost, and at the critical moment, he forcefully slipped through the gap between the wind blades and the fireball. His movements were so swift and precisely timed that the spectators on the stands gasped in astonishment. However, in making this move, he inevitably leaked a trace of his aura, fully exposing his form in the open. There, Zhou Tong's tightly wound consciousness instantly detected the anomaly, and his gaze locked onto Zhuang Yang's figure. A sinister smile crept across his face. At last, "I have found you, little rat. Form a formation and surround him." As his words fell, the sword light converged into a single entity, carrying an unparalleled sword aura, advancing towards Zhuang Yang with lethal intent. Before the sword formation reached him, the chilling sword intent sent shivers down the spines of all who felt it. Damn it! Zhuang Yang's heart sank as he realized there was no escape. Without hesitation, he raised both hands. In an instant, spiritual light erupted. Dozens of talismans ignited simultaneously, hurling toward the oncoming sword formation. Boom, boom, boom. The first to explode were 5 ice spike talismans. Dozens of thick ice spikes coalesced from thin air, carrying a bone-chilling coldness, crashing directly into the sword formation. Although they were shredded by the vicious sword energy, they successfully slowed the advance of the sword formation, coating its surface with a layer of frost. Next came 4 earth prison talismans, causing the ground to surge violently as thick earthen walls rose from the earth, attempting to obstruct the sword formation. Though the sword formation was sharp, breaking through the earthen walls consumed some time. Finally, 3 thunderlight talismans and 2 fire dragon talismans were unleashed. Blinding electric serpents and fire dragons intertwined as they surged toward the sword formation. Thunder and fire clashed, erupting in a deafening roar. At last, Zhuang Yang managed to completely thwart the initial wave of assault from the 6 disciples of Tianjiamen. Seizing this opportunity, Zhuang Yang focused his mind. The Xian Tai Shield, Lingue Shield, Ice Crystal Shield, and Golden Scale Shield emerged in unison, transforming into shields the size of doors. They encircled him, floating in the air and slowly rotating, providing impenetrable protection. Simultaneously, he gripped the exquisite flying sword, Qiushui, in his hand. The blade shimmered with a cold light, spiritual energy coursing through it, emitting a soft hum. This series of reactions occurred with lightning speed. The adept use of talismans and the timely summoning of defensive artifacts showcased his remarkable skill. The surrounding disciples from other sects were momentarily taken aback. The 6 members of the Tianjinmen, witnessing the astonishing scene before them, were all visibly astonished. Zhou Tong, overwhelmed by a mix of shock and fury, bellowed fiercely, "You brat! How on earth do you possess so much?" He found it utterly incomprehensible that a mere disciple of the Huanzong, dedicated to refining qi, could amass such a substantial fortune. The talismans and magical artifacts before him were not in the least inferior to those of the elite from Tianjinmen, and perhaps even surpassed them. After a brief moment, an idea struck Zhou Tong, and he directed a sharp retort at Zhuang Yang. "Humph. I see it now. The Huanzong must be in dire straits, yet you are still so affluent. It is undoubtedly those women who have bestowed all their treasures upon you, hoping to elevate your standing in the competition. What a delusion! Indeed, I should have realized that the sect would never bestow such riches upon a disciple in the qi refining stage." As Zhuang Yang spoke, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes, and an aura of lethal intent enveloped him. "It is precisely for this reason that I, Zhuang Yang, cannot fail to meet the expectations of my sect." Chapter 33. 1 against 6. Zhuang Yang listened to Zhuang Tong's emphatic words, his face contorted with disdain as he scoffed. "Hope? Just based on you? Relying on resources amassed through women, you dare to speak so brazenly? Fellow disciples, do not hold back. Let him witness what true sect heritage entails." As the words fell, the 6 men resumed their sword momentum. The sword formation reached its peak, and dozens of sharp and fierce sword energies surged forth from all directions towards Zhuang Yang like a violent storm. The sound of swords echoed, enveloping Zhuang Yang in a radius of several dozen feet. Zhuang Yang's pupils constricted as he understood that resisting head-on was not a wise strategy. Activating the Yufeng Shu to its utmost, his figure darted through the arena like a wraith. Shields surrounded him, spinning rapidly in tandem with his movements, precisely deflecting each lethal sword energy. The clang of sword energies colliding with the shields resonated continuously, a symphony of metal against metal. The Lingue shield was steady, the Xiantai shield was heavy, the Bingjing shield emitted a chilling aura that slightly delayed the sword energies, and the Jinlin shield was remarkably agile. With the harmonious cooperation of the 4 shields, a defense as solid as steel was formed in a short time. However, Zhuang Yang was acutely aware of the principle that prolonged defense would inevitably lead to defeat. In the fleeting moments between dodging and blocking, he continually formed hand seals. Fireball technique, thunderlight technique, ice spike technique. These low-level spells were conjured with ease. Although individually they lacked the power to breach the sword formation, their rapid casting and cunning angles consistently disrupted the offensive rhythm of the Tianjinmen disciples, forcing them to divert their attention to defense or evasion. Seizing opportunities, he occasionally unleashed the Qiushui flying sword, transforming it into a streak of brilliance that pierced the vulnerable spots of the sword formation, momentarily disrupting their formation. In an instant, the arena was alive with spiritual light, sword energies crisscrossing, and spells booming. Zhuang Yang, 1 against 6, relied on his profound spiritual power that far exceeded his peers, his exquisite Yufeng footwork, an endless array of spells, the occasional talisman thrown, and the adept coordination of the 4 shields and a sword. He truly engaged the 6 elite disciples of Tianjinmen in a fierce contest, neither side yielding ground. This scene moved all observers in the stands. This young man was truly remarkable. To stand alone against 6 and endure against the sword formation of Tianjinmen for so long? Was his reserve of spiritual power and spell control genuinely that of merely the qi refining stage? The exquisite coordination of the 4 shields was certainly not achieved in a day. Exclamations of astonishment arose from various sect stands. Those who had previously dismissed Hufazong now retracted their contempt. On the Hufazong stand, Su Ru and Su Qingli watched with hearts racing and nerves taut. Su Ru's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart overwhelmed with shock. The pure young immortal body was indeed terrifying. Zhuang Yang was actually capable of contending against the sword formation formed by 6 elite qi refining disciples of Tianjinmen to such an extent. She understood clearly that although the sect had provided Zhuang Yang with considerable resources, such strength could not merely be the result of resource accumulation. The grasp of timing, the meticulous control of spiritual power, and the calm judgment under immense pressure could not solely be bestowed by resources. Moreover, Zhuang Yang had been with the sect for less than a year. Su Qingli, more anxious than ever, clenched the hem of her garment, her palms drenched in sweat. She felt both pride in Zhuang Yang's exhibited strength and deep concern for his evidently precarious situation. Indeed, while Zhuang Yang's performance was astonishing, he was, after all, 1 against 6. The sword formation of Tianjiamen was endlessly variable, their offensive like a tide, their coordination seamless, and their spiritual power consumption far less than that of Zhuang Yang fighting alone. As time passed, Zhuang Yang's evasion was no longer as nimble as at the outset, and the blocks of his shields appeared somewhat sluggish. It was evident that both his spiritual power and mental state had been greatly depleted. Signs of defeat were already apparent. Sure enough, was it still too much to bear? A female disciple from Hufa Zone could not help but sigh softly, her tone filled with disappointment. Suru gazed at the young man, still gritting his teeth to persist, though now visibly in distress. The echoes of his earlier unwavering vow and his declaration to not disappoint the sect resonated in her mind, causing a pang in her heart, a hint of bitterness surfacing. She sighed gently, her voice tinged with resignation. Turning to Su Qingli and the other disciples, instructing, "It seems we were too naive, hoping that Zhuang Yang alone could create a miracle and secure the qualification to the forbidden ground. Alas, everyone, prepare healing pills. Once Zhuang Yang is transported out, rush forward to assist him. In the future, we must exert every effort to cultivate him. Today's defeat is not a fault of his, he is already." However, before she could finish, a cold voice abruptly interrupted, "It is not over yet." The speaker was Ziyuan. Her expression remained impassive, yet her icy lake-like eyes fixed intently on a corner of the battlefield. Suru was taken aback. Following Ziyuan's gaze, she once again focused on the arena. Just as the 6 disciples of Tianjiamen had invested all their energy into besieging Zhuang Yang, pushing their sword formation to its zenith, on the verge of overwhelming his defenses. 6 streams of diverse attribute spells erupted suddenly from behind them, without warning. Behind us. Be careful." Caught off guard, the sword formation formed by the 6 Tianjiamen disciples was instantly disrupted by the surprise attack from behind. Their protective spiritual light swayed violently. Groans and angry shouts erupted simultaneously. Zhou Tong forcibly turned, swinging his sword to deflect one of the attacks, but he was also jolted back, blood surging. Upon recognizing the assailants, disbelief and fury contorted his face as he shouted, "Shinfu Pavilion! You dare to ambush us." The leading disciple from Shinfu Pavilion was a young man with a pale complexion and shrewd eyes. He merely scoffed at Zhou Tong's words, his hand flashing with a talisman glowing ominously red. Without wasting a moment on words, he waved his hand. Flame Explosion Talisman. The other 5 disciples from Shinfu Pavilion mirrored his decisive approach, unleashing various offensive talismans that rained down upon the disciples of Tianjiamen. In an instant, the talisman energies once again enveloped the people of Tianjiamen. Just then, a voice of gratitude rang out. "Thank you, comrades from Shinfu Pavilion, for your timely assistance." It was Zhuang Yang, who at this moment appeared somewhat disheveled, his breath slightly ragged. Yet their gaze was remarkably bright. The disciples of Shinfuge offered no acknowledgement to Zhuang Yang's gratitude, remaining fixated on assaulting the individuals from Tianjiamen. Observing this, Zhou Tong suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, desperately fending off the barrage of talismans while his face turned a shade of deep anger as he pointed at the members of Shinfuge, shouting furiously, "When did you reach an agreement with this brat? How dare you conspire against us?" The leading disciple of Shinfuge, manipulating the talismans, scoffed, saying, "Eliminating 6 of your Tianjiamen is far more advantageous than merely taking down a solitary disciple like him. This calculation is clear to us." Chapter 34. The mantis stalks the cicada. The disciples of Shinfu Pavilion wore expressions of cold amusement, their thoughts aligned in a silent derision. "Moreover, once we have dealt with you, the remaining Zhuang Yang, who has already expended considerable energy, will be but a plaything for us." At that moment, by eliminating 7 opponents in one swift stroke, our hopes for advancing would be greatly amplified. As the confrontation between Shinfu Pavilion and Tianjin Gate escalated, their words clashed like swords, each side captivated by the other. In this fleeting moment, while the attention was diverted, Zhuang Yang, who seemed to be merely catching his breath, suddenly glimmered with a fierce determination in his eyes. Now is the time. He unleashed several spells, not targeting the heart of the battle, but rather aiming precisely at a disciple of Tianjin Gate, who had just been ambushed and was staggering back, momentarily isolated from his comrades. The disciple had not anticipated Zhuang Yang's sudden aggression, nor could he fathom that he was the intended target. His protective aura shattered in an instant, and with a startled cry, he was engulfed by the glow of a teleportation spell, whisked away from the arena. With one successful strike, Zhuang Yang did not linger, his gaze never turning to witness the outcome. He immediately activated the Lianxi Ju, urging the Ingmi Sha to its full potential. And with the agile steps afforded by Yufeng Shu, he flickered into the shadows of a nearby pile of rubble, his presence vanishing without a trace. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, too swiftly for anyone to react. Zhou Tong, glaring fiercely at the disciples of Shenfu Pavilion, felt an unusual movement behind him and whirled around, only to witness a fellow disciple dissolve into a flash of white light. The spot where Zhuang Yang had stood was now utterly devoid of life. Where has he gone? Zhou Tong, filled with shock and rage, frantically scanned his surroundings with his consciousness. Yet, there was no sign of Zhuang Yang to be found. The 6 disciples of Shenfu Pavilion were equally stunned, having not anticipated Zhuang Yang's decisiveness and cunning. Not only had he eliminated one of their own, but he had also swiftly vanished from their sight and consciousness. Fuming with barely contained fury, Zhou Tong turned to the 6 from Shenfu Pavilion, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Did you see that? This young man has outsmarted you. Now that he is hiding, he hopes to see us weaken each other. Why don't we temporarily join forces to root out this cunning lad and eliminate him first, then settle our scores? What say you? However, after a brief moment of astonishment, the expressions of the disciples from Shenfu Pavilion morphed into even colder smiles. They surveyed the now diminished team of Tianjin Gate, which numbered just 5, all injured, before glancing at their own intact and well-resourced 6. With a sneer, they replied, Zhou Tong, do you take us for children? Enough of your prattle. With only 5 of you remaining, how could you hope to contend with the 6 of us from Shenfu Pavilion? Join forces? You should be more concerned about whether you can survive the next round of our talismans. Brothers, form up. Let us send these few Dao friends from Tianjin Gate out of the arena. With that declaration, the 6 disciples of Shenfu Pavilion swiftly repositioned themselves, their talismans glowing brightly as their spiritual energy began to intertwine and coalesce. Zhou Tong's expression shifted dramatically, realizing the futility of the situation. Shenfu Pavilion was resolute in their intent to strike. Knowing he had no retreat, he bellowed in anger, rallying his remaining 4 comrades to hastily form a fragmented sword array to face the impending storm of spells. On the viewing platform of Tianjin Gate, Zhao Gan and Lu Qing's hearts raced with trepidation. The other disciples held their breath in anxious anticipation, their fists clenched tightly. A thunderous roar erupted as the explosive sounds reverberated. The assault from Shenfu Pavilion collided with their protective sword array, conjuring a cloud of dust that obscured the entire area. For a moment, the specifics of the situation remained shrouded in uncertainty. Lu Qing abruptly stood, her gaze fixed intently on the swirling dust. Zhao Gan rose as well, his complexion pale as he turned to glare at the Shenfu Pavilion's viewing area. The elder leading Shenfu Pavilion, a middle-aged cultivator with a goatee and narrow eyes, leisurely stroked his beard, a faint smile gracing his lips, clearly satisfied with the unfolding events. Elderly, Zhao Gan suppressed his fury, his voice laced with barely contained coldness. Your disciples employ truly commendable tactics. Elder Li of Shenfu Pavilion, hearing this, turned his head, his smile unwavering as he replied languidly. Zhao Dao friend, within the competition, each relies on their own abilities. Victory and defeat are inevitable. Why must you be so agitated? Pausing for effect, he continued with veiled implications. Furthermore, should we trace the roots of this matter, it is unlikely that the blame can be laid solely at the feet of my Shenfu Pavilion. With that, his gaze drifted nonchalantly towards the distant viewing area of Hahuan's Sect. Zhao Gan and Lu Qing followed Elder Li's gaze, and, upon seeing Su Ru and Su Qingli among the crowd, Lu Qing clenched her teeth, hissing through gritted teeth. Hahuan Sect. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the dust in the arena began to settle, revealing Zhou Tong's disheveled figure fleeing in desperation. The other 4 disciples of Tianjin Gate had already been eliminated. Seeing this scene, Zhao Gan could no longer contain the wrath boiling within him, his fists crackling with tension. He glared at the direction of Hahuan's Sect, lowly growling through clenched teeth. They have gone too far. A mere Zhuang Yang from a fallen Hahuan Sect dares to scheme against Tianjin Gate. I shall avenge this grievance. At that moment, Elder Li of Shenfu Pavilion observed the only remaining Zhou Tong below and shook his head, feigning a tone of lamentation. Alas, Zhao Dao friend. If your young disciple had chosen to advance and retreat with his comrades and withstood that blow, he might not have fallen so swiftly. Perhaps there would have been a chance for a turnaround yet now. Your sect has suffered the loss of 4 members. What a pity indeed. His words seemed to express sorrow, yet they were steeped in a mocking tone, deriding Zhou Tong's solitary escape. Enraged, Zhou Gan shot a furious glare at Elder Li, shouting, "You old fool! Silence yourself." Elder Li, undeterred by the rebuke, merely shook his head in disapproval. However, just as he prepared to relish the misfortunes of Tianjin Gate further, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several beams of spell light suddenly shot forth from the shadows behind the 6 disciples of Shenfu Pavilion. Their targets were the backs of the disciples, who had momentarily let their guard down after casting their talisman array. Watch out. The carefree demeanor on Elder Li's face vanished in an instant, and he leaped from his seat, exclaiming in alarm. Unforeseen circumstances have unfolded. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow sparrow lies in wait. Just moments ago I, like the mantis, stealthily launched an assault on the Shenfu Pavilion of the Tianjianmen. In the blink of an eye, I have become prey in the eyes of others. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yang has concealed himself in the shadows, continuing to observe the situation with keen interest. Having dealt with those few cultivators from Tianjianmen who deliberately targeted me, I should find the path ahead considerably smoother. However, I must remain vigilant. Zhuang Yang pondered, his consciousness extending far beyond the confines of his peers, silently monitoring the subtle movements in the vicinity. Chapter 35. The imminent rankings. The assailants of Shenfu Pavilion were none other than the renowned Xuanwu Valley, famed for their mastery of formations and water manipulation techniques. 6 disciples clad in azure robes from Xuanwu Valley emerged, enveloped in swirling mist and vapor. A barrage of meticulously crafted water arrows, imbued with constraining power, accurately targeted the backs of the Shenfu Pavilion members. The timing was both cunning and ruthless. The disciples of Shenfu Pavilion had just exerted their utmost effort to break through the defenses of Tianjianmen. Their spiritual energy was in a state of depletion, with the old energy having waned and the new yet to manifest. The protective spiritual light surrounding them was dimmer than usual. Suddenly ambushed, they fell into disarray. A disciple of Shenfu Pavilion, unable to evade, was pierced by several water arrows that breached their protective spiritual light. Screaming as they were teleported out of the arena, form a defensive formation. Quickly, the youthful leader of Shenfu Pavilion's team turned pale, shouting hoarsely. In a panic, he cast a golden Buddha talisman, and a brilliant golden light enveloped him instantly. The other 4 disciples reacted swiftly, activating their defensive talismans. Multicolored shields illuminated the area, striving to withstand the relentless assault from Xuanwu Valley. However, Xuanwu Valley had evidently come prepared. The 6 disciples swiftly shifted their stances, rapidly establishing a rudimentary cloud and mist illusion formation. As the formation solidified, thick fog materialized from thin air, obscuring vision and disrupting spiritual perception. Within the mist, glimmers of sword light and water dragons darted about, sometimes coalescing, sometimes dispersing, launching unpredictable attacks upon the disciples of Shenfu Pavilion. Despicable. Elder Li of Shenfu Pavilion trembled with rage from the spectator's stand. The earlier calm smile had vanished, replaced by a visage of anxiety, his fists clenched unconsciously. In the arena, the disciples of Shenfu Pavilion, despite possessing a plethora of offensive talismans, found it challenging to lock onto their targets amidst the cloud and mist formation, resulting in a passive state of being relentlessly assaulted. They could only rely on their talismans to unleash a barrage of attacks, attempting to disperse the fog, their spiritual energy depleting like a torrential flood. In stark contrast, the disciples of Xuanwu Valley, relying on their formation, advanced and retreated with precision. Their attacks surged like relentless tides, highly efficient. Before long, another disciple of Shenfu Pavilion, while defending against a water dragon coalescing in the mist, was struck in the ribs by a silently approaching azure flying sword, shattering their shield and resulting in their exit from the arena. Shenfu Pavilion was left with only 4 members. Elder Li's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he fixated on the battlefield. The formation of Xuanwu Valley shifted, the fog deepening ominously. A colossal water python, entirely composed of spiritual energy, took shape within the mist, carrying immense force as it crashed into the defensive formation upheld by the remaining 4 disciples of Shenfu Pavilion. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the formation shattered. The powerful impact sent the 4 disciples of Shinfu Pavilion hurtling through the air. In mid-flight, 2 of them coughed up blood, their prohibitive lights flashing in succession, leading to their elimination. The remaining 2, visibly drained, plummeted to the ground, devoid of any will to continue fighting. The disciples of Xuanwu Valley would not let such an opportunity slip by. The mist swirled, and the sword light and water arrows followed closely behind, sending the last 2 disciples of Shinfu Pavilion out of the arena. Shinfu Pavilion was completely eliminated. Simultaneously, Xuanwu Valley also paid a price for this victory. 1 disciple was eliminated due to the explosion of a talisman activated in a desperate effort by a Shinfu Pavilion disciple. Xuanwu Valley was left with 5 members. Elderly, unable to bear the sight, slumped back in despair, as if aging several years in an instant. Zhao Gan, witnessing this, finally released a breath of pent-up frustration, unable to suppress a cold laugh. Elderly, it seems you were a tad premature in your mirth. How does it feel to be the mantis watching the cicada, oblivious to the oriole behind? At least our Tianjiaman still has 1 person left in the arena. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily swept to a secluded corner of the training field, silently urging, Zhou Tong, stay hidden. Do not reveal yourself. Wait until they've exhausted each other before seizing your chance. As he contemplated, he looked back at the arena. The 5 disciples of Xuanwu Valley had just begun to relax, preparing to reorganize their formation and collect the fallen talismans and other items. Suddenly, piercing sounds of air being sliced through erupted from the flank. 4 agile cultivators clad in earth-toned attire sprang forth from the shadows, each wielding a hefty mountain-splitting blade. The blades, infused with earthy spiritual energy, brought forth an imposing might as they ruthlessly descended upon the disciples of Xuanwu Valley. These were disciples of Panshi Sect, masters of earth-based techniques. Their physical prowess was formidable, excelling in close combat. The disciples of Xuanwu Valley, having just endured a fierce battle, found their spiritual energy greatly depleted. Little did they expect such a pack of hungry wolves lurking nearby. The hastily erected cloud and water shields crumbled before the violent onslaught of the Panshi Sect disciples, as if made of mere paper. Oh no! In the chaos, 2 disciples of Xuanwu Valley barely mounted any effective resistance before being struck by the blade's energy, instantly eliminated. The remaining 3 reacted with slight delay, retreating rapidly while employing water evasion techniques to create distance. Yet, the Panshi Sect disciples pursued relentlessly, their blade strikes unceasingly entangling 2 of them. Only 1 disciple of Xuanwu Valley, through exquisite water evasion, narrowly escaped the fray, diving into the nearby rocky thicket, disappearing from sight. The 2 comrades he abandoned, unable to withstand the coordinated assault from the 4 Panshi Sect members, were soon eliminated as well. Panshi Sect, with a thunderous momentum, eliminated 4 disciples of Xuanwu Valley without sustaining any injuries. On the spectator stand of Hahuan Sect, the hearts of the exquisite female cultivators raced to their throats. Su Qingli's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on the area where Zhuang Yang was concealed. Junior brother Zhuang, hold steady. You must remain composed. There are only 12 individuals left. If we endure a little longer, we can secure our rankings. Suru appeared calm on the surface, yet her slightly hurried breaths betrayed her inner tension. Among those present, no sect had a complete lineup anymore, with Panshi Sect boasting the largest numbers, their morale soaring, representing the most formidable force at present. Hong Xiao couldn't help but mutter in frustration. How can those 4 from Panshi Sect still be in such fine form? It's truly infuriating. Baiji furrowed her brows in analysis. They excel in close combat. If junior brother Zhuang gets entangled with them, it will be troublesome. Zi Yuan remained silent, her cool gaze sweeping over the 4 disciples of Panshi Sect before darting toward the concealed position of Zhuang Yang. No one knew what thoughts occupied her mind. In the arena, the 4 disciples of Panshi Sect did not let their easy success lead them to complacency. They quickly formed a small battle formation, back to back. 4 pairs of keen eyes swept the surroundings, their consciousness expanding in all directions. The leader, a particularly burly disciple, bellowed like a thunderclap, "Search. Root out the remaining mice. The opportunity is right before us. Let us be swift in our actions." As he spoke, the quartet began to cautiously advance towards a particular direction. They were acutely aware that those present on the battlefield were either lone wolves or remnants of broken forces. This was indeed the prime moment for them to sweep through the battlefield and secure victory. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yang held his breath, urging the effects of the Ying and I Sha to their utmost, while diligently employing the Lian Shiju. He could distinctly sense the consciousness of the Pan Zone cultivators sweeping past his hiding spot several times. Yet, the Ying and I Sha, a high-quality magical artifact, proved its worth with remarkable concealment. However, Zhuang Yang understood that this was not a sustainable strategy. The four from Pan Zone were steadily advancing, their search area gradually narrowing. Should they catch sight of him with their naked eyes, escape would be impossible. Chapter 36. The Misfortune Redirected. The quartet from Pan Zone advanced steadily in formation. They quickly focused on a seemingly tranquil depression. The leading burly disciple let out a cold snort and swung his mountain-splitting blade, sending forth a solid, earthy yellow blade aura that whistled through the air. Boom! The depression erupted. Two female disciples from Baichao Valley, clad in pale green garments, were forced to reveal their forms. Their faces turned ashen, and in a panic, they attempted to defend themselves, only to be effortlessly shattered by the three subsequent blade auras. Their protective spiritual light dimmed, and the barrier glowed. In the next moment, a resigned sigh echoed from the area belonging to Baichao Valley in the spectator stand. They were just a step away from breaking into the top 10 and securing the spiritual stone rewards from the Tiandao Alliance. Yet, at this moment, their efforts were in vain, which was indeed lamentable. The 11th and 12th positions. Wonderful. Junior brother Zhuang has entered the top 10. Su Qingli stood up in excitement, her pretty face flushed with exhilaration. The spiritual stone rewards for the top 10 would be enough to relieve the sect significantly. Hong Xiao also raised her fist in triumph. Well done. Let us see who dares to underestimate our Hahuan sect now. Baiji licked her lips, murmuring softly, I didn't expect junior brother Zhuang to be so formidable. Letting him take the initiative might not be a bad idea. The other female disciples of Hahuan sect also wore expressions of joy, exchanging excited glances. Sister, sect master, we are in the top 10. If junior brother Zhuang can push harder and reach the top 4, we will secure a spot in the Forbidden Land trial. At that moment, Su Qingli grasped Su Ru's arm, her voice trembling slightly. The Forbidden Land trial. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures, at the very least, would yield ample foundational pill materials. Moreover, there were unimaginable opportunities. However, Su Ru's face bore little joy as she spoke gravely. Do not celebrate too soon. The strength of the four from Pan Zone remains intact, and Zhuang Yang is still in danger. This is the most critical moment. Just as her words fell, a figure suddenly emerged from a pile of scattered stones. Clad in azure, with a serene expression, it was none other than Zhuang Yang. He chose to reveal himself, confronting the four from Pan Zone head-on. Junior brother Zhuang. Su Qingli's expression stiffened, the anticipation in her beautiful eyes replaced by astonishment. Hong Xiao and Baiji also displayed expressions of confusion and anxiety. In the face of a combined assault from four, avoiding their might was the best strategy. Why did he choose to reveal himself? The four from Pan Zone were momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting anyone to dare step forward. The burly disciple at the forefront sneered. He does possess some courage. Unfortunately, he seeks his own demise. Form the formation and eliminate him. With this command, the four adjusted their stances, connecting their energies. A heavy surge of earth-type spiritual power converged, pressing down upon Zhuang Yang like a mountain. Zhuang Yang's eyes glinted sharply, exhibiting no signs of panic. With a thought, the Xiantai shield, Lingue shield, Ice Crystal shield, and Golden Scale shield emerged simultaneously, rotating to protect him. Simultaneously, he activated the Yufengshu beneath his feet. Up! At the burly disciple's command, several sharp blade auras tore through the air, viciously slashing toward Zhuang Yang. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking echoed like a rainstorm. Under his control, the four shields precisely blocked the powerful slashes. Sparks flew, and spiritual light flickered chaotically. Zhuang Yang fought while retreating, weaving through the gaps between the blade auras. Those he could not dodge were met head-on by his shields. He was not blindly resisting. Instead, he was deliberately guiding the battle toward another direction of the training ground, an area seemingly devoid of anything, save for knee-high grass. With his spiritual awareness far surpassing his peers and now comparable to those in the mid-foundation stage, Zhuang Yang had long detected that two individuals were lurking deep within the grass. Their attire suggested they were disciples of Yusho Zong, having survived the chaos. Their spiritual beasts had been lost in previous battles. This was indeed a strategy to redirect misfortune. The four from Panshir, frustrated by their inability to break through, felt their anger rise. The burly disciple's eyes flashed with malice as he shouted, "Rearrange the formation, for symbols slash." The other three moved in response, changing their positions. A torrent of earthy spiritual energy surged into their blades as they lifted their mountain-splitting swords simultaneously. The blade aura intertwined ominously in the air, coalescing into a gigantic phantom blade aura, exuding a terrifying might akin to splitting mountains, locking onto Zhuang Yang and crashing down. The force of this strike far exceeded the previous ones. Before the blade wind even descended, the rotating shields emitted a resonant hum under immense strain. The spiritual light flickered violently. At this critical juncture, Zhuang Yang's gaze sharpened, and the Wutu Guardian talisman he had pressed into his left palm was instantly activated. Buzz! A thick and steady spiritual energy barrier enveloped him, providing firm protection. Almost simultaneously, he summoned the sword technique with his right hand. The Qiushui flying sword emitted a clear sword cry, propelling him skyward. Shield defense, talisman protection, and sword flight. 3 layers of assurance. Boom. The combined 4 symbols slash from the 4 of Panshir struck down fiercely. Yet, Zhuang Yang ascended with remarkable speed. This strike aimed at him merely grazed the outermost shield. The shield's spiritual light dimmed, reverting to its original form and scattering to the ground. However, the Wutu Guardian talisman's light wall merely rippled gently, producing layers of waves. The strike had not fully landed on the light wall, and Zhuang Yang had already angled upward into the sky. The gigantic blade aura, having failed to cut through the light wall, continued its momentum, slashing violently into the dense grass. No, in the grass, the 2 disciples of Yusho, who had thought themselves perfectly concealed, could only manage desperate cries. In the next instant, they were utterly engulfed by the sudden onslaught of the residual blade aura, far exceeding their capacity to withstand. Their protective spiritual light shattered. In a flash, 2 beams of barrier light illuminated, transporting the terrified pair out of the arena. With the elimination of the 2 disciples from Yusho, only 8 cultivators remained in the arena. Silence enveloped the Hehuan Sect's spectator stand. Everyone was dumbfounded by Zhuang Yang's audacious maneuver. Su Qingli's mouth hung open. Hong Xiao and Bai Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. Even the usually aloof Ziyuan showed a hint of surprise. Meanwhile, Su Ru's tense body relaxed slightly, a playful smile curling at the corners of her lips. The top 4 positions were already secured. Just as she had anticipated, Zhuang Yang turned back in midair, suddenly pivoting. Then, hovering high above, he gazed down imposingly at the 4 robust disciples of the Panshir sect. The tides of battle had shifted. With a narrowed gaze, Zhuang Yang spoke, and without hesitation, he hurled forth several talismans. The Golden Light Seal, the Fire Dragon Talisman, the Earth Prison Talisman. Each one possessed the formidable power of a full strike from a Foundation Establishment cultivator. There was no need to squander the Jin Hongguan Re-Talisman gifted by Su Ru. Employing these lower-tier talismans to contend with 4 Qi refinement cultivators was more than sufficient. Chapter 37. The Dust Settles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several talismans transformed into radiant streams of light, descending upon the 4 disciples of Panshir. Boom. In an instant, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout a significant portion of the martial arts arena. Blinding spiritual light mingled with dust and flames, soaring into the sky and completely engulfing that area. Moments later, a tempest of spiritual energy surged outward, even from a considerable distance. The spectators in the stands could feel the heart-stopping power emanating from the chaos. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, everyone hurriedly gazed toward the site. What they beheld was utter devastation where the 4 disciples of Panshir had stood. The ground was charred black, riddled with deep craters. 3 disciples had been eliminated. Only the robust leader remained, barely holding on thanks to his protective armor and the hastily summoned defensive talisman. Yet he was not unscathed. The aura of his armor dimmed, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he knelt on one knee, desperately supporting himself with his sword to avoid collapsing. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes filled with unwillingness and horror, staring at the figure suspended in the air. However, the moment he looked up, he felt a chilling sensation at his throat. A glimmering flying sword had silently hovered at his neck without him noticing. The leader's pupils constricted, and before he could react, the sword in the sky, wielded by Zhuang Yang, pointed forward with a gentle motion. Thud! The sword tip pierced the robust disciple's skin, a trickle of blood seeping forth. In the next moment, a radiant barrier activated, teleporting him out of the arena. It was swift and decisive, with no hesitation whatsoever. Thus, Pancherzone was entirely eliminated. At that moment, the authoritative voice echoed once more above the martial arts arena, announcing the final outcome. The competition has concluded. The 4 remaining participants shall each receive 10 exploration slots for the ancient cultivators' secret realms. The newly initiated disciples competition has come to a close. As the announcement faded, beams of light simultaneously illuminated the positions of Zhuang Yang and the other 3 contenders, transporting them back to the preparation area. In the Hahuan Zone stands, a brief silence was followed by an uncontrollable eruption of cheers. Hong Xiao excitedly grasped Bai Ji's arm, exclaiming, "We made it to the top 4. The slots for the Forbidden Land trial are ours." Bai Ji glanced down at Hong Xiao's hand, feeling the pain in her arm, her fair face slightly flushing, her breath quickening. Indeed, it was all thanks to Zhuang Shidi. Su Qingli's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. Unable to conceal her delight, Zhuang Shidi actually did it. Although Zi Yuan remained silent, the slight upturn of her tightly pressed lips revealed her excellent mood. The other female disciples around them were equally radiant with joy, congratulating one another. Su Ru let out a long breath, a wave of indescribable pride and satisfaction swelling within her. Qualification for the Forbidden Land trial. After more than a century, Hahuan Zong had finally obtained another opportunity to seek the Tao. Zhuang Shidi, Zhuang Yang. Not long after, led by Su Ru, Su Qingli, Hong Xiao, and Bai Ji hurriedly transformed into streaks of sword light or escape light, eagerly rushing toward the preparation area. On the other side, in the Tianjianmen stance, the disciples collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Although Zhou Tong was in a sorry state, he ultimately managed to be the last one standing, securing a precious slot for Tianjianmen. Zhao Gan steadied himself, but his face bore no signs of joy. Instead, it was ominously grim. His gaze fixated on the direction of the Hahuan Zone disciples, his eyes glinting with coldness, brimming with unmasked murderous intent. He had not anticipated that this damned Hahuan Zone and that inexplicably audacious boy would actually secure the opportunity for the Forbidden Land trial. Lu Qing stealthily approached and whispered, "Senior brother, the Forbidden Land trial is fraught with peril. Deaths among cultivators are not uncommon. Life and death are at stake." Zhao Gan narrowed his eyes, fully aware of Lu Qing's insinuation. A cruel smile crept upon his lips as he replied, "Of course. Within the secret realm, those Hahuan Zone female cultivators." Ha. In the preparation area, the disciples of Hahuan Zone swarmed in. Zhuang Shidi. Su Qingli was the first to rush before Zhuang Yang, her beautiful eyes filled with concern and excitement. Without reservation, her spiritual sense swept over Zhuang Yang's entire body as she anxiously inquired, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Feeling the genuine concern, Zhuang Yang's heart warmed, and he smiled, shaking his head. "Sister Qingli, I'm fine, just a bit drained of spiritual energy." Before Su Qingli could respond, Hong Xiao moved even faster. She pushed past Su Qingli, her captivating eyes roving over Zhuang Yang's physique. Then, she boldly extended her delicate hand toward Zhuang Yang's sturdy chest, murmuring, "Just using spiritual sense won't suffice for a thorough examination. Let me check for myself if there are any." "Hong Xiao?" Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp, cold voice suddenly rang out. Su Ru's face was frostbitten, her phoenix eyes brimming with authority as she glared at Hong Xiao. "What are you doing in front of everyone?" Hong Xiao awkwardly withdrew her hand, attempting to maintain composure as she stammered, Sect leader, I was just worried about Zhuang Shidi's injuries. Trying to help him check thoroughly." As she spoke, she awkwardly retreated a couple of steps, hiding behind Bai Ji, earning a helpless eye roll from Bai Ji. Zhuang Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed 3 envious gazes from the other promoted disciples of the 3 sects, including Zhou Tong, their faces practically etched with jealousy. However, Zhuang Yang was unfazed, his attention entirely focused on his own sect. In the past, he would have regarded Hong Xiao's actions as a test from the sect. Yet now, he had come to realize that the sect was not the serene refuge he once believed, but rather Hahuan Zone. Understanding the sister's enthusiasm as a reflection of the sect's atmosphere, his embarrassment inexplicably lightened, even bordering on anticipation. "Zhuang Yang, you have made great contributions to the sect. Thank you for your hard work." At that moment, Suru no longer paid attention to Hong Xiao. She turned her gaze to Zhuang Yang, her tone softening, filled with genuine praise and gratitude. On behalf of all the sisters in the sect, I thank you. The sect leader is too kind. This is merely part of a disciple's duty, Zhuang Yang replied, gathering his composure and bowing respectfully. Suru was about to say more when she suddenly sensed two powerful auras approaching. It was the two law-enforcing elders from Luoxiazong and Chiangmen. The elder of Luoxiazong turned his palm, producing a storage bag within his grasp, and spoke in a tranquil tone. Su Zhongmin, this is the reward for your sect's achievement in securing the top 4 positions in this competition, including 10 certificates for secret realm exploration and the corresponding spiritual stone resources, all contained within. The elder of Chiangmen then took the cue and continued. Next, the Tiandao Alliance will host a celebration banquet, and you. Before he could finish, Su Ru interjected. We shall not attend the celebration banquet, as there are urgent matters within the sect that require our immediate attention, and we hope for your understanding. Very well, we shall not insist, replied the elder of Luoxiazong with composure as he handed over the storage bag. Su Ru accepted it solemnly, nodding slightly. Thank you, esteemed elders. The 2 elders nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further words, and turned to depart. The members of Hihunzong observed this exchange, their faces radiating joy. Su Ru carefully secured the storage bag and addressed the group. Now that matters here are concluded, we shall return to the sect. The situation for Hihunzong was precarious, and with Zhuang Yang having single-handedly won the competition, it was inevitable that attention would be drawn from various sections. In the event that there were those with ulterior motives. Moreover, with so many people around, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. Contemplating these thoughts, she led her disciples out of the preparation area. Upon reaching the outside, she summoned the Luyan Yuzhou. Once everyone had boarded the jade vessel, Su Ru performed several hand seals. In an instant, the jade boat transformed into a streak of light, departing from the bustling suspended martial arena, soaring towards the direction of Hihunzong. On the journey, the atmosphere was light and cheerful. The female cultivators of Hihunzong gathered together, animatedly discussing the thrilling moments of the recent competition and Zhuang Yang's heroic stand against adversity. Their glances towards Zhuang Yang were imbued with unabashed admiration and fervor. Zhuang Yang sat alone at the edge of the boat, gazing at the rapidly passing sea of clouds and mountains below, savoring the day's experiences, particularly the pointed remarks made by Zhao Gan and the actions of Zhou Tong and others. Just then, a fragrant breeze wafted through. Su Ru gracefully approached Zhuang Yang. She did not look at him, her gaze fixed on the surging sea of clouds, seemingly casual in her inquiry, yet her voice carried a hint of tension. Zhuang Yang, before the competition, did any of the disciples from Tianjin speak to you about anything? Su Ru remained uncertain whether Zhuang Yang was already aware of the truth regarding Hihunzong. Chapter 38. Foundation Establishment Pill. Upon hearing these words, Zhuang Yang felt a subtle stir within, yet his countenance remained impassive as he calmly replied, Respected sect leader, during my time in the preparation area, I made every effort to diminish my presence, hiding alone in a corner, and did not encounter any disciples from the Tianjin sect. Upon hearing this, Su Ru's taut heartstrings relaxed imperceptibly. Her greatest concern had been that Zhuang Yang might learn the truth from the enemy unexpectedly, which could potentially shatter his resolve and create a rift with the sect. Although it was inevitable that he would eventually discover the truth, it would be more prudent to inform him directly at a suitable moment, allowing him to accept it more easily. Despite Ziyuan's previous reassurances of no significant harm, the matters concerning the sect's great endeavors warranted cautiousness. With these thoughts in mind, a hint of relief appeared on Su Ru's face as she responded to Zhuang Yang. I see. I was worried that those from the Tianjin sect might speak indiscriminately, tainting your resolve. Since that is not the case, it is indeed for the best. Pausing momentarily, she shifted the topic. Zhuang Yang, you have expended considerable energy in this competition. Please take the time to rest well, as we are nearing the sect. With that, she gracefully turned and departed. Zhuang Yang glanced at Su Ru's departing figure before directing his gaze ahead, slowly closing his eyes to begin regulating his breath. To him, whether the sect was the Qingjing sect or the Hehuan sect had become inconsequential. What truly mattered was that this place had offered him a sense of stability and warmth that he had never experienced in 2 lifetimes. The sect leader and his senior sisters treated him with sincerity, willingly imparting their knowledge. Even upon learning of his unique constitution, They had continued to protect him diligently. However, the sect leader's prior admonition regarding the harsh realities of the cultivation world, coupled with the treacherous encounters during the competition, had made him acutely aware that the road ahead would not be smooth. Zhuang Yang was confident that the sect leader and his senior sisters would not wish him harm, yet amidst the capricious and treacherous cultivation world, it was wise to remain cautious. Retaining some hidden cards and concealing certain thoughts was not a bad strategy after all. The flowing cloud jade vessel moved swiftly. Before long, the entrance of the Huan sect, shrouded in a hazy pink mist, came into view. Upon returning to the sect, Suru immediately issued a decree, summoning all disciples at the Foundation establishment stage and above to convene in the council hall. Zhuang Yang, being a special merit disciple, was also granted permission to attend. Soon, Zhuang Yang arrived at the council hall alongside the sect leader and numerous senior sisters. Suru sat at the highest position on the sect leader's jade throne, with Zi Yuan and two elders seated slightly lower on either side. Su Qingli, Hong Xiao, Bai Ji, and others occupied seats closer to the front. Additionally, there were several dozen strikingly beautiful female disciples at the Foundation establishment stage. Once everyone had gathered, Suru's cold voice resonated throughout the hall, quelling any murmurs of discussion. The purpose of this assembly was to address two matters. As she spoke, her gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately resting on Zhuang Yang, her tone imbued with unmistakable approval. First, Zhuang Yang has triumphed over numerous competitors in the recent trial of newly initiated disciples of the Tiandao Alliance, securing a commendable position among the top 4. This achievement grants us 10 precious slots for exploration in the ancient cultivator's cave. As her words concluded, a wave of joyous commotion erupted within the hall. Although many were already aware of the outcome, the sect leader's verbal announcement stirred excitement among the crowd. The trial in the forbidden area signified opportunity, a glimmer of hope for the sect's revival. Suru raised her hand to silence the commotion, her tone resolute. These slots have been earned solely through Zhuang Yang's efforts. Therefore, I decree that one of the 10 slots must be reserved for him. This is his rightful reward, and no one shall dispute it. The hall erupted in agreement, with voices of support echoing. The sect leader is wise. It is only fitting. Many female disciples nodded in affirmation. Without Zhuang Yang, the sect would not have secured even a single slot. Thus there was no dissent. As for the remaining 9 slots, Suru thoughtfully declared, they will be allocated based on contributions, determined the day before the trial. The 9 disciples with the highest contribution points among those at the Foundation establishment stage will receive a slot. This method was deemed fair and transparent, and no one objected. Many female disciples with high contribution points displayed excitement on their faces, while the remaining disciples gazed eagerly, ready to strive for a top ranking on the contribution list before the trial began. The secret realm would open in 1 month's time. Suru spoke again, her tone growing more solemn. Time is of the essence. You all must endeavor to enhance your strength within this month and prepare yourselves. Within the secret realm, opportunities and dangers coexist. It is far from the gentle nature of our trials. As she spoke, her gaze shifted back to Zhuang Yang, and with a flick of her wrist, a delicate jade vial appeared in her palm. With a gentle toss, the vial floated into the air, drifting towards Zhuang Yang. Zhuang Yang, you have now reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, and you are on the verge of Foundation establishment. This is the last Foundation establishment pill in my possession, which I bestow upon you today. I hope you can successfully establish your foundation within this month. Thus, you will have a better chance of self-preservation within the secret realm. Foundation establishment pill. Zhuang Yang's heart jolted, and he quickly rose to receive the jade vial with both hands. Bowing deeply, disciple thanks the sect leader for this generous gift. I will not disappoint your expectations and will strive to establish my foundation. Suru smiled and nodded slightly. Within the council hall, the female disciples exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes reflecting anticipation. Once Zhuang Yang established his foundation, it would signify. Hong Xiao swallowed hard, suddenly rising to her feet. Sect leader. Her words drew the attention of the assembly. Feeling somewhat bashful, Hong Xiao glanced at Zhuang Yang, and then turned to Suru, sect leader, junior brother Zhuang Yang. After all, he possesses a mixed spirit root. One foundation establishment pill may not suffice for him to successfully establish his foundation. I have another one, which I saved from when I established my foundation. I shall give it to junior brother Zhuang Yang today. As she spoke, she produced another jade vial and unceremoniously placed it into Zhuang Yang's hands. Suru was momentarily taken aback, then found herself both amused and exasperated. This girl, who usually appeared carefree, had surprisingly kept a foundation establishment pill hidden away. However, her intentions. Before Suru could respond, Bai Ji also stood up, declaring, Hong Xiao's words are indeed reasonable. Establishing a foundation with a mixed spirit root requires additional support. I too have a spare pill, and I shall give it to junior brother Zhuang Yang as well. Another jade vial fell into Zhuang Yang's hands. Immediately following, Ziyuan, who had remained silent, uttered not a word but gently waved her sleeve, causing 2 jade vials to gracefully float before Zhuang Yang. Astonishingly, she bestowed upon him 2 elixirs. At this moment, even the 2 elders on the stage could no longer remain composed. One elder spoke first. Zhuang Yang, I too possess a reserve. Allow me to lend you my support. Another jade vial appeared in his hand. The second elder similarly produced a vial. Indeed, let it be so. In the blink of an eye, Zhuang Yang found himself cradling a total of 7 jade vials filled with foundational elixirs. He stood there in a daze, gazing at the weighty tokens of care in his arms. A wave of emotion welled up in his heart, and his nostrils tinged with a slight sting. These senior sisters, though their methods may vary, and their intentions may be self-serving, the unreserved support and gifts they offered at this moment were undeniably genuine and profound. Suru smiled brightly. Zhuang Yang, I hope you will diligently cultivate and establish your foundation soon, living up to everyone's expectations. Chapter 39. The Yin-Yang Harmonization Technique. As Suru spoke, she produced a jade slip that shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow. With a flick of her wrist, the slip gracefully floated towards Zhuang Yang. Maintaining a calm demeanor, she continued, Please take this jade slip. It contains a plethora of techniques collected by our sect, including secret arts, foundational techniques for establishing one's core, and various swordsmanship classics. After receiving it, be sure to study diligently. Upon hearing these words, the gazes of the other female cultivators once again converged upon Zhuang Yang, their eyes filled with anticipation and encouragement. Zhuang Yang stared blankly at the approaching jade slip, receiving it carefully with both hands. Instinctively, he probed into it with his consciousness, only to be overwhelmed by the vast sea of information contained within. In the next moment, he raised his head, looking at Suru with disbelief. Master, are all these techniques truly for the disciple? In his understanding, whether from the works of his past life or the occasional rumors he had heard, major sects typically allowed disciples to choose a single foundational technique for cultivation. He had never encountered a precedent of a sect imparting such an abundance of secret tomes all at once. Other sects indeed required disciples to select one for in-depth study, but our sect's situation is unique, and our philosophies of inheritance differ. Suru explained with a gentle smile, Moreover, you possess 5 elemental roots. The various techniques of differing attributes are theoretically all suitable for you. It is beneficial to gain a broader understanding. Pausing for a moment, she surveyed the other female cultivators and added, Rest assured, this is not a privilege exclusive to you. All of your senior sisters experienced the same during their foundational training. As she spoke, she did not forget to issue a serious reminder. Of course, no matter how many techniques you possess, you must act within your capabilities. It is unwise to be overly ambitious. You should select 1 or 2 main techniques that best suit your circumstances for in-depth study. That is the rightful path. The others may serve as references to broaden your horizons. Finally, she emphasized, by the way, the secret arts recorded in this jade slip are mandatory for all disciples. You must ponder them carefully and not be negligent. Though still in shock, Zhuang Yang felt a significant alleviation of his earlier unease upon learning that all his senior sisters had received similar treatment. He nodded earnestly, carefully stowing away the jade slip, and replied respectfully, The disciple understands. I shall heed the master's teachings, choose wisely, and practice diligently. Well, it is getting late. You should return and rest early. Suru waved her hand with a smile. There is no need to be overly anxious about establishing your core. Simply go with the flow. With that, Zhuang Yang bowed once more and departed the Grand Assembly Hall, clutching 7 foundational pills and the jade slip of techniques. The other female cultivators also bowed and took their leave. Soon, the vast assembly hall was left with only Suru and her sister Su Qingli. Once everyone had left, Su Qingli eagerly approached Suru, lowering her voice to inquire, Sister, Zhuang Shidi must have already discovered our true identity as Hehuan Sect, right? Suru gently shook her head, a complex expression crossing her face. The Tianjin sect has not made it clear to him. Huh? He still doesn't know? Su Qingli's beautiful eyes widened in surprise and helplessness. Then, must we continue to masquerade as Jingjing's sect? How long must we maintain this charade? Every time we interact with him, we have to tread carefully, fearing we might let something slip. Su Ru rubbed her forehead, feeling a tinge of fatigue. Although Zhuang mentioned that we need not worry excessively about the sect's true nature, we should still exercise caution. Here's what we'll do. Tomorrow, you can find Zhuang Yang and inquire about his progress in cultivation. You may act a bit more casually, just test the waters, but be mindful of your boundaries. Remembering Zhuang Yang's previous flustered demeanor, Su Qingli's cheeks flushed slightly, and she obediently nodded, saying, "Yes, sister, I understand." That night, within the Jingxin pavilion, Zhuang Yang did not hasten to consume the foundational pills to break through his realm. Instead, he first took out the jade slip that recorded numerous techniques. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, he immersed his consciousness into the jade slip. The first thing that caught his eye was the sect's mandatory secret art, the yin-yang harmonization technique. This secret art was wrapped in a powerful restriction, making it obscure and difficult to comprehend. Zhuang Yang sensed that for an ordinary qi refinement disciple, not only would it be challenging to comprehend, even glimpsing a portion of it would be exceedingly difficult. However, his current level of consciousness had already reached a strength comparable to that of a mid-stage core establishment cultivator. The impenetrable barrier that was insurmountable for qi refinement disciples was no longer a hindrance before his consciousness. Focusing his mind, he began to decipher the information contained within. Gradually, the core essence of the yin-yang harmonization technique flowed into a sea of consciousness like a gentle stream. From the introductory outline, it became evident that this was not the malevolent technique slandered by the Tianjin sect, which solely sought to exploit others. Rather, it expounded on the principles of yin and yang, aiming to harmonize the two, facilitating male and female cultivators to merge their spiritual energies through a special method, achieving mutual complement and advancement. Although it indeed contained elements of exploitation, its essence was far from mere plunder. The outline explicitly stated that if employed correctly, both parties could benefit greatly, aiding their cultivation on the path of the Great Tao. Of course, if one's intentions were impure or if the technique was incomplete, there existed a possibility of engaging in actions that harmed others for personal gain. Yet, this was not the original intention behind the technique's creation. This technique is incomplete. Zhuang Yang slowly withdrew his consciousness, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. Given its incomplete nature, it certainly resembled a one-sided exploitation technique. However, the fact that the master entrusted it to him without reservation indicated that the sect did not view him as a mere vessel to be exploited. After all, how could one allow a vessel to practice an exploitation technique? This profound trust and sincere willingness to impart knowledge provided a sense of reassurance to Zhuang Yang. Calming his doubts, he did not dwell too long on the thoughts provoked by the yin-yang harmonization technique. Soon, he refocused his mind and continued to explore the jade slip, browsing through other techniques. Su Ru was correct. One should not be overly ambitious and should select the most suitable foundational techniques for oneself. The jade slip encompassed a vast array of foundational techniques and key points for the core establishment stage, dazzling to behold. Suddenly, a few sword techniques caught his attention: the Lei Xiao sword technique, the Qing Mu sword technique, the Han Pe sword technique, the Yan Xian sword technique, and the Zhen Yu sword technique. These 5 sword techniques, each with distinct names and clear attributes, correspond to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Intriguingly, they exhibit an enigmatic connection, evoking a sense of shared lineage and mutual enhancement. In an instant, Zhuang Yang's curiosity was piqued. He began to meticulously investigate the overarching principles of these 5 sword techniques. Chapter 40. Who can endure this? Buzz. As Zhuang Yang's consciousness brushed against the thundercloud sword technique, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted. A piercing sword cry intertwined with a low, rumbling thunder reverberated violently within his sea of consciousness. Within the jade slip, delicate azure arcs of electricity flickered around the technique, exuding a fierce sword intent that seemed to vanquish evil and dispel demons. It sent a shiver down one's spine. What an imposing sword technique! Zhuang Yang was astounded. Merely sensing its essence felt as though his soul had been cleansed by a deluge of thunder. He steadied his mind and directed his consciousness towards the greenwood sword technique. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. His consciousness was enveloped by a gentle and vigorous life force, as if stepping from the heart of a thunderstorm into an ancient forest of towering trees. He could almost smell the refreshing scent of vegetation after rain. Around this technique, ethereal vines swirled and grew. The sword intent was long and vibrant, instilling a sense of tranquility within him. Even his meridians seemed to relax slightly. This sword technique embodies such vitality? Zhuang Yang marveled in wonder. Next came the cold spirit sword technique. The moment his consciousness made contact, a bone-chilling cold swept over him. It felt as if he were instantaneously transported into a millennium-old ice cavern, surrounded by primordial, unmelting ice. A faint ice-blue mist enveloped the technique, subtly crystallizing into tiny ice shards. His thoughts felt as if they were freezing, sluggish. The sword intent was cold and sinister, targeting the very essence of his soul, sending chills down his spine. Zhuang Yang instinctively shuddered and swiftly turned his consciousness towards the flame heart sword technique. Boom. Upon contact, it was as if a spark had ignited a sea of oil, unleashing an explosive wave of scorching heat. In his perception, he beheld an endless expanse of molten lava and a scorching ocean of fire, distorting the air with waves of heat. This technique radiated a destructive will to annihilate all. The sword intent was aggressive as fire, wildly ferocious, brimming with an insatiable desire for attack and destruction. It was truly breathtaking. Lastly, he encountered the mountain suppression sword technique. As his consciousness sank into it, an indescribable weightiness and steadiness pressed down upon him. Unseen, it felt as though an immense mountain was firmly entrenched within his sea of consciousness, unyielding and suppressing all. Ethereal silhouettes of mountains floated nearby. The sword intent was grand and powerful, imbued with the strength to seal space and dominate all things. It exuded an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. 5 distinct experiences unfolded in Zhuang Yang's sea of consciousness, each delivering a potent sensory and spiritual impact. After a prolonged moment, Zhuang Yang gradually withdrew his consciousness, taking several deep breaths to steady himself from the overwhelming sensations of these 5 elemental sword intents. His eyes sparkled with uncontrollable excitement. Vanquishing evil, healing, sealing souls, fierce assaults, and suppression. The 5 elements rotate, intersupporting and counteracting. These 5 sword techniques encompass nearly every conceivable combat style he could envision. Moreover, their essences appeared subtly interconnected, sharing a common origin. In an instant, a bold thought surged forth. With his pure yang immortal body, he possessed the potential to cultivate any attribute of technique. If he could comprehend and master these 5 foundational sword techniques simultaneously, he would be able to adapt his attributes based on the situation during combat. Thundercloud to vanquish evil, Greenwood for endurance, Cold Spirit for sealing souls, Flame Heart for fierce assaults, Mountain Suppression for dominance. The 5 elements complement and enhance one another, creating seamless transitions. Zhuang Yang envisioned a path of swordsmanship that was uniquely his, brimming with boundless potential. Though these 5 techniques were merely foundational techniques of the foundation establishment stage, should he integrate their essences harmoniously, the resulting power would likely far exceed the limitations of any single technique. It would be sufficient to challenge levels beyond his own. This notion was immensely tempting, yet the difficulty was undoubtedly akin to scaling the heavens. Simultaneously cultivating 5 techniques of different attributes demanded an extraordinary mastery of spiritual energy, a robust consciousness, and exceptional comprehension. However, with my pure yang immortal body, my recovery speed of spiritual energy far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, and my consciousness strength exceeds that of my peers. It seems there is a possibility to attempt this. As he pondered, Zhuang Yang murmured to himself, "There is no need to rush for everything at once. I can commence by grasping the overarching principles and foundational sword methods, gradually exploring the interplay of the 5 elements." Regaining his focus, he began to browse through the other techniques in the Jade Slip. Ultimately, he was captivated by an auxiliary technique named Spirit Turtle Concealment Technique. This technique cultivates a profound aura, serving as a superior alternative to the breath concealment technique. Upon reaching mastery, it can even alter the external attribute of one's spiritual energy, making it ideal for concealment and self-preservation. Zhuang Yang understood the importance of a solid foundation and suppressed his impulse to immediately delve into the 5 elements sword techniques, prioritizing the Spirit Turtle Concealment Technique instead. This auxiliary technique held greater practicality for him at present than the sword techniques. Before long, Zhuang Yang calmed his mind and began his practice. Initially, he found it somewhat cumbersome. However, the advantages of his pure yang immortal body gradually manifested. In just 2 hours, he had made preliminary progress. After a night of diligent practice, as the first light of dawn broke, Zhuang Yang slowly opened his eyes. The chaotic aura that had once arisen from his possession of the 5 elements now appeared harmonious and subdued, deep as water. With a mere flicker of thought, the 5 attributes of spiritual energy circulated at his surface, ultimately coalescing into the most ordinary and unremarkable earthy yellow glow of spiritual energy. At first glance, it seemed no different from that of an ordinary earth-rooted cultivator. Truly marvelous. Zhuang Yang felt a surge of joy within him. Just as he was savoring the intricacies of the spirit turtle concealment technique, a voice floated in from outside the Jingxin pavilion, more enchanting than usual. Junior brother Zhuang, senior sister, is here to see you. Zhuang Yang retracted his technique, rose to adjust his robes, and hurried to the door. As the door swung open, a fragrant breeze rushed towards him. There stood Su Qingli, adorned in a light purple gauzy dress. The fabric was sheer, and as she moved, the hem swayed, accentuating her graceful figure. The neckline was slightly lower than usual, revealing a delicate expanse of snow-white collarbone and the alluring curve below it. Her hair was not entirely tied up. A few strands lazily draped against her cheeks. As her eyes glimmered, she radiated an innate charm, captivating all with her every smile and frown. Zhuang Yang gazed at Su Qingli, feeling a rush of warmth surge to his head. His heart raced uncontrollably. Suddenly, he instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling a dryness in his throat. In the past, he would have regarded this as a trial set by the sect. However, now he was aware that this place was the Hehuan zone. His senior sister's behavior was merely customary. Reflecting on this, Zhuang Yang felt an inexplicable heat rise from his lower abdomen. Though he had lived 2 lives, at heart, he remained a vigorous youth, untouched by the complexities of the world. In his previous life, he had devoted himself to study, missing out on the joys of romance. In this life, he had endured countless hardships, leaving him little time for such matters. He had suppressed the youthful restlessness that had lingered for years. Now, in the presence of this enchanting senior sister, who inadvertently revealed her charms, he felt as though he was on the verge of bursting forth. Who could possibly withstand such a temptation? Chapter 41. Zhuang Yang takes the initiative. Qingli Shijie. Good morning. Zhuang Yang took a deep breath, forcibly diverting his gaze, unwilling to behold the breathtaking scenery before him. Striving to maintain his composure, he inquired, "May I ask, Shijie, what brings you here so early?" Su Qingli observed Zhuang Yang's reaction with a sense of satisfaction. With graceful steps, she approached him, a smile gracing her lips as she playfully replied, "What? Is it not permissible for your Shijie to visit you without reason?" Zhuang Yang was momentarily taken aback and quickly responded, "Of course, it is entirely acceptable." Su Qingli could not suppress a laugh, her voice lightly teasing. "All right, I shan't tease you further. I came to check on you because I was concerned that you might be overly eager after obtaining the foundation building elixir yesterday. Thank you for your concern, Shijie. I am still in the process of adjustment and have not yet begun to attempt foundation building." Zhuang Yang lowered his head, fixating on his toes, fearful that raising his gaze would plunge him once more into her enchanting eyes. Su Qingli found his demeanor increasingly amusing. Just as she was about to provoke him further, a sudden look of surprise crossed her face. She stepped back slightly, concentrating her senses, and exclaimed, "Zhuang Shidi, your aura seems different from yesterday. It appears more subdued." Zhuang Yang's heart stirred. This was the perfect opportunity to change the subject. He quickly lifted his head and replied, "In response to Shijie, I studied the Ling Gui Qian Shishu within the jade slip last night and made some progress." "Ah, I see." Su Qingli's eyes glimmered with admiration. "I did not expect you to cultivate this technique to the point of altering the manifestation of your spiritual energy in just one night. Your comprehension is indeed remarkable." She mused. This junior brother not only progresses rapidly in strength, but also possesses an innate ability to conceal his prowess. How delightfully intriguing. As she gazed at Zhuang Yang's handsome features, his ears slightly flushed from earlier tension, a bolder thought emerged in her mind. Entering the path of cultivation, with the enhancement of one's abilities, one's physique would also improve. Female cultivators, upon reaching the foundation stage, gradually transition to a state of being unaffected by menstrual cycles. Male cultivators, too, develop a more robust physique. Although not comparable to those who specialize in physical training, their muscularity far surpasses that of ordinary mortals. I wonder how Zhuang Shidi's body has transformed. Lost in thought, Su Qingli unconsciously moved closer to Zhuang Yang. Her delicate fingers, seemingly by chance, lightly touched his chest. In that instant, Zhuang Yang felt a jolt throughout his entire being, the soft sensation coursing through him like electricity. An inexplicable rush of warmth and vitality surged to his head. Could this be the essential lesson of the Huanzong? Is it finally upon me? With a sudden snap, the string of rationality in Zhuang Yang's mind broke. If it is to come, then let it come. What is there to fear? As a man of Huanzong, how could he possibly show hesitation? Reacting almost instinctively, he wrapped his arms around Su Qingli and drew her tightly into his embrace. He then leaned down to kiss her. Su Qingli's eyes widened in astonishment, her lips tingling. Instinctively, she placed her hands against Zhuang Yang's chest, attempting to push him away. Yet, in the next moment, her resistance vanished without a trace. Gradually, she closed her eyes, her fingers gripping his robe tightly, her fingertips turning pale from the force of her hold. After a long while, Zhuang Yang finally released her. Su Qingli, regaining her senses, staggered backward several steps, finally halting when her back hit the doorframe. Zhuang Shidi. What are you doing? Panting, Su Qingli's chest rose and fell rapidly. Her once fair face had turned as red as a ripe apple, the blush extending to her ears. Even her elegant neck bore an alluring hue. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with surprise and deep embarrassment, completely devoid of her previous composure. Shijia, could this not be part of the sects? Zhuang Yang gazed at Su Qingli's flustered expression, reminiscent of a startled deer, and suddenly found himself at a loss. Wasn't it she who had taken the initiative? Why was she now questioning him? This was my first kiss. At that moment, Su Qingli, flustered and embarrassed, stamped her foot. Without another glance back, she fled from the Jingxinga. What just happened? Zhuang Yang stood rooted, staring at the retreating figure of Su Qingli, a look of confusion etched on his face. Wasn't this a fundamental lesson of Huanzong? Could it be that it was meant to be approached gradually, step by step? Yet, he was already prepared. Suddenly, he inhaled sharply, realizing that he may have misunderstood the situation. Could it be? Meanwhile, Su Qingli ran far away, only stopping to catch her breath against an ancient tree once she could no longer see the Jingxinga. After a few moments, she cupped her flushed cheeks in her hands, feeling her heart race like a drum, impossible to calm. How utterly mortifying. How could this happen? Though a disciple of Huanzong, versed in its teachings and unabashed in her banter, she had grown up within the sect, having never encountered a man, let alone experienced such intimate contact. In truth, she was no different from the other female cultivators in the sect. All talk and no experience when it came to practical matters. Despite her eloquence, she was utterly naive and inexperienced in real situations. Now, she lamented, intending only to tease him, yet it had spiraled into this. Su Qingli scolded herself as she lightly slapped her heated face, wondering how she would face anyone after this. Within the Zhangmen Dian, Su Ru was engrossed in sect affairs when she noticed Su Qingli returning unexpectedly. Her expression one of surprise. Upon closer inspection, she saw her sister's face flushed like a ripe apple, even her ears tinged with pink. Moreover, her eyes darted about, betraying her unease. Qingli, why have you returned so soon? Su Ru set down the jade slip in her hand, her brow furrowed in curiosity. And why is your face so red? Are you unwell? Sister, Su Qingli lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Initially, she had come to report to Su Ru, but now she found herself at a loss for words. What on earth had transpired? Su Ru furrowed her delicate brows and questioned, why are you so hesitant? Sighing inwardly, Su Qingli steeled herself and, in a faint voice, recounted the events that had unfolded in the Jingxin pavilion. Upon hearing her tale, Su Ru was taken aback, her mouth slightly agape as she blurted out, what did it feel like? Su Qingli abruptly lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, doubting whether she had misheard her sister's inquiry. Why would she ask such a question? Realizing her slip of tongue, Su Ru swiftly composed herself, a fleeting look of awkwardness crossing her exquisite features. Clearing her throat, she regained her authoritative demeanor and earnestly amended, ahem. I meant to say, this Zhuang Yang is quite audacious. However, it may not be entirely unfavorable. Pausing for a moment, she continued her analysis. I never anticipated that Zhuang Yang, despite appearing simple, would not act clumsily and even display a degree of initiative. This indicates that he does not reject the ways of our Hehuan sect, perhaps even embracing them internally. Yes, this is a positive sign. Our guidance has been effective. Listening to her sister's insights, the flush on Su Qingli's face faded slightly, though it was replaced by increased embarrassment and anxiety. Sister, was my reaction too extreme? Did my abrupt departure frighten junior brother Zhuang? Will he think I dislike him? Observing Su Qingli's anxious demeanor, Su Ru shook her head in exasperation and sighed. Your reaction was not merely excessive, it was downright. Sigh. As a disciple of the Hehuan sect, to be so bashful in the face of a male disciple's overtures and to flee is truly a disgrace to our sect. Su Qingli felt even more mortified by the criticism and timidly defended herself. I simply lack experience. What should I do next? I feel too embarrassed to face junior brother Zhuang again. Su Ru contemplated for a moment, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet she maintained a serious expression as she advised. Given the circumstances, you should focus on resting in your cave dwelling to calm your mind. Unless there is an urgent matter, do not seek out Zhuang Yang at the Jingxin Pavilion for the time being. What? Not to seek him out? Is that acceptable? Su Qingli expressed her confusion. Logically, one would think it best to seize the moment and deepen their connection. Trust my judgment, Su Ru affirmed with a nod. You must understand that sometimes a degree of distance is more effective than relentless closeness. Concentrate on your cultivation. As she spoke, she silently mused. Leave the rest to me, dear sister. You are still young and may not grasp the situation fully. Let me take the lead and set an example for you. Although Su Qingli still harbored doubts, she could only acquiesce to Su Ru's confidence, replying, Yes, Qingli understands. After bowing in farewell, she departed. Watching her sister's retreating figure, Su Ru couldn't help but swallow hard and murmured to herself, a kiss. Her mind involuntarily conjuring the handsome visage of Zhuang Yang. She then envisioned the scene that Su Qingli had experienced, but this time, she imagined herself in the leading role. Chapter 42. Su Ru takes the initiative. As dusk descends, the afterglow of the setting sun drapes a warm golden veil over Jingxin Pavilion. Zhuang Yang sits cross-legged in the training room, diligently consolidating his mastery of the Lingue Qianqi technique. His aura becomes increasingly harmonious and restrained, as if he has melded with his surroundings. Suddenly, he senses something and inadvertently lifts his head, his pupils narrowing slightly. Unbeknownst to him, the sect leader Su Ru has quietly appeared in the training room, standing not far away. Today, she is not adorned in her usual resplendent palace attire, but has donned a delicate pink gauze dress. The hem of the gown reaches only to her knees, revealing her fair and slender calves. Her dainty feet are encased in exquisitely embroidered shoes, and she has meticulously applied her makeup, appearing even more radiant than usual. The mature charm of a young woman is evident, yet it is accompanied by a youthful vibrancy. Zhuang Yang's heart skips a beat, and he hastily withdraws his technique, standing to greet her respectfully. Disciple Zhuang Yang pays his respects to the sect leader. I was unaware of your visit. May I inquire what guidance you seek? Su Ru gazes at Zhuang Yang's handsome features and the increasingly upright posture he has cultivated through his training. A faint blush creeping onto her fair cheeks. Nevertheless, she maintains a facade of composure and adopts a serious tone, reminiscent of an instructor assessing a student. No need for excessive formalities. I have come to see how your training progresses. I heard you are practicing the Lingue Qianqi technique. Is everything going smoothly? Zhuang Yang answers earnestly, in response to the sect leader. I am currently practicing this technique and have begun to alter the exterior manifestation of my spiritual power, effectively concealing my aura. Well done, Su Ru nods, seemingly casually stepping closer to Zhuang Yang, reducing the distance between them to less than a foot. At that moment, Zhuang Yang becomes acutely aware of a rich, mature fragrance enveloping him, causing his heartbeat to quicken involuntarily and his breath to falter slightly. At this juncture, Su Ru raises her enchanting eyes, locking her gaze onto Zhuang Yang's. Her expression carries a hint of inquiry, as if concealing something deeper. Feeling somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny, Zhuang Yang's throat constricts as he tentatively asks, Sect leader, is there something wrong? Is there anything inappropriate about me? Su Ru's luscious lips part slightly, yet she hesitates to speak, merely shaking her head gently. Inside, she harbors the hope that Zhuang Yang will awaken to the moment, acting as he does with Su Qingli. Come now, embrace me, and kiss me passionately. Zhuang Yang, I have made my intentions clear. What are you waiting for? However, Zhuang Yang, perceiving Su Ru's silence as she continues to gaze at him, grows increasingly perplexed. After a moment's thought, he retrieves a jade slip detailing the technique from his storage pouch, earnestly sharing his insights and questions regarding the Lingue Qianqi technique and other methods he has explored. Sect leader. In my observation of the Lingue Qianqi technique, its essence lies in concealment and focus, differing significantly from ordinary methods of aura restraint. As Zhuang Yang articulates his thoughts with clarity, Su Ru listens attentively, her expression betraying a flicker of amusement. Occasionally, she offers guidance, yet her mind drifts away from the technique. Her gaze unconsciously wanders to Zhuang Yang's lips, recalling the sensations described by her sister. She feels a stirring restlessness within her. This boy. Does he truly not understand? Or is he merely pretending? Must I spell it out for him? But that would be too unbecoming. Or does she find my age unappealing? Is it so significant? I am merely a little over 100 years old. In the realm of cultivation, I am still a young maiden. Moreover, I took a longevity elixir at 30, preserving my youthful appearance. Even among the Hehuan sect, I am considered a beauty. Am I not? After struggling internally for a moment, Su Ru notices Zhuang Yang still engrossed in his analysis of the technique and finally steals her resolve. Biting her red lip gently, she decides that she cannot wait any longer. Just as Zhuang Yang finishes speaking, preparing to receive further instruction, Su Ru suddenly steps closer, their garments almost brushing against each other. Then, she delicately places her slender hand on Zhuang Yang's shoulder. The soft, smooth sensation feels like a feather caressing his heart. Zhuang Yang freezes, his words trailing off in astonishment as he looks at Su Ru. There she stands, her face flushed and her eyes shimmering with allure, her lips slightly parted as she speaks enticingly. Zhuang Yang. The essence of mastering techniques lies in practice. Some truths cannot be grasped through mere words. At her words, Zhuang Yang feels a rush of heat surge to his head. The intoxicating fragrance lingers at his nostrils, and the warm touch on his shoulder renders him utterly rigid. He gulps, his voice hoarse. Does the sect leader mean? Su Ru's eyes glisten with increasing seduction, her voice becoming more melodic. Naturally, I will guide you personally, allowing you to truly experience the essence of practice leading to profound understanding. As she speaks, her fingers lightly trace Zhuang Yang's shoulder, igniting a spark within him. He feels as if her touch has grazed his very soul, sending shivers down his spine. But sect leader, I have yet to thoroughly comprehend the Yin Yang He Ju, its profound meaning. That is of no concern, Su Ru interrupts, leaning closer to Zhuang Yang, her breath fragrant and soft. Today, we shall not discuss secret arts or refined techniques. I can guide you in other ways, allowing you to acclimate to the atmosphere. Her words leave little to the imagination. Even Zhuang Yang, despite his naivety, comprehends Su Ru's intentions. His cheeks flush crimson, and his heart drums like a war drum. Gazing at the alluring sect leader so near, his mind becomes a whirlwind. Ultimately, he lowers his head, blushing furiously, and replies in a voice barely above a whisper. Disciple will follow the sect leader's arrangements. Su Ru's heart swells with joy. Success. Yet, soon after, a wave of mild resignation washes over her. Indeed, it seems that I must take the initiative to convey my intentions so clearly. This boy, while appearing proactive, is essentially a pure-hearted youth who needs a gentle push. Quickly suppressing her distractions, she eagerly prepares to guide him. The hand resting on Zhuang Yang's shoulder begins to slide down, becoming restless. But at that moment, a voice as clear and chilling as a spring's icy water unexpectedly resonated from above the practice room. Shiji, what are you doing? This sound, akin to a thunderclap, shattered the enchanting atmosphere within the room. Su Ru's body stiffened, her hand that rested on Zhuang Yang's shoulder retracting abruptly. She swiftly stepped back 2 paces, creating distance between herself and Zhuang Yang. The alluring blush on her cheeks had yet to fade, but a layer of embarrassment and fluster, as if her intimate moment had been abruptly interrupted, washed over her. Zhuang Yang was equally startled, instinctively glancing around the room. A beam of white light, reminiscent of moonlight cascading, pierced through the door and illuminated the practice chamber. As the light dissipated, it revealed the ethereal figure of Zi Yuan. Clad in pristine white, she maintained her untainted appearance. Her beauty was unparalleled, yet her gaze seemed to encapsulate the eternal chill of ancient ice. Her eyes first swept over Zhuang Yang before settling on the blushing face of Su Ru. At that moment, The air felt as though it had solidified. Su Ru feigned composure, adjusting her hair in an attempt to assume the demeanor of a sect leader. However, her voice lacked conviction. Yuan Shimmy? What? What brings you here? Yuan did not respond, but instead coldly retorted, Shiji, what were you just doing? Chapter 43. The foundation is in sight. Su Ru felt a sudden pang of anxiety under Yuan's icy gaze, and she feigned calmness as she explained, I am naturally guiding Zhuang Yang in his cultivation, addressing some of his doubts regarding his techniques. She intentionally emphasized her role as a mentor and problem solver, attempting to conceal the flirtatious ambiguity that had just transpired. Upon hearing this, Yuan narrowed her lake-like eyes slightly and turned her attention to Zhuang Yang, her gaze revealing an unabashed inquisitiveness. Is that so, junior brother Zhuang? Zhuang Yang was taken aback, hastily nodding like a rattle, his cheeks still flushed with residual embarrassment, awkwardly affirming, Yes, senior sister Yuan, the sect leader. The sect leader is indeed guiding the disciple in his cultivation. Yuan's gaze lingered for a moment on Zhuang Yang's reddened face before sweeping over Su Ru's feigned composure, which could not hide her flustered expression. She let out a light huff. Ultimately, her eyes settled on Su Ru, remarking, You, senior sister, have truly worked hard. This comment left Su Ru blushing with a mix of shame and anger, yet she found herself unable to refute it. She quickly shifted the topic, taking the initiative to inquire. Senior sister Yuan, what brings you here? Yuan's expression remained unchanged, her tone still as frigid as before. I am secretly safeguarding junior brother Zhuang to ensure he is undisturbed before establishing his foundation. Is there a problem? Su Ru was instantly rendered speechless, her expression stiffening as she awkwardly dug her toes into the ground. Not long ago, Yuan had attempted to sneak into the Jingxin pavilion under the cover of darkness. And it was she who had caught her in the act. How much time had passed? The situation had completely reversed. Now, it was Yuan who was secretly providing protection, while she, the sect leader, had become the one with ulterior motives, caught red-handed. Truly, the tides of fortune shift. And no problem. Junior sister, you are diligent in your duties. Splendid. Su Ru chuckled nervously, eager to escape this awkward situation. Since you are safeguarding him, I can rest assured. As she spoke, she turned to Zhuang Yang, earnestly advising, Junior brother Zhuang, focus on your cultivation and do not become complacent. Senior sister Yuan and I shall not disturb your solitary practice. Farewell. With that, her body radiated with escaping light, and before Zhuang Yang or Yuan could react, she transformed into a streak of light and departed. Yuan watched the direction in which Su Ru vanished, then cast a cool glance back at Zhuang Yang. Without further words, she too transformed into a cold white streak of light and exited the training room. Inside the training room, Zhuang Yang watched as both figures disappeared one after the other, exhaling a long breath, a thin sheen of sweat breaking out on his back. He wiped the sweat from his brow, still feeling apprehensive. The Hehuan sect was indeed exhilarating. As he murmured, a thought began to form in his mind. Senior sister Yuan mentioned safeguarding him in secret to ensure he was undisturbed before establishing his foundation. Did that imply that after establishing his foundation, he could be freely disturbed? Zhuang Yang's face flushed anew. Could it be that after establishing his foundation? Gulp. As this thought crossed his mind, he could not help but swallow hard. It seemed imperative that he establish his foundation as soon as possible. Outside the Jingxin pavilion, beneath the night sky, Su Ru maneuvered her escaping light, her heart in turmoil as she flew toward the Zomen Hall. The embarrassing scene of being caught by Yuan replayed in her mind, causing her cheeks to alternate between red and white. Just then, a white streak of light caught up with her at an even swifter pace, accompanying her. It was none other than Yuan. Su Ru's heart tightened, but she maintained a facade of calm. Junior sister, do you have further matters to discuss? Yuan gazed ahead, her voice as cold as ever. Senior sister, regarding what transpired earlier, I can pretend I did not see it. Su Ru was about to breathe a sigh of relief when she heard Yuan's tone shift abruptly, growing serious. However, please be sure to remember the sect's rules. She turned her head, her beautiful eyes locking onto Su Ru's, enunciating each word. Once junior brother Zhuang establishes his foundation, the individual ranked first on the contribution list will have the priority to jointly comprehend the yin-yang, he-ju with him. This is an ironclad rule of our sect, and I hope senior sister will not forget, nor attempt to overstep. Su Ru's gaze darted away, her embarrassment reaching its peak as she forced herself to reply, "I am well aware. I would never violate the sect's rules. Junior sister, you worry too much. I hope senior sister truly understands and is not merely paying lip service," Ziyuan retorted with a light huff. "As the sect leader, you should set an example and uphold the authority of our rules. If even the leader disregards the rules, how could the sect maintain order?" With that, she fell silent, her white streak of light suddenly accelerating as if it were a shooting star slicing through the night sky, swiftly leaving Su Ru behind, vanishing into the distant darkness. Su Ru hovered alone in midair, watching the direction in which Ziyuan disappeared, her face burning with embarrassment. It was rather mortifying to receive such a relentless warning from her junior sister. Contribution, contribution, Su Ru muttered to herself, suddenly veering her light away from the Zoman Hall, heading rapidly toward the sect's affairs hall. She needed to ascertain the current state of the contribution list. The affairs hall was located in a central area of the Hehuan sect, overseen by Su Qingli. Su Qingli's cave abode was also not far from the affairs hall. Su Ru reduced her light and landed directly within the courtyard of the affairs hall. Noticing her presence, Su Qingli, who was busy tallying accounts inside, hurriedly emerged, surprised to see her sister. "Sister, what brings you here at this hour?" Su Ru got straight to the point, her tone urgent. "Qingli, please bring me the current contribution list rankings at once." Though puzzled, Su Qingli complied without hesitation. She invoked a spell, causing a massive jade disc on the wall of the affairs hall to glow softly. It clearly displayed the constantly changing contribution point rankings. However, the top rankings showed little change, particularly among the top 10. As Su Ru's gaze fell upon the name at the top, her heart sank sharply. The first place was Ziyuan, and her contribution points had surged significantly since she last remembered. Far ahead, quickly scanning downward, she found the second place was Su Qingli, and only in third place was she, Su Ru. The disparity in contribution points between the top 3 and the fourth place and beyond was staggering. Seeing her sister's face grow increasingly grim, Su Qingli cautiously inquired, "Sister, what is wrong? Is there an issue with the rankings?" Su Ru's eyes were fixated on the name Ziyuan, feeling an unbearable sting. Clearly, she had been exerting herself diligently on tasks. As a result, this junior sister is even more determined than herself. Given the current circumstances, when Zhuang Yang achieves foundational establishment, the position of first place seems to be a certainty, unshakable by anyone. No wonder Ziyuan guards against her like a thief. Su Ru let out a helpless sigh, turning to Su Qingli and asking in a serious tone, "Are there any urgent tasks within the sect that offer high contribution points?" Su Qingli paused for a moment, then quickly reacted, eagerly flipping through the task documents. "Yes. There is a task at the medicinal herb garden that offers substantial contribution points, but it requires gathering in the misty gorge at the back of the mountain, where second and third tier beasts occasionally roam, making it somewhat perilous. There's also a task to assist the equipment workshop in repairing a flaw in the mountain protecting formation, which requires a disciple proficient in formations. The contribution points are..." "Enough," Su Ru interrupted, waving her jade hand with an unwavering tone. "Register all those high contribution tasks for me." "Huh, sister you." Su Qingli was somewhat taken aback. There was no time to delay. The situation was urgent, and Zhuang Yang's foundational establishment was imminent. Su Ru earnestly declared, "We must seize this final opportunity." "Oh, all right." Su Qingli consented helplessly, proceeding to handle the task acquisition procedures for Su Ru. As she worked, she secretly observed Su Ru, whose fighting spirit was so intense it seemed as if she were preparing to battle. Unable to suppress her thoughts, she muttered quietly to herself, "Sister, are you trying to threaten my second place? If you take all the tasks, what will I take?" Suddenly, Su Ru sensed something amiss and, with a piercing gaze, asked, "Qingli, why have you taken on tasks for yourself?" Su Qingli smiled sheepishly, "Sister, I believe you are right. With Brother Zhuang's foundational establishment on the horizon, I must also seize this opportunity." Chapter 44. The foundation establishment begins. Within the Jingxin Pavilion, 7 days swiftly slipped by. Zhuang Yang did not hastily consume the foundation establishment pill, but instead adjusted his state to its pinnacle. He waited until he felt completely unimpeded, his mind clear, and his internal spiritual power full and harmonious, akin to a surging torrent ready to unleash its force. Foundation establishment is the first formidable barrier on the path of cultivation, shedding the mortal coil and solidifying the foundation of Tao. From this moment forth, one's lifespan is greatly extended, and spiritual power transforms into liquid. Only then can one truly be called a cultivator. Should he fail to overcome this hurdle, he would remain but a mere ant in the mundane world. He understood that despite possessing the pure yang celestial body and a foundation that far surpassed others of the same level, along with the aid of numerous foundation establishment pills, this trial was not to be taken lightly. Any misstep could lead to a failure in foundation establishment or even a regression in cultivation, with severe consequences such as damaged meridians and a destroyed foundation. To exercise caution, he decided to conduct one final confirmation before officially attempting the breakthrough. Zhuang Yang picked up the Ling calling bell that had remained untouched on the shelf. Infusing a trace of weak spiritual power, he gently shook it. The bell chimed melodiously, its clear sound rippling through the barriers of Jingxin Pavilion, transmitting towards a specific direction. A quarter of an hour later, a faint purple sword light descended outside the pavilion. As the radiance dissipated, the graceful figure of Su Qingli appeared. Today, she was dressed more formally than last time. Junior brother Zhuang, have you encountered difficulties in your cultivation? Su Qingli entered the pavilion, her voice striving for calmness, though her heart raced uncontrollably. Her beautiful eyes, when gazing at Zhuang Yang, involuntarily revealed a hint of shyness and evasion. Zhuang Yang promptly welcomed her, bowing respectfully. I apologize for troubling senior sister Qingli. I believe I have adjusted my state to the best possible condition and am ready to consume the pill and challenge the foundation establishment realm. However, I still feel a twinge of anxiety and wish to consult you once more to ensure everything is foolproof. Upon hearing that Zhuang Yang sought her counsel on foundation establishment, Su Qingli's demeanor became serious, suppressing her girlhood shyness as she replied earnestly, Junior brother, please speak. I will certainly share all that I know. Zhuang Yang invited Su Qingli to take a seat and began to inquire meticulously about every detail. From the optimal timing for consuming the foundation establishment pill to the limits of the meridians during the pill's potency and the various phenomena that might arise during the liquefaction of spiritual power, as well as the strategies for addressing any issues that could occur during the foundation establishment process. His questions were thorough and at times rather intricate. Su Qingli patiently answered each query, often pinpointing the crux of the matter and offering insights based on her own experiences. In summary, she concluded that the key to foundation establishment lies in the unity of essence, energy, and spirit. Essence is the foundation of the physical body, energy is the source of spiritual power, and spirit is the direction of will. Consuming the foundation establishment pill utilizes the power of the pill to forcibly condense, compress, and purify the dissipated essence and energy within the body. Ultimately, it merges with the elevated spirit to open the spiritual lake in the Dantian, establishing the foundation of the great Tao. This process resembles the creation of heaven and earth, requiring immense willpower and determination. Moreover, one must maintain a clear mind in the spiritual platform, undisturbed by external matters. Zhuang Yang listened attentively, committing every word to memory, feeling an immense benefit from her teachings. Many of his previously vague notions became clear, and he gained a more comprehensive and three-dimensional understanding of the foundation establishment process. The final thread of unease within him gradually dissipated. Finally, Su Qingli looked at Zhuang Yang with an encouraging gaze. Your foundation is extraordinarily solid, unmatched in my experience. Your spiritual power is exceptionally pure, surpassing others of the same level, and your consciousness is remarkable. With several foundation establishment pills as support, you are certain to succeed. Thank you, senior sister, for your enlightenment. I now feel confident, Zhuang Yang expressed sincerely. Junior brother, you are too modest. Your caution is commendable. Su Qingli smiled slightly, and seeing that Zhuang Yang had no further questions, she stood to take her leave. If there is nothing else, I shall not disturb your quiet cultivation. Please wait, senior sister, Zhuang Yang suddenly called out to her. Su Qingli paused, turning back in confusion. Is there anything else, junior brother? Zhuang Yang's thoughts whirled. Considering that the sect was the Hahuan sect and recalling the Yin-Yang Hahuanju, as well as the meaningful glances and actions of Su Qingli, Su Ru, and even Zi Yuan, a guess began to crystallize in his mind. He carefully chose his words and tentatively inquired, Senior Sister Qingli, may I ask, after I successfully establish my foundation, will the sect have any special arrangements for me? His question was subtle. Yet the phrase special arrangements in this context, combined with the background of the Hahuan sect, was almost self-evident. Upon hearing this, Su Qingli was momentarily taken aback. Then, her delicate face flushed with a visible crimson hue, spreading to her neck. Her gaze became flustered, unable to meet Zhuang Yang's eyes. The sect. The sect will certainly have arrangements. However, the specifics. I am not quite clear. As she spoke, her voice grew softer, and her head lowered, revealing a fair segment of her neck. Her bashful demeanor stood in stark contrast to her usual blend of gentleness and boldness, adding an enchanting allure. Rest assured, it will definitely not be anything bad. Taking a deep breath, as if to bolster her conviction, she hastily added, Junior brother, you should focus on your foundation establishment. If anything arises, just ring the bell for me. I still have sect affairs to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, she nearly fled, hurrying out of the Jingxin pavilion. Her figure quickly vanished at the end of the stone path outside. Zhuang Yang stood in place, gazing in the direction Su Qingli had disappeared, instinctively swallowing hard. Su Qingli's flustered and incoherent reaction affirmed his suspicions. After foundation establishment, indeed, there would be arrangements. Moreover, judging by Su Qingli's response, it was undoubtedly related to the Yin Yang Hahuanju. As he recalled Su Qingli's alluring visage, her graceful form, and the captivating blush that had adorned her face moments ago, along with the mature and enticing demeanor of sect leader Su Ru and the ethereal grace of Saintess Si Yuan, not to mention the many beautiful sisters within the sect, Zhuang Yang felt a surge of heat rise from his lower abdomen, coursing through his entire being. As his heart raced uncontrollably, the sound of his rushing blood echoed in his ears. In 2 lifetimes, he had suppressed the youthful restlessness and primal instincts of man for countless years, but at this moment, they were utterly ignited. Gulu. He swallowed hard, raising his hand to touch his slightly heated cheek. His eyes sparkled with an uncontrollable excitement and anticipation. As an ordinary, vigorous youth, faced with such a straightforward and tantalizing future, it would be a lie to claim he felt no expectation. It seems that this foundational stage not only pertains to the path of cultivation, but also to the bliss of life. Zhuang Yang murmured to himself, his lips involuntarily curling into a smile. After uttering those words, he took a few deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the surging energy within him and the alluring thoughts that accompanied it. His gaze regained its determination and clarity. Now was not the time for such musings. The urgent task at hand was to successfully establish his foundation. Only by possessing greater strength could he gain more initiative in any potential future situations. He would even be able to relish more. Without further hesitation, he turned and returned to the central mat of the training room, sitting cross-legged. With a flick of his wrist, a jade bottle containing foundational elixirs appeared in his hand. As he uncorked the bottle, an enchanting aroma wafted forth, refreshing the senses. Within it seemed to linger a hint of exhilarating temptation, a promise of the future. Zhuang Yang's expression sharpened, and he hesitated no longer. First, he began to circulate the Hahuanju. A quarter of an hour later, his body reached its peak state. Subsequently, he raised his head and swallowed a foundational elixir, the size of a longan, which radiated with a luminous aura. The elixir dissolved upon entry, surging explosively through his limbs and bones. The process of establishing his foundation had officially commenced. Chapter 45. The early stages of foundation establishment. Ziyuan enters the dream again. The medicinal power surged through every limb and bone, ultimately converging towards the dantian, like rivers flowing into the sea. Boom. Zhuang Yang felt a tremendous roar in his mind, and his consciousness was instantaneously drawn into his own sea of consciousness. Peering into the dantian, the once tranquil and rotating massive cyclone, having reached the limits of the qi refining stage, suddenly boiled and expanded under the impact of the foundation establishment elixir. The 5-colored spiritual energy surged rapidly, colliding and compressing with one another, producing a sound akin to muffled thunder. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy in the realm outside the Jingxin pavilion was also drawn, beginning to stir restlessly. Centered on the Jingxin pavilion, an invisible vortex formed, forcibly absorbing spiritual energy from all directions. Initially gentle as a breeze, it gradually transformed into a visible, thin mist of spiritual energy, enveloping the pavilion. The concentration of spiritual energy within the pavilion began to rise sharply. Zhuang Yang remained focused, diligently operating the Hahuanju, attempting to compress and condense the enormous cyclone, transforming it into liquid spiritual essence, ultimately creating a true spiritual lake. However, the process was exceedingly arduous. Due to the pure yang immortal body, the Qi was several times broader than that of peers at the same level, with an overwhelming totality of spiritual energy. While this conferred formidable combat prowess, it now posed the greatest obstacle to foundation establishment. Compressing such a vast cyclone required extraordinary energy and control. The potency of the first foundation establishment elixir was rapidly consumed, pushing the cyclone inward, thickening the spiritual energy, which faintly showed signs of liquefaction. However, while the cyclone's volume had shrunk by approximately 30%, it seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, stalling any further progress. Just as the medicinal power was on the verge of depletion and the cyclone threatened to expand once more, a cold white light suddenly appeared above the Jingxin pavilion. It was Ziyuan. Sensing the fluctuation of the restrictions within the cave, she immediately came to investigate Zhuang Yang's foundation establishment. At that moment, she crossed the restrictions and hovered in the air, her divine sense penetrating the roof to observe Zhuang Yang's situation in the training room. She keenly perceived the extraordinary magnitude of Zhuang Yang's qi and the solidity of the foundation establishment bottleneck, which far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. One foundation establishment elixir was indeed insufficient. Without a moment's hesitation, Ziyuan's cool voice, like a clear spring, resonated within Zhuang Yang's sea of consciousness. Consume another foundation establishment elixir. Immediately, this voice struck Zhuang Yang like a revelation, instantly awakening him from his struggle. It was senior sister Ziyuan. Without pausing to think, he instinctively reacted, conjuring another jade vial into his hand. He uncorked it and swiftly swallowed the second foundation establishment elixir. Boom! The second surge of potent medicinal power raucously injected into his nearly exhausted qi. The previously stagnant compression process was once again forcefully propelled. The cyclone began collapsing inward at a faster rate, and the viscosity of the spiritual energy increased dramatically. Tiny droplets of liquid spiritual essence began to condense like dewdrops. However, Zhuang Yang's qi was far too vast. The power of the second elixir showed signs of fatigue as it compressed the cyclone to only half its original size, with the formidable bottleneck barrier still intact. Without needing Ziyuan to remind him again, Zhuang Yang understood his condition. His gaze hardened with determination, and without a hint of hesitation, he consumed the third foundation establishment elixir. The qi trembled once more, and the rate at which the liquid spiritual essence dripped accelerated, gradually forming a trickle. The bottleneck began to loosen, but it still did not break through. The fourth, the fifth. When the power of the fifth foundation establishment elixir exploded within him, the vortex of spiritual energy outside the Jingxin pavilion had expanded to a range of several dozen zhang. The howling wind of spiritual energy stirred the fallen leaves on the ground, producing a mournful sound. The furniture within the pavilion trembled slightly. The air was thick with a palpable pressure of spiritual energy. Within Zhuang Yang's dantian, a different scene unfolded. The once massive cyclone had dissipated by 90%. In its place was a swirling lake of spiritual essence, madly rotating and continuously absorbing the remaining gaseous spiritual energy. Yet this spiritual lake was highly unstable. Large amounts of gaseous spiritual energy remained untransformed at the edges, threatening to collapse at any moment. Just a little more. Just this final push. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Zhuang Yang's mouth, a consequence of the immense pressure of compressing such vast spiritual energy upon his meridians. Yet the light in his eyes burned ever brighter. The sixth foundation establishment elixir. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Buzz. A resonant hum emanated from within Zhuang Yang. The sixth wave of potent medicinal power violently impacted the chaotic vortex of spiritual energy. The bottleneck barrier was finally shattered. Within the dantian, the vortex abruptly ceased its rotation and rapidly contracted inward. In the next moment, a vast, tranquil lake of liquid spiritual essence, radiating with five-colored glimmers, spread out, filling the entire dantian. It replaced the original qi. Though the lake had just formed, it was unfathomably deep, containing a terrifyingly pure and profound energy, far exceeding that of the gaseous state. The spiritual lake had manifested. Foundation establishment was complete. Simultaneously, outside the Jingxin pavilion, the immense vortex of spiritual energy suddenly lost its central gravity and collapsed. Above the pavilion, Ziyuan sensed the foundation establishment's spiritual pressure radiating from Zhuang Yang, and a glimmer of relaxation flickered in her cool gaze, quickly replaced by a more fervent light. Foundation establishment, Zhuang Yang murmured to himself, slowly opening his eyes. A fleeting brilliance sparkled within, akin to stars. He felt the boundless, flowing liquid spiritual energy within him, alongside the surging divine sense and the greatly strengthened physical form. An unprecedented confidence welled up within him. He had successfully entered the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, with the pure yang immortal body, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary foundation establishment practitioners, sufficient to contend with those in the mid-foundation stage. The intensity of his spiritual energy and divine sense had even reached the late foundation establishment stage. Zhuang Yang stood up excitedly, feeling as light as a swallow. Every gesture and movement was imbued with formidable power. As he surveyed his surroundings, remnants of the recent fluctuations of spiritual energy lingered within the Jingxin Pavilion. Suddenly, he recalled the cool voice that had reached his sea of consciousness at that critical moment, and a surge of gratitude welled up in his heart. Had it not been for the timely reminder from Shiji Ziyuan, one might not have been so resolute in consecutively consuming the foundational elixir, thus shattering the formidable bottleneck. Reflecting upon this, Zhuang Yang straightened his robe and spoke with heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Shiji Ziyuan, for your assistance just now. This kindness shall be etched in my heart." As he spoke, he hastened towards the exit of the training room, intending to express his thanks in person. However, after taking just 2 steps, he was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming wave of drowsiness, crashing upon him like a tide. "What?" Zhuang Yang paused, unable to suppress a tremendous yawn, his eyelids heavy as if burdened by lead, and the world around him began to blur. "What is happening? Why am I so fatigued all of a sudden?" This weariness struck him without warning, ferociously, leaving him no chance to resist. Before he could finish his thoughts, his body swayed, and his consciousness sank into darkness. Like a marionette with severed strings, he fell limply to the ground. In the blink of an eye, he succumbed to a deep slumber upon the floor of the training room, his breathing soon becoming steady and prolonged. Before long, a beam of white light swept through the door of the training room and settled before Zhuang Yang. As the light dissipated, the ethereal figure of Ziyuan emerged, her presence both cool and transcendent. She lowered her gaze, looking down upon the defenseless Zhuang Yang, now lost in slumber. In her ice-like eyes, an undeniable heat surged forth, and a faint blush crept onto her typically serene face, enhancing her already breathtaking beauty with an exquisite allure. Meanwhile, her delicate right hand, resting at her side, was poised with fingers as slender as jade, meticulously crafting a spell. It was none other than the unique secret technique, Ruming Jue, a culmination of her painstaking insights. "Junior brother Zhuang, you have established your foundation, and I stand at the pinnacle of the contribution rankings. In matters of both sentiment and reason, it is only fitting that I take the initiative this time." Ziyuan's ruby lips parted, her cool voice resonating softly within the tranquil training room. As her words lingered in the air, a glimmer of light flickered at her fingertips, and in the next moment, her consciousness traversed the invisible thread, entering the realm of Zhuang Yang's dreams. Chapter 46. The First Dual Cultivation. Reverse supplementation. Zhuang Yang's consciousness stirred in a haze, and he glanced around in bewilderment. He realized he was not in the meditation chamber of the Jingxin Pavilion, but rather in an ethereal realm he had never encountered before. In the distance, verdant mountains rose like dark green jade, shrouded in swirling mists, their peaks revealing the faint outlines of pavilions and towers, appearing like phantoms through the gossamer clouds. Nearby, a crystal-clear stream flowed gently, the sound of water trickling melodiously, while several lively koi danced among the colorful pebbles. Along the banks of the stream, vast orchards of peach trees flourished, bursting into bloom with vibrant pink and white blossoms. The gentle breeze carried the delicate petals, which fluttered down like rain, carpeting the ground in a soft, fragrant tapestry. The air was suffused with the sweet scent of peach blossoms and the refreshing aroma of greenery, invigorating the senses. "Where am I?" Zhuang Yang stared at the breathtaking scenery, utterly perplexed. He recalled recently achieving the foundation establishment and preparing to express his gratitude to his senior sister, Ziyuan. Then, an inexplicable drowsiness had overtaken him. At that moment, from the depths of the peach grove, a figure clad in white gracefully emerged. It was Ziyuan. She wore a garment that, while still white, was strikingly different from her usual attire. No longer tightly wrapped, it appeared refreshingly cool. Her flowing robes danced in the shower of peach blossoms, accentuating her enchanting curves. Her raven-black hair was loosely gathered with a simple jade hairpin, with a few strands cascading down her cheeks, adding an air of languid charm. What astonished Zhuang Yang the most was the expression on Ziyuan's face. Her typically icy, ethereal beauty was now graced with a captivating blush that spread from her cheeks to her ears, even tinting her long, delicate neck with a soft pink hue. Her eyes, often distant and aloof, seemed to shimmer with warmth, like spring waters reflecting light, filled with a subtle allure that suggested unspoken words. Zhuang Yang. Ziyuan greeted him, her voice no longer the usual frigid tone, but imbued with a hint of tenderness. You have established your foundation, and according to the sect's regulations, I have come today to guide you. As she spoke, she took graceful steps closer to him. With each step, the sweet fragrance of the peach blossoms intensified, intoxicating Zhuang Yang. Gazing at the enchanting Ziyuan before him, he listened to her enticing words. Even knowing it was a dream, he could not help but feel parched and his heart fluttering. Since it was merely a dream, then why not embrace it boldly? He nodded, his voice somewhat hoarse. I am grateful for your guidance, senior sister. Ziyuan nodded slightly, her steps measured as she closed the distance between them. As they stood less than a foot apart, the falling peach petals seemed to respond to an unseen force, swirling and dancing around them. A pink mist began to rise from the depths of the peach grove, enveloping their figures in a soft embrace. Suddenly, Zhuang Yang felt a lightness enveloping him, the constraints of clothing vanished. He then sensed warm, soft skin pressing against his chest, accompanied by a barely discernible, suppressed gasp and murmur lingering in the air. It was unclear whether the sounds belonged to Ziyuan or himself. The sweet fragrance of peach blossoms was replaced by the cool, subtle scent that enveloped Ziyuan. As the initial awkwardness gave way to a sublime experience, Zhuang Yang felt a pure essence of Yuan gradually flowing into his nascent spiritual lake through some mystical connection, refining the once tumultuous liquid spiritual energy into a more condensed and harmonious form. The next day, a sharp gasp shattered the tranquil morning, abruptly pulling Zhuang Yang from that enchanting, tumultuous dream. He blinked his eyes open, instinctively squinting against the blinding sunlight. As his awareness returned, he first registered the cold, hard floor beneath him. Then, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a scene not far away. Initially stunned, he quickly turned to look. There, Ziyuan knelt with her back to him. Her white garments, now mysteriously shed, revealed a smooth, porcelain-like back, elegantly contoured and glistening in the morning light streaming through the window. Her long, raven hair fell in disarray, partially obscuring her profile, yet he could still see the vivid blush coloring her ears. In her hands, she tightly clutched her garments, her knuckles turning white from the pressure, her shoulders trembling as if struggling to suppress something. Zhuang Yang looked down at himself. A sudden emptiness engulfed his mind. His own attire was just as disheveled, and his situation was hardly any better than Ziyuan's. The dream from last night. Those blurred yet vivid sensations, the mingling of breaths. Could it have not been a dream? At that moment, Ziyuan glanced back at Zhuang Yang, her gaze a complex tapestry of emotions, shame, confusion, even a hint of grievance, so starkly contrasting her usual aloof demeanor. With just that one glance, she quickly turned away, hastily gathering her scattered clothing and, with her back to Zhuang Yang, dressing with utmost urgency. When she finally tied the last sash and stood up, she did not immediately leave but stood frozen in place, her back turned to him, unmoving. Flustered, Zhuang Yang hurriedly composed himself, his face ablaze. He watched Ziyuan's silhouette, his heart racing with trepidation, mustering courage to speak cautiously. Ziyuan, Don't speak. Ziyuan interrupted him urgently. Zhuang Yang immediately fell silent, too daunted to utter another word. How could this be happening? How could it be possible? Ziyuan lowered her head slightly, her delicate brows furrowed, murmuring softly, her tone laced with confusion and astonishment as she reflected on her own circumstances. Originally at the pinnacle of the early stage of Jedon, she was merely a step away from entering the mid-stage. At this moment, however, she had inexplicably fallen to the late stage of foundation establishment, a significant decline in her realm. She recalled the previous incident of the forceful kiss, during which she had vaguely sensed a mysterious leakage of her spiritual power. At the time, She attributed it to her clumsiness in wielding her cultivation techniques and did not delve deeper into the matter. Yet last night, with the invocation of Ruming Jue and the assistance of Zhuang Yang practicing Yin Yang Haha Jue, she, as the dominant party and a practitioner of profound cultivation, should have absorbed Zhuang Yang's primal yang energy. This opportunity should have allowed her to break through her bottleneck and firmly step into the mid-stage of Jidan. However, the reality was that not only did she fail to advance, but she also lost her primal yin, resulting in a substantial decline in her cultivation. Losing both her body and her cultivation was a significant loss. As she contemplated this, Ziyuan suddenly turned around, her ice-like eyes fixed intently on the flustered Zhuang Yang. She scrutinized him with her spiritual consciousness, examining him inside and out. Late stage of foundation establishment, peak state. Just last evening, Zhuang Yang had barely succeeded in establishing his foundation, with his spiritual lake just beginning to form and his aura still needing stabilization. How could his cultivation have soared to the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment overnight? He was merely a thin veil away from the mid-stage. Connecting her own plummeting cultivation to Zhuang Yang's meteoric rise, Ziyuan suddenly realized the truth. She had been reverse absorbed by Zhuang Yang. Yet, this was utterly unfathomable. How could it be reverse absorption? Ziyuan murmured to herself, her eyes filled with confusion. Previously, Zhuang Yang was still in the qi refinement stage. Logically, he should not have been able to practice Yin Yang Haha Jue, even if, hypothetically, he possessed extraordinary talent and secretly cultivated a secret technique. He had not exhibited such abilities last night. He remained in a passive state of bewilderment, obediently serving as a furnace for her absorption without showing any signs or capabilities of active absorption. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated Ziyuan's mind. What if Zhuang Yang possessed some sort of special or even extraordinary constitution? Such a constitution could provoke a backlash or even a natural source plundering at a higher level, akin to water flowing to lower ground. His superior constitution might cause spiritual power to spontaneously converge towards him. Ordinary dual cultivation techniques would completely fail in his presence, potentially resulting in entirely opposite effects. Although she did not know the nature of this constitution, the outcome had become painfully clear. In this light, she had walked willingly into a trap. Ziyuan looked at Zhuang Yang once more, curiosity glimmering in her beautiful eyes. What sort of monstrous constitution did this boy possess to be so domineering? Taking a deep breath, she stepped closer to Zhuang Yang and coldly inquired, "Zhuang Yang, I ask you, do you possess some special constitution?" There is no need to deny it. The changes in our cultivation last night serve as irrefutable evidence. Ordinary spiritual roots could never achieve such results. Senior Sister Ziyuan I. Zhuang Yang began to speak, but was immediately interrupted by the solemn warning echoing in his mind from Su Ru. Regarding your constitution and abilities, you must never mention them to anyone, including elders within the sect, senior sisters, or even me. Do you understand? With this thought, he quickly clamped his mouth shut, feeling an intense inner turmoil. However, if he remained silent, would Senior Sister Ziyuan let the matter rest? She had clearly already sensed something amiss. Chapter 47. The qualities of the celestial body. Well, if you choose not to speak, so be it. Ziyuan exhaled softly, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her. Her voice regained its customary chill. Though the reasons remained elusive, it was evident that Zhuang Yang's physique was far more astonishing than she had ever imagined. Thus, she refrained from pressing further, realizing that such inquiries would yield no fruitful answers. Remaining there would only serve to heighten the awkwardness between them. With determination, Ziyuan turned and swiftly exited the training room, the Jingxin Pavilion. Upon stepping outside, she hesitated for a moment before drawing forth her flying sword and ascending into the air, disappearing into the morning sky. Zhuang Yang gazed at Ziyuan's retreating silhouette, words caught in his throat. All he wished to express was swallowed back, transforming into a helpless sigh. He stood there, watching her leave, his heart a tumult of emotions. Once Ziyuan's figure vanished completely, he found himself alone in the Jingxin Pavilion. The air still lingered with that unique, refreshing fragrance and the indescribable aura left behind by the intertwining of dreams and reality from the previous night. Zhuang Yang couldn't help but reminisce about the fragments of last night. The hazy sensations, the mingling breaths, the tender entanglements amidst the peach blossom rain. Although the process was shrouded in ambiguity, the experience was undeniably real. Lost in thought, he unconsciously swallowed hard, his cheeks flushing slightly. What a remarkable fortune this is, Zhuang Yang murmured to himself, a smile creeping onto his lips. In 2 lifetimes, he had traversed decades, and only last night had he finally experienced the intimacy between man and woman, especially with a being as ethereal and aloof as Ziyuan, who resembled a celestial maiden from the heavens. The quality of this initial experience was nothing short of dreamlike. If only Ziyuan could maintain that gentleness she exhibited in the dream. Zhuang Yang couldn't help but indulge in such fantasies, but he quickly shook his head vigorously, dispelling these impractical thoughts. It was futile to demand too much at present, but the future is long. He forcibly redirected his focus from those enchanting memories, and, after a considerable time, finally calmed his mind to introspect on his own condition. Upon this introspection, he was utterly taken aback. Within his dantian, the nascent spiritual lake not only stabilized but also expanded noticeably. The surface shimmered, and the liquid spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly, far more robust than it had been at the onset of his foundation establishment. His cultivation had evidently reached the pinnacle of the early foundation establishment stage. He was merely a thin veneer away from breaking into the mid-foundation establishment stage. This, Zhuang Yang was stunned, disbelief etched across his face. How could my spiritual energy have surged so dramatically? Moments ago, he had worried that being used as a furnace for alchemical purposes would deplete his energy. Yet the reality was that his strength had not only remained intact, but had actually increased. Could it be that Sister Ziyuan had imparted the complete yin-yang harmony technique? This possibility crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. If it were truly mutual benefit, her reaction this morning would not have been one of such embarrassment and shock. Suddenly, her earlier question echoed in his mind. Do you possess some special physique? The alterations in our cultivation are irrefutable evidence. The fluctuations in cultivation, the inquiry into the physique, and her secretly lost and incredulous demeanor. Zhuang Yang murmured to himself, deep in thought. It was likely connected to his own physique. The changes in cultivation must correspond to one another. Ziyuan's demeanor further corroborated this. All clues converged towards a singular conclusion. Ziyuan's cultivation had indeed diminished. Because her cultivation had decreased rather than increased, she had reacted so uncharacteristically. If this were true, upon realizing this, Zhuang Yang felt somewhat disoriented. Did that mean he had inadvertently absorbed energy from Sister Ziyuan? Not only had he taken her original yin, but he had also caused her cultivation to decline? Could it create animosity between them? Sister Ziyuan was a person of immense pride, being the holy maiden of the Hahuan Sect and a cultivator at the core formation stage. Now, due to him, her cultivation had suffered, tarnishing her reputation. In an instant, a wave of intense guilt surged within him. Meanwhile, at the hall of the sect leader, a somewhat urgent flash of white sword light descended, revealing Ziyuan's figure before the hall's entrance. As she touched down, Su Ru's teasing voice floated from within. Sister Ziyuan, what brings you such leisure today to ride your sword? Ziyuan did not rush to respond. Instead, she quickly entered the grand hall. With a swift motion of her jade hand, pure spiritual energy surged forth, forcefully shutting the heavy hall doors with a resounding thud. Immediately after, she hastily set up a soundproof barrier. Observing this, Su Ru's playful demeanor slightly diminished, a hint of confusion appearing in her lovely eyes. Rising from her jade throne, she furrowed her brow, gazing at the unusually agitated Ziyuan, and asked with concern, Sister, what is the matter? Before she could finish her sentence, her consciousness instinctively scanned Ziyuan. Upon sensing the intensity of the spiritual pressure emanating from her, her voice abruptly halted, her eyes widening in disbelief. Sister Ziyuan, your cultivation, Su Ru exclaimed. How could this be? You have fallen to the late foundation establishment stage? What happened? Are you injured? Having plummeted from the pinnacle of early core formation to the late foundation establishment stage, such a drastic decline could only result from severe injury or demonic deviation. Ziyuan observed Su Ru's astonished expression, took a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed the humiliation and frustration swirling within her. I have come to see the sect leader for this matter. Last night, Zhuang Yang successfully established his foundation. According to sect rules, as the top contributor, I dual cultivated with him. She paused briefly, seemingly organizing her thoughts, and ultimately recounted her experiences from the previous night in detail. After listening to Ziyuan's account, Su Ru's pupils constricted, her beautiful face reflecting sheer shock. Such a thing occurred? The dual cultivation of yin-yang harmony technique, even if it is a fragmented version, should not cause one party to fall a whole realm. Yet, the facts stood as they were. Zi Yuan sighed gently. My cultivation has diminished, while on the contrary, junior brother Zhuang's cultivation has skyrocketed from the initial foundation to the pinnacle of the early foundation establishment stage. Zhuang Yang's cultivation has improved? So, you were subjected to reverse energy absorption by him. Su Ru murmured, a sudden realization flashing through her mind regarding the secret of Zhuang Yang's pure yang, celestial body. It was likely due to this physique. Previously, her understanding of the pure yang celestial body had stemmed largely from the sect's incomplete ancient texts and some ethereal legends. It is known to harbor the essence of the supreme yang, a source of vitality capable of nurturing spiritual flora. In the realm of cultivation, it possesses numerous extraordinary attributes, rendering it a rare celestial embryo not encountered for millennia. However, the ancient texts do not provide a comprehensive account regarding this celestial physique. It is merely a glimpse through a narrow tube. Furthermore, it certainly does not document the intimate matters related to dual cultivation between men and women. At this moment, upon hearing Ziyuan's experiences, a startling conjecture began to take shape in Su Ru's mind. It appears that the dual cultivation method may not only be ineffective in the presence of such a celestial body, but might indeed have the opposite effect, serving as nourishment for the celestial physique. The more Su Ru pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The celestial body transcends the mundane, possessing traits that defy common logic, which is not inconceivable. After all, the level of this celestial physique is extraordinarily high. Unless the possessor of the celestial body willingly consents, no one can extract or absorb it. With this thought, an inexplicable thrill surged within Su Ru's heart. If this is indeed the case, the sect could fully devote itself to cultivating Zhuang Yang. In just one night, the newly foundational disciple, Zhuang, has already reached the pinnacle of the early foundational stage. If he were to be nurtured without reservation, the formation of the golden core would be within reach. It is even possible for him to attain the lofty realm of the nascent soul. Just as Su Ru's thoughts raced and her expression shifted restlessly, Ziyuan's cool voice resonated once more. Senior sister, there is undoubtedly something peculiar about Zhuang. I suspect he possesses an exceedingly rare and potentially defiant unknown constitution. What do you think? Su Ru came back to her senses, meeting Ziyuan's gaze as her heart suddenly tightened. Chapter 48. Ziyuan takes the initiative to propose a partnership as their gazes met. Su Ru let out a soft sigh. She realized that at this juncture, any attempt to conceal the truth would be futile. After all, Ziyuan was no fool. Having experienced the matter firsthand, she must have discerned some clues. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ru's face revealed a hint of complexity as she slowly spoke. Junior sister Ziyuan, there are certain matters I had wished to keep to myself. However, as the holy maiden of our sect, appointed by the ancestor and the ancestoress, her voice trailed off momentarily as she raised her hand and waved, layering several heavier restrictions that shimmered with spiritual light upon the walls and doors of the sect leader's hall. Once this was completed, Su Ru communicated with Ziyuan through her divine sense. Junior sister, your conjecture is correct. Zhuang Yang is not of mixed spiritual roots, but is, in fact, the legendary pure yang immortal body, a phenomenon that occurs once in 10,000 years. The pure yang immortal body. Even though Ziyuan had harbored some suspicions, hearing this name, which existed solely in ancient legends, from Su Ru's lips still left her utterly astonished. Her beautiful eyes widened, and her frosty countenance was filled with disbelief as she responded through sound transmission. So it is this legendary physique. No wonder his cultivation speed is so astonishing, and no wonder during dual cultivation. The ancient texts did not record such intimate matters. Su Ru continued to transmit her thoughts, adopting an analytical tone. However, based on your experiences, this immortal body is remarkably domineering. Any attempts to use it as a cauldron for absorption will not only be ineffective, but will also provoke a backlash. Common dual cultivation techniques are mere child's play in the presence of an immortal body. Ziyuan fell silent for a moment, digesting this astonishing yet logical deduction. The grievances she felt began to be replaced by awe upon grasping the truth. At that moment, Su Ru's voice echoed again, filled with a soothing undertone. Nevertheless, junior sister Ziyuan, there is no need for undue worry. Just now, I carefully examined your condition with my divine sense. Although your realm has declined, your foundation remains intact. Furthermore, While the total amount of spiritual power in your dantian has diminished due to the decline in realm, its purity and refinement far surpass what you possessed during the late stages of foundation establishment. The flow of spiritual power is now smooth and harmonious, and your foundation has been polished to a more solid state. This is likely a form of beneficial refinement brought about by the circulation of the pure yang immortal body within you. When you accumulate your power again and reach the golden core stage, the quality of the golden core you form, as well as your strength thereafter, will undoubtedly surpass what you had before. Upon hearing this, Ziyuan's expression froze momentarily. Previously, she had been too consumed by anger and shock over her plummeting cultivation to examine the subtle changes in her spiritual power. Now, reminded by Su Ru, she immediately focused her mind and began to perceive. Indeed, within her dantian, the golden core had vanished, and her spiritual power had reverted to its liquid state akin to that of the foundation establishment stage. However, within her spiritual lake, each droplet sparkled with a crystalline clarity, containing a level of purity far beyond her previous state. The flow was entirely unimpeded, imbued with an unprecedented solidity and vitality. The minor flaws that had once existed had been cleansed by Zhuang Yang's pure and celestial aura. Her foundation was, in fact, more stable. This revelation dissipated the frustration that had weighed heavily upon her heart. She even felt a hint of fortunate serendipity arising from her misfortune. What senior sister said was indeed true. Once Ziyuan regained her composure, her tone in the sound transmission softened considerably, and she thought to herself that perhaps the events of the previous night were not entirely negative. In the long run, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Seeing Ziyuan's mood stabilize, Su Ru felt relieved and transmitted. It is best that you think this way. As for the secret of Zhuang Yang's immortal body, it pertains to the future of our sect and his very life, and must never be divulged. Ziyuan nodded solemnly, indicating her understanding. Subsequently, a trace of regret flickered in her icy lake-like eyes. It is a pity that our sect's inheritance of the yin-yang harmonization technique is merely a fragment. Had we obtained the complete technique, the fusion of yin and yang would yield mutual benefits, allowing for an equitable dual cultivation without solely relying on Zhuang Yang. In that case, we would not provoke the domineering backlash of the pure yang immortal body, and we could truly achieve the greatest gains for both parties. Su Ru sighed gently upon hearing this, her tone filled with boundless regret. Indeed, the complete yin-yang harmonization technique is the true path of cultivation. Unfortunately, the core inheritance has been lost, making it difficult for our Hahuan sect to reclaim its former glory. Yet, there is no need to dwell too much on this. How can one attain perfection in this world? To have a disciple like Zhuang Yang, who possesses an immortal body, is already a stroke of good fortune for our sect. As for that complete technique, perhaps there lies a clue within the ancient cultivator's secret realms. Ziyuan nodded thoughtfully, echoing, what senior sister says is quite right. That secret realm is believed to be the relic of ancient cultivators from 10,000 years ago, filled with profound mysteries. Several hundred years ago, when our Hahuan sect still had the strength, a predecessor returned from an exploration and mentioned sensing an aura that resonated with our sect deep within that cave. However, the restrictions were too formidable at the time, preventing any further verification. Although no one has been able to confirm this since, it has been recorded as a clue in the sect's secret archives. As she spoke, a sudden realization dawned upon her, and her beautiful eyes brightened. Oh, senior sister, we have exactly 10 slots for this secret realm exploration, right? Count me in. Upon hearing this, Su Ru was initially taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Indeed, the Heavenly Tao Alliance had strictly limited entry to the secret realm, allowing only foundation establishment cultivators and those beneath to enter, in order to maintain balance. Though she and Ziyuan were powerful and experienced golden core cultivators, they could only watch from the sidelines. However, the situation had changed. By a twist of fate, Ziyuan's cultivation had fallen to the late stages of foundation establishment, perfectly qualifying her for entry into the secret realm. This was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Junior sister, although your cultivation has temporarily declined, your experience, insight, combat skills, and divine sense strength far exceed that of ordinary foundation establishment disciples. Having you personally lead the way into the secret realm greatly enhances safety. In seeking opportunities, especially in investigating potential clues related to our sect, the chances of success will likely surpass that of others. Excellent. It is settled then. Moreover, according to previous rules, Those ranked high on the contribution list are entitled to slots. Thus, you certainly deserve one. With Su Ru's affirmation, Ziyuan felt her previous gloom dissipate, instead sensing that this might be a hidden opportunity. A rare smile graced her frosty features. In the next moment, Ziyuan seemed to have made a resolute decision, her expression once again turning solemn. Senior sister, there is one more matter. Su Ru, in a cheerful mood, replied with a smile, please, do not hesitate to speak. Ziyuan took a deep breath and, with utmost seriousness, declared, since last night, I have already formed a genuine bond with Zhuang Yang as his Dao partner. Therefore, I shall embrace my role as his partner. Chapter 49. The Ceremony of Dao Companions. Dao Companion. Su Ru's beautiful eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, as she asked in astonishment. Ziyuan, the aloof and unyielding saintess of the Hehuan sect, had unexpectedly taken the initiative to suggest becoming Zhuang Yang's Dao companion. Indeed, Ziyuan affirmed with unwavering certainty. Senior sister, Zhuang Yang possesses the pure Yang immortal body, which is crucial to the future prosperity or decline of our sect. Although last night's incident was an unexpected occurrence, it has also validated the uniqueness of his constitution. Rather than allowing other uninformed junior sisters to recklessly engage with him and repeat my mistakes, potentially leading to even more uncontrollable consequences, it is wiser for me to establish this relationship. She paused briefly before continuing. As the saintess, it is only fitting that I become his Dao companion. Firstly, this will prevent unnecessary disputes and chaos within the sect due to his presence. Secondly, by personally watching over and guiding him, I can better protect the secret of his immortal body and explore the correct ways of interacting with him. Her voice gradually dwindled to a whisper, having already lost my purity to him, and with my primal Yin already surrendered, the title of Dao Companion serves as a form of closure for me. Su Ru fell into silence, her mind racing to weigh the pros and cons. Ziyuan's experience from last night had already proven that reckless contact with Zhuang Yang could lead to severe setbacks in cultivation rather than benefits. If left unchecked, allowing those junior sisters who were unaware of the truth and had long coveted Zhuang Yang to pursue him one after another could yield unimaginable consequences. Not only could a significant number of disciples suffer declines in their cultivation, but the secret regarding Zhuang Yang's constitution would also be difficult to keep under wraps. Furthermore, during this phase when the disciples' powers waned and Zhuang Yang had yet to exhibit significant improvements, the overall strength of the sect would be gravely affected. At that point, we would be ill-equipped to face the ever-watchful Tianjin sect or any other sects of the Tiandao alliance. It would not be surprising if a minor sect with ill intentions could easily obliterate the Hehuan sect. This risk is one that the Hehuan sect cannot afford to bear, nor should we dare to take. Temporarily binding Zhuang Yang to Ziyuan, with her esteemed position as saintess, could indeed stabilize the situation to the fullest extent and avert internal turmoil. This would allow us to secure precious time to study and adapt to Zhuang Yang's unique immortal body. Having come to this conclusion, Su Ru's inner hesitation dissipated entirely. She raised her head and looked toward the quietly waiting Ziyuan, her expression solemn as she spoke. Junior sister, I accept your proposal. Ziyuan nodded slightly, predictably unfazed. Su Ru then shifted her tone, becoming more serious. However, there is one thing you must understand. You cannot monopolize Zhuang Yang. In the future, when we find a method or when Zhuang Yang grows strong enough to control his constitution, allowing for mutual benefits in our cultivation. For the sake of the sect's overall strength and revival, Zhuang Yang will need to take on additional Dao companions or consorts. This is for the greater good of the sect and not a matter of personal affection. You must comprehend this. Upon hearing this, Ziyuan exhibited no signs of surprise, calmly nodding. Of course, senior sister, rest assured. Ziyuan understands the gravity of the matter. In her heart, she was clear as day. If Zhuang Yang were merely of an ordinary constitution, his significance would be as a cauldron serving the sect. But now that he possessed an immortal body rare in millennia, the entire sect's strategy must shift. It would no longer be about Zhuang Yang serving the sect, but rather the sect exerting all its efforts to serve Zhuang Yang. All resources must be devoted to nurturing him, protecting him, and ensuring his smooth growth. For the Hehuan sect, which desperately seeks revival, Zhuang Yang represents the most precious strategic resource, the flickering hope for the future. When he truly rises to prominence and reaches the pinnacle, the Hehuan sect can once again bask in its former glory, perhaps even venture further. When that day arrives, Zhuang Yang's status will surpass that of the sect leader, reaching the level of an ancestral figure. By then, the number of female cultivators who have formed close ties with him will undoubtedly be substantial. Nevertheless, Ziyuan harbored no ill feelings, for being recognized as Zhuang Yang's official first Dao companion already placed her ahead of the curve. Excellent. Su noted Ziyuan's understanding, feeling the last weight lift from her heart. Time was of the essence. To avoid prolonging uncertainty, I will make the arrangements immediately. This afternoon, in the sect's Grand Plaza, I will hold the Dao Companion ceremony and announce it to the entire sect. Meanwhile, in the rear courtyard of the Jingxin Pavilion, Zhuang Yang was diligently wielding a hoe, gathering all the spiritual plants into his storage bag while tilling the barren land. This activity helped calm his mind. Otherwise, his thoughts were consumed by Ziyuan's enchanting visage. Ordinary methods were no longer sufficient to settle his focus for cultivation. At that moment, outside the courtyard, a gathering of Yihuan's sect female disciples had formed in the surrounding woods. Some were bold and open, while others concealed themselves, all eyes fixated on Zhuang Yang, their gazes filled with intensity. Whispers echoed among them. Junior brother Zhuang has established his foundation. His aura is so stable, not at all resembling someone just starting out. This aura feels even more refined than some mid-stage foundation-building senior sisters. Truly, it's becoming increasingly tantalizing. Once he establishes his foundation, will we be able to? There's a queue. We still have to wait. I wonder when it will be my turn. My ranking is quite high. It should be soon. Many female disciples were eager to act. Were it not for their respect for the sect's rules and the prohibitions of the Jingxin Pavilion, they would have already rushed forward to show concern for their junior brother Zhuang Yang. Amidst the murmurs, a flash of golden light from a Jiedan cultivator descended directly into the courtyard of the Jingxin Pavilion, revealing Su-Ru's figure. Zhuang Yang. Su-Ru's first instinct was to look at Zhuang Yang. Her voice calm as she greeted him. Zhuang Yang promptly set down the hoe and respectfully bowed. Sect leader. Come with me, Su-Ru stated without further elaboration. Though Zhuang Yang felt perplexed, he complied and followed. Su-Ru led him into the air, heading directly toward the Grand Plaza in front of the sect's main hall. At the same moment, a clear female voice, amplified by the sect's protective array, echoed throughout every corner of the Yihuan sect. It was Su Qingli's voice. The sect leader has issued a decree. All disciples are to gather immediately at the sect's plaza. Important matters will be announced. No mistakes allowed. The voice resonated between the mountains and halls, causing the entire Yihuan sect to stir in excitement. Countless beams of sword light ascended from the cave dwellings, majestic halls, and various locations of Yihuan Zone. Like rivers merging into the sea, they surged towards the sect's plaza. Zhuang Yang, walking alongside Su-Ru, observed the gathering crowd below, which resembled a tide, and felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. He boldly inquired of Su-Ru, sect master, with such a grand spectacle, what is to be announced? Su-Ru, gazing ahead with composure, replied, We are holding a ceremony for you and the Saintess Ziyuan to celebrate your bond as partners. Simply follow the arrangements when the time comes. Zhuang Yang was taken aback. A ceremony for partners? Chapter 50. The first Dao companion. Zhuang Yang took a moment to collect his thoughts and swallowed hard, his mind racing with an array of thoughts. Was the progression of events moving too swiftly? Just yesterday, he had established his foundation, and now, without any forewarning, the ceremony for his Dao companion was to take place? Su-Ru offered no further elaboration, merely stating, This matter is settled. There is no need for further inquiry. Simply follow my arrangements when the time comes. As they spoke, the two had already ascended above the sect square. At that moment, the square was teeming with people, a sea of hundreds of beautiful female cultivators gathering in vibrant hues, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. They whispered among themselves, speculating on the reason for the sudden summons by the sect leader. When they saw Su-Ru personally escorting Zhuang Yang through the air to land atop the grand white jade altar at the front of the square, all chatter ceased instantly. Countless curious eyes turned toward Zhuang Yang, filled with intrigue, scrutiny, and fervor. Under the weight of thousands of gazes, Zhuang Yang felt his scalp tingle and his discomfort grow, compelling him to stand straight, half a step behind Su-Ru, observing intently. Soon, core disciples such as Su Qingli, Hong Xiao, and Bai Ji also descended to the forefront of the altar. Upon noticing Zhuang Yang standing alongside Su-Ru, surprise flickered across their faces. Hong Xiao's enchanting eyes darted between Zhuang Yang and Su Ru, unable to resist nudging Su Qingli with her elbow, asking through their shared thoughts, "Qingli, what is happening? Why has the sect leader brought Zhuang Shidi to the altar? Is it possible he is to be rewarded for his achievements in establishing his foundation and in the competition?" Su Qingli furrowed her brows slightly, shaking her head in response. "Sister only instructed me to summon our sisters. She did not disclose the specifics." Bai Ji, with her cool gaze fixed on Zhuang Yang atop the altar, regarded him with a complex expression, lost in her own thoughts. At that moment, a beam of white sword light descended beside Zhuang Yang. It was Ziyuan, clad in elegant white, yet with a more solemn style, and having taken care to adorn herself, her gown sweeping the ground, her hair elegantly styled, accentuated by simple jewels, enhancing her ethereal beauty. The holy maiden Ziyuan had also arrived at the altar. What is happening with the sect leader, Zhuang Shidi, and holy maiden Ziyuan? The murmurs below surged again, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. Su Ru stepped forward, her clear and authoritative voice resonating throughout the square, quelling the noise. Silence. Instantly, the square became hushed. Su Ru scanned the crowd and continued. "Today, we have gathered the entire sect to announce a matter of great importance concerning our future." As she spoke, she gestured slightly towards Zhuang Yang and Ziyuan beside her. "Our junior brother Zhuang Yang, possessing extraordinary talent and unwavering resolve, has recently secured a top 4 position in the Tiandao Alliance's new disciple competition, earning the privilege to explore the secret realms and achieving remarkable merit. Furthermore, he successfully established his foundation yesterday, with a promising path ahead." At this declaration, many female disciples below displayed expressions of admiration and acknowledgement. However, Su Ru's subsequent words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Yet, Zhuang Yang's potential extends far beyond this. To better guide his cultivation, safeguard his path, and stabilize our sect to prevent internal strife. After discussions with the elders, and with the consent of holy maiden Ziyuan. Su Ru's voice rose in intensity, her tone becoming notably solemn. "Today, we shall hold a Dao companion ceremony for Ziyuan and Zhuang Yang. The two shall be bound as Dao companions, their fates intertwined, sharing fortunes and misfortunes, and cultivating together on the path of the Dao." What? A Dao companion ceremony? Holy maiden Ziyuan and Zhuang Yang Shidi. This was far too sudden. In an instant, the square erupted in a cacophony of gasps, doubts, and discussions akin to a tsunami. In the front row below the altar, Hong Xiao's lips parted in shock, her beautiful eyes wide, while Bai Ji's form trembled slightly. Su Qingli's complexion turned pale as she instinctively bit her lip, casting a complex gaze at the figures standing side by side atop the altar. A wave of bitterness and disappointment washing over her. They had never anticipated that the sect leader's significant announcement would pertain to this. Despite their shock, confusion, and even discomfort, in this formal occasion under the scrutiny of the entire sect, everyone maintained composure, suppressing their emotions and casting complex glances at the altar. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yang discreetly stole a glance at the ethereal figure beside him. Though Ziyuan displayed a rather aloof demeanor and appeared somewhat temperamental. She was, after all, Ziyuan. Her beauty was unparalleled, her presence unmatched, and her cultivation profound. This sensation felt akin to a penniless recent graduate suddenly being chosen by a billionaire, stunningly beautiful, and domineering CEO, who insisted he was the only one for her. Was this Dao companion ceremony akin to a wedding in the realm of cultivation? Zhuang Yang could not help but let his imagination wander. Could it be that after 2 lifetimes of solitude, he was now leaping directly into such a relationship with a partner of celestial caliber? In the midst of his musings, he could not help but recall the passionate embrace of the previous night and the prospect of a legitimate cohabitation in the future. As he pondered, his cheeks began to flush, and his heart raced. In contrast to Zhuang Yang's inner turmoil, Ziyuan remained remarkably composed. The ceremony begins. Su Ru's voice rang out once more, silencing the commotion in the square. Without unnecessary formalities, they proceeded directly to the core of the ceremony. Zhuang Yang, Ziyuan, step forward, Su Ru commanded solemnly. Obeying her directive, Zhuang Yang and Ziyuan stepped forward to the center of the altar. Upon seeing them positioned, Su Ru raised her hands, forming intricate hand seals while reciting an incantation. As she chanted, the runes carved around the altar illuminated one by one, radiating a soft glow. In an instant, an invisible, solemn aura enveloped the entire square. Today, we shall bind this contract, using the sect's fortune as witness, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as the medium. Su Ru's voice soared. Her fingertips pointed to the foreheads of Zhuang Yang and Zi Yuan in succession. Zhuang Yang felt a cool sensation at his brow, and in the next moment, he sensed a peculiar connection forming between his soul and Zi Yuan's. In the center of Zi Yuan's brow, a faint mark illuminated, harmonizing with the one on Zhuang Yang. This mark was ephemeral, seemingly merging into the depths of her skin. The heart's pact is established. As Su Ru's voice resonated, the radiance upon the altar abruptly receded. The intangible air of solemnity gradually dissipated. The entire process was not intricate. The heart's pact was not a compulsory contract. It merely signified the establishment of a partnership between the two. In terms of functionality, it could only sense one another in life and death situations and confirm the vague location of the partner, without enhancing their cultivation. The assistance it provided for dual cultivation was minimal at best. From this day forth, Ziyuan and Zhuang Yang shall be recognized as partners by our sect. Su Ru turned to Zhuang Yang and Ziyuan, smiling as she spoke. I hope you both support one another and ascend the path together. She then surveyed the numerous female cultivators present in the square. I also hope that the disciples of our sect diligently uphold their duties and maintain the bond among fellow disciples. Chapter 51. Taking turns to form Dao partners? The Dao partner ritual was conducted with brevity and solemnity, concluding in less than half an hour. The disciples in the square gradually dispersed amidst a whirlwind of shock, envy, and jealousy. However, the undercurrents remained uncalm. Just as Su Ru had anticipated, shortly after her return to the Zhongmen Hall, a cacophony erupted outside. Led by Hong Xiao and Bai Ji, a group of about 10 disciples, including Su Qingli and several others ranked high on the contribution list, gathered outside the hall. Zhongmen Shiji, we seek an audience. Hong Xiao, with her impatient nature, raised her voice, laced with anxiety and dissatisfaction. Su Ru massaged her throbbing temples within the hall, letting out a resigned sigh. What was destined to come would eventually arrive. She composed herself, restoring the dignity of the Zhongmen, and waved open the hall doors. In filed the group of female cultivators, led by Hong Xiao, each bearing varying degrees of urgency and confusion on their faces. Dressed in fiery red, Hong Xiao's beautiful countenance was now filled with fury as she questioned directly, Zhongmen Shiji, is it not too sudden for Zhuashidi to form a Dao partnership with Sheng Ziyuan? What shall we do now? She was ranked 4th on the contribution list, and had anticipated that after the top 3 had used Zhuang Yang, she would have her chance to grow closer to the younger Shidi in a day or two. Who would have thought Zhuang Yang would directly hold the Dao partner ceremony with Ziyuan, establishing a formal bond? Standing beside Hong Xiao, Bai Ji's cold expression mirrored her confusion as she added sharply, Zhongmen, the rules of the contribution list are designed to incentivize disciples and equitably distribute resources. Although Sheng Ziyuan holds the top position, is it not questionable for her to directly become Dao partners with Zhuashidi? Our contributions are not insignificant either. What will happen to us afterward? The remaining female disciples, though hesitant to be as forthright as Hong Xiao and Bai Ji, wore expressions filled with similar inquiries. Su Qingli stood silently a few steps back, her pursed lips and the unmistakable sorrow in her eyes revealing her current feelings. Looking at the faces before her, each as beautiful as a flower, yet filled with unfulfilled desires, Su Ru felt overwhelmed. She inhaled deeply, her mind racing as she sought the most soothing words that would not betray the truth. After a long pause, Su Ru let out a soft sigh and spoke earnestly. You think I am unaware of your concerns? Yet, you must realize that now is not the time to dwell on personal gains and losses. The trial in the forbidden area is imminent, crucial for our Hahuan sect's chance to breathe and even hope for revival. Zhuang Yang is the key player in this competition and a crucial figure in entering the secret realm. As the Sheng Ziyuan is not only at the top of the contribution list, but also possesses exceptional cultivation and experience. Having her become Dao partners with Zhuang Yang to stabilize his cultivation and enhance his strength is the optimal choice given the current circumstances. Pausing to gauge their reactions, noticing their expressions soften slightly, she continued to paint a hopeful picture. As for you, why the haste? Once the trial in the forbidden area is successfully completed and the sect navigates this challenge, your rewards will undoubtedly be forthcoming. Her words immediately sparked a wave of excitement. The once dissatisfied expression on Hong Xiao's face transformed into one of delight, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she asked eagerly, "Zhang Min, does this mean Sheng Ziyuan will not monopolize Zhuoshidi?" Su Ru smiled gently. "Of course not. Zhuang Yang is a pillar of our sect. A promising future awaits him. No one can claim him solely for themselves. The sect nurtures him with the hope that he will benefit all and lead us to progress together." Understanding dawned upon them. One of the female disciples could not contain her joy and exclaimed. Bai Ji's cold eyes flickered momentarily as she pressed further. "Does this mean that after the trial, we can take turns forming Dao partnerships with Zhuoshidi?" Meeting their hopeful gazes, Su Ru nodded affirmatively. "At that time, I will arrange the Dao partner ceremonies for each of you in accordance with your contributions. None shall be left out." Su Qingli stepped forward, voice filled with anticipation as she softly confirmed. "As long as the Forbidden Area trial passes, is that correct?" Ranked second on the contribution list, she was assured of her chance to form a Dao partnership. Su Ru regarded her sister's eager eyes, feeling a pang of bittersweetness in her heart, yet maintaining her smile. "Certainly. The trial in the Forbidden Area is of utmost importance. Your primary task now is to prepare diligently." Though she spoke with conviction, her mind raced with calculations. Naturally, it is impossible. With less than a month until the secret realm opens, Zhuang Yang could not possibly master his physique completely. The complete Yin Yang Hehe remains an elusive prospect. For now, it is best to placate them and navigate through the trial. Later, I shall devise other means to delay, one step at a time. However, the group of female cultivators could not hear Su Ru's inner thoughts. At present, they had received the Zhangmen's verbal assurance, and the gloom on their faces dissipated, replaced by excitement and anticipation. "Wonderful. I knew the Zhangmen would not forget us." Indeed, after waiting so long, an additional month is of no consequence. "Exactly. Let us prioritize the trial in the secret realm. It is a matter of the sect's future." The voices of discussion arose, exchanging excited glances. "All right, go and prepare for the trial." Su Ru spoke again, gently waving her hand. At her words, the disciples bowed to Su Ru and joyfully departed from the Zhangmen Hall, each envisioning a bright future post-trial. Once everyone had left, only Su Ru and her sister, Su Qingli, who had deliberately lingered at the back, remained in the hall. Su Qingli turned to Su Ru, sending a thought. "Sister, you just signaled me to stay. Is there something else?" Su Ru gazed at Su Qingli, fatigue etched on her face. "Come in and speak." Su Ru led Su Qingli deeper into the Zhangmen Hall. As the doors closed, layers of soundproofing and protective barriers were set in place with a flicker of spiritual light. Su Qingli observed her sister's unusually solemn demeanor, understanding that something significant was at hand. She quietly sat on a nearby mat, waiting patiently. Su Ru did not speak immediately. Instead, she first rubbed her increasingly throbbing forehead. After a prolonged silence, she finally raised her gaze to her most trusted sister and conveyed the plight of Ziyuan through thought transmission. Su Qingli was left utterly astounded, her mind swirling in confusion. Reverse absorption? A plummet in cultivation? Or an entire realm drop? Observing Su Qingli's shocked expression, Su Ru sighed, having anticipated this moment. She continued to communicate her analysis. "Qingli, consider this. If we do not intervene, and the disciples proceed with their dual cultivation with Zhuang Yang as usual, what will be the outcome?" She posed the question to herself and answered with increasing gravity. "The result will be that they will all follow in Ziyuan's footsteps, suffering a significant decline in their cultivation. At that juncture, what calamity shall befall Hehuan's sect? A multitude of foundational stage disciples, and perhaps even those aspiring to the core of the Jedon stage, would collectively regress in their cultivation. The strength of our sect would plummet to an abysmal low. Furthermore, with so many individuals experiencing inexplicable declines in their cultivation, while only Zhuang Yang's prowess soars, anyone with a modicum of sense would direct their suspicions toward him. Could we conceal the fact of his unique physique any longer?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingli's complexion paled. She comprehended her sister's apprehensions. Su Ru sighed deeply, her tone laden with gravity. "Once the secret of his physique is exposed, and with so many voices chiming in, who can guarantee absolute safety? I understand that, after all these years, everyone has developed a sense of belonging to the sect. Though minor issues persist, we all know where to draw the line when it comes to significant matters. However, better safe than sorry. The world of cultivation is treacherous, and greed can corrupt the heart. If even a whisper of this information escapes, and it reaches the ears of a predatory sect like Tianjianmen, She did not finish her thought, but Su Qingli could already envision the dreadful consequences. The insatiable gaze of the entire cultivation world would converge upon Hahuan's sect, fixating on Zhuang Yang. At that point, Hahuan's sect would face an existential crisis. Zhuang Yang would become the object of contention and imprisonment among all factions. Sister, I understand now. Su Qingli inhaled deeply, her transmission tinged with a hint of trepidation. At present, indeed. There is no better course of action. We can only stabilize the situation and buy time. I hope that within the secret realm, we can discover the remnants of the Yin-Yang Hahuanju. Otherwise, we must wait until Zhuang Yang fully masters his physique, which is no simple feat. Simultaneously, within the cave abode of Ziyuan, Zhuang Yang had finished packing his belongings in the Jingxin pavilion and moved in. Chapter 52 Cohabitation with Ziyuan. The cave dwelling of Ziyuan is concealed behind a grove of verdant lingzhu, appearing unremarkable from the outside. Yet within lies a world of tranquility and serenity, reminiscent of a realm beyond the mundane. The ceiling is adorned with several luminous pearls, casting a soft and cool radiance that highlights the naturally formed grayish-blue stone patterns on the walls, which exude simplicity and antiquity. The air is suffused with a subtle, refreshing fragrance, akin to the first blossoms of plum after snowfall or the orchids flourishing in the moonlit valley, invigorating the spirit. A mere breath of this air clears the mind, washing away the lingering restlessness of recent days. The cave is sparsely decorated, with only a stone table and stone benches as smooth as mirrors. In a corner, several hardy spiritual plants thrive, their lush greenery adding vitality to the space. Ziyuan moves silently, guiding Zhuang Yang through the modest hall to the inner bedroom. The furnishings in the bedroom are equally minimalistic, comprising just a table and a chair. Apart from these, there is only a carved wooden bed against the wall, adorned with a pure white quilt. The entire room is so clean it borders on desolate, save for a slender-necked jade vase by the window, which holds a freshly cut, dew-laden white spiritual flower, adding a touch of color to the cool ambience and complementing Ziyuan's ethereal grace. Ziyuan halts, extending her delicate finger towards the solitary bed, her tone calm and unruffled. You may rest here in the future. Zhuang Yang surveys the surroundings, realizing that there is nowhere else to sleep apart from this bed, and he is momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, Ziyuan, is this the only bedroom in the cave? Ziyuan turns back, her cool gaze resting on Zhuang Yang's face, and slightly nods. Indeed, just one. Is that insufficient? Zhuang Yang is momentarily caught off guard by her seemingly obvious retort. Gazing at Ziyuan's south exquisite beauty up close and inhaling her refreshing fragrance, his cheeks flush with warmth, and his heart races uncontrollably. He cannot help but swallow hard, realizing that this is no longer a mere hint. It is a clear indication. After all, they are already partners on the path of cultivation. Sharing a bedroom and a bed is only natural, is it not? After a brief moment, Zhuang Yang forcibly gathers his scattered thoughts, nodding with a slightly dry voice. It is sufficient, quite enough. Ziyuan speaks again, inquiring, what cultivation technique are you currently focusing on? Zhuang Yang's expression turns serious at her question. Ziyuan, I am currently practicing an auxiliary technique, Ling Gui, Qian Shishu. As for my primary cultivation technique, I have yet to make a final decision, though I do have a preferred direction, namely, the 5 distinct sword techniques, Lei Xiao, Qing Mu, Han Pe, Yin Xin, and Zhen Yu. Upon hearing this, Ziyuan pauses momentarily, then seems to understand. Indeed, Zhuang Yang possesses the pure yang immortal body and embodies all 5 elemental roots. Theoretically, he can cultivate multiple attributes simultaneously, traversing the extraordinary path of the 5-element swordsmanship that is difficult for others to achieve. She meditates for a moment, then responds, I possess a Tianyin body with 3 elemental roots, water, wood, and earth. I have some insights into manipulating the spiritual power of these 3 attributes, and I can offer you some guidance. After making this statement, Ziyuan refrains from elaborating further, leading Zhuang Yang to the outer hall of the cave. She gestures for him to take out the jade slip containing the sword techniques, and together they begin their study. Previously, she had not engaged with these 3 techniques, but in order to instruct Zhuang Yang, she patiently starts from the fundamentals. Before long, she begins to grasp the essence. As she introduces the theory, she employs her spiritual power to share her insights with Zhuang Yang, her fingertips surrounded by a halo of ice blue, earthy yellow, and vibrant green. The chilling confinement of Han Pijianju, the heavy suppression of Zhun Yu Jianju, and the enduring vitality of Qing Mu Jianju. These three distinctly different sword intents are presented before Zhuang Yang in the most intuitive manner. Her explanations are succinct and incisive, often getting straight to the core. Zhuang Yang, already possessing remarkable comprehension, benefits from the natural affinity and control over spiritual power that his pure yang immortal body grants him. Under Zi Yuan's precise guidance, his progress is rapid. For 3 consecutive days, the two spend their time in the cool hall. Zhuang Yang, undistracted, repeatedly contemplates and practices. The spiritual power within him flows according to the varying attributes of the sword techniques. Initially unclear, it gradually becomes smooth. By the evening of the 3rd day, Zhuang Yang, with his fingers poised like a sword, calls out sharply, and spiritual energy surges around him. In an instant, 3 ice blue sword rays materialize, emanating a bone-chilling aura. Following this, 3 earthy yellow sword rays appear, dense and heavy. Finally, 3 vibrant green sword rays manifest, full of life. 9 sword rays of different attributes hover before him. Though still somewhat ethereal, their brilliance is already striking, casting colorful reflections throughout the stone chamber. Zi Yuan watches quietly, a hint of approval flickering in her cool gaze. The condensation of 9 sword rays over 3 days is indeed a remarkable achievement. You may first consolidate this state, she advises, pausing before continuing. As for Yin, Xian, and Lei Xiao, I lack the corresponding elemental roots and cannot demonstrate them personally. However, the principles of swordsmanship share commonalities. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may seek out a senior sister with fire or metal roots for discussion. The trial in the forbidden area is imminent, and I must also focus on my cultivation. If you wish to practice, you may go to the bedroom. It is a tranquil space. Zhuang Yang, still enveloped in the joy of initially mastering the sword rays, instinctively replies, "Yes, senior sister." He turns and follows her advice into the bedroom, preparing to continue his consolidation. Another 5 days pass. Zhuang Yang meditates and cultivates in the bedroom, absorbing spiritual energy and refining his sword rays. Yet, he has not seen Zi Yuan come in to rest. Initially, he paid little mind, but as time progresses, a realization strikes him. Zi Yuan is a cultivator at the Jedon stage. Though she has temporarily fallen, her understanding of realms remains intact. She has long since ceased eating and can sustain herself through the elements, needing no sleep to regain her energy. For her, meditative cultivation is the best form of rest. Anywhere in the world can be home. This bed is merely a decoration. It seems he had been overthinking. 1 bedroom is indeed sufficient for her needs. Sighing, Zhuang Yang murmurs to himself, reflecting on the disparity between life and imagination. Just as he is lost in contemplation before the empty bed, an unseen cold presence suddenly manifests behind him. He senses it, turning around abruptly. Before long, Ziyuan had quietly arrived at the doorway of the bedroom, gazing intently at him. "Ziyuan Shiji?" Zhuang Yang hastily rose to his feet, his face flushed from the recent errant thoughts. "What is it? Is there a problem with my cultivation?" Ziyuan offered no reply. Instead, she gracefully advanced, her footsteps light as a lotus, directly approaching Zhuang Yang. The distance between them was minimal, allowing Zhuang Yang to clearly observe Ziyuan's long, thick eyelashes and the reflection of his own bewildered visage in her ice blue eyes. "I have come to seek you out." Ziyuan spoke, her voice cool and detached. "To confirm something." "Confirm? What matter?" Zhuang Yang felt a flutter of anxiety under her gaze, instinctively inquiring. Ziyuan refrained from elaboration, suddenly leaning forward and rising onto her toes. Her ethereal beauty magnified in Zhuang Yang's sight, her soft pink lips converging towards his. A wave of astonishment surged through Zhuang Yang's mind, completely unprepared for such an unexpected advance. His body reacted before his mind could catch up, leaning back abruptly, narrowly evading her approach. Ziyuan's motion halted, her head tilting slightly as a rare expression of surprise flickered in her cool gaze. "What are you dodging for?" Shiji, what are you intending to do?" Zhuang Yang's cheeks burned crimson, his ears flushed as his heart raced like a drum, stuttering his words. Ziyuan observed his apprehensive demeanor, her delicate brows knitting together slightly. "What is wrong with merely kissing you?" After a brief pause, she met his shifting gaze with an unwavering one, her tone matter of fact. "Are you not my Dao companion?" Chapter 53. A bold conquest. Upon hearing the term Daolu, Zhuang Yang instinctively swallowed, his mind momentarily adrift. Indeed, with their status established, what remained that was forbidden? As Zhuang Yang's thoughts wavered, Ziyuan stepped forward once more, rising on her toes. Her warm, cool lips pressed against his. Zhuang Yang's body stiffened, his pupils dilating slightly as he passively accepted this unexpected turn of events. Ziyuan's beautiful eyes blinked, her long lashes quivered. Quietly, she activated the yin-yang harmony technique while sensing the changes within her body. As anticipated, strands of Zhuang Yang's spiritual energy intertwined at their lips, flowing into her. However, contrary to the teachings of the yin-yang harmony technique, which suggested the energy would nourish the recipient, this pure yang energy surged into her dantian, forcefully entwining with her own, attempting to flow back into Zhuang Yang through their connected lips. Simultaneously, as this pure yang energy seized hold, it also expanded her spiritual lake outward. Ziyuan's heart enlightened. The pure yang celestial body indeed possessed the ability to counteract the recipient, yet it simultaneously enhanced the foundation of the one who counterattacks, broadening their potential. What was once a vague assumption became clear after this second attempt. Just as she was about to part, a sudden change occurred. Zhuang Yang, who had initially been stiff and passive, felt his blood and instincts ignited by Ziyuan's actions. As the initial shock and confusion faded, the roles of aggressor and defender swiftly reversed. He tightened his arms, enveloping Ziyuan's slender waist, and his lips suddenly became the dominant force in this kiss, deepening it with a youthful yet commanding fervor. Ziyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. A flicker of surprise crossed her icy gaze as she instinctively sought to push Zhuang Yang away. Yet, she found herself unable to muster even a fraction of strength, the lingering waves of spiritual energy rendering her powerless. Zhuang Yang, wait. Before she could finish, an irresistible force pulled her backward. Amidst the dizzying whirl, her back fell into the soft embrace of the brocade quilt. Zhuang Yang's heated body followed suit. Ziyuan paused for a moment, then slowly closed her eyes, turning her head aside to reveal her delicate, fair neck, softly sighing. Very well, do as you wish. Time slipped away, and the bedroom returned to tranquility. Only the lingering atmosphere of intimacy and the faint, serene fragrance intertwined in the air remained. Zhuang Yang sat at the edge of the bed, hastily donning his clothing, his face still flushed from the aftermath, his expression one of bewilderment, as if awakening from a dream. A faint rustling sound came from behind him. He turned to see Ziyuan, wrapped in the pristine brocade quilt, half reclining against the headboard. Her usually frosty visage was now tinged with a captivating blush, spreading to her ears and neck. Her eyes, resembling glacial lakes, shimmered with a mix of reproach and resignation as she gazed quietly at him. Zhuang Yang opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Ziyuan slightly pouted her slightly swollen lips and reproached, "You little bull, your strength is quite formidable." Zhuang Yang offered an awkward smile. "Ziyuan, senior sister." Ziyuan frowned slightly, interjecting, "Why still call me senior sister? We are now Daolu, and I am not much older than you, merely a little over 60 years. You may simply call me by my name." 60 over? Zhuang Yang's eyes widened as he subconsciously repeated it, but he quickly regained his composure. In the world of cultivation, it was not uncommon for beings to live for hundreds or even thousands of years. 60 years did indeed seem youthful. With this thought, he shyly addressed her, "Ziyuan." Ziyuan gently acknowledged him. Then, sensing her own condition, she sighed, "Your pure yang celestial body is truly domineering. My cultivation has dropped a level. I am now at the mid-stage of foundation establishment." Dropped again? Zhuang Yang was initially taken aback, but then a realization struck him. His pupils constricted, his tone tense. "Ziyuan, do you know about my constitution?" Seeing Zhuang Yang's wary expression, Ziyuan remained unperturbed. She met his gaze steadily and replied calmly, "This matter was conveyed to me by the sect master senior sister, intended for my protection of you and to help stabilize our sect's affairs. Do not worry, I will keep it confidential." At her words, Zhuang Yang's taut nerves relaxed slightly, though his vigilance remained. He probed further, "Who else did the sect master tell?" Ziyuan pondered for a moment before responding, "I am not entirely sure of the specifics. But aside from me, the only one who likely knows is Qingli, the sect master's younger sister. Qingli was the sect master's biological sister, and I am the daughter of the sect's ancient ancestor. For both public and private reasons, we would never act against the fundamental interests of the sect. You need not worry." As she spoke, a glimmer of mischief flickered in her glacial eyes, and her lips curved upward. "What? After such an experience, you've become more vigilant? Learning to conceal your strength and protect your weaknesses is indeed a good thing. Her teasing tone, coupled with a gentle smile that had never before graced her face, captivated Zhuang Yang. At this moment, Ziyuan appeared less like an ethereal being and more alive, her sudden smile particularly enchanting. After a moment, Zhuang Yang blurted out, "Ziyuan, you look truly beautiful when you smile." Ziyuan was taken aback. The smile quickly faded, returning to her usual cool demeanor, though the lingering blush at her ears deepened. She averted her gaze, pouting slightly, "Do not speak nonsense. You should go to the hall and practice your cultivation. I need to rest for a while." "Then you should rest well. If anything arises, call for me at any time," Zhuang Yang replied as he retreated from the bedroom, glancing back repeatedly. Ziyuan had already returned to her position, turning her back to the door. Muffled sounds emerging from the quilt, understood. Zhuang Yang entered the outer hall, sitting cross-legged. However, just as he intended to focus on his cultivation, the vivid and passionate scenes from the bedroom intrusively flooded his mind. Ziyuan's rare, bashful expression and that last fleeting, enchanting smile were vividly etched in his memory. Lost in thought, he found a smile creeping onto his lips, his heart swelling with indescribable excitement and sweetness. Yet, this joy was short-lived as a pressing reality surfaced in his mind. The cultivation of Ziyuan has once again plummeted, which may lead to further declines in her abilities. It seems that the practice of dual cultivation cannot be indulged in too frequently. Alas, I regret forgetting to inquire about the reasons behind this and whether there exists a remedy. Nevertheless, let her rest and recuperate for now, in due course. I shall seek an opportunity to understand the matter clearly. After all, we reside together, and time is on our side." Zhuang Yang murmured to himself, casting a glance towards the direction of the bedroom, suppressing the urge to inquire. He then calmed his mind and began to introspect. To his astonishment, the spiritual lake within his dantian had solidified and expanded significantly. The spiritual energy surged ceaselessly. His cultivation realm had evidently reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. This advancement seems rather. Zhuang Yang's face flickered with a mix of embarrassment and astonishment. Could it be that my pure yang immortal body allows for rapid enhancement of cultivation through dual cultivation with a woman? Given this perspective, the title of immortal body appears to bear little relation to the ethereal and transcendent path of immortality, instead radiating an aura reminiscent of the nefarious practices of demonic cultivation. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the chaotic thoughts and discomfort within. Overthinking at this moment serves no purpose. The key lies in enhancing his strength to confront the trials of the secret realm. The sect leader, along with Ziyuan and senior sister Qingli, are aware of my unique physique and still strive to protect me. They must have their reasons. Setting aside his tumultuous thoughts, Zhuang Yang refocused his attention on his cultivation. He recalled Ziyuan's guidance and the essential principles of the three sword techniques. He began to draw parallels and attempted to practice the Lei Shao sword technique and the Yin Xian sword technique. He grounded himself in the stability of the Zhun Yu sword technique, using the refinement of the Han Pei sword technique as a guide, envisioning the swiftness of thunder. He also transformed the vitality of the Qing Mu sword technique, supplemented by the weightiness of the Zhun Yu sword technique, deducing the concept of incineration. Earth generates metal, metal generates water, wood generates fire, fire generates earth. The five elements mutually generate and restrain each other, complementing one another. This is the essence of creation, harmonizing with yin and yang, the quintessence of all things. With his consciousness intensely focused, the vast spiritual energy within his body began to differentiate according to his will. A thread of scorching intensity and a thread of sharpness to vanquish evil gradually coiled around his fingertips, coalescing. Chapter 54. The Five Elements soared radiance in the tranquil cave. Several days slipped by quietly. When Ziyuan stepped out of her chamber, her cold gaze was momentarily taken aback by the sight before her. In the center of the hall, Zhuang Yang sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut. Spiritual energy enveloped him, and around him, 15 distinct sword radiances, each with its own unique hue and attribute, gracefully swirled in rhythm. The brilliant colors of gold, green, blue, red, and yellow shimmered in harmony. The evil-slaying golden radiance of Lei Shao, the vibrant green radiance of Qing Mu, the chilling blue radiance of Han Pu, the explosive red radiance of Yin Xian, and the heavy yellow radiance of Zhun Yu. Each attribute comprised precisely 3 strands. Remarkably, Zhuang Yang had mastered the 5-element sword radiance in just a few days, achieving such a level of balance. This was indeed beyond mere comprehension. The pure Yang immortal body was truly as extraordinary as its reputation suggested. Noticing Ziyuan's gaze, the sword radiances surrounding him momentarily paused before dissipating like stars. He slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance contained within, and turned to Ziyuan with a smile, inquiring, "Ziyuan, have you rested well?" Suppressing the tumult of emotions within her, Ziyuan stepped closer, her eyes roving over Zhuang Yang's form, her tone laced with admiration. The 5 elements sword radiance. With 3 strands each, I had thought it would take you at least a month to reach this threshold, but you have surpassed my expectations by a considerable margin. Feeling a touch of embarrassment from the praise, Zhuang Yang replied, "It is thanks to your prior guidance that I could build a solid foundation, allowing me to draw parallels. Moreover, I cannot help but wonder if it is due to that." He hesitated, lowering his voice slightly. "I feel that after advancing in cultivation, my perception and control over spiritual energy have sharpened significantly, and my spiritual consciousness has expanded greatly, now reaching a distance of 10 miles. 10 miles. Ziyuan's delicate face momentarily froze. That was already the range of a nascent soul cultivator. "Is that so?" Zhuang Yang responded. "Perhaps it relates to my constitution?" He did not linger on the subject, but shifted the conversation, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. "Ziyuan, has your cultivation truly regressed again? And what is the nature of my pure Yang immortal body? Is there any way to prevent your decline in cultivation?" His words came out somewhat haltingly, but the meaning was unmistakably clear. Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback, her heart stirred by a warm current. She had not anticipated that Zhuang Yang was not solely focused on his own cultivation, nor was he elated by his rapid ascension, but was also concerned about the impact on her. Just as her emotions were settling, Zhuang Yang added quietly, his tone awkward, "I feel quite embarrassed that each time leads to your regression, and we cannot engage in dual cultivation too frequently." The flicker of warmth in Ziyuan's heart was instantly replaced by exasperation. She rolled her eyes and reproached him. Do you only think about such things?" Though annoyed, she proceeded to explain. "During dual cultivation, your pure Yang immortal body causes a backlash, resulting in a superficial decline in my cultivation. However, this is fundamentally broadening my spiritual energy limits and foundation. The benefits far outweigh the drawbacks, so you need not feel overly guilty. To resolve this issue of regression, there are essentially 2 paths. The first is to find the complete Huan Xianjing. This scripture encompasses a myriad of principles, including supreme methods for harmonizing yin and yang for mutual benefit. The version we currently possess, Yin Yang He Ju, is merely a fragment, prone to extremes. Zhuang Yang murmured, Huan Xianjing. The second, Ziyuan continued, if you can fully control your constitution, as if it were an extension of your own body, then you would be able to manipulate the flow of spiritual energy at the convergence of yin and yang. However, she gently shook her head. Mastering one's constitution is no easy feat. It typically requires at least the late stage of foundation establishment, or even the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, the process of mastery is bound to be incredibly arduous. Even I, possessing the Tian-Yin constitution, have yet to gain complete control. I have only practiced a few secret techniques that align with my inherent traits. Zhuang Yang nodded thoughtfully, committing these 2 paths to memory. One was external, one internal. Both were challenging endeavors. Yet, at least he now had a clear direction. At that moment, Ziyuan shifted the conversation, her cool gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of one's heart. Though you have never explicitly stated it, from your words and actions, you must have already realized that this place is not the Qingjing Min, but rather the Hehuan Zone, correct? Zhuang Yang met Ziyuan's gaze with calm acceptance, nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, I am aware. Ziyuan smiled faintly, evidently pleased with Zhuang Yang's honesty. She continued, since you are aware, there are some matters that need not be concealed from you. Regarding the Huan Xianjing, the ancient cultivator cave we are about to visit, according to fragmented records left by our Sect's predecessors hundreds of years ago, there were ancestors who sensed an energy resonating with our Hehuan zone within the secret realm. Zhuang Yang's eyes suddenly brightened, his reaction swift. Ziyuan, do you mean to say that within that ancient cultivator cave, there may very well be the complete Huan Xianjing? It is possible, Ziyuan affirmed, her tone growing more serious. While we cannot be certain, this is the only hope we currently have to restore our Sect's legacy. Zhuang Yang's expression grew solemn. Previously, he had approached the Forbidden Land trial with the mindset of securing resources for the sect and proving himself. However, upon learning that there might be a key element capable of addressing the sect's shortcomings and resolving the predicament between himself and Ziyuan, the significance of the trial escalated dramatically. This was no longer merely a trial. It had transformed into a critical opportunity concerning future paths, the fate of the sect, and even the relationships with those around him. With this thought, Zhuang Yang looked at Ziyuan, his gaze becoming resolute. He spoke earnestly, "I understand. Within the secret realm, I will spare no effort to seek clues regarding the He Huan Xianjing." Ziyuan observed the fire of determination igniting in Zhuang Yang's eyes, her cool demeanor softening slightly. She nodded gently, "Indeed. The immediate priority is to continue solidifying your current realm and skillfully mastering the 5 elements sword radiance. The secret realm is fraught with peril. The stronger you are, the greater your chances of success." "Very well." Zhuang Yang ceased further discourse, closing his eyes once more as his spiritual energy began to circulate slowly around him. This time, his heart and mind were even more tranquil, and his objectives clearer than ever. The 5-colored sword radiance, in harmony with his breath, once again enveloped him. Ziyuan stood quietly beside him, observing Zhuang Yang's concentrated demeanor and sensing the peculiar fluctuations brought forth by the harmonious circulation of the 5 elemental spiritual energies. In her ice lake-like eyes, her thoughts deepened. This youth, an unexpected companion on her path, might indeed prove to be the key to breaking the impasse of the He Huan sect, not only for the sect, but he also became a variable in the tapestry of her life. A faint smile graced Ziyuan's lips as she mused inwardly. Should he require assistance, it would be of little consequence if his cultivation were to decline further. Chapter 55. Ziyuan's cultivation fluctuates. Time flies. Only one night remains before the ancient cultivator's secret realm opens. The atmosphere within He Huan Zone is thick with anticipation and tension. The 10 positions have long been designated based on contribution points, and those chosen are making their final preparations and adjustments within the cave. As night deepens, the moonlight spills like mercury, casting a silvery glow upon the spiritual bamboos outside the Ziyuan cave. A graceful purple figure quietly descends before the cave entrance. It is Su Qingli, on her sister Su Ru's orders. She has come to find Zhuang Yang and Ziyuan, to inform them of the final arrangements for tomorrow's gathering, and to ensure the core members are well prepared before departing. However, as she approaches the cave, her figure abruptly freezes in place. Outside the cave, there are soundproofing barriers in place, which ordinarily prevent any noise from escaping. Yet, perhaps due to the emotional turbulence of the cave's master tonight, or perhaps because of the intense fluctuations of spiritual power within, the barriers have become unstable. A series of scandalous sounds pierce through the barriers and reach Su Qingli's ears, causing her to swallow hard, her fair face flushed instantly. Even her pale neck and earlobes are not spared from the crimson hue. A rush of heat surges to her head, her heart racing as if it might burst from her chest. Zhuang Yang and Ziyuan. They actually. Su Qingli's emotions become increasingly complex. She feels a sudden, unexpected embarrassment, a sense of shame in having inadvertently glimpsed another's privacy, alongside a confusing mix of jealousy, excitement, and inexplicable heat. Unbidden, her mind conjures Zhuang Yang's handsome visage and Ziyuan's ethereal beauty, imagining what their expressions might be like in a moment of passion. What am I thinking? Su Qingli shakes her head vigorously, attempting to dispel these absurd thoughts. After enduring for a while, she cannot resist her instincts. Ultimately, she leans against the outer wall of the cave, curling up and slowly crouching down. An hour later, the sounds from within the cave finally subside. Su Qingli leans softly against the wall, her eyes glimmering with moisture. Suddenly, the cave door opens. Zhuang Yang and Ziyuan, impeccably dressed, step out side by side. They immediately spot Su Qingli, curled up against the wall, her clothes slightly disheveled. The atmosphere becomes tense, suffused with an awkward silence. Su Qingli hastily rises, wishing she could vanish into a crack in the ground. However, Ziyuan's serene expression reveals no surprise. As if she had anticipated Su Qingli's presence outside, Zhuang Yang's eyes flicker with a hint of discomfort, yet he shows no overt astonishment. The silence lingers for several moments. Ziyuan is the first to break the uncomfortable stillness, her tone calm and unruffled. "Qingli, what brings you here at this late hour?" Su Qingli snaps back to reality, suddenly recalling her purpose, and stammers. I was sent by the sect master. My sister, to inform you that tomorrow, we will gather at the main hall square at the hour of Chun to set off for the secret realm entrance. There are a few details to convey. Her words come out in a stutter. She cannot bring herself to meet the eyes of Zhuang Yang and Ziyuan. Zhuang Yang, observing her flustered demeanor, feels a pang of guilt. In truth, he and Ziyuan had sensed her presence the moment her aura leaked through the barrier as she approached the cave. However, in the heat of the moment, they could not stop. Moreover, Ziyuan, with her cool disposition, acted according to her heart, uninterested in concealing anything. Seeing her so unperturbed, Zhuang Yang decided to cast aside his reservations. All right, I have said what I needed to. Su Qingli takes a deep breath and continues. Then, I shall not disturb you and Zhuang Shidi any longer. I will take my leave. With that, she almost flees, taking to the skies on her sword, vanishing into the depths of the night. Ziyuan glances at Su Qingli's retreating figure before turning back towards the cave, her tone laced with resignation. Now I have returned. After painstakingly recovering from the initial stage of foundation building to the late stage, I am back to the mid-stage. Zhuang Yang follows closely behind as they enter the cave. After nearly a month of arduous training, the 5-element sword art has reached a minor completion, allowing him to condense 5 distinct sword energies. His cultivation has progressed to the pinnacle of the mid-stage foundation building, achieved through relentless effort, the consumption of medicinal pills, and the assistance of Ziyuan. With her help, he is poised to break through to the late stage of foundation building. The next day, on the day of the secret realm trial, the square before the main hall of He Huan Zone is bathed in the soft light of dawn. 10 figures stand quietly, all disciples who have earned the qualification to explore. Among them are Zhuang Yang, Ziyuan, Su Qingli, Hong Xiao, and Bai Ji. The remaining 5 are female cultivators of the late stage of foundation building who have fought their way through based on their contribution points. Sect Master Su Ru stands before the group, her elegant robes trailing behind her, exuding nobility. Her gaze sweeps over the disciples about to embark on their journey, and when her eyes land on Zhuang Yang, a flicker of astonishment crosses her phoenix-like eyes. Late stage of foundation building. Just a month ago, Zhuang Yang was clearly in the initial stage of foundation building, and his foundation was not yet stable. Such a pace of cultivation is truly astonishing. Instinctively, her gaze shifts to Ziyuan, who stands beside Zhuang Yang, her aura noticeably more restrained. A thought arises unbidden, causing her cheeks to warm. During this time, Ziyuan must have. Focusing intently, she examines Ziyuan closely. Indeed, Ziyuan's cultivation has dropped again. She is now at the mid-stage of foundation building. No, it seems she has not merely fallen from the late stage to the mid-stage. The spiritual lake within her dantian has widened nearly twice as much as it was a month ago. Her spiritual power has also become several times more refined. This is the foundation that can only be achieved through repeated tempering, honing, and solidifying one's base. Ziyuan must have experienced fluctuations in her cultivation. Yet with her solid foundation and resources, she has swiftly recovered. Su Ru's understanding deepens, and her gaze toward Ziyuan becomes complex. It carries a mix of realization, helplessness, and a hint of envy. This girl, indeed, shows no restraint. She is truly. Oh well, they are already partners in cultivation, and there is no fault to be found. At that moment, the most impatient among them, Hong Xiao, also notices the change in Ziyuan's aura. She blinks her charming eyes and instinctively probes with her spiritual sense, then exclaims in shock, Ziyuan Shiji, your cultivation, how is it at the mid-stage of foundation building? This outburst instantly captures everyone's attention, prompting the other female cultivators to extend their spiritual senses as well. Upon confirmation, expressions of astonishment and suspicion adorned their faces. It was indeed the mid-stage of the foundation establishment. Ziyuan Shiji, have you perhaps encountered a mishap in your cultivation? Have you sustained any injuries? Could it be that during your breakthrough, you fell into a state of madness? In an instant, speculations ran rampant. All gazes converged upon Ziyuan, filled with concern and confusion. Ziyuan maintained a serene demeanor, having anticipated the reactions of the crowd and refraining from offering any explanations. Observing this, Su Ru stepped forward, clearing her throat. Silence. Immediately, the crowd hushed and turned their attention to her. With a composed expression, Su Ru scanned the assembly and explained, Ziyuan is not in any grave danger. She has recently been practicing a secret technique. This method temporarily causes a decline in cultivation, yet it remarkably solidifies the foundation and expands the limits of spiritual power. There is no need for alarm. Pausing for effect, she shifted her tone and continued. In this expedition to the secret realm, Ziyuan will lead the way. Her cultivation is precisely at the foundation establishment stage, aligning perfectly with the realm's restrictions. Given her solid foundation and combat experience, she is more than capable of handling various contingencies. You all must heed her directives, working together to seek opportunities. Upon hearing this, the female cultivators, though still curious, ceased their discussions and bowed in unison, responding, "Yes, Sect Master. We will faithfully obey Shiji Ziyuan's commands." Su Qingli, standing amidst the crowd, observed the intertwined auras of Zhuang Yang and Ziyuan, her gaze complex, her lips pressed together. Ultimately, she silently lowered her head. Hong Xiao, on the other hand, pouted and muttered under her breath, "Secret technique? What peculiar technique could that be?" Before she could finish her sentence, Baiji gently tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to be quiet. Seeing that there were no further objections, Su Ru waved her sleeve, summoning the Lu Yin Yu Zhou. "Let us not delay. We shall proceed to the entrance of the secret realm." Chapter 56. The trial of the Forbidden Land commences. The crowd boarded the Lu Yin Yu Zhou, expertly piloted by Su Ru. In an instant, the jade vessel transformed into a streak of flowing light, piercing through clouds and fog, racing toward the entrance of the secret realm. Approximately an hour later, the jade boat gradually descended, revealing a vast clearing encircled by primordial ancient woods. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient altar, quietly erected from massive azure stones. In the center of the altar lay a stone door, with the surrounding space subtly distorted, exuding an aura of vastness and mystery. This was indeed the entrance to the ancient cultivators' cave dwelling's secret realm. Nearby, dozens of cultivators clad in the uniform attire of the Tiandao Alliance patrolled with vigilance. Just as the Luyan Yuzhou was about to land, two figures soared into the air, blocking the path ahead. One was garbed in the robes of the Luoxia sect, while the other donned the attire of the Qiyang sect. Both were at the initial stage of the Jedon realm, exuding a steady aura. "Who goes there? Present your passage credentials." The Luoxia sect cultivator called out in a booming voice, casting a sharp gaze over the individuals aboard the jade vessel. Su Ru had long been prepared. A streak of light flew from her sleeve, revealing a token inscribed with the information of their quota. Her voice remained calm. "Hahuan sect here has agreed to participate in the secret realm trial." The Qiyang sect cultivator accepted the token, scanning it with his consciousness. After confirming its authenticity, his expression softened slightly. "Indeed, it is the Hahuan sect. The entrance will soon open. Please have your disciples prepare accordingly." As he spoke, he and the Luoxia sect Jedon cultivator stepped aside, clearing the path. At that moment, the previously silent Ziyuan quietly produced a veil, effortlessly donning it over her face, obscuring much of her unparalleled beauty while leaving her pair of cold, clear eyes exposed. Zhuang Yang noticed Ziyuan's gesture and understood her desire to avoid unnecessary attention, particularly in this gathering of various factions, a place rife with intrigue. Soon, the jade vessel successfully landed in the designated area at the edge of the clearing. At this moment, other sect teams had already arrived, the Luoxia sect and the Qiyang sect. As the leaders of the Tiandao Alliance had their disciples present, each consisting of 10 individuals, all in the late stage of foundation establishment. Their auras were robust, evidently comprised of selected elites. The other three sects were the victors of the recent competition among new disciples, the Tianjin sect, Xuanwu Valley, and a sect named Liang Mountain. The disciples of these three sects were also primarily in the late stage of foundation establishment. To compete for resources within the secret realm, they had undoubtedly dispatched their finest. However, among this uniform group of late-stage foundation establishment disciples, there was a conspicuous exception. Within the Tianjin sect's ranks stood a cultivator in the initial stage of foundation establishment, none other than Zhou Tong, who had once banded together to challenge Zhuang Yang during the competition, ultimately forced to retreat and survive by means of concealment. After the competition, he had successfully broken through to foundation establishment within a month, leveraging the resources of the Tianjin sect. Additionally, since his uncle was an elder of the sect and he had contributed during the competition, his selection for the secret realm team was entirely reasonable. Zhou Tong immediately spotted the newly arrived Hahuan sect members, his gaze locking onto Zhuang Yang with a flicker of resentment and a desire for revenge. He then activated his consciousness to probe into Zhuang Yang's current state, wishing to ascertain the details of this old adversary. However, when his consciousness reached Zhuang Yang's vicinity, it was as if it had entered a bottomless abyss, met with an invisible force that quietly obstructed him, rendering him unable to discern Zhuang Yang's precise realm. Zhou Tong's expression darkened, and he snorted coldly, inwardly muttering, "Humph. He must be using some artifact to conceal his aura. This kid must have gotten lucky to arrive here, managing to establish a foundation by sheer chance. Yet, what difference does it make if he has established a foundation?" With that thought, a disdainful curve formed at the corner of his mouth, his gaze becoming contemptuous. In his view, he was of the legitimate lineage of the Tianjin sect, with a solid foundation in swordsmanship, far surpassing the disciples of the Huan sect, who he deemed to be of inferior origin. There was indeed a disparity even among those in the foundation establishment stage. If they were to encounter each other in the secret realm, Zhuang Yang would undoubtedly not be his match. Initial stage of foundation establishment, Zhuang Yang, too, felt Zhou Tong's malice-laden gaze and calmly met it with his own, his eyes as tranquil as a deep well, not taking it to heart. At the same time, he became aware of several other probing gazes directed his way. After all, the only male disciple of the Huan sect was indeed somewhat conspicuous. However, under the effects of the Ingmi Sha and the Lingue Qinshi technique, his aura remained entirely concealed, making it impossible for others to discern the depth of his cultivation. Before long, the two leading elders from the Luoxia sect and the Qiyang sect approached the altar, one clad in a flowing cloud and sunset robe, the other draped in a red-gold blazing sun pattern. The elder of the Qiyang sect spoke first, his voice resonating like thunder. "The ancient cultivator's cave dwelling secret realm is about to open. The trial will last for 6 hours. Once time is up, regardless of your location, you will be automatically expelled by the power of the secret realm." The Luoxia sect elder interjected with a stern tone, "You must remember, upon entering the secret realm, everyone will be randomly teleported to different locations. Whether you can reunite depends entirely on fate and fortune. Everything obtained within the secret realm, be it heavenly materials, earthly treasures, or the inheritance of techniques, will belong to the respective sects and individuals. The Tiandao Alliance will not interfere." He paused momentarily, his tone suddenly turning severe. "However, the secret realm is not a safe passage. Within, there are not only traps left by predecessors, but also potentially powerful beasts lurking, with dangers lurking at every turn. More importantly, this trial does not prohibit conflict, nor does it forbid killing for treasures." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yang's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated the rules to be so straightforward. An oppressive murmur of astonishment arose among disciples of the other sections. Many disciples, even before entering the trial, turned pale. The elder of the Qiyang sect snorted coldly and continued, "The path of cultivation is one of defiance against heaven and the struggle for life. If you lack the awareness to face life and death and compete for opportunities, why come here? Each sect's disciples are responsible for their own safety, bearing the consequences themselves. If anyone wishes to withdraw, they may still do so." A profound silence enveloped the area, no one daring to move. Even if some felt trepidation, they were resolute in their decision to fight for the slim chance of immortality. Noticing that no one was withdrawing, the two elders exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Then, in unison, they raised their hands, revealing half of an ancient, weathered jade piece in each palm, imbued with spiritual light. "Go." As the two individuals simultaneously uttered low incantations, they hurled the fragments of jade in their hands towards the towering stone door at the center of the altar, a majestic structure standing several dozen zhang high, adorned with the mottled marks of time. The two jade pieces, drawn together by an unseen force, seamlessly united before the stone door. Suddenly, a radiant brilliance erupted from the complete ancient jade. A substantial beam of light shot forth from the jade, crashing into the center of the colossal door. The ground trembled as the stone door quaked violently, sending clouds of dust cascading down. The light beam merged with the door, gradually diffusing into a mesmerizing display. Ultimately, upon the surface of the door, a slowly rotating, resplendent curtain of multicolored light was formed. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, the elder of the Luoxia sect declared with a voice that resonated across the land, "The secret realm has been opened. Beyond this curtain of light lies the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling. Please, enter." As his words reverberated, the eager disciples from various sects could no longer contain their excitement, soaring into the air on their swords, racing towards the vibrant curtain of light. The disciples of the Luoxia sect and the Qiyang sect were the swiftest, their figures vanishing into the curtain in an instant. The members of the Tianjin sect followed closely behind. At the moment Zhou Tong soared toward the curtain, he cast a provocative glance back at the Hehuan sect, particularly at Zhuang Yang. Disciples from Xianwu Valley and Liang Mountain also made their moves in succession. "Let us proceed," came the cool voice of Zi Yuan, as she took the lead, ascending into the air towards the curtain. The female cultivators of the Hehuan sect, not to be outdone, hastened after her. Su Qingli, Hong Xiao, Bai Ji, and others followed closely. Zhuang Yang, riding his sword, was the last to enter the curtain. As the light and shadows swirled, a sensation of spatial distortion enveloped them. The trial in the Forbidden Land had officially commenced. Chapter 57. The restless Hong Xiao Zhuang Yang felt himself enveloped by a peculiar spiritual force. After a brief moment of weightlessness and dizziness, he firmly planted his feet on solid ground. Instantly alert, he scanned his surroundings, extending his consciousness into the distance. What lay before him was not the imagined paradise, but rather a vast, dark subterranean cavern. The dome loomed high above, lost in shadow, its precise height indiscernible. Surrounding him were rugged rock walls, riddled with numerous passageways of varying sizes, resembling a labyrinth. The air was thick with the scent of earth and dust. The cavern was not entirely shrouded in darkness. Luminescent moss clung to the walls, providing a faint glimmer of light. In some corners, he could discern scattered, uniquely shaped spiritual plants, as well as exposed spiritual or crystals that shimmered with an array of soft colors. To Zhuang Yang's surprise, the ancient cultivator's abode existed within this immense underground realm. He pondered silently, wary of becoming complacent. Channeling the Ling Gui, Qian Shi Shu, he suppressed his aura to the utmost degree. Simultaneously, he activated the shadow veil fabric he wore, blending seamlessly with the dim environment. Even a cultivator at the core formation stage would find it exceedingly difficult to detect him. In this perilous secret realm, being alone was far too dangerous. The immediate priority was to reunite with Zi Yuan and the others. Zhuang Yang steadied his mind and began to sense his surroundings. Thanks to the mystical connection of their heart-soul pact, he soon discerned Zi Yuan's location. With direction confirmed, he wasted no time and silently ventured into the passageway. The path twisted and branched out in many directions. Fortunately, Zhuang Yang's spiritual awareness surpassed that of his peers, rivaling even those at the core formation level. As he traversed, he skillfully avoided several paths that radiated dangerous energy. After a while, he noticed a flicker of light at the end of the passage, accompanied by the sounds of spiritual energy clashing and shouts. Zhuang Yang's heart quickened, and he approached with heightened caution, refraining from stepping out into the open and instead probing with his consciousness. Beyond the passage, a spacious underground chamber unfolded before him, measuring several hundred feet across. At the center of this cavernous space, two factions engaged in a fierce battle of spells, their spiritual light flashing and resounding with thunderous booms. On one side stood two disciples clad in Tianjin men attire, both at the late Foundation establishment stage, wielding sharp sword light and launching swift attacks. Opposing them were two disciples from Xianwu Gu, equally at the late Foundation establishment stage, skillfully manipulating water mist for defense and counterattacks. The standoff persisted, centered around a treasure suspended in midair. The treasure, approximately 1 foot in length and streamlined in shape, was a dark golden hue, its spiritual light subdued, rendering its specific utility a mystery. However, its presence in this ancient cultivator's abode and the fierce contention over it by these elite practitioners indicated it was anything but ordinary. This was not the time for unnecessary complications. Zhuang Yang swiftly made a judgment. The immediate priority was to gather with his companions, not to become embroiled in this inexplicable conflict. He quietly exited the passage, planning to circumvent the fray from another side. Just then, a formidable consciousness, comparable to that of the core formation stage, keenly detected another concealed presence nearby, hidden within the shadow of a rock wall. That aura bore a hint of familiarity, radiating warmth and allure. It seemed to belong to Hong Xiao, his senior sister. Zhuang Yang's heart stirred, and he meticulously probed. Indeed, in that shadow, a fiery figure almost melded with the rock, her captivating eyes fixated on the unfolding battle, her lips curling with a hint of excitement. It was evident she intended to take advantage of the situation. Zhuang Yang shook his head at the sight. This bold senior sister, Hong Xiao, was indeed audacious. Should she falter, the consequences would be dire. With a slight mental shift, he focused on her direction and utilized Chuanin Shu, transmitting his voice directly into her consciousness. Hong Xiao, what a delightful interest you have in this spectacle. Startled by the sudden communication, Hong Xiao jumped slightly, her attention snapping to the surroundings as her consciousness frantically searched, yet finding nothing. Alarm coursed through her. How could the other party's concealment techniques be so sophisticated? While she was still in disbelief, a ripple like water waves stirred in the void beside her. Moments later, Zhuang Yang's figure materialized silently, displaying an expression of exasperation. Upon seeing him, Hong Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a playful pat on her elevated chest, she exhaled in relief and reproached him through voice transmission. "Junior brother, you frightened me to death." Zhuang Yang opened his mouth, about to respond, but Hong Xiao suddenly leaned closer, pressing herself against him and licking her crimson lips. "Junior brother, you really scared me. You must make it up to me." Zhuang Yang's cheeks flushed as he stepped back awkwardly, stammering. "Senior sister, let us be serious. This is not the time for such matters." "Not the time for such matters? Then when will it be?" Hong Xiao teased with a tinkling laugh. "All right, I'll keep this in mind for now. Once we exit this secret realm, you must compensate me." Without waiting for Zhuang Yang's reply, she quickly composed herself. Continuing, "Junior brother, given the current situation, how about we join forces? Once they are exhausted from fighting, that treasure will be ours. Just look at that shuttle. It's surely isn't an ordinary item." Zhuang Yang shook his head, his expression turning serious. "Senior sister, it would be wiser for us to first reunite with Zi Yuan and the others. Recklessly engaging in this conflict could lead to us being caught up in unforeseen dangers or attracting more opponents. Besides, time is limited. Let us gather first and then seek opportunities together. There is strength in numbers, and we will be more efficient without the constant worry." Hong Xiao pouted slightly, seemingly reluctant. Yet, seeing Zhuang Yang's resolute gaze and recalling Su Ru's advice, she ultimately nodded. All right, I'll follow your lead. But you must keep close. Who knows what other good fortune awaits us in this secret realm." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yang felt a sense of reassurance. "Senior sister, let us move quickly. I can sense Zi Yuan's location." Understood. I'll follow junior brother's lead," Hong Xiao replied, her words light, yet her actions betraying her restlessness. Naturally, she drew closer to Zhuang Yang, her soft, warm hand entwining with his arm, her body leaning against him. As he walked, the astonishing softness and warmth emanated through his thin garment, incessantly enveloping him. Zhuang Yang's body stiffened, and an uncontrollable flush crept upon his cheeks. He yearned to break free, yet Hong Xiao embraced him even tighter. "Little junior brother, do not be so distant." Hong Xiao tilted her head, her breath fragrant like orchids, her seductive gaze weaving words. "In this perilous secret realm, it is wise for your senior sister to stay close to you for protection, is it not?" Zhuang Yang remained silent. "Little junior brother, do share with your senior sister how life has been since you became Dao partners with Zi Yuan," Hong Xiao continued, her voice seemingly laced with hooks, enticing the very soul. "Isn't there a hidden charm in the cold demeanor of senior sister Zi Yuan when she is away from the public eye?" Chapter 58. The Demise of Zhou Tong. Hong Xiao, "My dear sister, please cease your words." Zhuang Yang's ears flushed crimson, his voice trembling as he transmitted his thoughts. His steps involuntarily quickened, striving to escape the suffocating atmosphere of ambiguity. "Oh, are you feeling shy?" Hong Xiao laughed sweetly, not only refusing to release her hold but instead drawing closer, her whispers teasing. "Why fear? Once this trial concludes, according to the Sect's contribution rankings, it won't be long before we become Dao partners. Sister, I'm merely nurturing our relationship in advance." "What?" Zhuang Yang turned in surprise, glancing at the charming Hong Xiao beside him. "Is there such a thing?" "Of course." Hong Xiao wore an expression that suggested he was only just discovering this, her enchanting eyes twinkling as she gently tapped Zhuang Yang's chest with her delicate finger, transmitting, "Once the secret realm concludes, the sect will naturally arrange for other sisters to become your Dao partners in accordance with contribution points." This was spoken by the sect leader himself. As she spoke, she leaned in closer, her voice a seductive whisper. "Little junior brother, all the sisters in the sect will eventually become your Dao partners. You must take good care of yourself, giggle. All the sisters in the entire sect. Zhuang Yang's mind uncontrollably conjured images of the hundreds of beautiful sisters within Hehuanzong, each with their unique charm. The thought of becoming their Dao partner was utterly overwhelming, causing his blood to surge and his nose to feel warm. He quickly shook his head, forcibly dispelling these thoughts from his mind, internally berating himself for lacking composure. Taking a deep breath, Zhuang Yang endeavored to regain his seriousness. Hong Xiao, please. Do not jest with me any further. It is imperative we focus on the matter at hand. Seeing Zhuang Yang's awkward yet composed demeanor only amused Hong Xiao further. Just as she was about to tease him again, Zhuang Yang's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. His demeanor became gravely serious, his sharp gaze fixated ahead. I sense a potent fluctuation of spiritual energy. There is a battle. As he spoke, his consciousness swiftly reached out, and his expression grew increasingly grim. It's Zi Yuan. She has been ambushed. Upon hearing this, Hong Xiao immediately retracted her smile, a glimmer of seriousness flashing in her sultry eyes. Who dares to attack Sister Zi Yuan? Let us hurry. Without further ado, they activated their concealment techniques to the utmost, moving silently yet swiftly towards the source of the spiritual energy disturbance. Navigating through a labyrinth of corridors, the sounds of conflict grew louder, and the sight of dazzling spiritual light illuminated the corner ahead. Zhuang Yang and Hong Xiao stealthily took cover behind a massive rock. Before them lay a somewhat smaller underground cavern, where a fierce siege was unfolding. The one under siege was none other than Zi Yuan, clad in white and veiled in light gauze. Surrounding her were several flying swords formed of ice crystals, which she wielded in a flawless defense, creating an impenetrable barrier. However, her opponents numbered 3, all adorned in the attire of Tianjin men, consisting of 2 late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators and 1 early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. The latter was none other than Zhou Tong. Although Zi Yuan was formidable, her cultivation had diminished. Facing 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators with her current mid-stage cultivation left her in a precarious position. Dust clung to her white attire, and her breath was slightly labored, clearly indicating the tide of battle was against her. 3 against 1, what a despicable act. Hong Xiao's brows furrowed, fingers gripping several talismans, radiating fierce intent. Before her reproachful words could fully escape her lips, she surged forth from behind the rock. The talismans launched an offensive, fiery serpents shooting towards one of the late-stage disciples of Tianjin men, forcing him to hastily defend himself with his sword. This also disrupted the trio's previously coordinated assault. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yang had a clear objective, heading straight for Zi Yuan. In a moment of crisis, he parried the attack of another Foundation Establishment swordsman aimed at Zi Yuan with his own sword. Clash! The sound of metal meeting metal echoed as the swords collided. The swordsman felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, staggering backward in shock. Having repelled a formidable foe, Zhuang Yang quickly turned back to regard the disordered Zi Yuan, concern etched in his gaze. Zi Yuan, are you all right? Zi Yuan's cold eyes flickered, gazing at Zhuang Yang's not-so-broad back, a sense of inexplicable comfort washing over her. Her voice, usually cool and distant, softened slightly behind her veil. I'm fine. It's fortunate you arrived. I was initially following the sensation to find you, but along the way. Hey, this is not the time for sweet nothings. Hong Xiao interjected, simultaneously unleashing a wave of crimson light to counter Zhou Tong's incoming attack. Her annoyance palpable. With the arrival of Zhuang Yang and Hong Xiao, the tide of the battle instantly shifted. On one side, Zhuang Yang and Hong Xiao stood at late-stage Foundation Establishment, while Zi Yuan, though at mid-stage, possessed the insight and combat experience of a Jedon cultivator. However, her current limitations in cultivation prevented her from utilizing her innate treasures and abilities. Nevertheless, she could still maneuver with talismans and artifacts. Conversely, the Tianjin men's side consisted of 2 late-stage and 1 early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators, clearly at a disadvantage. The 2 late-stage disciples of Tianjin men exchanged glances, silently communicating. In an instant, they made the decision to retreat. Particularly the swordsman who had just clashed with Zhuang Yang understood that prolonging the engagement would yield no benefits. Not only would it waste precious time in their treasure hunt, but he might also sustain severe injuries or even perish here. They turned to flee. After a few paces, one of them suddenly recalled to warn Zhou Tong. Junior brother Zhou, it's futile to linger. We must prioritize the treasure. Retreat. Zhou Tong, taken aback at first, then shot a venomous remark at Zhuang Yang. You got lucky this time, kid. I will surely kill you next time. He glared at Zhuang Yang with malice before following his two seniors in retreat. However, just as Zhou Tong turned to leave, Zhuang Yang's eyes glinted with cold fury, and a murderous intent enveloped him. The previous schemes, the despicable ambush against Ziyuan, and the current taunts had pushed him to the brink of rage. Did I permit you to leave? His furious shout resonated like thunder. At the same time, he pointed at Zhou Tong like a sword. Clash, clash, clash. A myriad of blades, each shimmering in distinct hues, suddenly materialized, slicing through the vast expanse of the sky, aimed relentlessly at Zhou Tong's vulnerable back. The two disciples of Tian Jianmen, who had already retreated a considerable distance, sensed the impending danger, and their expressions transformed with alarm as they exclaimed, "The aura of a mid-foundation establishment stage. How can this be possible?" They had previously encountered Zhuang Yang on the day of the competition. Although not entangled with Zhuang Yang as Zhou Tong was, they were nonetheless aware that Zhuang Yang was merely at the pinnacle of qi refinement at that time. In the mere span of a month, he had ascended from the 13th layer of qi refinement to the mid-foundation establishment stage. It was utterly inconceivable, astounding. Zhou Tong's heart raced with terror. He sought to turn and defend himself, yet it was already too late. The speed of the blades was blinding, their power overwhelming, far beyond his expectations. No. Chapter 59. The first kill accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. Several sharp rays of sword light pierced through Zhou Tong's vital points with relentless precision. Zhou Tong's body stiffened abruptly as he lowered his gaze to the charred and searing wounds on his chest. He opened his mouth, yet no sound escaped. Only crimson blood gushed forth, cascading down his chin and staining his garments. In an instant, his eyes dimmed, and his body slumped forward, lifeless and devoid of spirit. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The two disciples of Tianjianmen, who had retreated a short distance, watched in shock as Zhou Tong was killed in an instant, their pupils contracting, their faces etched with horror. One of them, eyes wide with disbelief, felt an overwhelming urge to turn back and fight, but was firmly restrained by the other. "We must leave. Quickly," urged the other through a silent transmission. "This person is not ordinary. His cultivation is profound, and his methods are exceedingly cunning. Moreover, progressing from qi refinement to foundation establishment in just 1 month is simply terrifying. We must report this to the elders." In their whispered exchange, the two dared not linger a moment longer, fleeing down a corridor without a backward glance. Observing this, Zhuang Yang instinctively extended his fingers, unleashing a flurry of sword rays aimed at their retreating forms. However, the two disciples, being in the late foundation establishment stage, moved with remarkable speed driven by their desire to escape. The sword rays ultimately fell short, crashing into the rocky wall and exploding into a shower of debris, yet leaving their pursuers unharmed. "TSK, they got away," Hong Xiao remarked, pouting slightly as she watched the direction in which they vanished. Turning her attention back to Zhuang Yang, her eyes sparkled with surprise as she appraised him. "Junior brother, I never would have guessed that beneath your seemingly naive exterior lies such ruthless decisiveness. You killed without hesitation." Zhuang Yang stood momentarily stunned, his gaze falling upon Zhou Tong's lifeless body. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of discomfort and dread surged within him, his stomach churning violently. "I killed someone," he murmured, wide-eyed. Just moments ago, fueled by anger and the instinct to protect Ziyuan, he had acted purely on impulse without a second thought. Now, as he regained his composure, he found himself grappling with a haze of conflicting emotions. Observing his turmoil, Hong Xiao's playful demeanor sobered as she approached and patted his shoulder. "Junior brother Zhuang, I thought you would be unaffected by your first kill, but it's all right. The world of cultivation is ruthless. It's survival of the fittest. If you do not strike, you will be struck. You did nothing wrong." At that moment, Ziyuan approached calmly. She reached out, grasping Zhou Tong's storage bag from the air. Then, with a flick of her fingers, a ghostly blue flame enveloped Zhou Tong's remains, incinerating them along with the bloodstains, leaving no trace behind. Finally, she handed the storage bag to Zhuang Yang, her tone steady as she instructed, "In future encounters, remember to dispose of the body and collect the opponent's storage bag. This is not only a prize, but also a necessary step to minimize complications." Zhuang Yang, coming back to his senses, met Ziyuan's gaze. He glanced at the slightly dusty storage bag in her hand, nodding in a daze before accepting it. The comfort from Hong Xiao and the guidance from Ziyuan alleviated much of his unease. The commotion had likely attracted attention, and it was unwise to linger here. We should swiftly regroup with the others. Ziyuan spoke again. As she spoke, she took several pills and sat down to meditate, quickly regulating her breathing. The pallor of her face regained a hint of color. Hong Xiao stood guard beside Ziyuan, carefully scanning the surroundings. Indeed, someone is approaching. We must leave quickly. Zhuang Yang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the complex emotions stemming from his first kill, his gaze growing resolute once more. After several breaths, Ziyuan completed her meditation. The trio wasted no time and hastily departed the area, their figures disappearing into the shadowy, intricate corridors as they continued their search for their lost companions. With the combined senses of Zhuang Yang and Ziyuan, both in the core formation stage, their exploration was highly efficient. Their spiritual senses extended far beyond that of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators, reaching several miles. This not only allowed them to avoid danger, but also enabled them to keenly detect the unique spiritual energy fluctuations of their fellow disciples. Sure enough, within half an hour, they successfully reunited with Bai Ji and another late Foundation establishment female cultivator near an underground river adorned with stalactites. Their team now numbered 5, significantly increasing their strength. Upon meeting, the female cultivator joyfully shared her discoveries. She had harvested several rare spiritual plants from a hidden rock crevice. Bai Ji, however, wore a grave expression as she recounted. As soon as I entered the secret realm, I sensed a location with unusually active spiritual energy near our landing point, suspected to be a spiritual mine. However, when I approached, I found several groups already engaged in a fierce struggle for it, their auras mixed, including disciples from the Luoxia sect. To avoid unnecessary conflict, I merely noted the location and left. A spiritual mine. Ziyuan frowned in contemplation. Such sites are often the convergence points of ley lines, potentially marking the core area of this secret realm. As she spoke, she turned to Bai Ji, decisively commanding, "Since you remember the route, lead the way. We will investigate the vicinity of that spiritual mine." "Yes, Senior Sister Ziyuan," Bai Ji replied with a nod, promptly taking the lead without hesitation. Utilizing her remarkable memory, she guided the group through the dark corridors towards the spiritual vein. As they progressed, Ziyuan's voice resonated within their minds. The core of the secret realm may hold significant legacies. According to vague records from our sect's ancestors, it is reasonable to suspect that the lost Xianjing of our sect may be concealed within the core area of this secret realm. Recovering the complete Xianjing to rectify our sect's inheritance is of utmost importance, taking precedence over all other treasures. If successful, the revival of our sect is within reach, and each of you shall share in the glory. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the group sparkled with fervent anticipation. They understood the profound implications of a complete inheritance for the Hahuan sect. It would signify a true rebirth. Zhuang Yang was overwhelmed with emotion. This matter not only pertained to the future of the sect, but also concerned the predicament he faced with Ziyuan, arising from the deficiencies in his constitution and cultivation methods. He clenched his fists and solemnly declared, "Understood. I shall exert my utmost effort." Hong Xiao licked her crimson lips, her usually flirtatious gaze now filled with sincerity as she reassured, "Do not worry, Senior Sister Ziyuan. Even if we must overturn the very ground, we will surely uncover our inheritance." Under the guidance of Bai Ji, the group ceased to pay heed to the scattered spiritual plants along their path. With a clear objective, they moved with remarkable speed, heading directly towards the core region of the secret realm. Chapter 60. The core region. A brutal melee under the precise guidance of Bai Ji, the small team from Hehuanzong hastened towards the spiritual mine area. Along the way, Zhuang Yang and Ziyuan's formidable spiritual awareness played a pivotal role once more, successfully locating several scattered fellow disciples. Thus, apart from Su Qingli, the number of Hehuanzong disciples who had entered the secret realm had swelled to 9. The team had grown. Yet Zhuang Yang's heart grew heavier. He unleashed his spiritual awareness, comparable to that of a Foundation establishment, extending it in all directions, meticulously scanning for any trace of Su Qingli's spiritual energy fluctuations. The area encompassed by his awareness was filled with chaotic remnants of spiritual energy and the tumult of battles fought by disciples from other sections. Yet, there was no sign of that familiar presence. Still nothing. Zhuang Yang furrowed his brow, his face betraying his concern. Where had Sister Qingli been transported to? Could she be in danger? Ziyuan was also probing with her spiritual awareness. Hearing his words, her cold gaze swept over the others, and she inquired, "Sisters, have any of you seen Qingli along the way?" The newly reunited female cultivators shook their heads in unison. A female cultivator named Qing Luo spoke first. "Where I landed was a marsh filled with toxic miasma, devoid of any presence. It took considerable effort to fend off a few troublesome poisonous frogs, and I did not encounter Sister Su." Another female cultivator named Fu Ling chimed in, stating, "Just as I stabilized myself, I stumbled upon disciples from Bai Chao Gu and Lai Yangshan embroiled in a fierce struggle over a spiritual herb. The spiritual energy was chaotic, and I had to hide immediately, waiting until they had both exhausted themselves before daring to emerge." "I did not see Sister Su," others echoed. "I caught a distant glimpse of a group of disciples from Luo Xiazong attacking a few from Xianwu Gu, their actions ruthless and unrelenting. Those disciples from Xianwu Gu could not withstand it, perishing in the fray. I was so frightened that I dared not breathe, and promptly took a detour." "Me too. I have not seen Sister Su," one lamented. However, the hypocrites from Luo Xiazong and Qiyang Men, taking advantage of their leading status, have become increasingly domineering. I sense an unspoken agreement between them. Disciples from these two sects, even when passing by each other, do not engage, but rather unite to strike fiercely against others. Qing Luo added, "Yes, I too encountered disciples from those two sects on my way. They were even traveling together, showing no signs of conflict among themselves." As the group exchanged information, the situation appeared grim. The secret realm was fraught with peril. Luo Xiazong and Qiyang Men seemed to have formed an alliance, conducting themselves with cruelty. Meanwhile, Su Qing Li's whereabouts remained unknown, her fate uncertain. Ziyuan fell silent for a moment, her expression concealed beneath her veil, but her gaze grew increasingly serious. Sister Qing Li is not weak, her mind is astute. Perhaps she has been transported to a more remote location or has encountered other opportunities. Since we cannot locate her, we must trust in her ability to protect herself. For now, let us proceed to the core region as originally planned. After speaking, she turned to Baiji, asking, "Sister Baiji, how far are we from the spiritual mine area?" Baiji focused her senses, then raised her hand to point towards a broad passageway. Its surrounding walls evidently hewn by human hands. "Just ahead, passing through this corridor should lead us to the rich spiritual mine area. However, the spiritual energy fluctuations ahead are exceedingly chaotic, and my perception is severely interfered with." At this moment, Zhuang Yang's brow furrowed deeply as he spoke in a grave tone. "There are over 10 individuals gathered ahead, and they are engaged in fierce combat." Upon hearing this, the hearts of all present tightened. Over 10 individuals in a melee? Every participant in this Forbidden Land trial was a top-tier disciple from their respective sections. The intensity of the melee was unimaginable. Zhuang Yang took a deep breath, suppressing his worries for Su Qing Li, and said solemnly, "Sisters, let us move. Whether it is an opportunity or a trap, we must see it with our own eyes. If the situation changes, with our 9 gathered, we need not fear any adversary. At worst, we can escape together." Ziyuan nodded, assessing the state of everyone. Once satisfied, she took the lead, advancing towards the passageway. Zhuang Yang, Hong Xiao, Baiji, Qing Luo, and Fu Ling followed closely behind, each suppressing their aura to the utmost. Talisman seals were discreetly clutched in hand, their magical tools held at the ready. They were prepared to plunge into battle at any moment. Zhuang Yang walked in the middle of the formation. Although his spiritual awareness was also affected by the chaotic spiritual energy ahead, it still extended farther and clearer than the others. He could see that at the end of the passageway lay an extraordinarily vast platform. The cavern's ceiling was adorned with luminous spiritual mine crystals that cast bizarre hues throughout the space. In the center of the cavern, shadows flickered, spiritual light erupted, sword energies crisscrossed, and spells flew chaotically. The cacophony of clashing magical tools, the resounding blasts of spells, and the shouts and cries echoed in succession. Ziyuan sensed the situation as well. As she advanced, she calmly relayed the unfolding battle to the others via sound transmission. Ahead lies a platform. 3 from Luo Xiazong, 3 from Qiyang Men, 6 from Tianjin Men, 1 from Lai Yangshan, and 1 from Xianwu Gu. They are in a melee, indistinguishable between friend and foe. Complete chaos. Hearing this, a chill ran through everyone. A melee? Indistinguishable between friend and foe? What was happening? Just then, the foremost Ziyuan suddenly halted her steps. The entire group froze in place, tension palpable as they turned their gazes towards her, their breaths held. Hong Xiao, with her impatient nature, could not help but ask, Sister Ziyuan, what is it? Is there something amiss ahead? Before Ziyuan could respond, Zhuang Yang's pupils constricted slightly as he gravely remarked, that must be the core of this secret realm. As he spoke, his spiritual awareness settled upon a colossal object, and when he spoke again, his tone was filled with awe. At the deepest part of the platform stands a gigantic bronze door, towering several dozen feet high. As he described it, the others strained their spiritual awareness forward, barely making out the hazy outline. At the end of the expansive platform stood a door so immense it was breathtaking. A bronze portal. The door was a deep blackish green, covered in mottled patina. Intricate carvings adorned its surface, and the entire bronze edifice exuded a formidable aura, whispering tales of endless time and weariness. The massive door was tightly shut, seamlessly sealed. A flowing, wave-like iridescence emanated from the crevice between the doors. This was the glow of a powerful barrier, isolating the inside from the outside. This breath. Ziyuan slowly began to speak, her voice imbued with an unprecedented solemnity. It was likely that behind the door lay the ancient cultivator who had once left this cave dwelling millennia ago, the true place of inheritance. The clues to the Xianjing might very well exist. Everyone's breaths became involuntarily rapid. The opportunity was right before their eyes. Yet, at the same time, on the platform ahead, the fierce melee involving more than 10 elite disciples from various sects formed a bloody barrier, obstructing their path to the colossal gate. Chapter 61. Frenzied Slaughter. Until death, Hong Xiao strained to perceive the flickering lights and the thunderous sounds of battle ahead. A hint of urgency glimmered in her alluring eyes as she transmitted her thoughts. Ziyuan, the opportunity lies before us. What shall we do next? We must seize whatever lies beyond that bronze giant door. Bai Ji, her demeanor equally composed, concurred with a keen gaze. We are now 9 strong, our powers formidable. Although chaos reigns ahead, our adversaries are engaged in individual combat and have begun to show signs of fatigue. If we strike at the right moment, we may find our chance. Her words resonated with the sentiments of the majority. Having braved numerous trials to reach the core zone, it would be unthinkable to return empty-handed. Yet, Ziyuan slowly shook her head, not only refraining from issuing a command to advance, but instead gesturing for the group to retreat. Retreat? Ziyuan, why? Hong Xiao questioned, perplexed. Nevertheless, she complied and withdrew. Though the others harbored doubts, they instinctively trusted Ziyuan's judgment and quietly followed her lead. After retreating a few paces, the disturbances on the platform slipped beyond the detection range of several late-stage Foundation establishment female cultivators. It was not until they had retreated several miles that Ziyuan commanded them to halt. They sought a more concealed area and concealed themselves. Sister, why are we doing this? Hong Xiao could no longer sense the tumult on the platform, her expression betraying her growing anxiety. The consciousness of late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators could typically probe 3 to 5 miles in open terrain. However, in the current complex environment, filled with numerous passageways, their sensing abilities were severely hampered. 1 or 2 miles was already their limit. Bai Ji, equally tense, inquired, Sister, what is happening ahead? Has the situation changed? The other female cultivators turned their gazes towards Ziyuan. They understood that only Ziyuan, with her core formation-level consciousness, could capture the happenings on the platform. Do not be anxious, Ziyuan reassured, surveying the group with calmness as she continued to monitor the platform's every movement with her consciousness. At that moment, Zhuang Yang unexpectedly spoke up. I have observed carefully, and the state of those cultivators is quite abnormal. They are entirely disregarding their comrades, unable to distinguish friend from foe, attacking anyone in sight as if they have lost their sanity, akin to wild beasts. This is certainly not normal. Upon hearing this, the female cultivators were taken aback. Junior brother, can your consciousness still perceive anything? Hong Xiao asked in astonishment. Zhuang Yang replied nonchalantly, barely. The female cultivators exchanged glances, but there was no time for further contemplation. Qing Luo gasped, frenzied, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Could it be that they have fallen victim to some sinister sorcery? Fu Ling's complexion turned pale. It might also be that the platform ahead is a trap. Could it be related to that bronze door? All these speculations held merit. Ziyuan's expression grew grave as she analyzed. However, we currently lack sufficient information to draw a conclusion. It is also possible that they have secretly reached some sort of agreement. or that there is a traitor within their sect, though the likelihood of this is low. The most probable explanation is, as Fu Ling mentioned, that the area surrounding the platform possesses a unique spiritual energy field or formation. Alternatively, it could simply be the aura emanating from the bronze giant door, which has distorted the minds of those who step within, amplifying their greed and murderous intent, driving them to madness. Until we ascertain the truth, we cannot recklessly charge in. Otherwise, we may end up just like them. Thus, the 9 cultivators of Hehuanzong remained temporarily at rest, with only Ziyuan and Zhuang Yang using their consciousness to monitor the situation, occasionally relaying information to the others. Time passed slowly. Half an hour. During this period, more cultivators gradually entered the platform area from various other passageways. There were solitary disciples from Xianwu Valley and groups of cultivators from Liang Mountain. Regardless of whether these individuals approached cautiously or charged in with great fervor, the moment they set foot on that expansive platform, their dispositions underwent a dramatic transformation. Blood vessels quickly appeared in their eyes. Their breathing grew labored. Expressions of greed and savagery twisted their features. Without hesitation, they would roar and fiercely attack the nearest individuals, irrespective of their sect affiliation. In an instant, the scale of the chaos on the platform not only failed to diminish due to casualties, but escalated further with the continuous influx of cultivators. 2 hours passed in oppressive observation. The scene on the platform had transformed into a veritable hellscape. The bizarre luminosity of the spiritual or illuminated a ground soaked in blood and scattered magical artifacts. Over 20 corpses lay strewn across the ground, some torn apart by sword chi, others charred by flames, and some pierced by sharp weapons. Their deaths were tragic, representing various sections. Yet amidst it all, a dozen figures continued to engage in frenzied combat, their clothes tattered and their bodies drenched in blood. The fluctuations of their spiritual energy had become unstable due to excessive consumption, yet their madness showed no signs of abating. They fought on like tireless puppets, locked in an endless struggle. At this moment, the truth became clear. Ziyuan exhaled slowly, her tone icy as she declared, "It is now confirmed that the platform area harbors an exceedingly sinister force capable of eroding the minds of cultivators, magnifying their inner malevolence, and plunging them into indiscriminate frenzied slaughter. It is not that they wish to fight, but rather that they are compelled to do so, unable to exert control over themselves." Despite having suspected this beforehand, hearing Ziyuan's confirmation caused the others to involuntarily gasp. A chill surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. Hong Xiao, filled with trepidation, patted her heaving chest, her heart racing. Heavens! Thank goodness you, Ziyuan, remained calm and possessed sufficient strength of consciousness to detect the anomaly in advance. Had we charged in recklessly just now? She left her thought unfinished, but everyone understood the dire consequences. They too would have succumbed to the frenzy of slaughter, or perhaps already joined the ranks of the cold, lifeless corpses on the ground. Baiji's expression also reflected relief as she looked at Ziyuan and Zhuang Yang with gratitude. Indeed, we owe our thanks to Ziyuan and the junior brother. If it were solely reliant on our foundation establishment-level consciousness, we would have been unable to discern the situation on the platform before stepping in, and would inevitably have joined the mad slaughter, perishing without a trace. The other female cultivators held no further doubts regarding Ziyuan's decision. There exists a profound sense of conviction and gratitude. While fortune undoubtedly holds significance, it is essential to possess the fate to seize it. However, new challenges emerge in tandem. The imposing bronze gate looms before them, a sight suspected to conceal the legacy of Hehuan Xianjing, tantalizingly within reach. Yet, that platform, akin to an incantation, appears as an insurmountable chasm, obstructing the rationality of those present. How might they traverse this frenzied arena of slaughter to arrive at the bronze gate, a symbol of unparalleled opportunity? All eyes once again turned towards the contemplative Ziyuan, alongside Zhuang Yang, who too was keenly observing, seeking any chink in the armor. The key to unraveling this enigmatic predicament resides solely in the hands of these two, and could only possibly be found within the formidable minds of the two of them. Chapter 62. Has he entered? Did Zhuang Yang truly step inside? Time trickled by under the oppressive observation. More than 5 hours had elapsed since they entered the secret realm. Hong Xiao could no longer contain her anxiety, her voice urgent. The trial is nearing its end. Are we truly to waste away in this cursed place until we are forcibly teleported out? Baiji remained relatively composed. though her tone betrayed a hint of reluctance. Stagnation here may not only cause us to miss the opportunities behind the grand gate, but we also lack the time to seek out the treasures within the secret realm. Our harvest from this trial may be meager. Qing Luo, however, took a more optimistic view, shrugging her shoulders. At least we are still alive, are we not? Opportunities are meaningless if we do not live to seize them. Fu Ling softly agreed, her voice tinged with resignation. Sister Qing Luo is right. Survival is of utmost importance. On that platform, it seems over 20 elites from various sects have already perished. At this moment, Ziyuan slowly interjected, correcting her, not over 20, but 36. 36. The number caused the female cultivators to stiffen. A chill swept through them. It must be noted that, aside from the 10 from Hehuan Zone, 50 individuals from 5 other sects had entered the secret realm. Now, on this very platform, 36 had already confirmed their demise. This does not account for disciples who may have fallen elsewhere in the secret realm due to conflicts, traps, or demonic beasts. The surviving disciples from other sects may number only 14, perhaps even fewer. How could this trial be so brutal? Hong Xiao gasped, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Although aware of the dangers within the secret realm, such a high mortality rate far exceeded expectations. Zhuang Yang furrowed his brow, looking towards Ziyuan. Ziyuan, have previous forbidden trials also been so steeped in death? Ziyuan slowly shook her head, her expression grave beneath her veil. My sect has not participated in this trial for a century. The last records have long since faded. However, according to the remnants of our sect's texts, while there are indeed opportunities to seize, there are also casualties. Ordinarily, it should not be this catastrophic. What we witness now seems to indicate a disruption within the secret realm itself. This conjecture cast a shadow over the hearts of the group. A disturbance in the secret realm? Qing Luo sighed. Perhaps we are destined to return empty-handed, but it is already a blessing that we are safe for now. Hong Xiao stamped her foot in frustration, her face a mask of discontent and helplessness. Other sects may accept a lack of gains, but we cannot. The hope for our sect's revival may lie just beyond that door. We fought hard to gain this opportunity. Are we to merely watch time slip away and be teleported out? I cannot accept this. Her voice quivered, revealing the deep-seated anxiety and desire of all disciples of Hehuan Zone. Just then, Zhuang Yang, who had been intently observing the platform, suddenly narrowed his eyes. The struggle had ceased, and the last person had collapsed, breathless. After sensing for a moment, Ziyuan stated, there are a total of 43 corpses on the platform. The entire force has been annihilated. Upon hearing this, Hong Xiao regained a semblance of calm. The other female cultivators also swallowed hard. There was not a single survivor on the entire platform. 43. Including the previously fallen Zhou Tong. Even if the cultivators from other sects were still alive elsewhere, only 6 remained. However, before they could fully process this horrifying news, they saw Zhuang Yang suddenly stand upright, a look of resolute determination flashing in his eyes. Ziyuan keenly sensed the shift in Zhuang Yang's aura, her heart tightening as she instinctively reached out to stop him. Zhuang Yang, what are you planning? Yet, her action was a moment too late. Sisters, wait for me here. Zhuang Yang uttered a single sentence. In the next instant, azure light enveloped him as he activated Yufeng Shu to its utmost limit. He shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging unhesitatingly towards the eerily silent platform that had just claimed 43 lives. Is he out of his mind? Hong Xiao was the first to cry out in alarm. Her alluring eyes filled with urgency, fully aware that it was a deadly place, yet he rushed in. Fu Ling's face turned pale, her voice trembling. Junior brother Zhuang won't end up like those people, will he? Silence. Bai Ji reprimanded sharply, forcing calmness into her tone. Junior brother Zhuang is not reckless. He must have discovered something. However, the one most out of sorts was Ziyuan. The moment Zhuang Yang dashed out, she instinctively followed. Fortunately, Qing Luo was quick to act, firmly grasping Ziyuan's wrist. Sister Ziyuan, stay calm. Let go. How can I remain calm? Ziyuan attempted to break free, her tone unusually frantic. The other female cultivators stared at Ziyuan in disbelief. This saintess of the sect, typically serene, powerful, and composed, had never displayed such disarray and emotional vulnerability before. Even when previously besieged, she had remained calm. But now for Zhuang Yang. Hong Xiao opened her mouth, wanting to say something, yet found her throat dry. Bai Ji also held on to Ziyuan, forcing herself to speak in the most composed tone. Sister Ziyuan, Try to sense junior brother Zhuang's situation. He may be fine. At her words, Ziyuan felt as if she had received a revelation. She abruptly ceased her struggle, took a deep breath, and forcefully suppressed her turbulent blood and chaotic emotions. Closing her eyes, the formidable spiritual consciousness of her dance stage surged forth, probing with all its might towards the direction where Zhuang Yang had disappeared. Her consciousness cut through the suffocating stench of blood, swept over the scattered corpses, and passed by the broken artifacts. In the next moment, Ziyuan's tightly closed eyelashes fluttered gently. She saw it. Zhuang Yang had not succumbed to the madness of slaughter like the previous cultivators. He stood steadily before the towering, ancient bronze door, exuding an aura of desolation. He is unharmed. Ziyuan murmured to herself, her taut heartstrings relaxing slightly. But soon, she felt her throat tighten again. For she saw Zhuang Yang, after carefully examining the magnificent door for a moment, slowly raise his hand and press it against the bronze gate. What is junior brother Zhuang doing? Hongxiao could not help but inquire. He intends to open the door. Ziyuan replied, continuing to sense Zhuang Yang's condition. However, the anticipated tremendous backlash or the eruption of restraints did not materialize. The moment Zhuang Yang's palm made contact with the door, the multicolored aura suddenly softened. It swiftly radiated outward in rippling waves, centered around Zhuang Yang's hand. Immediately thereafter, a peculiar force seemed to draw him in. Under the vigilant gaze of Ziyuan's consciousness, Zhuang Yang's figure began to distort, ultimately being drawn directly into the bronze giant door, vanishing without a trace. The bronze giant door stood resolutely, its multicolored aura gradually settling, as if nothing had transpired. He entered. Just like that, he entered. Chapter 63. The Blissful Immortal Lord and the Abundant Legacy. After experiencing a brief moment of dizziness, Zhuang Yang found himself standing firmly on solid ground. He immediately cast a vigilant glance around him. In the next instant, he was astounded by the sight before him. This place was an expansive and grand hall. The high dome was adorned with countless luminous pearls, illuminating the entire space as brightly as day. The surrounding walls were not the rough rock faces he had encountered outside, but rather constructed from a type of smooth, jade-like white stone, intricately carved with patterns of celestial birds and mythical beasts. Most striking was the floor, which was paved with innumerable translucent and radiant spirit stones. These spirit stones were entirely different from the inferior ones he had seen before. Not only were they larger in size, but their colors were also purer. The spiritual energy contained within them was several hundreds of times more potent. Merely standing upon them allowed him to feel the gentle flow of spiritual energy, refreshing and invigorating his spirit. Could these be top-tier spirit stones? Zhuang Yang could not help but gasp in astonishment. Although he had never seen them before, the extraordinary concentration of spiritual energy, combined with descriptions from texts, allowed him to make a reasonable guess. To have the floor paved with top-tier spirit stones? What an extravagant endeavor. His gaze quickly swept across the hall, soon locking onto an elegant bookshelf against the wall. The bookshelf was crafted from an unknown dark wood and was laden with numerous handwritten notes, jade tablets, and ancient tomes. Zhuang Yang hurriedly approached and picked up a thick volume entitled 5 Elements Sword Technique. Upon opening it, his heart raced with excitement. The book contained the very sword techniques he had previously practiced: Thundercloud, Greenwood, Cold Soul, Flame Heart, and Mountain Suppression. However, the content was far more comprehensive and profound than the 5 independent sword techniques held by his sect. It not only encompassed cultivation methods from the foundation establishment to nascent soul stages, but also elaborated on the supreme sword principles of the mutual generation and restriction of the 5 elements. This aligned perfectly with his previous deductions, but was infinitely more mysterious. It turned out to be a high-level technique of the same lineage. Zhuang Yang was overwhelmed with excitement. With the complete 5 elements sword technique in hand, his path in the sword arts would undoubtedly be smooth sailing. Yet, this joy lasted but a fleeting moment before he quickly regained his composure. No, the pressing matter was to search for the He Huan Xianjing. Suppressing his inner exhilaration, he tucked away the 5 elements sword technique and turned his gaze to the bookshelf filled with yellowed notes and dozens of antiquated jade tablets. He casually picked up a few rolls of handwritten notes to peruse, discovering they were the cultivation insights, travel experiences, and reflections on alchemy, artifact crafting, and formations from an ancient cultivator who called himself the Blissful Immortal Lord. The lofty realm revealed in the words contained many concepts he had never encountered before. The blissful immortal Lord, a cultivator from tens of thousands of years ago. As Zhuang Yang observed the names of places and events long lost to the annals of history mentioned in the notes, his mind briefly wandered. The age of this cave dwelling was far more ancient than he had imagined. Just as he was immersed in the shock brought by these ancient notes, a sudden light burst forth in the center of the hall. Zhuang Yang sensed it and felt every hair on his body stand on end, quickly turning to be on guard. Who was it? The light gradually coalesced into the ethereal figure of an elderly man, exuding an air of celestial grace. The old man had white hair and beard, a kind visage, and his eyes were deep and profound, as though containing the cosmos. Smiling gently at Zhuang Yang, "Little one, there is no need to panic." The old man chuckled softly, saying, "I am the blissful one, and what you see before you is but a fragment of my divine consciousness." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yang's heart jolted, yet his caution remained intact. The old man continued, speaking slowly, "There is no need for tension. This cave dwelling is a legacy I left behind before my ascension. The bronze door will only reveal itself to those who possess the pure yang immortal body. To prevent others from entering this place, I have set up restrictions outside the door. The mind-bending barrier magnifies the demons within a cultivator's heart, plunging them into madness and slaughter until they are exhausted and perish. Only those with the pure yang immortal body may remain unaffected." As he spoke, the old man's gaze swept over Zhuang Yang, imbued with a semblance of appreciation and nostalgia. "I have guarded this fragment of divine consciousness for millennia, waiting for a descendant like you, who possesses the pure yang immortal body." Zhuang Yang's heart surged with emotion. The amount of information was overwhelming, making it difficult for him to process. The old man's insights into this realm, the experiences he had witnessed, and the relatively noteworthy legacies were mostly recorded within these notes and jade tablets. The blissful immortal Lord's ethereal figure gestured toward the bookshelf. "Since you have come here, it is fate. You may take them, as they will greatly benefit your cultivation journey." Pausing for a moment, his tone turned more serious. "I hope you will diligently cultivate and attain enlightenment soon. Once you ascend to the higher realms, you may seek my true form based on this karmic connection, at which point I shall have further instructions for you." The higher realms? Zhuang Yang felt his mind was somewhat overwhelmed. He struggled to digest these words. Suddenly, he recalled the most important purpose of his journey. He quickly bowed and respectfully asked, "Thank you for your generous bestowal, esteemed elder. If I may be so bold, do you happen to know of a technique called Xianjing?" Upon hearing this, the blissful immortal Lord revealed a teasing smile. "Xianjing? Naturally, I am aware. It is a little auxiliary cultivation piece I wrote for my companions in my idle time, aimed at harmonizing yin and yang and exploring the mysteries of the great Tao. Why? I have bestowed upon you so much legacy, yet you remain so interested in this trivial matter? Could it be?" Zhuang Yang's cheeks flushed red, and he hurriedly replied, "Esteemed elder, I seek it for the sect." The blissful immortal Lord laughed heartily, casually pointing to a corner of the bookshelf. "There, the jade tablet containing its complete legacy is placed right there." Following the direction of his finger, Zhuang Yang indeed discovered an inconspicuous pale pink jade tablet in the corner of the bookshelf. He quickly approached and picked it up, probing his consciousness into it. The opening chapters were profound and arcane, elucidating the principles of yin and yang, far surpassing the yin-yang harmony technique currently held by the Hehuan sect. It was the complete version of the Hehuan Xianjing that the sect had been desperately seeking. He had found it. He had truly found it. Zhuang Yang's heart soared with joy, nearly bursting into cheers. However, at that moment, the entire hall suddenly shook violently. This was the time for the secret realm trial was approaching. Zhuang Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly grasped the reason behind it. "Little one, gather your belongings and depart swiftly." The ethereal figure of the Jile Xianjun began to waver slightly, becoming increasingly translucent, and urged him. Zhuang Yang, not daring to delay, hurriedly swept all the ancient texts, handwritten notes, and jade slips from the shelves into his storage bag. The apparition of Jile Xianjun surveyed the hall with a nonchalant tone. "The other items in this cave, the spirit stones, and those few ancient spirit plants in the corner that are on the verge of transforming into sentience, have long since lost their value to me. Feel free to take them. Do not let them go to waste." "Thank you, esteemed elder." Zhuang Yang expressed his gratitude once more and immediately set to work. Without hesitation, he pried up a sizable portion of the exquisite spirit stones laid upon the ground. He then carefully enveloped the few ancient spirit plants, exuding an astonishing medicinal fragrance and possessing peculiar forms, with his spiritual energy, taking them along with their roots and the spirit soil into a cold jade box. Subsequently, he placed both the spirit plants and the exquisite spirit stones into his storage bag. Fortunately, the storage bag provided by the sect possessed ample space, accommodating a considerable quantity. Otherwise, he would have truly struggled to fit all these items. As Zhuang Yang secured the last item, the tremors throughout the hall intensified. A formidable repulsive force began to act upon him. The figure of Giles Xianjun had already faded to the point of near invisibility. The final words resonated clearly in Zhuang Yang's ears, carrying a solemn warning. Little one, remember, do not disclose anything that has transpired here, nor my existence, to anyone, including those closest to you. Holding a treasure can lead to peril. Revealing even a fragment brings you nothing but harm. Should anyone from the outside inquire about your gains, simply subsume it with a few exquisite spirit stones, and that he Huan Xian Jing as a diversion. Take heed, diligently cultivate without pause, and seek me in the upper realm at the earliest opportunity. As the echoes of his voice dissipated, the ethereal presence of Giles Xianjun completely vanished into the air. In the next moment, a powerful force of space enveloped Zhuang Yang, and the scenery before him became blurred and distorted. Chapter 64. The elders of various sects raise objections in the blink of an eye. Zhuang Yang returned to the outskirts of the secret realm. Before he could fully stabilize himself, several concerned voices echoed from a short distance away. Zhuang Yang, junior brother. The figure of Zi Yuan appeared first before him. Despite the veil obscuring her features, her cool, clear eyes revealed both her worry and a hint of relief. How are you? Are you injured? Zi Yuan did not speak aloud, but instead conveyed her thoughts through a direct transmission, her voice tinged with anxiety. Zhuang Yang felt a warmth in his heart and replied through his thoughts, I am fine, everything is well. At that moment, Hong Xiao squeezed her way over, her enchanting eyes scrutinizing Zhuang Yang with concern, eagerly transmitting, Junior brother, quickly tell me, what treasures lie beyond the bronze door? Zhuang Yang had anticipated this and maintained a composed demeanor as he responded through thought, Senior Sister Hong Xiao, behind the door is merely the stone chamber where that ancient cultivator lived. The era is too distant, and most things within have lost their spiritual essence, becoming dilapidated. However, he deliberately shifted his tone to convey excitement. I found the He Huan Xian Jing. He Huan Xian Jing? You really found it. Hong Xiao's breath quickened, her eyes wide with excitement, nearly exclaiming aloud. Fortunately, she managed to suppress her enthusiasm and instead conveyed through thought, that's wonderful. We must discuss it upon our return to the sect. Junior brother, it's best to keep this under wraps for now. As she spoke, she anxiously glanced around, as if fearing someone might come to seize the treasure. Soon, several other senior sisters gathered around, each expressing their concern and curiosity through a flurry of thoughts. Zhuang Yang patiently answered each one, skillfully avoiding any revealing details. He merely mentioned that the cave had been abandoned and that he was fortunate to have discovered this crucial jade slip. Amidst the chaotic exchange, a familiar voice gently entered Zhuang Yang's consciousness. Zhuang Shidi, I heard from the senior sisters that you ventured into a bronze door, and now seeing you safe brings me peace. It was Su Qingli. Zhuang Yang was momentarily taken aback. He noticed Su Qingli standing a short distance away, wearing a gentle smile. Upon closer inspection, her aura was calm, and her clothing was unruffled, suggesting she had not endured any fierce battles. A weight lifted from Zhuang Yang's heart as a genuine smile spread across his face, and he directly asked, Qingli Shiji, you are safe. That is truly wonderful. Su Qingli took a few steps closer, smiling slightly as she replied. I was fortunate enough to be transported near a spirit herb garden, where numerous unharvested spiritual plants thrive. She then shifted to a thought transmission, her tone infused with a hint of pride. Among them are the essential herbs for refining the foundation establishment pill. My gains this time are not insignificant. Hearing that Su Qingli was not only safe, but had also made such gains filled Zhuang Yang with happiness. Shortly after, Su Ru approached. The trial is complete. We shall return to the sect immediately. As she spoke, her appreciative gaze swept over the 10 disciples present. Not a single one had perished, and none were even gravely injured. All had returned safely. However, just as the members of He Huan's sect boarded the Lu Yun Yu Zhou, Preparing to leave this place of turmoil, several powerful auras descended, blocking their path. Leading the charge were Zhao Gan and Lu Qing from Tianjin Sect, followed closely by the elders of Xianwu Valley and Liang Mountain. Even the law enforcement elders from Luoxia Sect and Qiyang Sect arrived with serious expressions. Zhao Gan's face turned ashen as he surveyed the entire Hehuan Sect, ultimately fixing his gaze on Su Ru, his voice icy as he demanded, "Elder Su, I must ask you, why is it that all disciples of Tianjin Sect have perished, while you stand here with all 10 members unscathed? Other sects have also suffered heavy losses. How do you explain this?" As these words were uttered, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Zhuang Yang observed quietly, noting that apart from Hehuan Sect, only 3 disciples from Xianwu Valley had emerged, all bearing injuries. Luoxia Sect and Qiyang Sect fared even worse, with only 1 disheveled disciple escaping, their faces still reflecting shock. No other disciples from the remaining sects had shown themselves. The stark contrast to the intact Hehuan Sect was glaring. Facing the scrutiny of several core formation elders, Su Ru remained composed, coldly responding, "What do you mean by Elder Zhao's words? The life or death of your sect's disciples has nothing to do with us. The rules were clearly stated before the trial. Within the secret realm, life and death are determined by fate. We bear our own losses. Do you truly wish to blame our sect for the inadequacies of your disciples?" "Humph," Zhao Gan scoffed, his tone even more aggressive. "My 5 major sects have suffered greatly, yet only your Hehuan Sect remains unscathed? If word of this gets out, who would believe there is no foul play? Surely you must have employed some underhanded means." Upon hearing the name of Hehuan Sect, Su Ru's heart stirred slightly, and she instinctively glanced at Zhuang Yang from the corner of her eye. She noticed Zhuang Yang's expression remained unchanged, his gaze tranquil, showing no reaction to the mention of Hehuan Sect, and her heart settled. It was clear that Ziyuan had informed him of everything and had made the necessary arrangements. Regaining her composure, Su Ru revealed a mocking smile. Who would believe it if it were to spread? "Elder Zhao, the facts are as such. Our disciples of Hehuan Sect act with caution and have been fortunate. Is that not sufficient? Must our disciples suffer casualties for you to find it reasonable?" Zhao Gan was momentarily speechless, his face turning red. At that moment, a law enforcement elder from Luoxia Sect stepped forward, his tone relatively calm. "Elder Su, please calm down. Elder Zhao is merely concerned for his disciples. However, it is indeed remarkable that your sect's disciples have returned unscathed. Might I request that a member of your sect briefly recount their experiences in the secret realm, particularly regarding the significant losses of other sects? Did you learn anything about that?" Ziyuan stepped forward, her eyes behind the veil void of emotion, her voice steady. "After we entered the secret realm, we also encountered some dangers, but we mostly managed to avoid them with caution. Later, we found ourselves near a massive underground platform, where we discovered something unusual." She detailed the chaotic scene on the platform, omitting the key information regarding the bronze giant door, and continued. "On that platform, there existed a peculiar force that could corrode the minds of cultivators. Anyone who stepped onto the platform, regardless of prior acquaintance, would become frenzied, engaging in a mindless battle where they could not distinguish friend from foe, fighting to the death. Due to our relatively weak capabilities and our inherently cautious approach, we tread carefully, as if walking on thin ice, merely observing from a distance and refraining from rashly stepping into that territory. Thus, by a stroke of fortune, we have evaded harm and preserved ourselves." "Humph, what a splendid display of weakness and vigilance." Zhao Gan seized the opportunity, directly targeting Ziyuan with a tone laced with mockery. "If I am not mistaken, you are merely at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Even the late-stage disciples of my Tianjin sect have discerned the truth. How could you, a mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioner, rely solely on vigilance to escape? Is there any credence to such claims?" Faced with Zhao Gan's provocation, before Ziyuan could respond, Su Ru had already stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Ziyuan. Her phoenix-like eyes glinted with authority as her voice rose sharply. "How dare you? Who informed you that our esteemed holy maiden Ziyuan is merely at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment? Ziyuan has already attained the core formation stage. It is only due to the practice of a secret art that her cultivation has temporarily regressed to the Foundation establishment realm. Yet, her awareness and battle experience from the core formation stage remain intact, allowing her to sense impending dangers and anticipate crises. Why should she not?" Chapter 65: The Pursuit of the Tianjin Sect. The Jet on Stage? The Holy Maiden. The elders of several other sects exchanged glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. A Jidan cultivator, even if temporarily diminished in power, possesses insights, spiritual awareness, and experience far beyond that of an ordinary foundational cultivator. If this were indeed the case, it would be entirely plausible for them to have detected the unusual circumstances on the platform in advance, enabling them to lead the Hehuan sect away from a dire predicament. Zhao Gan was rendered speechless, his complexion alternating between shades of green and white. He opened his mouth, but could find no suitable reason to launch an attack. Su Ru disregarded the ashen-faced Zhao Gan and his companions, turning her gaze toward the two law-enforcing elders of the Luoxia sect and Qiang sect. Esteemed friends, our sect has pressing matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. The two elders exchanged complex glances with the members of the Hehuan sect before ultimately nodding in agreement, offering no resistance. Please proceed, sect leader Su. With no further words, Su Ru waved her sleeve, and the Lingguang Yuzhou surged with spiritual light, carrying the 10 members of the Hehuan sect skyward. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a streak of flowing light, racing into the distance. Watching the direction in which the jade boat vanished, Zhao Gan's eyes darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Beside him, Lu Qing stealthily transmitted a message, her voice laced with greed and murderous intent. Senior brother, we cannot let them escape so easily. The Hehuan sect has emerged unscathed and must have obtained tremendous benefits. Zhao Gan's features twisted in rage as he responded through their shared channel, his tone fierce. Indeed, in this expedition, aside from Su Ru, who is at the Jidan stage, the rest are merely foundational cultivators. That Ziyuan, despite having once reached the Jidan stage, has fallen in cultivation. How much strength can she truly wield now? She is certainly no match for the two of us working together. Moreover, we have brought several late-stage foundational disciples to back us up. As he spoke, a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes, leading him to a decision. We must pursue. They cannot be allowed to return to the Hehuan sect with treasures. The two exchanged a swift glance, then hastily bid farewell to the elders of the Luoxia sect and Qiang sect. Zhao Gan and Lu Qing took to the skies, followed closely by 5 or 6 late-stage foundational disciples from the Tianjin sect, who brandished their flying swords, transforming into streaks of fierce sword light in pursuit. The elders from Xuanwu Valley and Liang Mountain watched the departing Tianjin sect cultivators, their eyes flickering with hidden thoughts. Soon, each took their disciples and departed as well. On the Lingguang Yuzhou, the atmosphere was jubilant, a stark contrast to their earlier demeanor. The female cultivators surrounded Zhuang Yang, chattering animatedly, their expressions varied yet infused with fervent anticipation. Hong Xiao unabashedly settled close to Zhuang Yang, her enchanting eyes nearly glued to him. Her warm body occasionally brushed against his arm, as she gleefully contemplated. The secret realm has finally concluded. Upon our return to the sect, according to contribution points, it won't be long before I can become a Dao partner with my junior brother. Just thinking about it makes me feel faint and my cheeks flush. Su Ru stood at the bow of the boat, observing Zhuang Yang, who was clearly overwhelmed by the attention of the surrounding female disciples. She glanced at the enchanting gazes and disparate thoughts of her junior sisters, feeling a sudden headache. What now? She sighed inwardly, realizing that Zhuang Yang, this coveted prize, would likely be devoured by this pack of hungry wolves upon their return. Yet, his pure yang body and the flaws of his incomplete cultivation method. Alas, what a troubling situation. Just as Su Ru was mired in worry, Ziyuan's calm voice resonated in her mind like celestial music. Sister sect leader, Zhuang Yang has successfully obtained the Hehuan Xianjing. What? Su Ru's body trembled, and she swiftly turned to face Ziyuan, her beautiful eyes lighting up with excitement. He found it. Zhuang Yang truly discovered the complete Hehuan Xianjing? She eagerly transmitted a query to Ziyuan. Yes, Zhuang Yang entered the core area of the secret realm and located the Hehuan Xianjing. Ziyuan replied, her voice steady. As for other gains, I have yet to inquire in detail, but it should be quite fruitful. The other acquisitions are his own. Su Ru transmitted back, her excitement palpable. The sect only needs the Hehuan Xianjing. With this cultivation method, the revival of the Hehuan sect is just around the corner. This was like a timely blessing, a long-awaited rain after a drought. In the midst of her fervent thoughts, Su Ru felt tears of joy welling in her eyes. With the complete Xianjing, the shortcomings caused by the incomplete cultivation method could be resolved, achieving true yin-yang harmony and mutual benefit. How wonderful. Truly, the heavens have favored my Hawan sect. Suru could not help but smile, transmitting to Ziyuan, junior sister Ziyuan, upon our return, you must prioritize cultivating the Hawan Xianjing. Then, all disciples shall transition to the new method. Once everyone has established a firm foundation with the new cultivation technique, we can arrange for Zhuang Yang and me to become Dao partners. This way, we might avoid any harm to the sect's vitality. Rest assured, sister, I will prioritize cultivating the Hawan Xianjing, and then I will cultivate alongside Zhuang Yang to experience the effects of the Xianjing, Ziyuan assured, understanding Su Ru's underlying intentions. Once it is feasible, we will promote it throughout the sect. If there are any discrepancies, we can promptly identify and address them. Junior sister, that is precisely my intention. I appreciate your diligence. Su Ru praised Ziyuan's sensibility inwardly, recognizing her as truly deserving of the title of Holy Maiden. Upon hearing Ziyuan's words, Su Ru's previous melancholy dissipated like mist. The heavy burdens on her heart lifted entirely. She felt light and could not suppress a bright smile. However, just as her smile began to bloom, her expression suddenly shifted. This was because her spiritual awareness detected two powerful Jedon auras filled with intense murderous intent rapidly approaching from behind. Following closely were several fierce, sword energies from late-stage foundational cultivators. This is bad. It is Zhao Gan and Lu Qing from the Tianjin sect. They have caught up. Su Ru's heart tightened as she cursed the persistent specter of the Tianjin sect. Without a moment's hesitation, she quickly formed hand seals, channeling her spiritual energy into the Lingguang Yuzhou beneath her feet. The boat emitted a low hum, its spiritual light surging dramatically, increasing its speed by over 30%. They must shake off their pursuers. Otherwise, if ensnared by the two Jedon cultivators, the consequences would be dire. The freshly acquired Hahuan Xianjing and the future hope of the sect must not be lost here. Yet, in that fleeting moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The boat, which had been accelerating with all its might, suddenly felt as if it had collided with an invisible quagmire, its speed drastically diminishing. The immense inertia caused everyone aboard the vessel to sway violently. Almost immediately, a weighty pressure akin to a mountain descended from above. The originally clear sky was unexpectedly shrouded by a colossal shadow. What was happening? Zhuang Yang and the group of female cultivators were taken aback, their faces etched with confusion and concern as they gazed upward. They beheld a massive seal, resplendent in earthy yellow and as large as a house, hovering directly above the jade vessel. The seal exuded a formidable and chilling aura of suppression. The Zhenshan Fengyuan? As the crowd pondered its significance, Zi Yuan elucidated its origin, revealing that it was one of the treasures belonging to Elder Zhao Gan of the Tianjin men. An exceedingly potent earth-type sealing artifact. We have been ensnared by him. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yang and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically, with several female cultivators paling in fright. For them, at their current realm, being targeted by the treasure of a Jedon cultivator was tantamount to facing utter despair. Chapter 66. A dire situation amidst the palpable dread of the crowd. Two beams of light shot forth at great speed, swiftly halting in front of the jade vessel. As the radiance dissipated, the figures of Zhao Gan and Lu Qing emerged. Both wore expressions as cold as ice, their eyes gleaming with a fierce, murderous intent. Zhao Gan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the flustered members of He Huan Zone aboard the jade vessel. Disdainfully scoffing, "Humph. You think you can simply walk away after obtaining such tremendous fortune? Su Ru, this world does not grant such easy favors." Lu Qing, brandishing her long sword, pointed its blade directly at the jade vessel, her voice resonating with authority. "Within the secret realm, nearly all disciples from our 5 major sects have perished, yet your He Huan Zone remains unscathed. If you do not thoroughly explain the circumstances today, do not blame us for disregarding the alliances of the Tian Dao Meng." As their words fell, the oppressive aura of the Jedon stage, combined with the heavy pressure of the Zhenshan Fengyu seal, surged towards the Lu Yin Yuzhou like a tidal wave. On board, Zhuang Yang and the foundation-building female cultivators found it increasingly difficult to breathe, their faces paling. At that moment, Su Ru unleashed her spiritual power, cocooning the jade vessel and her disciples in a protective barrier. The oppressive weight from Zhao Gan and Lu Qing was effectively kept at bay, granting Zhuang Yang and the others a moment of respite. With a fierce glint in her phoenix eyes, Su Ru, filled with righteous indignation, retorted, "Zhao Gan, Lu Qing, You dare to brazenly obstruct your peers and seize opportunities? Are you not afraid of retribution from the Tian Daoming? Retribution? Zhao Gan scoffed derisively, his gaze filled with contempt. Once you all become corpses, who will know what transpired here today? As for opportunities, they belong to the capable. Su Ru, if you are wise, surrender the fortunes of the secret realm. Perhaps I might allow you to keep your corpses intact. At his words, the atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. Su Qingli, Hong Xiao, Bai Ji, and others, filled with both shock and fury, summoned their magical artifacts, their spiritual energies surging as they prepared for a desperate fight. Zhuang Yang stood amidst the crowd, his heart racing, yet his gaze remained unervingly calm. His own spiritual energy surged within him, ready for a life-and-death struggle. Are you truly set on opposing He Huanzong? Su Ru fixed her gaze on Zhao Gan, feigning engagement while secretly transmitting to Zi Yuan, her tone urgent and resolute. Zi Yuan, if a battle ensues, you must immediately lead Zhuang Yang and the others to break through, return to the sect, and activate the protective mountain array. Above all, ensure Zhuang Yang and the He Huan Xianjing remain safe. Hearing this, Zi Yuan's heart trembled. She understood Su Ru's intent. This was to use herself as bait to cover their escape. Sister. Zi Yuan hesitated to respond, her cool eyes reflecting a flicker of struggle before she finally managed. Yes. Sister. With Zi Yuan's response, Su Ru felt a slight sense of relief and quickly conveyed instructions to Su Qingli. Su Qingli's face turned pale, her gaze darting to her sister. Tears welled in her eyes, yet she bit her lip resolutely, nodding firmly. Meanwhile, Zi Yuan had quietly moved to stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhuang Yang. Her cold gaze swept past the predatory Zhao Gan and Lu Qing, her voice clear in Zhuang Yang's ear. Zhuang Yang, if the sect master makes a move, stay close to me, ready to break through at any moment. Do not hesitate. Zhuang Yang was momentarily taken aback, quickly transmitting back, breakthrough? How do we break through? As he spoke, realization dawned upon him, his tone turning shocked. Is the sect master intending to sacrifice herself for us? We cannot abandon her. Zi Yuan felt a similar weight in her heart. Yet she understood this was the best course of action. Otherwise, not only Su Ru but also they themselves and the future of He Huanzong would be in jeopardy. Taking a deep breath, she softened her tone in the transmission, almost pleading, listen to me, please. The phrase listen to me, please, made Zhuang Yang's heart lurch. In an instant, a wave of bitterness and helplessness swept over him. He grasped Zi Yuan's meaning and recognized this was the most rational choice. Yet this rationality felt like a searing iron branding his heart with pain, complicating his emotions to the utmost. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, whoosh, 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 5 sharp beams of sword light sliced through the air, coming to a steady halt behind Zhao Gan and Lu Qing. The light faded, revealing 5 disciples clad in the attire of Tianjin men, emanating a fierce aura at the late foundation building stage. With reinforcements arriving, Zhao Gan felt emboldened, a more pronounced sneer gracing his lips as he barked at Su Ru. Su Ru, I'll give you one last chance. Hurry and hand over the fortunes from the secret realm. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy. Su Ru's eyes glinted coldly. Her spiritual energy surged, readying her to act decisively for the sake of Zhuang Yang, Zi Yuan, and her disciples, creating a glimmer of hope. Yet, just as she was about to strike, the expressions of Su Ru, Zhao Gan, and Lu Qing shifted simultaneously. They sensed another powerful presence rapidly approaching. 2 beams of jet-on light. In mere moments, the light arrived before them, revealing the figures of 2 elders from Xianwu Gu. Shortly thereafter, 3 more late foundation-building disciples from Xianwu Gu appeared on flying magical instruments. The sudden appearance of the Xianwu Gu contingent rendered the situation delicate and awkward. Zhao Gan furrowed his brow, his thoughts racing. The arrival of Xianwu Gu was clearly an intention to partake in the spoils. He quickly weighed the pros and cons, forcing a somewhat stiff smile as he inclined his hands toward the 2 elders of Xianwu Gu, clearing his throat to say, esteemed friends from Xianwu Gu, your timing is impeccable. He Huanzong has monopolized the treasures within the secret realm, allegedly resorting to unscrupulous means, resulting in severe losses for our disciples. Now they intend to abscond with the treasures. As members of the Tian Daoming, how can we stand idly by? Let us discuss how to distribute these fortunes fairly. He emphasized the terms discuss and fairly, his eyes burning with intent as he gazed at the elders of Xianwu Gu. The implications were unmistakable. The leading elder of Xianwu Gu, elderly, with a flickering gaze, surveyed the trapped Lu Yunyu, then glanced at the gravely serious Su Ru, quickly formulating a plan in his mind. He stroked his beard with a smile, his tone smooth. What Elder Zhao says holds merit. Opportunities within the secret realm should indeed be shared. Su Sect Master, your sect has garnered substantial gains this time. To hoard them alone is bound to attract criticism. Why not present them for discussion among us? It would save us from straining our relations. Though this statement appeared neutral, it had already firmly aligned with Tianjin, creating a scenario where the two major sects joined forces to pressure Hehuanzong. Upon the drifting clouds aboard the Jade vessel, the hearts of the members of Hehuanzong sank to the depths of despair. Two cultivators from Tianjin at the Jidan stage, accompanied by several late-stage Foundation establishment practitioners, rendered Su Ru, a mid-stage Jidan cultivator, capable of a valiant struggle to secure an opportunity for others to escape. However, should the four Jidan cultivators unite, Su Ru's countenance darkened profoundly, her delicate hands clenched tightly as she rapidly contemplated a means to break free from this dire predicament. Yet, at this moment, they found themselves in an inescapable abyss. Chapter 67. The Six Sects Gather. Su Ru's mind raced with thoughts, as various plans emerged only to be rejected. Engaging in a direct confrontation? With four Jidan cultivators and several late-stage Jichu cultivators, it would be akin to throwing an egg against a stone, resulting only in the complete annihilation of the Hehuan sect's legacy. Surrendering their opportunities? Not to mention that the secrets of the Hehuan Xianjing and Zhuang Yang's immortal body must remain concealed. Even if they surrendered part of their gains, would this pack of hungry wolves truly allow them to escape unscathed? As Zhuang Yang previously stated, sometimes retreating does not lead to broad horizons, but rather gives the impression of weakness, attracting even more scrutiny and oppression. On the Luyan Yuzhou, the atmosphere was stifling. The disciples, including Hong Xiao and Bai Ji, wore expressions of frost. Su Qingli gazed anxiously at her sister, Su Ru's back, unable to restrain her glance towards Zhuang Yang, who was furrowing his brow. Zi Yuan quietly grasped Zhuang Yang's hand, her fingertips icy, conveying resolute thoughts. If chaos erupts, I will ignite my blood essence to activate a secret technique. You must take the Hehuan Xianjing and Qingli with you. Those who can escape, should. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yang tightened his grip on Zi Yuan's cold hand, a surge of unwillingness rising within him. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient strength. If only he possessed the power of Jidan or Yuanying, how could the sect master and his senior sisters find themselves in such a dire predicament? In this atmosphere of despair, whoosh, 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 the sound of piercing air echoed once more from the horizon. Everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. Zhao Gan, Lu Qing, and the two elders from Xuanwu Valley turned their heads in unison. They beheld two more beams of escape, light hurtling towards them. As the light faded, it revealed the figures of two elders from Liang Mountain, accompanied by four late-stage Jichu disciples. With the arrival of the Liang Mountain cultivators, the situation became even more intricate and awkward. The four elders from Tianjin and Xuanwu Valley instinctively exchanged glances, both realizing they were caught off guard. Zhao Gan's eyes brimmed with fury. A cooked duck that was meant to be savored alone was now to be shared with others, and now another party had arrived to snatch their prey. Conversely, the two elders from Liang Mountain clearly did not anticipate such a scenario. They had originally been heading towards the Hehuan sect, intending to catch up and share in the spoils. However, they sensed the presence of Tianjin and Xuanwu Valley along the way, making it awkward to turn back. Furthermore, it was essential to ascertain what schemes these two sects were plotting. Amidst the awkward atmosphere, the stout and thunderous-voiced Elder Zhou from Liang Mountain took the lead in breaking the silence, chuckling. What a coincidence. Why is everyone gathered here? Could it be that you have discovered some extraordinary treasure and are deliberating its distribution? As he spoke, his gaze swept over the Luyan Yuzhou, enveloped in a yellowish light, and the vigilant members of the Hehuan sect on board. The implication was unmistakable. Brother, with the two factions already in discussion, the arrival of Liang Mountain complicates matters further. How should we navigate this? Lu Qing secretly transmitted her thoughts to Zhao Gan. Zhao Gan's eyes flickered, his mind racing. Given the current situation, it was imperative to enlist Liang Mountain on their side. In such a case, they would all be in the same boat. Afterward, none could hope to emerge unscathed. Upon this realization, Zhao Gan forced a smile and addressed Elder Zhou from Liang Mountain. Elder Zhou, your timing is impeccable. As you surmised, The Hahuan sect has been acting in a clandestine manner within the secret realm, allegedly employing unsavory tactics that have led to significant casualties among our disciples. Now, they attempt to monopolize the opportunities and escape. My junior sister Lu and I, along with Daoist Li, are seeking justice from Sect Master Su. Since you and Daoist Wu have also arrived, why don't we three parties collectively approach Sect Master Su and demand a reasonable explanation? The spoils, naturally, should be shared among those present. This statement was nearly a verbatim repetition of what he had previously said to Xuanwu Valley, intending to ensnare Liang Mountain as well. Elder Li from Xuanwu Valley's gaze flickered. However, he did not voice any objections, tacitly acknowledging Zhao Gan's proposal. In the current situation, the addition of Liang Mountain, although it meant sharing the spoils with more parties, it also strengthened their collective pressure on the Hahuan sect. Regardless, it was essential to secure the opportunities first. Elder Zhou from Liang Mountain exchanged glances with the slightly lean Elder Wu beside him. They understood each other well. After all, the law does not punish the majority. With the three sects joining forces to exert pressure, even if the Tiandao alliance later inquired, they could shift the blame onto the Hahuan sect, insisting it was their misconduct. With opportunities at hand, how could they return empty-handed? Elder Zhou immediately clapped his hands in laughter. What you say is indeed true. My disciples from Liang Mountain have also suffered considerable losses in the secret realm, and I was just about to seek clarity from Sect Master Su. Since our goals align, let us approach Sect Master Su together. The three factions reached a tacit understanding, forming a united front. Their combined spiritual pressures bore down upon the Luyan Yuzhou like three invisible mountains. On board, the hearts of the Hahuan sect members sank into despair. Su Ru trembled slightly, not from fear, but from an overwhelming rage. 6 Jiedan elders, along with numerous late-stage Jichu disciples. This was an almost insurmountable deadlock. Hong Xiao quaked with fury, her eyes wide with indignation, yearning to rush out and confront these individuals. Bai Ji clutched Hong Xiao tightly, her cold face reflecting despair. Su Qingli and the other female cultivators clenched their delicate hands, their nails digging into their palms. Zi Yuan's spiritual energy surged, prepared to ignite her blood essence. Zhuang Yang sensed the despair and determination emanating from his senior sisters, gazing at Su Ru's trembling figure. An unprecedented fury swelled within him. The spiritual energy of his pure yang immortal body surged wildly within him, and the 5 elements' sword radiance stirred restlessly. Even if he were to perish, he would take a few down with him. If he could not defeat the Jiedan, he would at least slay some Jichu cultivators. Just as the situation grew increasingly dire and conflict seemed inevitable, whoosh, whoosh, the swift sound of piercing air resounded once more from the distance. This time, the momentum far surpassed that of the previous arrivals from Liang Mountain. The spiritual energy fluctuations contained within the escape light clearly indicated the presence of late-stage Jiedan cultivators. More individuals were coming. In an instant, both the three sects pressuring the Hahuan sect and those within the Hahuan sect found themselves frozen in shock. All eyes turned towards the sky. The expressions of the 6 elders from the 3 major sects, who had just moments ago brimmed with determination, now froze in disbelief. In their stead arose an air of uncertainty. As the brilliance faded, a figure emerged. Upon discerning the identity of the newcomer, the pupils of all present contracted sharply. It was none other than the 2 esteemed law enforcement elders from Luoxia Zone and Qiangmen. Trailing behind them were several foundational disciples of their respective sections. The 6 sects gathered for the trial in the forbidden grounds were now present. The scene instantly transformed into a lively spectacle. Yet, the atmosphere became palpably awkward in an instant. Chapter 68, A Narrow Escape. The 2 elders of Luoxia Zone and Qiangmen were evidently taken aback by the unfolding scene. They had privately conspired, anticipating that Huan Zone would make incredible gains this time. Thus, they intended to partake in the spoils. However, they could never have imagined that the members of Tianjianmen, Xuanwu Valley, and Liang Mountain would all be present here, seemingly preparing to unite and pressuring Huan Zone. Sharing the same intent as Liang Mountain, they found themselves unable to retreat. Moreover, as elders of the foremost sect of the Tiandao Alliance, they could not simply turn a blind eye. Zhao Gan, Elder Li, Elder Zhou, and the others felt a tightening in their hearts. The foremost sect had arrived. This was a predicament. If Luoxia Zone and Qiangmen were to uphold justice, their actions today would be scrutinized. Amidst the shifting thoughts and the tense atmosphere, Su Ru, standing at the bow of the boat, suddenly flashed a glimmer of brilliance in her eyes. An opportunity. This was the only chance. She stepped forward and spoke aloud. It is truly splendid to see the two elders from Luoxia Zone and Qiangmen here. At her words, everyone momentarily froze. The elders of the three sects fixed their gazes upon Su Ru. What was this woman attempting to convey? Was she planning to report to the law-enforcing elders of Luoxia Zone and Qiangmen? In a blink, the two elders of Xuanwu Valley exchanged glances, quickly coordinating their strategy. Shift all responsibility onto Tianjin. This matter has nothing to do with Xuanwu Valley. Meanwhile, the two elders of Liang Mountain also transmitted messages at lightning speed. If an inquiry is to be made, let it be directed at Tianjin and Xuanwu Valley. Liang Mountain merely passed through, entirely uninformed. On the other hand, Zhao Gan and Lu Qing from Tianjin were in a state of utter panic. Lu Qing transmitted, "Senior brother, what should we do?" Zhao Gan gritted his teeth, responding through thought. "How would I know? These rascals are ruining my plans. It infuriates me." Su Ru observed the changes in the expressions of the elders from Tianjin, Xuanwu Valley, and Liang Mountain. Then, she continued, speaking slowly. "Just now, Elder Zhao, Elder Li, and Elder Zhou were inquiring about the casualties of disciples in the secret realm, seeking clarification. We too felt apprehensive, uncertain as to why our sect emerged unscathed, fearing misunderstandings among our fellow cultivators. Thankfully, after discussions, the misunderstandings have been resolved, and the other three sects are quite satisfied with the outcome. Now that the two law-enforcing elders have arrived, I wish to inform you to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings in the future." As her words fell, Zhao Gan first froze, then quickly realized. Su Ru was providing him, and everyone else, a way out. He promptly climbed onto the bandwagon, forcing a sincere smile as he replied, "What Sect Master Su said is indeed correct. We are deeply saddened by the casualties of our disciples and came to Huanhezong to seek information about the secret realm, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. Absolutely none." As he spoke, he discreetly gestured to Lu Qing and the other two sect elders. Lu Qing understood, her face burning, yet she forced a smile in agreement. Yes, merely seeking advice, that is all. The other two sects, seasoned and astute, were not oblivious to the underlying tension. They immediately chimed in. "Exactly, we are only here out of curiosity and to inquire. Yes, now that misunderstandings have been cleared, we are exceedingly satisfied. There is no conflict whatsoever. We hope the two law-enforcing elders can see this clearly." The law-enforcing elder from Luoxia Zone, witnessing this, felt the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. He inwardly cursed these people for changing their faces quicker than flipping a page. Yet, he had to maintain an appearance of impartiality. Clearing his throat, he seized the opportunity to step down, his tone tinged with awkwardness. "Oh, so you were discussing matters regarding the secret realm. In that case, let us clarify things properly. There is no need for such hostility." As he spoke, he glanced at the oppressive Jinshan Fengyu seal hovering in the air. The elder from Qiangmen nodded in agreement, inwardly lamenting the lost opportunity. It seemed that seizing control or monopolizing the situation was no longer feasible. Seeing that the moment had arrived, Su Ru felt a sigh of relief within, her demeanor remaining composed as she continued. "Regarding the situation in the secret realm, if the Tiandao alliance requires specific details, Huanhezong shall report truthfully. However, as we have been discussing for quite some time, our sect has urgent matters to attend to. Since our fellow cultivators have no further inquiries, may we take our leave?" As she spoke, her gaze turned calmly toward Zhao Gan. Then, she lifted her eyes to the still hovering Jinshan Fengyu seal, which exuded a heavy pressure. Zhao Gan felt a jolt in his heart, hastily chuckling awkwardly while waving his sleeve. "Ah, Sect Master Su, if your sect has matters to attend to, please feel free. We apologize for the disturbance today." As he spoke, he initiated a spell. In the next moment, the massive Jinshan Fengyu seal emitted a low hum, its earthy glow retracting and rapidly shrinking. It transformed into a stream of light, flying back into Zhao Gan's storage pouch. The oppressive force vanished abruptly, causing the flowing cloud boat to feel significantly lighter. Su Ru dared not linger, offering a respectful gesture to the law-enforcing elders of Luoxia Zone and Qiangmen before promptly urging the boat forward. With a hum, the flowing cloud boat erupted with spiritual light, like a bird breaking free from its cage, transforming into a rainbow that tore through the clouds. racing toward the direction of Huanhezong. In the blink of an eye, it vanished at the horizon. In the high sky, only the cultivators from the 5 major sects remained, exchanging glances filled with embarrassment, disappointment, and a hint of regret for the opportunity lost. A seemingly fatal crisis was deftly resolved by Su Ru through her quick wit and precise understanding of the sentiments of all parties involved. As the flowing cloud boat neared the sect, the members of Huanhezong, having narrowly escaped disaster, finally exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground. Su Ru, straining to maintain her composure, swayed slightly, her complexion pale. Clearly, the earlier encounter had drained her of immense energy. Zhuang Yang gazed at the sect master and the numerous senior sisters, his yearning for power growing stronger than ever. Only by becoming powerful could he truly seize control of his destiny. Otherwise, he would remain at the mercy of others. Even if he had narrowly escaped disaster, it was merely a temporary solution, not a fundamental remedy. Soon, the flowing cloud boat passed through the misty pink fog surrounding Huanhezong, landing steadily on the square in front of the main hall. As the spiritual light receded, the crew members stepped onto solid ground, finally feeling their taut nerves relax. Yet, the atmosphere remained heavy, and no one spoke. Su Ru took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous blood and the weariness of her spirit. With a wave of her sleeve, she summoned back the flowing cloud jade vessel. Subsequently, her phoenix-like eyes, imbued with authority, swept across all the disciples present, who were still in shock. Convey my command as the sect leader. From this day forth, the sect shall elevate its defenses to the highest level. The mountain protection formation is to be fully activated, with all formation nodes manned by disciples in the late foundation establishment stage for vigilance. Concealment, defense, and countermeasures must be fully engaged, and not the slightest negligence is to be tolerated. Upon hearing her words, the hearts of the disciples tightened in response. We shall strictly adhere to the sect leader's decree. Led by core disciples such as Su Qingli, Hong Xiao, and Bai Ji, all the female cultivators responded in unison, their expressions solemn. After issuing the defense orders, Su Ru's gaze shifted to Zhuang Yang, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of concern, reassurance, and heavy expectations. Next, her gaze traversed to Zi Yuan, who stood beside Zhuang Yang, along with the other Foundation establishment disciples who had participated in the expedition to the secret realm. With a grave tone, she spoke again. Zhuang Yang, Zi Yuan, Qingli, Hong Xiao, Bai Ji, Qing Luo, Fu Ling. The Xian Jing has been obtained, which pertains to the rise and fall of our sect and demands immediate action. You are to accompany me to the council hall at once for a detailed discussion. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yang felt a stir within him, instinctively pressing on his storage pouch. There lay the pale pink jade slip containing the complete Hehuan Xian Jing, quietly resting within. A group of them followed Su Ru in silence, traversing the plaza before entering the council hall. The heavy doors of the hall slowly closed behind them, momentarily isolating them from the turmoil of the outside world. Chapter 69. So much harvest? Within the Grand Assembly Hall, the atmosphere was even more solemn and grave than that of the bustling square outside. Soft and radiant pearls of light cascaded from the dome, illuminating the figure seated upon the High Masteress throne, Su Ru, whose complexion bore a hint of pallor. Flanking her on either side were the core disciples, including Zi Yuan, Zhuang Yang, Su Qingli, Hong Xiao, and Bai Ji. In slightly more distant seats sat Qing Luo, Fu Ling, and several other female cultivators in the later stages of Foundation establishment, all holding their breath in rapt attention. The hall doors were firmly shut, with layers of soundproofing and protective barriers activated, completely isolating this place from the outside world. Su Ru's gaze slowly swept across the assembly, finally pausing momentarily on Zhuang Yang. Taking a deep breath, she was the first to shatter the silence. Her weary voice laden with gravity. Dear junior sisters and junior brothers, though we have narrowly escaped today's tribulation, its perilous nature is evident to us all. To possess treasures is to invite calamity. The Tianjin sect, Xianwu Valley, and Liang Mountain have allied to obstruct us today, yet they may not refrain from seeking vengeance in the future. Upon hearing this, Hong Xiao's brows furrowed, her delicate features contorting with indignation as she exclaimed, "Those hypocrites from the Tianjin sect, and the fence-sitters from Xianwu Valley and Liang Mountain. Had it not been for Master Sister's quick wit, we would have likely." The unspoken conclusion hung heavily in the air, understood by all. A chill began to pervade the atmosphere. Bai Ji, her eyes icy, seized upon the conversation, especially that Zhao Gan from Tianjin Sect, who was particularly aggressive and filled with murderous intent. Qingluo sighed, her tone laced with concern. They have failed today, but they will not relent easily. I fear that right now, several sects are privately discussing how to deal with us. Su Qingli, her brow knitted with worry, spoke with a touch of sarcasm. It is likely not just those three sections. The latecomers, Luanxia Sect and Qiyang Sect, appeared to maintain neutrality, yet their intentions are transparent. The so-called leaders of the righteous path are merely self-serving, hypocritical individuals. Her words echoed the thoughts of many in the room. The appearances of Luanxia Sect and Qiyang Sect were far from coincidental. Their motives were fundamentally no different from those of the other three sections. They merely refrained from direct action due to their status and the public eye. This realization deepened the sense of encirclement felt by the members of Hehuan's sect. They now faced a multitude of crises, completely isolated by the Tian Dao alliance. Everyone has spoken wisely. Su Ru sighed softly, a glint of sharpness flashing in her phoenix-like eyes. The ambiguous stances of Luanxia Sect and Qiyang Sect warrant heightened vigilance. They may not attack openly, but they could exert pressure and unite in sanction. It is equally plausible that they await our mutual destruction with other sects before swooping in to reap the benefits. Most critically, as leading sects. Their mere inaction against other sects harming us constitutes malice. As she spoke, her gaze swept over the assembly, her tone resolute. Thus, Hehuan's sect must remain vigilant and strive for self-strengthening. Mere passive defense with our protective mountain formation is insufficient. It can only serve as a temporary shield. We must urgently and diligently enhance our strength. Only by possessing power that they fear can we truly safeguard our sect and preserve the hard-won opportunities we have. At this juncture, Su Ru's gaze turned once more to Zhuang Yang, filled with expectation yet tinged with a hint of anxiety. Zhuang Yang, you have achieved remarkable feats during this expedition into the secret realm. Now, please share with us what you have acquired, especially that Xianjing. Instantly, all eyes converged upon Zhuang Yang, the silence in the hall palpable. Feeling the intensity of their gaze, Zhuang Yang inhaled deeply and rose to his feet. He reverently retrieved the pale pink jade slip, Hehuan Xianjing, from his storage pouch. The slip, while lacking any overwhelming aura of spiritual power, emitted a subtle Taoist rhythm and a unique rosy hue that instantly captivated everyone's attention. The female cultivators, having practiced the yin-yang he-ju, sensed the profound and vast essence emanating from the slip, akin yet far deeper than what they had previously encountered. Master, sisters, this is the Hehuan Xianjing, Zhuang Yang announced, presenting the jade slip with both hands. Suppressing her inner excitement, Su Ru drew the slip into her grasp from a distance. After a moment of concentration, she immersed her consciousness into it, and then suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, a spark of unparalleled exhilaration igniting within them. Indeed, it is it. The Taoist rhythm is complete, elucidating the principles of yin and yang, far surpassing the fragmented texts we have studied. Heaven bless our Hehuan sect. Zhuang Yang, you have rendered an unparalleled service to our sect. Below, Ziyuan's cold eyes also shone brightly. Hong Xiao, Bai Ji, and others exhibited expressions of excitement and anticipation. With the complete Xianjing, the long-standing deficiencies in the sect's cultivation methods could finally be addressed. The paths of all cultivators would soon see new dawns. Zhuang Yang, do you have any other gains? Su Ru inquired again, her voice filled with hope. Yes. Zhuang Yang hesitated, producing 5 spirit stones from his storage pouch. He then pondered whether to reveal more, acutely aware of the sect's precarious situation and the kindness shown to him by the master and senior sisters. If he were to hoard treasures, the consequences could be dire for the sect. Yet, the admonitions of the extreme bliss immortal echoed in his mind, leaving him in a quandary. Just then, Su Ru's astonished voice resonated throughout the hall. These are top-grade spirit stones. What? Top-grade spirit stones? My goodness, I have only read about them in ancient texts. It is said that only the cores of large spirit veins can possibly yield such treasures. One single stone possesses the spiritual energy equivalent to 100,000 inferior spirit stones, with a purity of spiritual power far beyond imagination. Hong Xiao, Bai Ji, Su Qingli, and others gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening in shock. Zhuang Yang was taken aback by the overwhelming reaction to the mere 5 top-grade spirit stones. At that moment, he heard Su Qingli murmuring, top-grade spirit stones have long surpassed the realm of ordinary currency. If a cultivator can refine even one, it would be immensely beneficial. It could even aid in breaking through bottlenecks. Hong Xiao's eyes sparkled as she interjected, not only for cultivation. If they can be used in crafting magical artifacts, it would elevate the quality of the artifacts significantly, amplifying their power. Bai Ji's gaze was sharp as she added, in terms of formations, the Supreme Spirit Stones are truly unparalleled treasures. If placed within the critical nodes of a formation, they not only significantly prolong the operational duration of the Great Array, but also remarkably enhance its potency. If our sect's Qian Huanmiqing formation were to utilize them, even cultivators at the late stage of the Dan formation would find it impossible to break through. Should they attempt a forced breach, they would undoubtedly incur grievous consequences. The female cultivators, each contributing their insights, recounted the myriad miraculous effects of the Supreme Spirit Stones. With each revelation, Zhuang Yang felt a growing sense of trepidation. It was only now that he truly comprehended the staggering wealth represented by the several hundred spirit stones he had pilfered from the cave of the Supreme Bliss Immortal Monarch. Chapter 70. Is the Xianjing so explosive? Zhuang Yang. Once again, you have provided the sect with an extraordinary surprise. Su Ru took a deep breath, suppressing her tumultuous emotions, and looked intently at Zhuang Yang, praising him. 5 pieces of Supreme Spirit Stones. Their value is immeasurable. Zhuang Yang felt his cheeks flush from the praise, hurriedly waving his hands, his voice slightly stammering. Sect Master, you overstate my capabilities. The disciple merely benefited from good fortune. Merely by chance. As he spoke, he furtively glanced at his storage bag. Could 5 pieces truly wield such significant influence? However, he still had several hundred more. If he were to reveal them all, would it not potentially cause the sect master and the senior sisters to faint in shock? No. The esteemed Xie Lu Xianjuan's advice rings true. Possessing treasures invites calamity. Although he trusts the sect master and the senior sisters, one can never be too cautious about potential leaks. It would be wise to keep such a trump card for a time of dire need when the sect faces life and death struggles. Zhuang Yang silently resolved this in his heart, but the subtle change in his demeanor did not escape the attentive gaze of Zi Yuan. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Zi Yuan's icy lake-like eyes, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. The matters concerning Xianjing and the Supreme Spirit Stones were classified as the sect's utmost secrets. Apart from those present today, such information must never be divulged. Moving forward, we must quickly discuss how to utilize this Xianjing and resources to elevate the overall strength of our Hehuan sect at the fastest pace. Su Ru declared, as she carefully stored the 5 Supreme Spirit Stones into a specially crafted jade box, sealing it with several layers of restrictions. Before somewhat calming her excited heart, her gaze then fell once more upon the Hehuan Xianjing jade slip that floated in the air, emanating a faint pink aura. The complete inheritance was so close at hand, pivotal to the sect's future path. It was imperative to personally verify its specific contents and cultivation principles. I shall explore its details first, Su Ru stated, and then she sent a strand of powerful divine consciousness, delicately immersing it into the jade slip. Initially, her expression was solemn, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, as if she were deciphering the profound principles of yin and yang. Yet the next moment, her lovely face began to flush an abnormal crimson. The blush spread rapidly from her cheeks to her ears, even tinting her fair neck with a delicate rosy hue. Her breathing quickened, and her jade-like hands instinctively clenched. In her typically authoritative phoenix eyes, there now flickered a mixture of panic, shyness, and astonishment. Sect Master, what is wrong with you? Hong Xiao inquired curiously, having never seen the sect master display such a girlish demeanor before. The other female cultivators also wore puzzled expressions, their curiosity piqued about the contents of Hehuan Xianjing. At Hong Xiao's call, Su Ru abruptly withdrew her divine consciousness from the jade slip. She cleared her throat, forcibly suppressing the heat in her heart, attempting to restore her usual composure. However, that lingering blush was difficult to dissipate. And no, it's nothing, this Xianjing. The content is profound and extensive, elucidating the principles of yin and yang. Indeed, it is extraordinarily mysterious. Su Ru concluded, taking a deep breath, and then swiftly retrieved more than 10 blank jade slips from her storage bag. Immediately after, she formed hand seals, channeling her spiritual power. The pale pink original jade slip shimmered, splitting into numerous delicate rays of light, which precisely entered the blank jade slips. In mere moments, The copying was complete. With a wave of her sleeve, the replicated jade slips floated like they were supported by an invisible hand, each flying towards the disciples present in the hall, including Zi Yuan, Zhuang Yang, Su Qingli, Hong Xiao, and Bai Ji. Ahem, you all should carefully observe and comprehend its core essence. We shall discuss the cultivation matters later. Su Ru cleared her throat again, striving to maintain an even tone. The others, already eager with anticipation, reached out to receive the flying jade slips, nearly unable to contain their excitement as they immersed their divine consciousness within. The next moment, hiss, a chorus of gasps and sharp intakes of breath erupted. Hong Xiao had barely glanced at it before her enchanting eyes widened, her lovely face suddenly turning crimson as if it might bleed. Instinctively licking her slightly dry red lips, her gaze became watery as she murmured, This technique. Truly remarkable, splendid. Su Qingli's face also blossomed with 2 patches of crimson. She quickly cast a glance at Zhuang Yang, then immediately lowered her head, her ears flushed red, her fingers trembling slightly as they gripped the jade slip. The other female cultivators, too, bit their lips, their cheeks aflame. At this moment, even on Zi Yuan's cool and ethereal face, a noticeable blush appeared, rippling in her lake-like eyes. Subconsciously, she pressed her legs together. The temperature in the entire council hall suddenly surged, as if it had transformed into a steamer. The air was thick with an atmosphere of ambiguity, shyness, and excitement. The once demure, aloof, or gentle beaut as she approached Zhuang Yang, she earnestly instructed everyone, saying, Please return and thoroughly contemplate the Xianjing. It is imperative that you grasp its essence firmly and refrain from seeking hasty results. Now, ensure the sect's defenses are in place. You may all disperse. Upon her words, however, none of the female cultivators chose to leave. Hong Xiaodai furrowed her brows slightly, fixating her gaze on Su Ru, and tentatively inquired, Sect Master, what is your intention in retaining junior brother? Bai Ji concurred, adding, Indeed, Sect Master. Is there something that cannot be discussed in our presence? Su Qingli, emboldened by an unknown source, pouted and remarked, Could it be that you, sister, are hoping to? Chapter 71 Complete Confession. Su Ru faced a barrage of inquiries from her younger sister and junior disciples, a hint of helplessness flashing across her exquisite face. She narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, attempting to assert her authority as the sect leader. What nonsense are you all spouting? I have retained the junior disciple for a significant matter concerning the future arrangements of our sect. Such matters are not to be frivolously speculated upon. However, Su Qingli was unafraid, blinking her beautiful eyes as she continued to probe. Is it truly just a matter to discuss? Sister, you must not exploit your position for personal gain. Su Ru cast a glance at Su Qingli, feeling utterly exasperated. The matter of Zhuang Yang's pure yang immortal body was a closely guarded secret, meant to be discussed privately. Did Qingli not realize that my intention in retaining Zhuang Yang was solely for the sake of the immortal body? If not for that, was it for something else? What does this girl take me for, as the leader of the sect? Although the other female cultivators remained silent, their eyes brimmed with skepticism and wariness, all directed at Su Ru. At this stalemate, Zi Yuan, who had been quietly standing to the side, slowly spoke, breaking the delicate atmosphere. Sister sect leader, would it be acceptable for me to stay and listen? Allow me to remain, so the junior sisters can rest assured and return to study the Xianjing, as well as solidify the sect's defenses. Upon hearing this, the female cultivators exchanged glances. As Zhuang Yang's rightful partner and the sect's holy maiden, it was entirely appropriate for her to supervise. With Zi Yuan present, even if the leader harbored any ulterior motives, she would find it difficult to act upon them. Hong Xiao pursed her lips, muttering, It's good to have Sister Zi Yuan watching. Bai Ji nodded slightly in agreement. Seeing this, Su Qingli and the other female cultivators felt it unnecessary to voice any further objections. Soon, the female disciples bowed to Su Ru and Zi Yuan, taking their leave from the discussion hall. With various hopes and shyness, they hurriedly departed, their thoughts already soaring back to their respective caves. The contents of the He Huan Xianjing were simply too profound, requiring urgent and thorough study to grasp its essence. Only then could they unite with junior brother Zhuang and jointly comprehend the supreme path. As the last female disciple's figure vanished beyond the hall's door, the heavy doors slowly closed. Su Ru finally exhaled a long breath. Within the hall, only Su Ru, Zi Yuan, and Zhuang Yang remained. Before Su Ru could speak, Zhuang Yang stepped forward respectfully, inquiring, "Sect leader, have you summoned me for an important matter?" Su Ru collected her thoughts, her gaze settling on Zhuang Yang. "Zhuang Yang, today's events are largely thanks to you. Had you not acquired the complete Huan Xianjing, the future path of our sect would remain obscured. This favor shall be etched in the annals of our sect." Zhuang Yang promptly bowed. "The sect leader overestimates me. As a member of the sect, it is my duty to contribute." Su Ru nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting increasing admiration. After a moment of contemplation, her expression turned exceedingly solemn, and she shifted to the crux of the matter. "Zhuang Yang, there are certain truths I no longer wish to conceal from you, nor need I. You are likely already aware that our sect is not merely a tranquil sanctuary, but rather the Huan sect." Zhuang Yang's demeanor shifted, and he met Su Ru's gaze with resolve, nodding. "Yes, sect leader. Ziyuan has revealed the truth to me." "Very well," Su Ru responded without surprise, continuing, "Since you are already informed, I shall speak plainly. The Huan sect, while seemingly under the auspices of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, is actually in a precarious position, treading on thin ice. The other major sects eye us covetously, seeking to marginalize and suppress us. Today's interception outside the secret realm is a testament to this. The reason they have yet to openly confront us en masse is partly due to our current weakness, which poses little threat in their eyes. Moreover, they remain wary of the lingering power of our ancestors, unsure of our depth, and thus hesitate to act recklessly. However, relying on the remnants of our ancestors' power is not a viable long-term strategy. The urgent task at hand is to rapidly enhance our strength. Only with sufficient power can we firmly establish ourselves and avoid the fate of being oppressed or even annihilated by other sects." Hearing this, Zhuang Yang felt a surge of emotions, stating earnestly, "Sect leader, I understand. I am ready to do whatever is required. However, I am uncertain what I can do." Su Ru felt a wave of comfort at his words. Yet the next sentiment was difficult to articulate. After much deliberation, she ultimately chose to be forthright. "Zhuang Yang, your unexpected arrival at the Huan sect was indeed a fortuitous coincidence. To be candid, I initially considered you as a vessel to aid my disciples in breaking through their limitations and enhancing their cultivation." Zhuang Yang's heart jolted at this revelation. Although he had suspected as much, hearing Su Ru articulate it so directly left him momentarily stunned. Noticing his reaction, Su Ru quickly reassured him, "There is no need for you to feel anxious. Even if I viewed you as a vessel, it is not with the intent of exhausting your essence. My sole aim was to have you form partnerships with the disciples, utilizing dual cultivation methods to assist them in their growth, without jeopardizing your foundational vitality." As she spoke, her tone shifted, imbued with a sense of reflection. "However, plans often change. I later discovered you possessed the legendary pure Yang immortal body, with astonishing potential, and thus altered my approach. I contemplated dedicating all the resources of our sect to nurture you, allowing my disciples to support you as vessels, facilitating your rapid ascent. Once you reached the pinnacle of success, you would naturally return the favor to the sect, leading the Huan sect back to its former glory. Yet now, circumstances have taken a new and favorable turn. The complete Huan Xianjing has been obtained. This scripture is profound, emphasizing the mutual complementarity of yin and yang, a win-win dynamic, with no hierarchy or concerns of backlash. Consequently, the notion of vessels becomes obsolete. By this point, Zhuang Yang fully grasped Su Ru's intentions. A thought crystallized in his mind, causing his cheeks to flush slightly. "So, sect leader, your meaning is that you wish for me to cultivate the Huan Xianjing alongside the sisters, thereby enhancing our cultivation together?" Zhuang Yang gazed at Su Ru, his inquiry direct yet tinged with a hint of shyness. Observing the blush on Zhuang Yang's cheeks and his earnest attempt to maintain composure, Su Ru smiled knowingly and nodded. "Indeed, this is precisely what I envision, and it stands as the most effective and practical course of action at present. Furthermore, with the assistance of the Huan Xianjing, there will be no hidden dangers. Zhuang Yang, do you consent?" Zhuang Yang, as he spoke, instinctively glanced at Ziyuan, opening his mouth to inquire about something. After all, having formed a bond as Tao companions with Ziyuan, it was only proper to consider the thoughts of the principal wife before taking another concubine. However, before he could voice his question, Ziyuan took the initiative to say, "I have no objections. Zhuang Yang, the decision is yours." Upon hearing these words, Su Ru directed a gaze filled with anticipation towards Zhuang Yang. Chapter 72. The cold exterior and warm heart of Ziyuan. Upon hearing Ziyuan's words, Zhuang Yang felt a sudden tremor in his heart. Did Ziyuan truly not mind? What more could be said? Such a fortuitous event was not something one would refuse. As his thoughts raced, images of Su Qingli's gentle concern, Hong Xiao's fiery boldness, Baiji's cool aloofness, and the charming visages of his senior sisters Qing Luo and Fu Ling flooded his mind uncontrollably. The subtle care from his senior sisters, their meaningful glances and actions, now all seemed to bear clear answers. They must also be willing. This was undeniably a mutual pursuit. No, this was a throng of celestial maidens converging upon him alone. He merely needed to take a step forward. Even a simple acknowledgement would suffice. As this realization struck him, a surge of warmth rushed to his head. His cheeks, ears, and neck flushed crimson, while his heart thudded like a drum. His senior sisters, including Luo, Yu, and even perhaps the matriarch. Gulp. Zhuang Yang could not restrain himself from swallowing hard. What of an emperor's harem of 3,000? That was merely the realm of mundane rulers. Before him stood celestial beings, revered by mortals, adorned with exquisite beauty and blessed with long lives. Such an opportunity would surely evoke envy among those cultivators. No wonder the disciples from sects like Tian, Jianmin gazed upon him with eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. Su Ru and Ziyuan observed Zhuang Yang's bashful demeanor and goofy smile with keen interest. Su Ru could not help but cover her mouth with her sleeve, stifling a laugh. Ziyuan, on the other hand, rolled her eyes in exasperation, silently thinking, "This fellow is likely so overjoyed that he cannot even speak." After a while, seeing Zhuang Yang hesitating to give a definitive answer, Su Ru took the initiative to inquire, her tone laced with playful teasing. "So, Zhuang Yang, what is your decision?" Zhuang Yang snapped back to reality, hastily inhaling several deep breaths to quell the tumult of emotions within him. He cleared his throat, striving to present a serious and dignified facade, prioritizing the sect above all else. He bowed deeply to Su Ru and proclaimed, "Disciple Zhuang Yang, grateful for the sect's acceptance and the favor of the matriarch and esteemed senior sisters. In this critical juncture for the sect's survival, I pledge to heed the matriarch's arrangements. I will exert my utmost effort alongside my senior sisters to comprehend the great principles, enhance our cultivation, and weather this storm together." His words rang with grandeur and righteousness. Yet, the slight tremor in his voice and the lingering blush on his cheeks betrayed his true sentiments. Su Ru could hardly contain her amusement, nodding in agreement. "Excellent. If that is the case, it is settled. Upon your return, you must diligently study the He Huan Xian Jing, striving for mastery. With your and your senior sister's intellect, you should achieve some progress in a few days to a year or so. When the time is right, I shall personally arrange a grand ceremony for you all to become dual cultivation partners." The prospect of a dual cultivation ceremony, moreover, a series of such ceremonies, just contemplating the scene made Zhuang Yang swallow again. His mind began to whirl uncontrollably. Who would be next? Senior sister Qingli? Senior sister Hong Xiao? Or perhaps senior sister Baiji? Senior sisters Qing Luo and Fu Ling also seemed appealing. Just as Zhuang Yang's thoughts wandered, Ziyuan suddenly interjected, her tone still icy. "Matriarch, I believe it is imperative to first ascertain whether the He Huan Xian Jing can indeed harmonize yin and yang perfectly, without any hidden dangers." Su Ru was momentarily taken aback, then realized, "How could I forget this critical step in my excitement? Your foresight is commendable, junior sister. If this Xian Jing has any flaws, all our arrangements would be built on sand." After a brief contemplation, she directed, "In that case, Ziyuan, you shall first study the He Huan Xian Jing together with Zhuang Yang. You two are already partners, making you the best candidates to test the efficacy of this scripture. Be sure to carefully observe the flow of spiritual energy and the interplay of souls. Once confirmed to be effective and without risk, we shall proceed with further plans." Ziyuan nodded slightly. Ziyuan understands. Su Ru then cautioned them with a few words about being prudent in their cultivation and not to be overly ambitious. Ziyuan and Zhuang Yang bowed and took flight on their swords, transforming into two beams of sword light as they departed the assembly hall, heading towards their cave abode. The sword lights weaved through clouds and mountains. Zhuang Yang gazed at Ziyuan's graceful silhouette ahead, inhaling the faint, cold fragrance in the air. His heart warmed. Setting aside the tantalizing future, simply sharing this moment with the ethereal Zhuang, a being of such serene beauty, in the pursuit of profound truths, was already the pinnacle of existence that many could only dream of. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle blush crept upon Zhuang's cool, ethereal face, and ripples of warmth stirred within her lake-like eyes. The two beams of sword light gracefully descended into the tranquil cave abode. The spiritual bamboo trembled slightly, releasing a breath of fresh mountain air. Upon their arrival, Zhuang Yang eagerly retrieved the jade slip containing the He Huan Xianjing. However, Zhuang did not rush to delve into the techniques. Instead, she gently waved her sleeve. In an instant, several strands of spiritual light melded into the cave's walls and doors, creating layers of soundproofing and protective barriers that completely isolated the interior from the outside. Turning to face Zhuang Yang, her lake-like eyes fixated on him. She spoke with solemnity. Zhuang Yang, during your time in the secret realm, apart from the Xianjing and those 5 high-grade spirit stones, did you acquire anything else? At her words, Zhuang Yang's heart skipped a beat. Once again, the warning of the extreme bliss immortal lord echoed in his mind. Observing his reaction, Zhuang's beautiful eyes revealed a glimmer of understanding. Yet, she did not press him, her tone softening. If you choose not to disclose, I can comprehend your feelings. The world of cultivation is fraught with treachery. It is wise to keep some cards close to your chest. As she spoke, she took a couple of steps closer to him, gazing up at his somewhat awkward expression. When she spoke again, her voice, though gentle, carried an unprecedented seriousness and commitment. I merely wish for you to know that I am your partner. Regardless of the secrets you bear or the opportunities you possess, our destinies are intertwined and our souls connected. In the future, no matter what we face, be it fortune or misfortune, honor or disgrace, I will stand by your side and share the burdens with you. Upon hearing these words, Zhuang Yang felt a warm current surge into his heart. With such unwavering trust from his companion, what could possibly hinder their candidness? After taking a deep breath, he was prepared to unveil the extraordinary treasures hidden within his storage bag. Zhuang. Before he could complete his sentence, Zhuang's charming face suddenly darkened, her tone laced with a mix of exasperation and affectionate reproach as she interrupted him, calling him a fool. Zhuang Yang was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the situation. Zhuang, both amused and vexed, spoke with a hint of helplessness and caution. Do you truly believe every sweet word a woman utters? What if another woman, with honeyed words, seeks to deceive and exploit you? Would you foolishly reveal all your secrets? Remember, when possessing great treasures, unless your lives are intertwined and you have endured countless trials together, you must keep them hidden and never display them lightly. Your naive disposition in this ruthless world of cultivation is truly, sigh, it leaves me worried. Having said this, Zhuang ceased her discourse. With a graceful turn, her skirt swayed, leaving behind a faint, chilly fragrance as she strode towards the direction of her chamber. Upon reaching the door, she paused momentarily, turning her exquisite profile towards him and advising, make haste to comprehend the Xianjing. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek my counsel. With that, she pushed the door open and vanished from sight. Zhuang Yang remained alone in the hall, his emotions akin to a tumultuous blend of flavors, intricate and difficult to articulate. After a prolonged silence, he glanced down at his storage bag, then lifted his gaze to the firmly closed door of the chamber. Finally, he exhaled deeply, an involuntary smile gracing his lips as he thought, I shall keep it well hidden. Chapter 73. The Secret Harvest of Zhuang. Within the chamber, Zhuang did not immediately commence her study of the He Huan Xianjing. With a flick of her sleeve, a dazzling light emanated as dozens of storage bags, varying in style and stained with dust and even dark red blood, emerged and piled onto the floor, forming a small mound. These were gathered during her daring venture into the battlefield of fallen cultivators, where, at the brink of the secret realm's closure, she utilized her Jedon stage consciousness and resoluteness to scour the remains of the foundation-building practitioners who perished in their brutal clashes. This matter was known only to her. In that moment of peril, curiously, the anticipated mental erosion did not manifest upon entering that area. Perhaps the power of the secret realm was already dissipating as it neared closure, or perhaps her unique Tianyin body played a role. It could also be that her connection as Zhuang Yang's partner granted her some protection from that malevolent force. The reasons were no longer worth delving into, as she had little time for contemplation. Now, she calmed her mind and began to meticulously sort through this unexpected windfall. She first extracted the contents of the storage bags, carefully releasing her consciousness to scan each item repeatedly, ensuring there were no tracking marks. In the realm of cultivation, the act of killing for treasures was common, but many had fallen prey to countermeasures as a result. She dared not be careless. Once assured of their safety, she began to categorize the items. Among them were over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, a considerable fortune. There were also several well-preserved spiritual herbs, clearly plucked from the secret realm, which she cautiously stored in jade boxes. Numerous foundation-building magic tools and artifacts were present, varying in quality, yet some were exquisite. Talismans, elixirs, materials, and jade slips followed suit. Finally, her gaze fell upon a dark golden, streamlined shuttle-like artifact. This was indeed the treasure that Zhuang Yang and Hong Xiao had encountered, a contested item between the disciples of Tianjianmen and Xuanwu Valley. When Ziyuan discovered it, it was not in a storage bag but had been concealed by a Tianjianmen disciple in his sleeve, having fallen beside him amidst the chaos. She promptly seized it, feeling its icy coolness. Ancient patterns were etched upon its surface, with its spiritual light subdued, yet it possessed an extraordinary charm. After a moment of contemplation, a flicker of surprise crossed her ice-like eyes, and her delicate brows furrowed. Was this a flying artifact? No, that was not quite right. Upon further perception, she sensed a profound aura unlike any ordinary artifact, accompanied by an impenetrable sense of isolation that could not be fully permeated by spiritual power. Soon, she reached a conclusion. This was an ancient flying artifact. Ancient artifacts were created by ancient cultivators and often contained unique powers, vastly surpassing ordinary artifacts in might. However, unlike regular artifacts, they could not recognize a master or be refined by one's consciousness. Anyone could wield them with spiritual energy. Furthermore, due to their material and crafting peculiarities, they could not be stored in a storage bag. Ziyuan attempted to infuse a trace of spiritual energy into the dark golden shuttle. It quivered slightly, and the surface patterns glimmered with faint light. Its size also changed, capable of adjustment within a certain range. Indeed, it could not be refined or stored. She murmured to herself, finding this unsurprising. She reduced the dark golden shuttle to the size of a palm and safely tucked it into her sleeve. Fortunately, its adjustable size made it convenient for carrying, though she needed to be cautious not to lose it or attract the attention of discerning individuals. This ancient artifact might prove invaluable at a critical moment. Subsequently, Ziyuan continued to categorize all the items, placing the valuable ones into her commonly used storage bags. As for the empty bags belonging to various sect disciples, they were incinerated thoroughly, leaving no trace behind. This unexpected fortune significantly enriched her resources, bolstering her confidence against potential future crises. Having completed this task, Ziyuan let out a gentle sigh and quietly released her consciousness to probe the main chamber. There, Zhuang Yang sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes closed and expression focused, with spiritual energy circulating rhythmically around him. He was evidently engrossed in the study of the He Huan Xianjing. Observing Zhuang Yang's earnest demeanor, a faint smile involuntarily graced Xian's ethereal countenance, akin to an ice lotus blooming, captivating the heart. She no longer delayed and retrieved the replicated jade slip of the He Huan Xianjing, immersing her consciousness within to begin her careful contemplation. Outside the cave dwelling, the thousand illusions enchantment enveloping the sect shimmered with radiance. Concealment, defense, and various countermeasures were activated. Swirling clouds and mists fortified the sect's defenses as solid as a fortress. Key positions of the formation were vigilantly guarded by late-stage foundation-building disciples, their expressions solemn and unyielding. Meanwhile, a multitude of foundation-building disciples, at this moment, held in their hands newly acquired jade slips, the replicated He Huan Xianjing. Su Ru, demonstrating remarkable efficiency, immediately convened the elders after Zhuang Yang's departure, producing a multitude of jade slips. She established stringent restrictions to ensure the technique remained confidential, subsequently distributing these jade slips, which bore the hopes of the sect's future, to all disciples above the foundation-building stage. At this moment, nearly all foundation-building disciples temporarily set aside their mundane tasks, wholly dedicated to studying the He Huan Xianjing. Some flushed with excitement, their hearts racing. Others gazed thoughtfully, their beautiful eyes sparkling. Meanwhile, within the Tianjianmen's main peak hall, the atmosphere was tense and somber. The sect leader, a gaunt middle-aged man with sharp eyes like swords, sat at the head. Flanking him on either side were Zhao Gan, with a grim countenance, and Lu Qing, her face shrouded in frost, along with 4 or 5 other elders of formidable presence. Among them was a middle-aged man, sitting beneath Zhao Gan, whose features bore a striking resemblance to the deceased Zhou Tong. He was Zhou Tong's uncle and one of the elders of Tianjianmen, Zhou Bo. Sect leader, esteemed elders. Zhao Gan spoke first, his voice filled with indignation. I trust everyone is already aware of the events of today. The enchanting women of Hehuanzong have employed some insidious means to emerge unscathed from such perilous realms, while the disciples of our 5 great sects have suffered near total devastation, particularly my own Tianjianmen, whose forces were utterly annihilated. This is no mere coincidence. As he spoke, he forcefully struck the nearby Xiantai table, producing a resounding thud. Even more infuriating is the loss of my esteemed disciple, Zhou Tong, whose extraordinary talent promised a bright future, only to be tragically cut down. He must have fallen victim to the wicked women of Hehuanzong. How lamentable and loathsome this is. What? Zhou Tong was slain by the women of Hehuanzong. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bo abruptly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Zhao Gan. Having no children of his own, he regarded Zhou Tong as his own flesh and blood, pouring all his resources into his cultivation. The news of this calamity already pierced his heart like a dagger. Now, upon learning the grim truth, his heart swelled with murderous intent. It is undoubtedly true. Zhao Gan nodded emphatically, his voice heavy with grief and indignation. Were it not for the secretive and treacherous nature of Hehuanzong, how could his noble nephew have met such a vile fate? Moreover, if it were not the doing of the women of Hehuanzong, why are they the only ones to emerge unscathed? Lu Qing seized the moment to interject, her voice icy. Master, what Zhao Shixiang says is absolutely correct. Furthermore, the fact that Hehuanzong returned from this secretive expedition entirely intact suggests they must have secured numerous opportunities and treasures. While the other sects suffered grievous losses, they alone have profited immensely. How can such fortune exist in this world? Chapter 74. Numerous practices yield remarkable results. Lu Qing's words ignited the greed of many present. However, within the Tianjin sect, there were also those who exercised caution. An elder, slightly plump and with astute eyes, stroked his beard and pondered. The opportunities gained by the Hehuan sect are indeed enticing. Yet, they have now returned to their sect, protected by a formidable mountain array. Moreover, the rules of the Tiandao alliance are stringent, forbidding large-scale assaults on allied sections. If we act recklessly, we might. This notion is erroneous. Zhao Gan immediately countered. The Hehuan sect relies on the lingering prestige of their oblivious ancestors to survive to this day. Now, having acquired a tremendous opportunity, should their strength increase further, it will become exceedingly difficult to deal with them in the future. As he spoke, he scanned the crowd, lowering his voice. If we wish to strike at the Hehuan sect, now is the best opportunity. Furthermore, do you all think that only our Tianjin sect is coveting the Hehuan sect's opportunities? This statement captured the attention of all the elders. Zhao Gan sneered and continued. Xuanwu Valley and Liang Mountain share the same intentions as us. If it were not for the sudden appearance of those 2 old fellows from the Luoxia sect and Chiangmen, which disrupted the situation, our 3 factions would have already subdued the Hehuan sect. Upon mentioning the Luoxia sect and Chiangmen, a hint of derision appeared on Lu Qing's face. Elders, do you truly believe that those so-called leading sects are paragons of virtue? Their visit to the Hehuan sect was not to uphold justice. They were merely constrained by their identities and the situation, unable to act directly. Had it been just them present, they would likely have fared even worse than us. The act of killing and seizing treasures is not beyond their means. Suddenly, Zhou Bo stood up, his sword aura surging. Sect leader. Elder Zhao, Elder Lu are correct. The Hehuan sect, if left unchecked, will surely become a grave threat. The blood feud of Tong'er must not go unavenged. Those opportunities and treasures must not fall into the hands of those seductresses. Otherwise, what face will our Tianjin sect have left? What future will we possess? As he spoke, he clasped his hands to the sect leader. I implore you to issue an order. Unite with other sects to jointly attack the Hehuan sect. Even if we cannot openly annihilate their lineage, we must compel them to surrender their opportunities and hand over the murderer of Tong'er. Otherwise, I, Zhou Bo, vow not to rest. Observing the impassioned Zhou Bo, along with Zhao Gan and Lu Qing, who were equally indignant. And considering the potential astonishing treasures of the Hahuan sect, the gazes of the other elders in the hall gradually grew fervent. After a prolonged silence, the sect leader finally spoke. Elder Zhou, the vendetta for Tong'er is also a grievance for our sect. The Hahuan sect has indeed become a lurking threat. His gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately landing on Zhao Gan and Lu Qing. Elders Zhao and Lu, the matter of contacting other sects will be your responsibility. You must elucidate the benefits and dangers clearly. As for the Luoxia sect and Chiangmen, he paused, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. They wish to maintain their facade of leadership, so let them be. As long as we act swiftly to establish the facts, even if they are dissatisfied later, they will have no recourse. Perhaps they might even take advantage of the situation and tacitly approve of our actions. However, all must proceed covertly. Even the most resilient of creatures may perish, yet the Hahuan sect's mountain array should not be underestimated. Suru is not to be trifled with either. Either we refrain from action, or if we do act, we must do so with overwhelming force, leaving them no chance of resurgence. Zhao Gan, Lu Qing, and the others responded in unison, yes. We shall diligently obey the sect leader's orders. 2 weeks later, deep into the night, in the Zhuang Yang and Ziyuan's cave dwelling, within the bedroom, the enchanting spring atmosphere had not yet completely dissipated. An air of intimacy lingered. Soft light reflected upon the two embracing figures on the bed. Zhuang Yang leaned against the headboard, holding Ziyuan's fragrant shoulder, while Ziyuan nestled in his arms. Her usually cool and ethereal face was now flushed with a captivating hue, undeniably alluring. Her breaths were slightly rapid and uneven, indicating they had just concluded a spirited exchange of profound insights. After a brief moment of tranquility, Ziyuan steadied her breathing, lifted her luminous eyes to Zhuang Yang, her voice slightly hoarse. The effects of the Hahuan Immortal Sutra are indeed extraordinary. Not only have I returned to the Jidan stage, but my strength has surpassed my previous state by more than a mere fraction. My early Jidan realm, in terms of both spiritual power and consciousness, now rivals that of the mid-Jidan stage. What about you, Zhuang Yang? How do you feel? At this moment, Zhuang Yang was still savoring the recent experiences. He instinctively replied, very refreshing. Ziyuan's delicate face turned crimson, even her ears and neck adorned with a lovely shade of pink. She playfully pinched Zhuang Yang's waist with her slender fingers, reproaching him. You fool. I was inquiring about your cultivation realm, yet you speak such nonsense. Zhuang Yang was momentarily taken aback, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He quickly focused his mind, turning inward to examine himself. Within his dantian, the spiritual lake was vast, having nearly doubled in size compared to 2 weeks prior. His realm had solidly stabilized at the late stage of foundation establishment. His consciousness had even reached the mid-Jidan level. Moreover, he could distinctly sense a thread of condensation, a transformative opportunity brewing deep within that spiritual lake. Just a step away from triggering a qualitative change, he was on the verge of coalescing a golden core. In the late stage of foundation establishment, his realm was exceptionally secure. Returning to the present, Zhuang Yang eagerly reported to Ziyuan. Moreover, I am merely half a step away from achieving Jidan. Upon hearing Zhuang Yang's definitive response, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Ziyuan's eyes, and she gently replied, that is wonderful. It has not been in vain for us to undergo these numerous trials. It seems the Immortal Sutra is indeed profound, benefiting both you and me greatly. A week prior, after experiencing some success in comprehending the Hahuan Immortal Sutra, the two began to engage in practical exercises. They approached various postures with a rigorous attitude, striving to grasp the essence. The results were remarkable. Not only had Ziyuan's cultivation stabilized at the early Jidan stage, but Zhuang Yang also made rapid progress. Although Zhuang Yang's realm remained in the late stage of foundation establishment, the gap between just entering this stage and the peak state of the late stage was significant. Furthermore, Zhuang Yang possessed an immortal physique, with all 5 elemental spiritual roots. If he were to cultivate diligently on his own, the resources and time required to elevate his realm would far exceed those of ordinary cultivators. Yet, being in the Hahuan sect and aided by the Immortal Sutra made his cultivation efforts remarkably efficient. Zhuang Yang held the soft and delicate figure in his embrace, a warmth blossoming within his heart as he tentatively suggested, since the effects are so remarkable, shall we not reinforce it a little further? The warm breath caressed Ziyuan's sensitive earlobe, causing her slender body to shiver slightly. Ziyuan rolled her eyes playfully. This fellow truly relished the flavor of the experience. However, after a brief moment, her crimson lips parted, almost instinctively uttering a casual, "as you wish." Yet, in that very instant, Ziyuan's expression shifted dramatically. Those enchanting eyes, which had just been brimming with spring-like warmth, instantly regained their crystalline clarity and sharpness akin to a frozen lake. Zhuang Yang's demeanor also turned serious. He sensed a pervasive aura of murderous intent approaching with alarming swiftness towards the rear mountain of Hehuanzhong. Within the chamber, the previous atmosphere of intimacy and warmth evaporated entirely, replaced instead by tension and solemnity. Simultaneously, above Hehuanzhong, the previously tranquil Qian Huanmiqing array began to pulse with waves of disturbance. Pink clouds surged violently, and streams of spiritual light rushed through the mist, emitting a deep, resonant hum, akin to a warning alarm. Chapter 75, Collusion Attack. The rear mountain of Hehuanzhong. In the once tranquil forest, dozens of figures congregated, their formidable spiritual pressure startling countless birds and beasts. At the forefront stood Jiu Dao, exuding the powerful aura of the Jiedan stage. Among them were Zhao Gan, Lu Qing, and Zhou Bo from the Tianjin sect, Elder Li and an Elder Wang from the Xuanwu Valley, Elders Zhou and Wu from the Liang Mountain, as well as two burly elders from the Pancher sect. These two had been lured by Zhao Gan with substantial rewards. The combined might of 9 Jiedan practitioners was sufficient to sweep away any smaller sects lacking a Yuanian cultivator. Behind them, obscured in the shadows, were over 50 disciples in the late stages of foundation building from the 4 sects, each with sharp gazes and an air of murderous intent. Zhao Gan spoke first, narrowing his eyes into slits. "My friends, as far as I know, there are only 3 Jiedan cultivators in their sect right now. The sect leader Su Ru, along with 2 elderly women who have long been in seclusion and whose potential has been exhausted. As for that Ziyuan, humph, her cultivation has fallen to the mid-foundation stage." Zhou Bo's eyes burned red as he interjected, "Heh, the number of foundation building disciples in Hehuanzhong is pitifully small, and they are all women. How can they withstand the elite of our 4 sects? Today, we shall make them pay blood for blood." Elder Li from Xuanwu Valley nodded while stroking his beard, though a hint of caution lingered in his gaze. "What you say is not unfounded. The combat power of Hehuanzhong is indeed lacking. However, their protective array, the Qian Huanmiqing array, is rather peculiar. It is said that when fully operational, even late-stage Jiedan cultivators find it difficult to escape. We must remain vigilant." Elder Zhou from Liang Mountain laughed heartily. "Elder Li, you are being overly cautious. No matter how strange the formation, it requires someone to command it and spiritual power to sustain it. With the combined strength of the 9 of us, along with dozens of foundation-building disciples assisting in formation, do we fear we cannot break this shell?" At this moment, the leading elder from Pancher's sect, with a dark countenance, rumbled, "As for the labor, that is easily said. My Pancher sect possesses ample strength. However, the promised treasures must be honored. My Pancher sect does not work for free." Zhao Gan's eyes flickered with displeasure upon hearing this. Yet, as this was a crucial moment for utilizing their strength, he had no choice but to endure. Forcing a smile to assure him, "Elder Shi, rest assured. I, Zhao, guarantee with my own reputation that the terms promised to your sect will remain unchanged. Once we break this array and eradicate Hehuanzhong, all spoils will be distributed as previously agreed. Should there be any additional rare ancient treasures or techniques, we shall negotiate further." The elders nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Lu Qing remained silent, calculating the method to break the array. Seeing no further objections, Zhao Gan turned his gaze to Lu Qing, his tone softening. "Junior sister Lu, you are an expert in formations. The task of breaking the array is entrusted entirely to you. We shall all heed your commands." "Very well." Lu Qing's lips curled in a confident smile. "The core of this array lies in its illusions. Zhao Shixiang and Zhou Shixiang, you two shall focus on attacking the composition. Elder Li and Elder Wang, you two will employ the secret techniques of Xuanwu to erode the array's foundation and disrupt its spiritual flow. Elder Zhou and Elder Wu, unleash the Liang true fire to scorch the Zhun position and force out its transformations. Elder Shi, you and your sect brothers will strike the Jin position with all your might, breaking cleverness with brute force." In a matter of moments, she had meticulously arranged the plan to break the array, employing counteracting attack methods tailored to the array's varied attributes. Lu Qing added with a tone heavy with intent. As for the others, disciples of Tianjin Sect, heed my command. Form the 4 symbols array at the periphery to assist us in breaking the array, while preventing the demon women of Hehuan Zone from breaking through. The remaining foundation-building disciples from other sects will cooperate with my Tianjin Sect in providing cover. Upon hearing this, each elder made arrangements for their own foundation-building disciples. Once preparations were complete, Zhao Gan let out a sinister laugh, his eyes suddenly fierce. Friends, let us take advantage of the night and strike swiftly. We must turn Hehuan Zone into scorched earth before dawn. With his command, the 9 Zhedan cultivators unleashed an earth-shattering spiritual pressure simultaneously. They unleashed all their might, ruthlessly bombarding the Qian Huan Mi Qing array. At the same time, over 50 foundation-building disciples joined in the assault. The battle formations of each sect surged with brilliance, and the overwhelming spiritual power flowed into the attacks of the 9 Zhedan practitioners, amplifying their destructive force. Thunderous strikes rained down upon the array's protective barrier, causing violent ripples within the Qian Huan Mi Qing array. However, just as the first wave of attacks landed, the old power waned and new power had yet to arise. Within Hehuan Zone, 3 streaks of Zhedan escape light raced forward. Following closely were dozens of foundation-building sword lights of various colors. The female cultivators of Hehuan Zone swiftly formed a formation in the air, inside their protective array. Leading them was the sect leader, Su Ru, adorned in a grand gown, her phoenix-like eyes glinting with fury. Beside her were 2, similarly imposing, law-enforcing female elders radiating Zhedan energy. Behind them stood Su Qingli, Hong Xiao, Bai Ji, Qing Luo, and Fu Ling, the backbone of the sect's foundation-building female cultivators. Each of the female cultivators bore frost upon their delicate faces, holding their magical instruments, standing ready for battle. Their numbers were nearly equal to those of the invading enemies. Although their peak combat strength was somewhat inferior, their eyes burned with unyielding resolve and fighting spirit. Su Ru's icy gaze pierced through the array's protective barrier, locking onto Zhao Gan and the others, who were preparing to launch their second wave of attacks. Her clear voice, filled with boundless rage, resonated through the night sky. Zhao Gan, what is your intent in colluding to ambush my sect under the cover of darkness? As the collusion was exposed and faced with Su Ru's inquiry, Zhao Gan showed no sign of shame. On the contrary, he erupted into a wild laugh. Su Ru, at this point, why do you still pretend to be confused? If you are wise, immediately open the array and hand over all the treasures you obtained in the secret realm. Elder Li from Xuanwu Valley coldly echoed. Sect leader Su, you should understand that possessing treasures can lead to trouble. Hand over all your trial gains, and we may consider sparing the lives of your disciples. Elder Zhou from Liang Mountain thundered, his voice booming with anger. Why waste words with them? They refuse to drink the wine of respect and only seek punishment. Directly smash through this shell and leave no one alive. Elder Shi from Panshir Sect was even more straightforward, roaring, attack. After breaking the array, each for himself. Faced with the cacophony of pressure and threats, Su Ru's spiritual power surged fiercely, unwavering in her stance, her voice resolute. You wish to take the opportunities of Hehuan Zone? A foolish dream. Today, even if I must spill the last drop of my blood, I shall never allow you vile scoundrels to succeed. As her words fell, the 2 law-enforcing elders by her side, along with all the foundation-building female cultivators, likewise surged with spiritual energy, their eyes filled with determination. They were prepared for a fight to the death, stubborn and unyielding. Then let us not hold back in our ruthlessness. Zhao Gan let out another sinister laugh, his eyes brimming with killing intent, intensifying the assault. Crush this array for me. Chapter 76. Counter Siege, the Grave of Death. 9 Zhedan cultivators once again gathered their spiritual energy, launching a more ferocious assault that poured down upon the shimmering barrier of the Qianhuan Mijing formation like a tempest. The grand formation trembled violently, the pink mist swirling ceaselessly, with spiritual light flickering rapidly. The protective mountain formation endured tremendous pressure. Seeing this, Su Ru gritted her silver teeth. Resolved to break through the formation with 2 elder enforcers and engage the enemy in a desperate battle. Sister, wait. At that moment, a cool white light shot in their direction, landing beside Su Ru. It was Ziyuan. Sister Yu. Su Ru paused, her gaze towards Ziyuan filled with surprise. She had not anticipated that Ziyuan's cultivation would recover so swiftly. Outside the formation, Zhao Gan noticed this change, his eyes narrowing. Jit on stage? Humph. It seems your holy maiden has regained her strength rather quickly. But what difference does it make to have one more at the initial stage of Jidon? It's merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It cannot alter the inevitable demise of the Hahuan sect today. Lu Qing licked her red lips, her eyes sparkling with fervor. In just half a month, her cultivation has remarkably advanced from mid-foundation to initial Jidon. Such speed is astonishing. It appears the treasures obtained by the Hahuan sect in the secret realm are even more incredible than we imagined. Upon hearing this, the elders of Xuanwu Valley, Liang Mountain, and Panshir sect gazed with even greater intensity, their attacks becoming more ruthless. Opportunity lay before them. Who could resist the temptation? As Su Ru observed the escalating onslaught outside, her joy faltered and her heart sank. She immediately transmitted her thoughts to Ziyuan. Ziyuan, it seems the Xianjing is indeed effective. Our urgent task is to ensure the preservation of the Xianjing to sustain our sect's legacy. I entrust this to you and the core disciples like Qingli and Hanxiao. Utilize those 5 top-grade spirit stones to forcibly enhance the formation's power. It should buy us some time. You must find a way to bypass the enemy and head to the Tiandao Alliance headquarters to explain our situation. Though the other sects of the Tiandao Alliance are akin to each other in their oppression of our Hahuan sect, at this juncture, we can only hope that Luoxia sect and Chiangmen will intervene to maintain balance within the alliance. This was the sole strategy she could conceive to preserve a flicker of hope for her sect. However, Ziyuan shook her head, transmitting, "Sister, there is no need for such despair. Zhuang Yang sent me to tell you that we have a chance of victory. Young junior brother has a plan?" Su Ru was taken aback, instinctively glancing around and probing with her spiritual sense, yet she could not detect Zhuang Yang's presence. Ziyuan ceased further discussion and swiftly communicated Zhuang Yang's plan to Su Ru. As Su Ru listened, the despair and determination on her face gradually transformed into astonishment. Meanwhile, outside the formation, the attacks intensified. Various foul words and mockery rang out. "Ha, look at them. They are indeed a bunch of women, only capable of hiding in their shell. Useless without a man to support them. They are destined to perish tonight." Several elders chimed in. Zhao Gan, his gaze lewdly sweeping over Su Ru and the many female cultivators, licked his lips and shouted, "Su Ru, why resist stubbornly? If you would just submit to me and become my concubine, I, Zhao Gan, assure you that I will plead for you before my fellow Taoists, granting you and the Hahuan sect a chance to survive. At that point, you would have a man to rely on. Isn't that better than facing demise now?" Ha. Such shameless words elicited a cacophony of lewd laughter from the other sect elders. "Indeed, I am also in need of concubines. Be wise and throw yourselves into my embrace, and I shall spare your lives." Faced with Zhao Gan and his cohort's indecent remarks and rampant provocations, Su Ru could not be bothered to engage in verbal disputes. She secretly transmitted to reassure her disciples and to confirm the execution of Ziyuan's plan. The Hahuan sect's silence and indifference utterly incensed Zhao Gan and the others. Humph, daring to act pretentiously even when death is imminent. Zhao Gan, unable to maintain his composure, seethed in anger and commanded, "Attack with all your might. Shatter this veil of modesty. Let us see how long they can remain defiant. Kill." The 9 Jidon elders held nothing back, their spiritual energy surging forth. The brilliance of their magical artifacts and spells illuminated half the night sky, crashing violently against the Qianhuan Mijing Formation's barrier. Over 50 Foundation disciples desperately fueled the battle formation, pouring their spiritual energy unreservedly into the torrent of attacks. Under this relentless assault, the barrier of the Qianhuan Mijing Formation emitted a mournful cry of strain. Violent ripples spread wildly. The pink mist visibly thinned, and the area it enveloped began to slowly retract. They cannot hold on any longer. The formation is about to break. The elders of Liang Mountain roared with excitement. Elder Li from Xuanwu Valley stroked his beard, sneering. "Insufficient spiritual energy. The formation is contracting. This is a precursor to defeat. Everyone, put in more effort. Let us strike while the iron is hot." Zhao Gan's eyes gleamed with malice and exhilaration, his mind conjuring images of the female cultivators of the Hahuan sect trembling beneath him once the formation shattered. Contract the formation, push forward. Do not give them a moment to breathe. Today, we shall obliterate the Hahuan sect. As the cultivators from the 4 sects maintained their furious assault, they advanced collectively toward the shrinking pink barrier. On the Huan Sect's side, as the formation contracted, Su Ru, Ziyuan, and the others directed their disciples to slowly retreat toward the main peak. The formation became somewhat disordered, as if forced back due to a lack of spiritual energy. This scene further convinced Zhao Gan and his allies that victory was assured. Their onslaught grew more ferocious, and their advance quickened significantly. However, just as the four sect cultivators delved deeper into the Huan Sect's rear mountain area, Lu Qing suddenly furrowed her brow, her spiritual sense detecting an unusual fluctuation of the formation. It did not emanate from the imminent collapse of the formation ahead, but rather from behind and to the sides. She turned abruptly, gazing back toward the direction they had come from, as well as the surrounding forests. Unbeknownst to them, a vast screen of shimmering pink light, akin to an inverted giant bowl, silently enveloped all of them, along with the contracting Qian Huan Mi Qing formation within. In an instant, a chilling sensation surged from Lu Qing's feet straight to the crown of her head. Her complexion altered dramatically as she exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. We have fallen into a trap." This cry echoed like a clap of thunder among the cultivators of the four sects. Zhao Gan, Zhou Bo, Elder Li, Elder Zhou, Elder Shi. The attacks of all the Jiedan cultivators instinctively faltered, their gazes following Lu Qing's direction. When they discerned the multicolored light screen, which had mysteriously appeared and emanated a disquieting aura, the expressions of arrogance, excitement, and greed on their faces froze, replaced by unparalleled terror. Is this yet another layer of the Qian Huan Mi Qing formation? When was it set up? Have we been surrounded in return? Panic swiftly spread among the cultivators of the four sections. With the untouched Qian Huan Mi Qing formation ahead and the newly emerged Grand Formation behind, they had unwittingly become fish in a barrel. The female cultivators of Huan Sect, who had been retreating, suddenly halted their backward movement. The next moment, a solemn male voice resonated through the night sky. "Esteemed seniors, are you satisfied with the burial ground prepared for you by your junior?" Chapter 77. The might of the array, dividing the enemy's Zhao Gan's pupils constricted abruptly as he lifted his head, attempting to locate the source of the voice, his face awash with bewilderment. Could it be that the voice belonged to that vile creature from Huanzhong, the young man named Zhuang Yang? The other elders exchanged glances, their consciousnesses frantically scanning the surroundings, yet they struggled to pinpoint the exact location of the sound. Where could he be? How dare a mere Foundation Establishment Junior speak so boldly here? Lu Qing furrowed her brows in concern. Utilizing her keen perception of formations, she swiftly deduced the origin of the voice, her tone tinged with gravity. He is not within our range of perception. The voice is being transmitted through the protective array of Huanzhong. He is likely controlling the array, right at the core of its center. What? Zhou Bo was momentarily taken aback, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Lu Junior sister, have you lost your senses? How could a mere Foundation Establishment novice control such a vast protective array? Even if he were a prodigy in formations, the mental acuity and spiritual power required to manipulate an array of this magnitude far exceeds what a Foundation Establishment beginner could muster. At the very least, one would need to be at the late Foundation Establishment stage, or even in the core formation stage to manage it. Lu Qing was momentarily speechless, her complexion turning ashen. Indeed, this was illogical. From the recent disciple competition to the opening of the secret realm, only a month had passed. To advance from the peak of Qi refining to the early stage of Foundation Establishment was already a stroke of luck. Yet, this had only been half a month. It was utterly impossible for him to have reached the late Foundation Establishment stage. But the undeniable fact remained. Zhuang Yang's voice originated from the core of the array. Could it be that he had assistance from a core formation cultivator nearby? But weren't the core formation and even late Foundation Establishment cultivators of Huanzhong right in front of them? What on earth was happening? Lu Qing felt her understanding of the situation shaken to its core. A riddle she could not unravel, regardless of the circumstances. Zhao Gan, recovering from his initial shock, once again donned a fierce expression, resorting to trickery. What could a mere Foundation Establishment Junior truly achieve with an array under his control? With our combined efforts, can we not break through this turtle shell? Once the array is dismantled, I will ensure this vile creature experiences the depths of despair. Following a roar laced with bravado, Zhao Gan, eager to reclaim his dignity, disregarded Lu Qing's earlier commands and launched a solo attack. "Ah, take this." After a furious bellow, he summoned his life-bound flying sword. At the same time, the mountain-suppressing seal re-emerged, infused with boundless Earth-type spiritual energy, as it smashed toward the pink barrier. Break from me. However, as soon as his flying sword and treasure made contact with the barrier, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The barrier did not confront them directly. Instead, a massive surge of pink mist erupted forth. This mist seemed to possess a life of its own, swiftly enveloping Zhao Gan's flying sword and treasure. The spiritual light on the flying sword dimmed at a visible rate, emitting a mournful cry. The mountain-suppressing seal appeared to be sinking into an endless mire, its descent abruptly slowing. The connection between Zhao Gan and his treasures became intermittent. Zhao Gan felt an immense pulling force emanating from the mist. Not only were his treasures ensnared, but even his own spiritual energy seemed to be drawn into that strange pink fog. His expression changed dramatically as he desperately urged his spiritual energy to retrieve his treasures, yet found himself unable to break free. How could this be? Zhao Gan was both astonished and enraged. Just then, Zhuang Yang's calm, yet mocking voice resounded once more, striking Zhao Gan like an invisible slap. Zhao Senior, do you truly believe that the protective array of He Huanzong is merely for passive defense? Underestimating your adversary comes at a cost. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the pink array's spiritual light surged, transforming into several shimmering pink chains that coiled toward Zhao Gan himself. Terrified, Zhao Gan hastily severed his connection with his treasures and retreated. However, he could not evade the oncoming chains, which ensnared him midair, akin to an insect caught in a spider's web. His two treasures were utterly beyond his control, firmly bound by the pink chains atop the barrier. Senior brother, Elder Zhao, Lu Qing and Zhou Bo exclaimed simultaneously upon witnessing the scene. Lu Qing reacted swiftly, immediately instructing, everyone, quickly assist senior brother Zhao in escaping. This array is peculiar. We must work together to break it. Zhou Bo, equally anxious, did not wait for others to respond and activated his sword aura. A sharp stream of sword energy sliced toward the pink chains, ensnaring Zhao Gan's treasures. Simultaneously, he summoned his own spiritual energy, attempting to help Zhao Gan stabilize his breath and break free. Lu Qing also sprang into action, unleashing several beams of array-breaking spiritual light toward the critical nodes of the chains. Yet, the pink chains were exceedingly tenacious, their power far exceeding their expectations. Zhou Bo and Lu Qing's efforts did not immediately sever the chains. Instead, their own spiritual energy was ensnared, as if caught in quicksand. They needed to continuously channel their spiritual energy to prevent being dragged in. Their expressions turned grim. Lu Qing was alarmed, realizing that it would be futile for the three of them to escape alone. She hastily glanced toward the bystanders from Xianwu Valley, Liang Mountain, and Panshi Sect, her tone imbued with a hint of entreaty and temptation. Esteemed elders, I implore you to lend your assistance. If you help my Tianjin sect out of this predicament, I shall willingly cede 1/10 of the opportunities gained after the array is dismantled to be shared among the three of you. Elders Li and Wang from Xianwu Valley exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with evident interest as they prepared to act. But just then, Zhuang Yang's voice echoed once more. Esteemed elders, I am well aware that this dispute was instigated solely by the selfish desires of Tianjin sect, dragging you all into this mess. He Huanzong is clear in its grievances, targeting only Tianjin sect. As for the elders and friends from Xianwu Valley, Liang Mountain, and Panshi Sect, should you wish to depart at this moment, our sect will not impede you. I, as a junior, hereby vow that I shall not pursue this matter in the future. Upon hearing this declaration, a ripple of spiritual light shimmered across the pink barrier at the location where the disciples of Xianwu Valley and Liang Mountain had gathered. In the blink of an eye, a gap wide enough for several individuals to pass through appeared. Beyond the opening lay the freedom of the forest and the night sky. This sudden turn of events thoroughly unsettled elders Li and Wang of Xianwu Valley. They swiftly communicated through sound transmission. Brother Li, what do you think? Brother Wang, something feels amiss. The Hehuan sect had long been prepared, their formation enigmatic, and that young man Zhuang Yang was particularly sinister. It was evident that Tianjin sect had fallen into a trap, and Zhao Gan was ensnared within it. Yet, what use were the promised benefits of Tianjin sect when life itself was at stake? It would be wiser to seize this opportunity to preserve their strength and retreat swiftly. What my elder brother says is indeed true. In a flash, the two had reached a mutual understanding. Elder Zhao, Fairy Lu, It is not that we are unwilling to assist. Rather, the safety of our sect's disciples takes precedence. We must take our leave. Elder Li hastily clasped his hands towards the trapped Zhao Gan and the others, his tone laced with feigned regret. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, commanding the disciples of Xianwu Valley, "Withdraw with me." Before his words had fully settled, he had already taken the lead, darting through the breach with a flash of light. Elder Wang followed closely behind. The dozen or so Foundation establishment disciples from Xianwu Valley, witnessing this, dared not linger any longer. They swiftly harnessed their swords and fled, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Elders Zhou and Wu from Liang Mountain exchanged a glance, each perceiving the resolve reflected in the other's eyes. Liang Mountain, retreat. They could barely muster the effort to offer excuses, directly leading their disciples to swiftly disappear beyond the breach. In an instant, only the 3 trapped Golden Core members of Tianjin Sect and 2 elders from Shanshi Sect remained, along with a handful of their disciples. Chapter 78. The Turn of the Tide, Strangling the Enemy. Lu Qing and Zhou Bo gazed anxiously at the escape route in the distance, their hearts aflame with urgency. How they longed to extricate themselves immediately. Yet, Zhao Gan remained ensnared by the formidable power of the formation. Should they withdraw their spiritual energy at this moment, Zhao Gan would undoubtedly be completely consumed by the pink chains in an instant, effectively being dragged down by this incompetent ally. Elder Shi of the Panshi Sect wore a grim expression as he surveyed the fleeing figures of Xuanwu Valley and Liang Mountain. His gaze shifted to the beleaguered Zhao Gan and his companions. The Panshi Sect had always been known for its loyalty. If they fled now, their reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Gritting his teeth, he turned to his companions and exclaimed, "Damn it! We cannot behave like those spineless cowards. We must assist Elder Zhao in breaking free." However, no sooner had he spoken than the mocking voice of Zhuang Yang echoed through the air. "It seems this esteemed elder of the Panshi Sect is determined to accompany the Tianjin Sect to the bitter end? In that case, I regret to inform you." As he spoke, the breach in the formation began to close slowly. Elder Shi and another elder, along with the disciples of the Panshi Sect, turned pale at the sight of the narrowing gap. The increasing pressure emanating from the Hahuan Sect's formation was palpable, and looking at their dispirited disciples, along with the Tianjin Sect trio, ensnared and bereft of hope for escape, all notions of loyalty and promises seemed utterly feeble in the face of impending doom. At that moment, another elder relayed a message to Elder Shi. "Old Shi, this matter is already shrouded in secrecy. Xuanwu Valley and Liang Mountain have escaped, and will make no noise about it. We should depart." Elder Shi nodded quickly and said urgently, "Elder Zhao, I apologize." Without hesitation, he called out, "Panshi Sect, retreat." The 2 Panshi Sect Golden Core elders dashed out in haste before the breach closed completely, their retreat desperate and unceremonious. The pink barrier sealed shut, isolating the inner and outer realms once more. On the battlefield behind the Hahuan Sect's mountain, only Zhao Gan, Lu Qing, and Zhou Bo remained, along with a dozen foundational disciples from the Tianjin Sect, trapped like lambs awaiting slaughter in this meticulously prepared death trap. Originally, the coalition of 4 sects had surged forth with a formidable aura, yet in mere moments, under Zhuang Yang's sparse words and the transformation of the formation, their morale crumbled and disintegrated into chaos. Su Ru, Ziyuan, and all the female cultivators of the Hahuan Sect hovered within the inner layer of the Qianhuan Mijing formation, coldly observing the isolated and pale faces of the Tianjin Sect members. "Now, it is time to settle our accounts, esteemed elders of the Tianjin Sect." Zhuang Yang's icy voice reverberated once more from within the formation, laden with murderous intent. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing shuddered violently. Looking around, she saw that the formation had completely closed. Zhao Gan was unstable, having lost all combat capability, while Zhou Bo's eyes burned red, struggling to conceal his fear. It was over. All was lost. Understanding the dire straits they were in, her instinct for survival compelled her to cast aside the dignity of a Golden Core cultivator. She shouted urgently towards Su Ru, Sect Leader Su. "Today, we were blinded by our own folly. I, Lu Qing, vow with my heart's demons that if your sect allows us to depart, we shall never again become enemies of the Hahuan Sect." Zhou Bo, witnessing Lu Qing's submission, hastily echoed, "Yes. Yes, it was all Zhao Gan's idea. Sect Leader Su, grievances have their sources. If you seek retribution, let it be directed at Zhao Gan. I, Zhou Bo, also pledged to never oppose the Hahuan sect again. What grievances of kinship could matter when one's life was at stake? Zhou Tong was as good as dead. He even consoled himself that the path of cultivation was one where familial ties must be relinquished in pursuit of the Tao. Zhao Gan trembled with rage, unable to fathom that Lu Qing would yield, and Zhou Bo would so readily betray him. He sought to unleash a tirade, but as he felt the tightening pink chains incessantly eroding his spiritual energy, the words died on his lips, leaving his complexion ashen. Yet, as Su Ru observed their pitiful display of desperation, her phoenix-like eyes held only cold, murderous intent, unyielding and resolute. After failing to kill and seize treasures, you think mere words of beg for mercy will suffice? There is no such easy bargain in this world. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Zhao Gan. Her killing intent sharpened, especially you, Zhao Gan. Time and again, you have provoked us with foul words. Today, we shall settle both new and old grievances. Hahuan sect disciples, heed my command. Su Ru's voice thundered, strangle the invading enemies. Obey the sect leader's orders. The crowd responded in unison. In the next moment, Su Qingli, Hong Xiao, Bai Ji, Qing Luo, Fu Ling, and other foundational female cultivators could no longer contain their fury and murderous intent. They moved like butterflies through flowers, utilizing the formation's cover and enhancement to form numerous small battle arrays, ruthlessly charging at the panicked foundational disciples of the Tianjin sect. Sisters, kill. Avenge our sect. The female cultivators of the Hahuan sect coordinated seamlessly. The formation provided them with an exceptional environment for offense and replenishment of spiritual energy. In stark contrast, the Tianjin sect disciples were trapped in a dire situation, their morale shattered, and constantly suppressed and disrupted by the power of the formation. They could only muster a third of their strength at best. In an instant, sword energies clashed and spells roared. The cries of the fallen echoed relentlessly. The disciples of the Tianjin sect fell like harvested wheat, plummeting from the sky one after another. The battle unfolded as an overwhelming one-sided massacre. Meanwhile, at a higher level of the Golden Core battlefield, Su Ru, accompanied by two alluring law-enforcing elders and Ziyuan, whose cultivation had returned to the early stage of Golden Core, joined forces against the defiant Lu Qing and Zhou Bo. Su Ru directly approached Lu Qing. With a flick of her jade hand, a radiant feather fan appeared in her grasp. This was her life's treasure, the Qiling Pofa fan. With a gentle flick, a cascade of colorful rays filled the air, sweeping toward Lu Qing like a shimmering ribbon. Where it passed, even the very fabric of space seemed to warp. Lu Qing dared not delay, hastily summoning an 8 trigrams mirror, its brilliance shining forth to form layers of light shields in an attempt to defend herself. Simultaneously, numerous fine, green needles flew from her sleeve, akin to venomous bees, attacking Su Ru. These were her life's treasure, the Bailan Jun. The two law-enforcing elders coordinated flawlessly. One wielded a jade rui, unleashing a gentle, ethereal green light to ensnare and bind Zhou Bo's movements. Another individual brandished a pair of paired daggers, their blades glistening like snow, imbued with an eerie chill, targeting the vital points of Zhou Bo. Zhou Bo's eyes burned crimson, resembling a frenzied beast. Aware that there was no hope for a peaceful resolution today, he resolved to fight to the death. With a furious roar, he summoned his life-bound flying sword, its aura surging violently, disregarding his own defenses, and launched a frenzied assault against the two elder enforcers, fully embracing a mutually destructive strategy. Meanwhile, Ziyuan refrained from engaging in direct confrontation, instead maneuvering along the fringes of the battlefield. Seizing the opportune moment, as Zhou Bo was entangled by the two elder enforcers, exhausted from previous exertions and yet to gather new strength, she suddenly unleashed a flying sword. Whoosh! The shadow of the sword moved with unparalleled swiftness, piercing directly through Zhou Bo's back. Zhou Bo's body stiffened abruptly. In disbelief, he looked down to see a gaping hole the size of a bowl appearing in his chest. Blood, mixed with shattered entrails, gushed forth. He opened his mouth, attempting to utter something. However, before he could articulate a word, a torrent of blood erupted from his lips, instantly staining his chin and collar. Subsequently, his body fell rigidly from the air, devoid of breath. Elder Zhou. Zhao Gan's eyes widened in despair, yearning to render assistance. Yet, he remained ensnared by the pink chains and the relentless onslaught of the formation, unable to secure his own safety. Upon witnessing Zhou Bo's demise, Lu Qing was struck with horror, realizing that the situation was dire. Gritting her teeth, she disregarded the radiant multicolored light emanating from Su Ru, braving a strike and using the momentum to retreat forcefully. Simultaneously, she unleashed several precious high-tier thunderstorm talismans in an attempt to blast her way to freedom. Want to escape? It would not be so simple. Su Ru let out a cold snort, and the seven-feather fan was waved once more. The radiant light surged as if alive, transforming into a colossal multicolored hand that intercepted the electric brilliance of the thunderstorm talismans. Then, with unyielding momentum, it reached down to seize Lu Qing. Concurrently, the two elder enforcers and Ziyuan also made their move, the azure light of Yurui entwining around her feet, while the chilling glow of the paired daggers sealed her path of retreat. Ziyuan's spell pressed directly towards her dantian. Chapter 79. Excessive strain leading to unconsciousness. No. Lu Qing let out a desperate scream. In the next moment, she was violently grasped by a colossal hand of myriad colors, her bones cracking under the unbearable pressure. Immediately after, her golden core was struck by Ziyuan, nearly collapsing. The two enforcement elders seized the opportunity to deliver another blow, utterly shattering Lu Qing's golden core. As her golden core shattered, Lu Qing met her tragic demise. At this moment, the battle below was also nearing its conclusion. Under the coordinated assault of the female disciples of Huanzong, over a dozen foundational disciples from Tianjianmen had been completely annihilated, with none surviving. The entire battlefield was left with only Zhao Gan, entangled in pink chains, struggling in vain. Witnessing the devastation of his disciples and the fall of Zhou Bo and Lu Qing, despair washed over him like a tidal wave. Su Ru, Master Su, spare me. I am willing to submit. I am willing. Tears streaming down his face, Zhao Gan implored Su Ru incoherently. Hovering in the air, Su Ru narrowed her beautiful eyes, regarding Zhao Gan with indifference, akin to observing an insignificant insect. Is it too late to beg for mercy now? She thought. Without the inclination to act personally, she merely spoke into the void. Zhuang Yang, see Zhao Elder on his way. As her words fell, the pink chains constricting Zhao Gan erupted with blinding radiance, tightening abruptly. Zhao Gan emitted a harrowing scream as his body contorted and twisted, ultimately exploding into a mist of blood, his soul completely extinguished. His mountain-sealing seal and life-bound flying sword, once locked away, lost their brilliance and became unclaimed items, swept away by the power of the formation. The night breeze carried with it a pungent scent of blood. The rear mountains of Huanzong gradually returned to silence. The three golden core elders of Tianjianmen had perished, and all foundational disciples had been eradicated. Meanwhile, Huanzong, bolstered by the grand formation controlled by Zhuang Yang and the united counterattack, had suffered no losses. Only a few sustained minor injuries. The relief of having survived the calamity surged through the hearts of every female disciple of Huanzong like a tidal wave. As they descended from the heights, many sat exhausted on the ground, gazing at the devastation and the corpses of their enemies, unable to believe they had truly defended their sect. Moreover, they had retaliated with such overwhelming force against the invading foes. Su Ru, standing tall, exuded the authority of a sect leader as she began to issue commands. Su Qingli, Hong Xiao, lead the disciples to swiftly clean the battlefield, gather all spoils, and erase any traces. Be vigilant for any survivors. Tracking marks or means of communication. Yes, sect leader. Su Qingli and Hong Xiao immediately accepted their orders and began organizing the personnel. After arranging matters, Su Ru slowly raised her head, gazing at the grand formation of the sect still flowing through the night sky, her fair face revealing genuine gratitude and admiration. Clearing her throat, her voice barely concealing her excitement, she addressed the void, Zhuang Yang. It is you who deserves the greatest credit for our sect's survival through this tribulation. After speaking, she awaited a response from that clear voice, anticipating Zhuang Yang's appearance to join them. However, moments passed in silence, the night sky remaining still. Only the sound of the wind lamented, with no reply from Zhuang Yang. A hint of unease crossed Su Ru's brow. Ziyuan also sensed something amiss, sharing a heart bond with Zhuang Yang. She felt their connection becoming faint and erratic. Urgently, she called out in a cool voice, Zhuang Yang, the crisis has been averted. You may come now. During this period, the two enforcement elders, Su Qingli, Hong Xiao, Baizhi, Qing Luo, and Fu Ling, all the female disciples, unconsciously halted their actions, their gazes fixed toward the direction of the main peak's formation eye. An ominous premonition loomed over their hearts like dark clouds. This is bad. Ziyuan's complexion changed dramatically, disregarding everything else. Her cold light surged around her, shooting toward the core of the main peak's formation like an arrow. Suru felt her heart tighten and immediately instructed the two enforcement elders, "Junior sisters, I leave the aftermath here to you. I will check on the situation." As she spoke, she summoned her light and followed closely behind the figures of Su Ru and Ziyuan. Su Qingli, Hong Xiao, Bai Ji, Qing Luo, Fu Ling, and other female disciples hurriedly summoned their sword lights to follow. The other female disciples longed to join them to ascertain Zhuang Yang's condition. Suddenly, the two enforcement elders spoke up. "Ladies, it is sufficient for Master Su and the others to go. We have enough personnel here. Let us proceed with the cleanup in an orderly manner." Yes, although the other female disciples were deeply worried, they suppressed their anxiety upon hearing the elders' words and continued their tasks, casting worried glances toward the main peak from time to time. The two enforcement elders watched the departing figures and exchanged glances, seeing deep concern reflected in each other's eyes. The elder of the two sighed. "Let us hope that Zhuang Yang remains unharmed." Deep within the main peak, in a secret cave shrouded by intricate runes, lay the core of the protective mountain formation. Upon entering first, Ziyuan's heart seized at the sight before her. There lay Zhuang Yang, his complexion as pale as paper, eyes tightly shut, sprawled on the ground, his breath weak, having fallen into a deep unconsciousness. Moreover, the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him were exceedingly chaotic, sometimes surging, sometimes dwindling. The five-colored spiritual light on his body flickered erratically, as if it had lost control. Following closely behind, Su Ru, Su Qingli, and the others were equally horrified, gasping in shock. "Junior brother Zhuang," they exclaimed, rushing to his side. Qing Luo, the sect's foremost expert in formations who had once taught Zhuang Yang, immediately began to observe and analyze the situation. She swiftly surveyed the surrounding ruins, which had not yet fully settled. After carefully sensing Zhuang Yang's condition, her delicate face revealed shock and heartbreak. The immense power of the formation demanded exceptionally high levels of spiritual energy from its controller, leading to terrifying consumption. Logically, to operate it alone, one would require at least the spiritual energy and consciousness control of the Golden Core stage. I had previously thought that Zhuang Yang was assisted by other senior sisters and junior sisters. I never expected he bore the burden alone. He has overexerted himself in activating the formation, exhausting both his spiritual energy and consciousness. Qing Luo sighed as she addressed the crowd, her delicate brows knitting into a furrow. Upon hearing her words, Ziyuan trembled involuntarily, her gaze fixated on the unconscious Zhuang Yang sprawled on the ground. In her ice-like eyes, regret and self-reproach swirled abundantly as she murmured, "It is all my fault. My understanding of the formation was insufficient." In that moment of urgency, he assured me of his confidence and urged me to assist at the front lines. I cannot believe I acquiesced. Had I remained behind, even to share a fraction of the spiritual energy, he might not have. But this is not the time for such thoughts. Suru forcibly composed herself and turned her attention to Bai Ji, who was adept in both alchemy and healing. "Bai Ji, please, attend to Zhuang Yang at once." Chapter 80. Fortune and misfortune intertwined. Bai Ji immediately nodded, stepped forward quickly, crouched down, and began to examine him carefully. The cave was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on Bai Ji, their breaths unconsciously held, the air thick with tension and worry. After a moment, Bai Ji's delicate brows furrowed tighter and tighter, her usually cool face now etched with profound gravity and confusion. "How is he?" Suru couldn't help but ask urgently. Su Qingli also nervously clutched the hem of her robe. "Bai Ji, junior brother Zhuang he." Hong Xiao was so anxious she stamped her foot. "Bai Ji, speak quickly. What's wrong with little junior brother?" Bai Ji slowly withdrew her hand and looked up, her tone heavy. While junior brother Zhuang's spiritual power and divine sense are severely depleted, what is truly baffling is the chaotic state of his internal spiritual energy. She paused, then explained in detail. Junior brother Zhuang possesses a 5-element mixed spiritual root. The 5 elemental spiritual roots should maintain a balanced, mutually reinforcing cycle. However, the wood, earth, and water spiritual energies within his body are abnormally surging and active, while the fire and metal spiritual energies are comparatively withered and weak. Unless something unforeseen occurred. This should be an innate hidden ailment. This imbalance might not have been obvious under normal circumstances. But this time, while manipulating the Grand Formation, his own spiritual power was massively depleted, akin to a dam releasing a flood, completely detonating the underlying imbalance. This is the root cause of his coma. Upon hearing that the wood, earth, and water spiritual energies were abnormally surging, Zi Yuan's delicate frame shuddered violently. She possessed the heavenly Yin physique, with water, wood, and earth spiritual roots. Over the past few days, she had been cultivating the Huan immortal scripture with Zhuang Yang. Their Yin and Yang energies converged, their spiritual powers mutually transferring. During the dual cultivation process, spiritual energy possessing these three attributes had continuously flowed into Zhuang Yang's body. This greatly nourished and increased the corresponding three elemental spiritual energies within him. Ultimately, it led to the current severe state of imbalance. Having grasped the crux of the matter, Zi Yuan's face turned even paler than Zhuang Yang's. Her pearly white teeth clenched her lower lip so tightly it nearly drew blood. Su Ru's heart also sank, and she discreetly glanced at Zi Yuan beside her. This was not some innate hidden ailment of Zhuang Yang's. It was caused by later actions. Who could have imagined that Zhuang Yang's special constitution, when engaging in dual cultivation with a Dao companion, concealed such peril? Junior sister Zi Yuan. Su Ru took a deep breath and began to communicate with Zi Yuan via sound transmission. Meanwhile, Hong Xiao anxiously asked Bai Ji, how can we save junior brother Zhuang and help him resolve this crisis? Bai Ji's expression remained grave as she replied, administering elixirs that supplement fire and metal spiritual energy is the only method. Hearing this, Su Qingli immediately showed a look of astonishment. Elixirs that can directly replenish spiritual power are extremely precious. The main ingredients required are at least a century old or more. Within the Forbidden Grounds, she had indeed gathered many rare spiritual plants. Their ages reached millennia, even tens of millennia, making them exceptionally valuable. But upon careful consideration, none met the criteria. Qingli, didn't you gather many spiritual plants during the Forbidden Grounds trial? Hong Xiao looked at Su Qingli with hopeful eyes. Su Qingli, however, let out a long sigh and shook her head helplessly. I already thought of that just now. Among the spiritual plants I gathered in the Forbidden Grounds trial, none possessed the fire or metal attributes. Look for yourselves. As she spoke, she directly retrieved all the spiritual plants from her storage pouch and laid them on the ground. Bai Ji quickly scanned them, her gaze shifting from hopeful to gradually disappointed. Seeing this, Hong Xiao grew so anxious her pretty face flushed red, her mind racing. A moment later, she urgently spoke again. Qingli, these spiritual plants you brought back are all millennia, or even tens of millennia old. Any single one is priceless. Let's sell a few. The spirit stones we get will be enough to buy elixirs that supplement fire and metal spiritual energy. If not elixirs, buying spiritual plants would work too. Saving junior brother Zhuang is what matters most. Su Qingli nodded repeatedly. To save Zhuang Yang, she was willing to part with all her treasured possessions. However, at this moment, Bai Ji bitterly shook her head. It's useless. Never mind the time needed to find and sell rare spiritual plants. Junior brother Zhuang cannot wait that long. More importantly, elixirs that can directly and rapidly replenish large amounts of fire and metal spiritual energy are extremely rare and difficult to find, with very limited stock. Even if we had spirit stones and managed to buy some by chance, it wouldn't be enough to resolve junior brother Zhuang's imbalance, which is this severe. Hearing this, Hong Xiao's heart plummeted. She grabbed Bai Ji's arm and pressed, Bai Ji, you just said junior brother Zhuang can't wait that long. How long exactly? Give us a definite answer. Bai Ji's eyes reddened, tears welling up. She took a deep breath, using all her strength to keep her voice from breaking, speaking with a choked tone. Judging by the rate at which the spiritual energies within him are clashing and overwhelming each other, I'm afraid he won't last more than 3 days. If the imbalance cannot be reversed within 3 days, once the 5 elements completely collapse into chaos and the spiritual power backfires, he will perish, his Tao extinguished. As her words fell, Hong Xiao was as if struck by lightning. Her hand gripping Bai Ji's arm went limp, sliding down as she staggered back a step, murmuring, 3 days, only 3 days. Su Qingli slumped to the ground, tears silently streaming down her face. Qing Luo and Fu Ling leaned weakly against the wall. The atmosphere in the cave plummeted to freezing point. They had finally defended the sect, only to have to watch helplessly as its greatest contributor, the hope for its future, was about to. Just as all hope seemed lost, Ziyuan, who had been silently guarding Zhuang Yang's side and communicating with Su Ru via sound transmission, suddenly raised her head. She looked at Bai Ji. Junior sister Bai Ji, are you certain that as long as sufficient metal and fire attribute spiritual energy is supplied, he can be saved? Is that correct? Bai Ji was taken aback by the question, instinctively nodding. Theoretically, yes, but Ziyuan's tone was resolute and decisive. Since elixirs and medicinal ingredients are hard to find, then forget the elixirs. Is it feasible for cultivators possessing metal and fire spiritual roots to directly transfer their own spiritual power to him? These words stunned not only Bai Ji, but also Su Qingli and the others. Fu Ling's delicate brows furrowed. Senior sister Ziyuan, directly transferring spiritual power between cultivators is extremely inefficient. This is common knowledge in the cultivation world. Spiritual power rapidly dissipates once it leaves the body. Less than 1% can be absorbed by the recipient. It also causes significant loss to the one transferring it. If this method were viable, high-level cultivators could directly impart power to low-level disciples through empowerment, mass-producing experts. Why would anyone need to cultivate arduously? Even the yin-yang he-he-ju of my he-huan zone relies on the opposing yin and yang energies to nourish one's own spiritual power, without the ability to directly seize it. This assertion is entirely reasonable and widely acknowledged as a principle in the realm of cultivation. Nevertheless, Ziyuan appeared to be oblivious to this, as she lowered her head, gazing intently at the unconscious Zhuang Yang. What if Zhuang Yang were not merely afflicted with an ordinary mixed spiritual root, but possessed a unique constitution capable of defying common understanding? A unique constitution? Bai Ji, Hong Xiao, Qing Luo, and Fu Ling were all taken aback, their faces reflecting confusion. Su Qingli, on the other hand, displayed a look of dawning realization. Previously, her concerns and limited understanding had prevented her from considering Zhuang Yang's constitution. Now, upon hearing Ziyuan's words, the tangled threads of thought began to unravel, leading to an epiphany. All of this stemmed from Zhuang Yang's unique constitution. In this light, the unbalanced spiritual power and the overwhelming presence of the wood, water, and earth spiritual roots were a result of Ziyuan in him. Reflecting on this, Su Qingli's delicate face flushed with color. Simultaneously, a glimmer of hope arose within her heart. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Zhuang Yang is saved. At this moment, the previously silent Su Ru also spoke up. What you do not know is that Zhuang Yang possesses a special constitution, a rare pure Yang celestial body. Chapter 81. You cannot grasp it. I shall come to the rescue. The pure Yang immortal body? Hong Xiao, Bai Ji, Qing Luo, and Fu Ling exchanged bewildered glances. Their cultivation was still in its infancy, and their experiences were limited. They had never encountered such terms that only appeared in ancient legends. Confusion was evident on their delicate faces. However, Hong Xiao, with her agile mind, tentatively inquired, Master, does this immortal body mean that others can directly transfer spiritual power to Brother Zhuang? She recalled that during his cultivation with Ziyuan, it was indeed Ziyuan who had transferred spiritual power to Brother Zhuang. As she reflected on Ziyuan's decline in cultivation and Zhuang Yang's rapid advancement, a vague suspicion began to form in her heart. Seeing that they were already entangled in this matter, Su Ru no longer concealed the truth and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this immortal body is extraordinarily dominant. If someone attempts to use him as a furnace and employ the yin-yang harmonization technique for absorption, not only will they fail, but they will also trigger a backlash from the immortal body, causing their own spiritual power to be uncontrollably siphoned by Zhuang Yang. Upon hearing this, the others immediately displayed expressions of mixed realization and shock. So, the exceptionally surging wood, water, and earth attributes of spiritual power within Brother Zhuang are due to. Hong Xiao instinctively began to speak, but her words trailed off as they all turned their gazes toward Ziyuan, who stood beside Zhuang Yang. Ziyuan felt somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny. A rare hint of embarrassment appeared on her usually composed face. She averted her gaze slightly and softly explained, previously, that was indeed the case. However, after practicing the complete He-Huan immortal scripture, the situation has changed. For the other party, there are no longer any adverse effects of declining cultivation, but rather a true exchange of spiritual power, a mutual complement of yin and yang. Brother Zhuang's unique constitution allows him to directly absorb my spiritual power, while I utilize his spiritual power to assist in refining and purifying my own, thereby broadening my foundation. Oh, this matter is quite complex. And now is not the time to delve into it. She spoke ambiguously, attempting to steer the conversation back on track, but the identity of the true culprit was already glaringly apparent. Hong Xiao and the others nodded discreetly, their hearts enlightened. The root cause of Brother Zhuang's imbalance in spiritual power was likely due to their frequent dual cultivation with Zi Yuan over the past few days. At this moment, Su Ru's expression grew serious, her tone imbued with immense gravity. Her gaze swept over Hong Xiao, Bai Ji, Qing Luo, and Fu Ling, as she solemnly declared, "The matter of the pure yang immortal body pertains to Brother Zhuang's life and the future prosperity of our sect. It is of utmost secrecy. By allowing you to know today, I am extending my trust. I require you to pledge with your own Tao hearts that you will never divulge even a hint of this matter." Feeling the weight of Su Ru's words, the faces of Hong Xiao and the others grew solemn. They understood the significance of this matter and, without hesitation, each placed their fingers together and vowed, "I, Hong Xiao by Qing Luo Fu Ling, swear by my Tao heart that I will not disclose the existence of Brother Zhuang's pure yang immortal body to anyone. Should I violate this oath, I shall suffer the backlash of inner demons. My Tao foundation shall crumble, and I shall fall into the cycle of reincarnation." Seeing the four of them solemnly establish their Tao heart oath, Su Ru's taut nerves eased slightly. She turned again to Bai Ji, the most skilled in medicine, and confirmed, "Bai Ji, in theory, this should be feasible, right? If metal and fire attribute cultivators operate the yin-yang harmonization technique to interact with Zhuang Yang, triggering the immortal body's backlash and guiding it to absorb spiritual power, it could compensate for the imbalance." Bai Ji pondered carefully for a moment, assessing Zhuang Yang's physical condition before finally nodding affirmatively. If Brother Zhuang's constitution is indeed as Master described, then this method is indeed viable. It is also the only swift means to save our junior brother. After a pause, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her voice lowered. However, the method of transferring spiritual power requires Brother Zhuang to be conscious and actively cooperating. It seems we will have to manage it ourselves. Her unfinished words conveyed a clear implication. "I shall do it." Hong Xiao was the first to step forward. Her fiery and straightforward nature left no room for hesitation in this urgent moment of rescue. She stood tall, her proud chest thrust forward, and declared, "Master, I possess a single attribute of fire's spiritual root." Upon hearing this, Su Qingli revealed a look of embarrassment and disappointment, murmuring, "Ah, I have a wood spiritual root." Qing Luo sighed, "I have a soil spiritual root. I am of no use." Fu Ling, usually quiet and reserved, suddenly brightened, stepping forward with an excited tone. "Master, I have a metal spiritual root. I can be responsible for supplementing the metal attribute's spiritual power." Su Ru regarded the eager and resolute expressions of Hong Xiao and Fu Ling, feeling both gratified and awkward. She cleared her throat, her demeanor serious, and spoke with a hint of discomfort. "Hong Xiao, Fu Ling, your intentions are commendable, and I am most appreciative. However, there are certain circumstances I must inform you of beforehand. You must understand that our junior brother is currently in a deep coma and cannot actively operate the He Huan immortal scripture. Even if you have mastered the techniques of the scripture, if you merely operate the method unilaterally to guide him, the outcome will be no different from the yin-yang harmonization technique. At that point, it will not be a true dual cultivation complement, but rather, you will serve as a furnace, being absorbed by our junior brother." She paused, observing the expressions on their faces, and continued, "This means you will inevitably experience a decline in your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Hong Xiao responded without hesitation, her tone resolute, "It matters not. If I must decline in cultivation, so be it. As long as I can save our junior brother, I am willing to exhaust all my spiritual power, even if it means dropping to the qi refinement stage." Her eyes reflected no hint of retreat, only an unwavering determination. Fu Ling immediately nodded in agreement, her voice soft yet exceptionally firm. "I too. Brother Zhuang has contributed so greatly to our sect, and he is our fellow disciple. It is our duty to save him." Su Ru was moved by their disregard for their own futures, yet the embarrassment on her face deepened. The issue was not merely that. "Do you understand where the immense wood, water, and earth attribute spiritual power within our junior brother originates?" As she spoke, Her gaze inadvertently flickered to Ziyuan, though she quickly averted it. Yet the implication was unmistakable. It came from a Jedon stage cultivator, whose purity of spiritual power far exceeded that of you foundation-building stage cultivators. If you were to trigger the backlash and balance the imbalance of spiritual power within Zhuang Yang, the required amount of spiritual power would be immense. You may very well find your own cultivation plummeting to the Qi refinement stage, or even injuring your Dao foundation. Su Ru initially thought this would deter Hong Xiao and Fu Ling, but to her surprise, Hong Xiao became even more urgent, stamping her foot and insisting, "Master, I have already said that I do not care. If I must exhaust my power, I accept any consequences. Without further ado, allow me to rescue my junior brother." She was in a state of urgency, and as she spoke, she began to untie the silk sash of her outer garment, urging those around to avert their gaze from this delicate matter. Meanwhile, Fu Ling also commenced unfastening the ribbon at her waist. "This is absurd." Su Ru's charming face flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly halted their actions. "Must I clarify my intentions? What I mean is that the two of you are not suitable." Upon hearing this, Hong Xiao paused, lifting her beautiful eyes in confusion towards Su Ru. "Master, what do you mean by that? Are we not going to rescue our junior brother? We have finally found a way to save him. I do not mind making a sacrifice. If necessary, I can simply begin my cultivation anew." Fu Ling gazed at Su Ru with urgency, her eyes filled with bewilderment. At the same time, Su Qingli, Qing Luo, and Bai Ji were equally astonished, unable to comprehend why Su Ru would obstruct this sole hope at such a critical moment. Feeling the perplexed, anxious, and even discontented gazes of those around her, Su Ru's face, adorned with elegance, bore a faint blush that spread to her ears. She cleared her throat somewhat awkwardly, her gaze wandering, and stated, "It is not that we shall not save him, but rather that I propose a different person to carry out the rescue. To be frank, my aptitude pales in comparison to that of you exceptional women with heavenly spiritual roots. However, my spiritual roots are of the dual attributes of metal and fire." Chapter 82. Awakening. To become a Tao companion with the sect leader? The revelation hung in the air, plunging the cave into an eerie silence. Hong Xiao, Fu Ling, Su Qingli, Qing Luo, and Bai Ji were all momentarily taken aback. Gradually, a complex expression of dawning realization spread across their faces. The sect leader, Su Ru, possessed a dual attribute of gold and fire spiritual roots. This perfectly aligned with the two types of spiritual energy that Zhuang Yang urgently required. Moreover, she was a mid-stage Jedon cultivator. In terms of the purity and totality of her spiritual energy, as well as her comprehension of the He Huan Xian Jing, she far surpassed them. By having Su Ru trigger Zhuang Yang's immortal body backlash to facilitate the transfer of spiritual energy, it would not only effectively remedy the imbalance, but also ensure that her own drop in cultivation would be significantly less than theirs. This was indeed the most optimal solution with minimal cost at present. Yet, after such prolonged hesitation, it turned out that the sect leader intended to take matters into her own hands. What an unexpected turn of events. The female cultivators regarded Su Ru, who was attempting to maintain her composure despite her flushed cheeks. And for a moment, words eluded them. Su Ru, observing the stunned expressions of the others, felt her face grow even warmer. However, with matters having reached this point, she could not afford to dwell on it any longer. She firmed her expression, regaining a semblance of the sect leader's authority, although her voice trembled slightly. "This matter is of great importance, and I shall personally oversee it for utmost stability. You all, step outside to guard, and no one is to enter without my command." Upon her words, the others ceased to hesitate, bowing as they exited the cave. Ziyuan lingered at the end, exchanging a glance with Su Ru. Her eyes conveyed trust, support, and a hint of complex emotions associated with entrusting someone significant. Finally, she softly said, "Senior sister, I leave it to you." Su Ru nodded slightly. After Ziyuan departed, she gently closed the stone door of the cave. The heavy door sealed off the interior from the outside world. In the next moment, her jade hands moved swiftly, weaving a series of soundproofing and protective barriers, layering them throughout the cave, transforming the space into a secluded sanctuary. The moonlight filtering through the cave's ceiling illuminated Su Ru's exquisite features, adorned with a rosy glow. She glided gracefully towards the unconscious Zhuang Yang, each step echoing like a heartbeat. Her delicate fingers trembled as she unfastened the topmost clasp of her ceremonial attire. One by one, The clasps, second, third, were loosened, and soon, the luxurious robe slipped down her smooth, delicate skin, cascading behind her to reveal a plain white undergarment beneath. Subsequently, the ties of the undergarment were gently undone. Ultimately, all constraints were released. Her skin was as fair as snow, her curves gracefully undulating. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air. Time passed, though Zhuang Yang could not tell how long. His consciousness began to return, his heavy eyelids fluttering slightly. At last, he opened a narrow slit. His blurred vision gradually sharpened, revealing the familiar cave ceiling above. He felt as though he had endured an interminable battle. However, the previous agony of his insides being torn apart and the chaotic conflict of spiritual energy within him had vanished without a trace. In its place was a sense of weakness and muscle soreness. What had transpired? As his awareness grew clearer, he turned his eyes to survey the surroundings. Yet, when his gaze inadvertently fell to his side, he froze in shock. Beside him lay an elegant silhouette. The woman had her back to Zhuang Yang, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall, partially concealing her smooth, delicate skin. Yet, the graceful lines of her shoulders and neck, along with her alluring waist, were unmistakably visible. A thin veil of white fabric, as light as a cicada's wing, draped carelessly over her curvaceous form, adding an air of hazy allure. Is that Ziyuan? A fleeting thought crossed Zhuang Yang's mind, for they were indeed Dao companions. Yet, something felt amiss. This figure appeared more voluptuous and mature than Ziyuan. The charm emanating from her flowing hair was distinctly different. Just as he was engulfed in uncertainty, the owner of the silhouette seemed to sense his gaze, her delicate form shifting slightly before she turned slowly to face him. A breathtakingly beautiful visage, adorned with a lingering rosy hue, came into Zhuang Yang's view. Her usually stern phoenix eyes glistened with a watery sheen, reflecting confusion, shyness, and a complex relief. She gazed at him intently, unblinking. It was not Ziyuan. It was none other than sect leader Su Ru. Zhuang Yang's mind erupted into chaos, becoming a blank slate. His eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. He opened his mouth, his throat dry, yet no sound emerged. He could only stare blankly at the alluring face so close to him, radiant with blush. Su Ru, witnessing Zhuang Yang's stunned and disoriented expression, felt her already flushed cheeks burn even hotter. She fought against the overwhelming urge to sink into the ground, striving to maintain the dignity of a sect leader. Her voice trembling. Why, young junior brother, you have awakened? How do you feel? Is your internal spiritual energy stable? Zhuang Yang, upon hearing this, regained a semblance of clarity. His throat struggled to swallow, but he managed to produce a faint response. Sect. Sect leader, what? What is happening? As he spoke, he instinctively turned his awareness inward. Within his dantian, the previously tumultuous spiritual lake had calmed, becoming more expansive and profound. To his astonishment, deep within the lake, a radiant golden light was slowly coalescing. This was a sign that the golden core was on the verge of taking shape. My cultivation, Zhuang Yang murmured to himself, utterly astonished. Perceiving Zhuang Yang's attention shift, Su Ru felt a sense of relief wash over her and quickly elaborated. You suffered an imbalance of the 5 elemental spiritual energies due to excessive cultivation with Ziyuan. The wood, water, and earth elements were overly abundant, while the gold and fire elements were depleted, putting you in grave danger. Only by replenishing the gold and fire energies could you be saved. Though Hong Xiao and Fu Ling had the intention to assist, their cultivation levels were insufficient. If they acted forcefully, it could endanger their foundational Dao. I happen to possess dual gold and fire spiritual roots, and my cultivation is sufficient to withstand the backlash. Thus, I intervened, triggering your immortal body's instinct to transfer the necessary spiritual energy to you. Fortunately, I only experienced a minor setback in my cultivation, a small realm drop, which is not a significant concern. She recounted the events in as calm a tone as she could muster, yet her cheeks still betrayed her with a deeper flush, and her gaze flickered. Upon hearing these words, Zhuang Yang gradually pieced together the outline of events in his mind. It turned out that such perilous happenings had occurred after his unconsciousness. The one who had saved him was none other than the sect leader. Indeed, the Tianjin men had come to attack. Suddenly, Zhuang Yang recalled something and hurriedly inquired. Su Ru, with a gentle smile, softly reassured him, "Do not worry, the crisis has been averted. You skillfully manipulated the grand formation and achieved remarkable success. Zhao Gan Zhou Bo and Lu Qing from Tianjin men have been vanquished. The sect remains unscathed, and the disciples have only sustained minor injuries. As she spoke, her delicate hand waved, and the scattered palace attire on the ground soared into the air, swiftly and elegantly arranging itself. In the blink of an eye, she regained her dignified and splendid demeanor as the sect leader. However, the blush on her fair face, neck, and ears was slow to fade. Upon learning that the sect was safe, Zhuang Yang let out a long sigh of relief, his tense spirit finally relaxing. He then hurriedly gathered his clothes and donned them. For a moment, the two exchanged silent glances, the atmosphere tinged with subtlety and silence. After a brief hesitation, Zhuang Yang took the initiative to break the impasse, bowing deeply to Su Ru and saying, "Disciple, I am profoundly grateful for the life-saving grace of the sect leader." The blush on Su Ru's face had not yet dissipated, her phoenix eyes shimmering with emotion as she replied, "There is no need for such formalities. From now on, you need not refer to me as the sect leader." "What?" Zhuang Yang was taken aback, looking up at Su Ru with a bewildered expression. Clearing her throat, Su Ru spoke shyly, "I have entrusted my original aim to you. Dawn is approaching, so prepare yourself. We shall hold the Tao Companion ceremony soon." Chapter 83, The Five Elements. We are the five elements. The ceremony of Tao Companions? And the sect leader? Zhuang Yang was utterly astonished by Su Ru's words, standing frozen in place, unable to regain his composure for a long while. Upon witnessing his reaction, Su Ru felt her earlier embarrassment dissipate, leaving her both amused and exasperated. That very noon, the news spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves throughout the entire Hehuan sect. In the main hall square, a throng of disciples gathered, their faces alight with astonishment and fervent curiosity. Heavens! The sect leader is actually going to become Tao Companions with junior brother Zhuang. Does this not elevate junior brother Zhuang's status to unprecedented heights? However, he has indeed achieved unparalleled merit by saving the entire sect, and he is quite handsome. Yet this is simply too. The disciples buzzed with speculation, their gazes flitting across the elevated platform. At the forefront of the crowd stood Su Qingli, Hong Xiao, Bai Ji, Qing Luo, and Fu Ling, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. Particularly Su Qingli, who, observing her elder sister's forced composure barely masking her embarrassment, could not help but purse her lips. In a whisper meant for only her companions to hear, she murmured, "According to contribution rankings, I should clearly be second, while sister should be third. How is it that she gets to cut in line?" Hong Xiao sighed in resignation. Counting on her fingers, Sister Ziyuan is first, and the sect leader's situation is an exception, perhaps? After all, who knows what transpired between her and junior brother Zhuang yesterday? Bai Ji, maintaining a neutral expression, offered a comforting remark. "Qingli, do not fret. Your turn will come quickly. By the order of the queue. You are next." Qing Luo and Fu Ling nodded in agreement. After all, the sect leader's decision only affected Su Qingli, not them. Suddenly, Hong Xiao seemed to have an epiphany, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She lowered her voice and eagerly exclaimed to her companions, "Wait, I just thought of something. To become Tao Companions with junior brother Zhuang, it seems we must adhere to certain rules." Bai Ji immediately grasped her meaning. Indeed, the five elements must be balanced, otherwise it could disrupt junior brother's spiritual energy. Qing Luo pondered, Sister Ziyuan possesses the Yin body, which incorporates water, wood, and earth elements, while the sect leader has both metal and fire roots. Together, they encompass all five elements and their cultivations are comparable, achieving perfect balance. Upon hearing this, Su Qingli was momentarily taken aback and instinctively interjected, "I have a wood root." Qing Luo replied, "I have an earth root." Fu Ling quietly added, "I have a metal root." Bai Ji's eyes brightened as she chimed in, "I have a water root." Hong Xiao clapped her hands, a radiant smile illuminating her face as she excitedly proclaimed, "I have a fire root." Our cultivations are similar, and when combined, we have all five elements. As she spoke, she surveyed the other four, her eyes gleaming with mischief. If we all become Tao Companions with junior brother Zhuang and cultivate the He Huan Xian Jing together, wouldn't our five elements' energy achieve perfect harmony? At this revelation, the faces of the other four were suddenly flushed with color. Becoming Tao Companions together? Su Qingli's heart raced. Bai Ji's ears turned pink. Qing Luo and Fu Ling exchanged glances, their expressions laden with surprise. This proposal was indeed extraordinary. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed necessary. If one person alone were to become a Tao Companion with Zhuang Yang, it could have adverse effects on him. Only by uniting their similar cultivations and diverse elemental roots could they mitigate any potential risks. The 5 girls huddled together, exchanging knowing glances, a tacit understanding forming amongst them. Meanwhile, on the elevated platform, the ceremony had already commenced. The pristine white jade altar remained, with Su Ru presiding over the proceedings. The process mirrored that of the previous ceremony with Ziyuan. Su Ru recited the incantation, and the altar's runes illuminated, enveloping the area with an ethereal energy. She pointed her fingers at the foreheads of both herself and Zhuang Yang, declaring, "United in heart, become one." Finally, Su Ru turned to face the assembled disciples. Despite her lingering blush, she maintained the dignity of her position, proclaiming, "From this day forth, I, the sect leader, and Zhuang Yang, shall be recognized as Tao companions of the Hehuan sect." In the square, after a brief moment of silence, a cacophony of congratulatory voices erupted. "Congratulations, sect leader. Congratulations, junior brother Zhuang." Wishing the sect leader and junior brother Zhuang everlasting unity on the path of the great Tao. Thus, the ceremony of Tao companions between Zhuang Yang and Su Ru concluded. The radiant light of the altar dimmed, and the disciples gradually dispersed, leaving the once bustling square eerily quiet. Yet, 6 figures remained, none other than Ziyuan and the 5 girls. Hong Xiao, Su Qingli, Bai Ji, Qing Luo, and Fu Ling Ziyuan surveyed the 5 sisters, each bearing unique expressions, hesitant yet contemplative, and understood their unspoken thoughts without voicing them. With a graceful motion, she transformed into a streak of white light, alighting on the platform before Zhuang Yang and Su Ru. Noticing the lingering blush on Su Ru's face, Ziyuan, sensing a matter of importance, gently inquired, "Sister Ru, what are our living arrangements now that you and Zhuang Yang have become Tao companions?" Su Ru paused, having not yet considered this aspect. As both she and Ziyuan were Tao companions to Zhuang Yang, it was imperative that they reside together. It would be unreasonable to live separately. As Su Ru contemplated this, Zhuang Yang tentatively suggested, "How about we move to the Jingxin Pavilion? That was my original residence, and the rooms are quite spacious." Ziyuan nodded and picked up the conversation. "I am agreeable. The Jingxin Pavilion is indeed a lovely choice, serene and ample enough for all. Not only for me and Sister Ru, but also." Her gaze subtly drifted towards the 5 attentive girls below, her tone calm and undisturbed. "A few more can certainly be accommodated." Zhuang Yang eagerly affirmed, "Yes, yes. There is more than enough space." Seeing both of them inclined towards the Jingxin Pavilion, Su Ru agreed, "Very well. Then we shall reside in the Jingxin Pavilion and reorganize the space accordingly." The accommodation issues resolved, Zhuang Yang recalled the matter at hand, his expression turning serious as he addressed Su Ru and Ziyuan. "Zhangmen, Ziyuan, in the coming days, I intend to enter seclusion and devote myself wholeheartedly to breaking through to the Jiedan realm. I hope." Before he could finish, Su Ru cast a sidelong glance at Zhuang Yang, her tone teasing as she interrupted, "Still calling me Zhangmen? Why not change your address?" Zhuang Yang's heart fluttered, clearing his throat with a hint of embarrassment as he amended, "Ruer, Yuaner, I hope you will lend me your support and ensure my safety." Upon hearing this, the cheeks of both Su Ru and Ziyuan flushed crimson. "Ruer, Yuaner." They were taken aback by the endearing manner in which Zhuang Yang addressed them. Su Ru's thoughts raced. It seemed this younger disciple was no longer innocent. His mind had begun to flourish with complexities. However, considering he had already taken 2 Tao partners, it was only natural. Furthermore, Zhuang Yang and Ziyuan's experiences far surpassed her own. Not to mention those little girls in the sect who only knew how to speak flowery words, utterly lacking in practical experience. Chapter 84. Preparing for Dan formation, Su Ru regained her composure, a charming smile gracing her lips as she sweetly remarked, "Fear not. Focus on your seclusion. With both me and Ziyuan here, your safety is assured." Ziyuan nodded slightly in agreement. At that moment, the 5 women from Hong Xiao, who had been waiting below, exchanged glances and could no longer contain themselves, stepping onto the high platform together. A blush adorned their cheeks, and their eyes darted nervously, unable to resist stealing glances at Zhuang Yang. Zhuang Yang, Su Ru, and Ziyuan simultaneously directed their gazes towards the 5 enchanting female cultivators. Especially Zhuang Yang, whose heart raced as he beheld these 5 exquisite sisters, each possessing their own unique allure, approaching him. An uncontrollable thought surged forth. Could these 5 sisters possibly harbor feelings for me? Yet, Just as swiftly as the thought emerged, he extinguished it within himself. It was not due to doubt regarding their intentions, but rather a conscious dismissal. Surely, they must have thoughts regarding him. Moreover, Zhuang Yang introspected, his own thoughts might even surpass theirs. Faced with such a multitude of enchanting fairies, how could a normal man remain untouched by fanciful notions? Setting aside previous distractions, even during the Tao Companion ceremony, he had covertly contemplated the hundreds of charming sisters below, each with their own distinct figure. He had long since arrived at a conclusion. Coming to Yihuan's sect was indeed the right choice. In fact, he silently expressed gratitude towards his earlier self for mistakenly entering this sect. Had he truly joined Qingjing's sect, with its daily rituals and austere regulations, how could he ever experience the boundless prospects of the present? Soon, Hong Xiao, the boldest among the five, puffed up her chest and took the initiative to address Zhuang Yang, saying, "Little junior brother, congratulations on your new bond." Su Qingli chimed in softly, "Congratulations, sister." "Congratulations, junior brother Zhuang." Bai Ji, Qing Luo, and Fu Ling also offered their respects in celebration. Zhuang Yang smiled gently, replying, "Thank you, sisters." Su Ru added, "Thank you, junior sisters. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Hong Xiao exchanged glances with the other four. Ultimately, she steeled herself and said, "Master, wasn't little junior brother experiencing an imbalance in spiritual energy? Even practicing the He Huan Xian Jing requires stability in the 5 elemental energies. Just now, we were discussing this matter, and it turns out, the 5 of us together encompass all 5 elemental roots: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Isn't that fortuitous? What do you say we assist little junior brother in maintaining this elemental balance?" Su Ru and Zi Yuan were momentarily taken aback. Their gazes towards the 5 women became laden with significance. Goodness, had they come as a collective? Before the two could respond, Zhuang Yang spoke first. "Sisters, your intentions are commendable. After I successfully form my Dan, I shall engage in a thorough exploration of the interrelationships of the 5 elements with you all, delving deeply into this profound path." At this declaration, Su Ru and Zi Yuan were once again stunned. Such initiative. The 5 women from Hong Xiao beamed with delight, exclaiming in unison, "Little junior brother, then it is settled." Absolutely. Zhuang Yang's heart surged with ambition, envisioning a future where Tao companions gathered in multitude, exploring the vastness of the Tao together. That evening, as dusk enveloped the sky, the atmosphere within the Jing Xian Pavilion was warm and inviting. On the specially prepared, spacious, intricately carved wooden bed in the master bedroom, Zhuang Yang reclined against the soft brocade cushion. His left arm embraced the elegant and regal Su Ru, while his right arm encircled the ethereal and aloof Zi Yuan. A lazy smile of contentment adorned his face. The spiritual energy within him flowed harmoniously, thanks to the operation of the He Huan Xian Jing, ready for Dan formation at any moment. Su Ru shed the authoritative demeanor of a sect leader, nestling comfortably beside Zhuang Yang. Her delicate fingers traced his well-defined abdomen, her phoenix eyes sparkling with playful mischief as she teased, "Earlier, in the square, you were quite eager and proactive in responding to Hong Xiao and the others, weren't you?" Her tone was inscrutable, yet carried an alluring charm. In response, Zhuang Yang lowered his gaze to the enchanting woman in his arms, maintaining an earnest expression as he declared, "As a member of He Huan's sect, I must prioritize the sect's greater good. Hong Xiao and her sisters offered to assist me in balancing my foundation with their elemental energies. This is mutually beneficial and serves to unify the sect, enhancing my personal cultivation as well. Naturally, I must accept their kind offer. How could I refuse? Only by achieving success in my cultivation can I better repay the sect and protect all my esteemed sisters." Su Ru was utterly amused by his lofty rhetoric. Playfully chiding, "You may be overjoyed in your heart, yet you insist on presenting such grand ideals." Zhuang Yang pouted innocently, his sincerity evident. "Ruer, please see it clearly. My words come from the heart. He Huan's sect follows the path of harmony and unity, exploring the Tao together. As long as our resolve is unwavering and we pursue the Tao wholeheartedly, these fleeting desires and temptations are mere externalities, insignificant in the face of a tranquil heart." Untouched by turmoil, Su Ru was ready to tease further, yet the usually composed Zi Yuan, who had been quietly meditating on the other side, suddenly opened her eyes and remarked, "Zhuang Yang speaks truthfully, sister. You do not yet understand him well enough." "Truly?" Suru was taken aback. But that person seems so impatient, breathless, not at all like someone with a tranquil heart. One matter is separate from another, Ziyuan replied calmly. If Zhuang Yang were not sufficiently proactive, it would be you who would feel displeased. Suru furrowed her brows. This, oh dear. Upon reflection, Zhuang Yang's words did indeed carry a hint of truth. It seemed to have shaken her resolve. Clearing her throat, she added, I was merely preparing for my seclusion to push for Dan formation. As the saying goes, sharpening the sword before the battle is essential. I must seize the time to solidify my foundation and, in doing so, help Ruer understand the wonders of the Xianjing's operation. Most importantly, I must ensure that my seclusion is flawless. Zhuang Yang spoke with solemnity, unconsciously sitting up straighter. Ziyuan gently reassured him, rest assured, during your seclusion, sister and I will ensure your safety. Suru also lifted her enchanting eyes, filled with affection as she gazed at Zhuang Yang, saying, once you form your Dan, you will be an elder of the sect, and Hehuan's sect will gain even more strength. Zhuang Yang nodded slightly, gazing upon the two enchanting companions nestled in my embrace, each possessing their own unique charm, yet equally captivating in their beauty. I cannot help but feel an overwhelming sense of anticipation for the imminent path of seclusion that lies ahead. Although I have been within the sect for less than a year, my progress in cultivation has been nothing short of extraordinary. Were I to be in another sect, I might still be languishing in the Qi refinement stage. However, at this moment, I am on the verge of achieving the Dan formation, and it seems inevitable. The Hehuan sect truly is beyond words in its magnificence. Chapter 85. Ninghai Jin Dan. The following day, Zhuang Yang prepared to enter seclusion, striving to break through to the Jedan realm. In a spacious and tranquil chamber that had been specially cleared within the pavilion, Zhuang Yang sat cross-legged upon a central mat, his demeanor solemn. Su Ru and Ziyuan sat quietly to his left and right, vigilantly guarding him to ensure absolute safety. Yuan Ruer, I entrust this Jedan endeavor to you, Zhuang Yang said, glancing at the two exquisite Dao companions beside him. Upon hearing this, Su Ru smiled gently. Between us, there is no need for formality. Simply focus on your breakthrough. After a moment's pause, as if recalling something, she continued, the Jedan process is the first significant hurdle along the path of cultivation, as it involves transforming spiritual energy into a solid state and condensing the Jin Dan, which carries considerable risks. I do possess a recipe for Ninghai Jin Dan, which can assist in refining spiritual energy during the Jedan process, enhancing the success rate by at least 20%. Zhuang Yang's eyes brightened. Such a potion exists? Are the necessary ingredients available? Suru nodded slightly. The primary ingredients required for this elixir, Ninghai Hua and Gu Yuan Lingji, are quite rare and have high age requirements. However, Qingli has gathered a wealth of resources in the secret realm, which includes these herbs. Without hesitation, she turned over her palm, revealing a shimmering communication talisman. She brought the talisman to her lips and whispered a few incantations. Then, using her fingers as a brush, she swiftly inscribed several runes into the air, which merged into the talisman. Finally, with a flick of her finger, the communication talisman transformed into a streak of light and flew outward. Before long, a voice echoed from outside the chamber. Sister, Zhuang Shidi, Sister Ziyuan, I have arrived. Come in. Suru called out. Qingli entered swiftly, her face expressing concern. Qingli, from your harvest in the secret realm, do you possess Ninghai Hua, Gu Yuan Lingji, and Jin Sui Chao? Su Ru inquired, listing the essential ingredients for the Ninghai Jin Dan. Upon hearing this, Qingli hurriedly retrieved several jade boxes from her storage pouch, exclaiming, yes, I have gathered all of these. Although their ages vary, at least they are all over 500 years old. She opened the jade boxes to reveal herbs radiating spiritual energy in various forms, precisely what was needed for the refinement of Ninghai Jin Dan. Zhuang Yang gazed at the herbs, feeling a surge of excitement, and asked, Sister Qingli, do you have the materials for refining Zhu Ji Dan as well? Qingli was momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodding, I do have some. I collected plenty of Yusui Ji and Xue Jing Chao, the main ingredients. But Zhuang Shidi, haven't you already established your foundation? Why do you need Zhu Ji Dan? Zhuang Yang smiled slightly, it is not for my own use. I was considering that there are many sisters still in the Qi refining stage within the sect. If we can refine more Zhu Ji Dan to assist them in establishing their foundation, the overall strength of our sect will also improve. Upon hearing this, Su Ru, Ziyuan, and Qing Li exchanged glances, surprise and admiration flickering in their eyes. They had not anticipated that Zhuang Yang was not only concerned about his own cultivation, but also the future of the entire sect. This breadth of mind and sense of responsibility made them regard him with newfound respect. Suru nodded in appreciation, her voice soft. Your intentions are commendable, but she shifted her tone playfully. Since you are about to achieve Jedon, according to the conventions of the cultivation world, those with higher cultivation are to be respected. Although in our Huan sect we refer to those with higher cultivation as sisters without strict formality, for those disciples whose cultivation is indeed lower than yours, you should address them as shimi, otherwise, they may feel pressured. Zhuang Yang suddenly understood and quickly amended. Thank you for the reminder, Ruer. It is indeed for the many qi refining sisters. Qing Li covered her mouth and chuckled. Then I, with my inferior cultivation, should also call you Zhuang Shixiao. Zhuang Yang waved his hand. Sister Qing Li, you jest. Let us keep it to our own realms. After the light-hearted banter, Zhuang Yang's expression turned serious. The herbs are here, but the quantity may still be insufficient for so many shimi. Not to worry, watch what I can do. He instructed Qing Li to place the herbs for refining Ning Hai Jin Dan and Zhu Ji Dan in front of him. Then, he held his breath and focused, placing his hands over the herbs. In an instant, strands of multicolored spiritual energy emanated from his palms, enveloping the herbs. A remarkable sight soon unfolded. The herbs began to grow at a visibly accelerated pace, multiplying. New tender shoots sprouted beside the Ninghai Hua, swiftly flourishing. In mere moments, they transformed into another equally vibrant mature plant. The Gu Yuan Ling Ji spread like a blanket, multiplying exponentially. Not only did they reproduce, but their ages also rapidly increased under the nourishment of pure yang energy. The originally 500 to 600-year-old herbs now exuded a more intense spiritual aura, their fragrant scent filling the air. They quickly surpassed the 1,000-year mark and continued to rise steadily. After half a day's time passed silently, as Zhuang Yang gradually withdrew his energy, the few herbs that had initially occupied the chamber had now piled into 2 small hills, each radiating a rich fragrance. One hill contained the herbs for refining Ning Hai Jin Dan, while the other held the herbs for Zhu Ji Dan. Each plant was at least 1,000 years old, with exceptional quality. Additionally, Zhuang Yang had effortlessly conjured a substantial quantity of ordinary herbs for refining Ning Qi Dan, sufficient for crafting thousands of them. Su Ru, Zi Yuan, and Qing Li stood by, witnessing the entire process. Even though they already knew of Zhuang Yang's unique constitution, they could not help but feel astonished and amazed once more. This was the miraculous power of the pure yang immortal body, akin to a divine phenomenon. Su Ru murmured to herself, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. Zi Yuan, gazing at the spiritual plants, suddenly conceived a thought. With such a nurturing ability, if faced with the demon race, those plant-transformed demons. She shook her head, suppressing this somewhat off-topic notion. The herbs were sufficient now. At this moment, Zhuang Yang wiped the sweat from his brow, smiling. Now we have enough. He then consumed several pills and began to meditate and recuperate to restore his spiritual energy. Returning to her senses, Su Ru immediately instructed Qing Li. Qing Li, take all the herbs for Zhu Ji Dan and Ning Qi Dan to the alchemy room. Hand them over to Bai Ji and the other proficient disciples in alchemy, and instruct them to commence refining without delay. It is imperative to produce a sufficient number of Zhu Ji Dan and Ning Qi Dan. Once completed, distribute the Ning Qi Dan to all Qi refining disciples to aid in their cultivation, while the Zhu Ji Dan will serve as rewards for those who reach the peak of Qi refining and are poised to break through. Remember, the Ning Qi Dan must be carefully refined and absorbed. One must not be greedy or rash. Not everyone possesses a pure yang celestial body like Zhuang Yang, capable of swiftly absorbing medicinal potency. For ordinary cultivators, a gradual and steady approach, solidifying the foundation, is the true path. Yes, elder sister, I shall attend to it at once. Su Qingli responded promptly, categorizing the medicinal materials into her storage bag before hastily departing the meditation chamber. Once Su Qingli had left, only Zhuang Yang, Su Ru, and Ziyuan remained within the tranquil room, alongside a collection of top-tier medicinal materials prepared specifically for the Ninghai Jin Dan, all exceeding the usual age. Next, the process of refining the Ninghai Jin Dan would commence. Su Ru rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair and delicate wrists, and turned to Xin, saying, "This Dan is not easy to refine. It requires alternating the fires of both literature and martial prowess. Junior sister Ziyuan. Before she could finish her sentence, Ziyuan furrowed her brow slightly and replied calmly, Elder sister, my knowledge of Dan refinement is rather limited. I fear I may not be of much assistance. I shall stand guard to prevent any external disturbances. Upon hearing this, Suru nodded in understanding. As the sect leader, she needed to manage various affairs and had a broad range of knowledge. In contrast, Ziyuan focused primarily on her own cultivation. Additionally, given her younger age and shorter duration of practice, it was only natural that she could not divide her attention. No worries. I will handle the refinement myself, Suru said, taking out a high-grade Dan furnace shaped like a three-legged cauldron with 2 ears, resplendent in crimson. I can assist with the refinement as well, Zhuang Yang said, centering his mind and looking at Suru. The two of them synchronously infused their spiritual energy into the furnace, igniting the flames. Suru skillfully introduced each medicinal ingredient into the cauldron in precise order and timing, while Zhuang Yang meticulously controlled the temperature of the Dan fire. Inside the cauldron, the medicinal liquid churned, and spiritual light shimmered. A peculiar fragrance began to waft through the air, soothing and invigorating. Ziyuan stood guard nearby, setting up protective barriers and releasing her consciousness to envelop the entire Jingxin Pavilion. Chapter 86. The Council of Tianjiamen within the Jingxin Pavilion. The aroma of medicinal herbs grew increasingly intense as wisps of mist danced around the serene chamber. Zhuang Yang devoted himself entirely to the task at hand, demonstrating his exceptional mastery over spiritual energy through his pure yang, immortal body. Not only did he perfectly align with Suru's requirements regarding the precise temperature, but he also possessed an acute sensitivity to the slightest changes within the medicinal concoction, allowing him to adjust the heat at opportune moments. This meticulous control ensured a flawless fusion of the medicinal properties, effectively eliminating impurities. Suru silently praised his performance, initially concerned that Zhuang Yang might falter in his first attempt at refining high-grade elixirs. To her surprise, he exceeded all expectations, exhibiting a level of control akin to that of a seasoned alchemist with centuries of experience. With his assistance, the success rate and quality of the elixirs were significantly enhanced. Ziyuan sat quietly to the side. Though not participating in the alchemical process, her spiritual awareness enveloped the surroundings, ensuring no disturbances occurred. As time passed, the liquid within the cauldron gradually concentrated, its color transforming from a chaotic mixture to a pure hue. Eventually, it coalesced into a radiant golden aura. The moment of congealing the elixir had arrived. Suru declared, her hands weaving intricate gestures. Zhuang Yang understood her intent, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy from within, intensifying the refining process. A resonant hum emanated from the cauldron, its lid trembling slightly. In the next instant, the lid shot upwards. 3 streams of golden light burst forth from within the cauldron. Suru, having anticipated this, waved her sleeve, enveloping the streams in a net of spiritual energy. As the brilliance gradually subsided, the true form emerged. 3 elixirs the size of longan fruits, adorned with natural cloud patterns, pulsating with inner spiritual energy. The Ninghai Golden Dan was complete. Moreover, it was produced in 3 exquisite forms upon its initial emergence. Suru gathered the 3 elixirs into her hands, a satisfied smile gracing her features. With these elixirs to assist you, your endeavor to condense a Dan will surely have a 90% success rate. Zhuang Yang felt a surge of joy within, carefully accepting the elixirs and storing them with great reverence. With the elixirs prepared, there was no time to waste. Zhuang Yang adjusted his state, settling cross-legged on the mat in the center of the quiet chamber. Suru and Ziyuan took their respective corners, standing guard for him. Zhuang Yang first retrieved a Ninghai Golden Dan, tilting his head back to consume it. The elixir melted instantly upon entering his mouth, flooding through his limbs and bones, ultimately converging into his Dan Tian's spiritual lake. As he sensed the complete dissolution of the medicinal power and felt his state reach its zenith, he hesitated no longer, guiding the spiritual lake to compress towards a central point, condensing. This was a process that required patience. Haste and chaos would yield no benefit. Suru and Ziyuan could distinctly perceive the spiritual energy within the chamber beginning to converge upon Zhuang Yang. Meanwhile, at Tianjiamen's council hall, the once bustling chamber, previously occupied by at least 5 or 6 Golden Dan elders, now felt desolate and silent. Only the sect leader and two others, Elder Sun, responsible for imparting teachings, and Elder Ma, who managed the sect's regulations, remained. The sect leader sat at the head, his brow furrowed. 2 days and nights had passed. Zhao Gan, Lu Qing, and Zhou Bo, along with the 10 or so elite disciples they took with them, had seemingly vanished without a trace. Master brother, it has been 2 days. Do you think something unfortunate has befallen Zhao brother and the others? Elder Sun, known for his impatient nature, could not contain his concern. Although the Hehuan sect was relatively weak, Su Ru was in the mid-stages of Golden Dan. If they had prepared in advance and set a trap. Elder Sun, do not let your worries diminish our own strength. Elder Ma retorted. Let us not forget, besides our sect, both Xuanwu Valley and Liang Mountain, as well as even the Panshir sect, are involved. When combined, there are at least 9 Golden Dan cultivators. Even if Hehuan sect possesses a protective mountain array, it is impossible for them to overcome the united might of 9 Golden Dan cultivators. Surely, the treasures of the Hehuan sect are astonishing, and Zhao brother and the others are currently counting their spoils. Perhaps forgetting to send word. Counting spoils requires 2 days and nights? Elder Sun expressed skepticism, still feeling anxious. This explanation seems overly far-fetched. Elder Ma opened his mouth, prepared to argue further, when suddenly, the sect leader slammed his hand on the armrest. Silence. He cast a stern gaze upon the 2 elders, stating gravely, speculating in this manner is futile. I have dispatched disciples to Xuanwu Valley and Liang Mountain to gather information. We shall soon know whether this is a blessing or a curse. No sooner had he finished speaking than hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Report. A frantic Foundation establishment disciple rushed into the hall, kneeling with a thud. I have returned from Xuanwu Valley. Speak. The sect leader's expression sharpened. The disciple gasped for breath and quickly reported, I inquired discreetly among several acquaintances in Xuanwu Valley, and they all stated that since last night, Elder Li and Elder Wang have been in seclusion or attending to affairs within the valley, and have never left. Moreover, they have not received any communication from our Zhao Elder and the others. They were unaware that Zhao Elder and the others had gone to the Hehuan sect. What? Both Elder Sun and Elder Ma exclaimed in unison, astonishment etched on their faces. The sect leader's pupils dilated. Abruptly rising from his seat, what a strange occurrence. Have you confirmed this? Did those 2 elders from Xuanwu Valley truly not leave the sect last night? Absolutely true. I would not dare to speak carelessly. The investigating disciple affirmed. Just then, another disciple hurried in, nearly tumbling over, his face pale. Master, I have returned from Liang Mountain. Speak. The sect leader's gaze fell upon the new arrival, urgency lacing his tone. The people from Liang Mountain stated that their Elder Zhou and Elder Wu presided over the disciples' assessment within the sect last night and did not go out. They denied any agreement with our sect's elders and claimed to know nothing of this matter. Boom. The news struck like a thunderclap. Xuanwu Valley denied it. Liang Mountain also denied it. Considering the silence surrounding Zhao Gan and the 3 others, along with dozens of elite disciples, the most plausible scenario was that they encountered unforeseen circumstances last night, and the elders of Xuanwu Valley and Liang Mountain, perceiving danger, retreated, betraying Tianjianmen. Impossible. This cannot be. Elder Ma's complexion drained of color. Elder Sun murmured, it's over. 3 Golden Dan elders, dozens of elite Foundation establishment disciples. Our Tianjianmen has suffered a severe blow. The sect leader swayed slightly, barely steadying himself against the chair. At that moment, his face was ashen. His eyes filled with fury and disbelief. Nevertheless, I find it utterly incomprehensible how the mere Hehuan Zone could possess such formidable prowess. Could it be that their reclusive ancestor has, in fact, emerged from seclusion? Or have they received some formidable assistance? The sect master. At this moment, Elder Ma and Elder Sun simultaneously cast their gazes towards the sect master of the Tianjianmen. The sect master of Tianjianmen let out a deep breath. I shall personally visit the Panshir Zone to ascertain the truth. If it indeed turns out that Hehuan Zone has harmed our 3 esteemed elders, they shall undoubtedly pay in blood for their crimes. Chapter 87. The weight of ceremony opens the door. The master of Tianjianmen skillfully maneuvered the escape light, reaching the entrance of Panshir Zone in merely a couple of hours. Nestled amidst towering stone mountains, Panshir Zone's architecture was predominantly constructed from massive rocks, exhibiting a rugged and substantial style that starkly contrasted with the sharp and imposing aesthetics of Tianjianmen. As soon as he descended from the escape light, A disciple of Pan Shizong approached him. Recognizing the powerful aura of the late stage of the Golden Core realm emanating from the newcomer, along with his distinctive attire, the disciple did not dare to be negligent and immediately bowed respectfully, stating, "Junior pays respects to the esteemed senior of Tianjinmen. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" The master of Tianjinmen, known as Jianqi, replied solemnly, "I, Jianqi, the master of Tianjinmen, have urgent matters to discuss with your esteemed sect's master Tiela. Please relay this message." Upon hearing this, the disciple's expression turned even more respectful. "Ah, it is indeed an honor for Jianqi to visit. Please follow me to the guest hall where you may wait. I will promptly inform the master." Jianqi nodded slightly and followed the guiding disciple to a spacious guest hall, hewn from a single block of black stone. Not long after, the sound of steady footsteps echoed through the air. "Ha ha ha, my friend Jianqi, what brings you here? It is truly a rare visit." The master of Pan Shizong, Tiela, projected his voice with a hearty laugh before even entering the hall. Jianqi raised his gaze, observing a remarkably sturdy and muscular middle-aged man, whose rugged features and sleeveless leather coat revealed bronze-colored arms. Striding in with a commanding presence, this imposing figure was none other than Tiela, the master of Pan Shizong. Although Jianqi felt a surge of disdain within, he forced a smile and stood to salute. "Tiela, my dear friend, I apologize for the intrusion." "Ah, my friend, do not speak such words. Our two sects share a deep bond. How could this be considered an intrusion?" Tiela waved his hand dismissively, gesturing for Jianqi to take a seat, while he himself boisterously settled into the main position. He casually inquired, "What brings you here on this occasion?" Jianqi, feeling the urgency in his heart, chose not to engage in further pleasantries and directly addressed the matter at hand. "Tiela, let us speak plainly. Last night, 3 of our elders, Zhao Gan, Liu Qing, and Zhobua, along with several Foundation Establishment disciples, ventured to Hahuan Zone and have since vanished without a trace. I have reason to believe that your elders sure may have accompanied them. Do you have any information regarding their whereabouts? Are they alive or dead? I implore you to speak truthfully." Upon hearing this, Tiela's warm smile faltered momentarily, and he feigned a look of bewilderment, asking, "Oh, is that so? Zhao Gan and the others are missing?" "Last night." Elder Shi, his brow furrowed in contemplation before he shook his head, looking innocently at Jianqi. "Jianqi, my friend, are you certain?" "Last night, Elder Shi was here, instructing disciples in the Pan Shi body technique, and did not leave. There was no arrangement for him to join your elders at Hahuan Zone." Jianqi, observing Tiela's